you suddenly realize that you can hear the thoughts of your fiancée. While everyone thinks that this arrogant woman of the heavens has been completely destroyed overnight and become a waste, only you know that she has been reborn and voluntarily dispersed her cultivation in order to achieve the status of a female emperor in this lifetime. You also hear that your family will soon be destroyed by a powerful force, and in the end, only you will survive. But you will be left with a destroyed foundation and a lifetime of disability. However, no one else knows these truths. They still believe that since the Lin family's pride has become a waste, Lin Shuang is naturally not worthy of you, the young master of the Chen family. Even after the elder of the clan learned the news, he immediately took you to the Lin family. On the surface, the elder visited the Lin family to show concern for the younger generation. But in reality, if he were to find out the truth about Lin Shuang, he would probably immediately call off the marriage with the Lin family. Just now, the elder, who sensed Lin Shuang's injuries, furrowed his brow. This strange illness of Lin is something I have never seen before. With the foundation completely destroyed, there is no possibility of recovery. It seems that Uncle Chen also has no solution. Lin Shuang's face became a little paler, and even her voice sounded somewhat weak. If you couldn't hear the other activities in her heart, you might really believe her appearance. Only her inner voice could be heard. You haven't even set foot in the realm of the human king, so naturally you don't understand the means I used to become the great emperor. Hearing her inner voice, you instantly became determined to hold on to your fiancé's thigh. You see, the Grand Elder is a formidable figure in this eastern region, but in her heart, he is so despicable. For you, who have just crossed over 2.5 days ago and have not yet awakened the system, he can be considered the first thigh. The Grand Elder smiled at Lin Shuang, but there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Lin, take this time to recuperate well. Marriage is a big deal, and with your current condition, it may need careful consideration. Before he could finish those 5 words, you interrupted. Perhaps it's better to handle this marriage matter early, or else there might be trouble. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. The Lin family was shocked. The Chen family didn't come to call off the engagement? How is that possible? The Grand Elder was even more stunned, thinking to himself, this brat must have been captivated by Lin Shuang's beauty. How pathetic! How pathetic! He looked at you with eyes full of anger and disappointment. How could such an important marriage matter be treated so lightly? This was supposed to be a call-off, not a proposal. Of course, you were not captivated by Lin Shuang's appearance, although she was indeed beautiful. The key was that you had just heard the imminent downfall of the Chen family, and eavesdropping on inner voices clearly had distance limitations. So, you had to bring Lin Shuang back to the Chen residence to listen to the specific details of the Chen family's downfall, to get through this first crisis. So, you looked at Lin Shuang. I don't know why, but I feel a deep connection with Miss Lin. Would you honor me with your company? I invite Miss Lin to tour the mountains and waters, to enjoy the scenery of the East Sea County. Lin Shuang felt very puzzled. What's wrong with this handsome young man in front of me? I didn't really understand him in my past life. Maybe he is different from ordinary people. He values not talent or appearance. For some reason, Lin Shuang felt a slight fondness for you. In her second life, she encountered such a pure young man for the first time, and suddenly she appreciated you a bit. But I will definitely become an emperor in the future. In my past life, no matter how many talented people there were, I didn't even spare them a glance. How can I really marry you? This heartfelt voice also reached your ears, and you thought to yourself, I traveled through time. You were reborn, so neither of us is inferior to the other, right? But you still continued. Even if Miss Lin doesn't look favorably upon me, it would be good to have a period of companionship. The Grand Elder at this moment really wanted to give you a slap in the face. You are the genius of the Chen family for 1,000 years, and this behavior truly embarrasses the Chen family. Lin Shuang was slightly stunned. This young man is extraordinary in talent, but he knows etiquette and is not arrogant at all. If it were any other young genius from a different family, they would be arrogant. In my past life, I really didn't know much about this young man from the fallen family. It seems fine to travel with him, and the Chen family seems to have something even top experts are interested in. It wouldn't be a bad idea to visit the Chen family now. Lin Shuang's inner voice conveyed an important message to herself. The Chen family has something even top experts are interested in. Could this be the reason for the family's downfall? You made a mental note. At this moment, besides the Lin family members still being puzzled, the Grand Elder had suppressed his anger and decided to release it on your father when he returned. If a father doesn't discipline his son, he won't be able to discipline his grandson, let alone his own son, right? At this moment, after considering it, Lin Shuang gladly accepted your invitation. Since Master Chen is so kind, then this young lady will not be impolite. The Grand Elder was furious. The Grand Elder was so enraged that the armrests of the chair underneath him were directly shaken into casement powder by the naturally leaking breath. Chen Jun sighed in relief. Saved. Eldest elder, you don't understand my good intentions. The Lin House master is full of smiles overflowing on his face. Xian nephew is so elegant. I as an elder can't be petty. You guys want to swim in the mountains and play in the water. Then I'll send a Bao Jun horse. When I was young this Bao Jun followed me for 10 years. Traveling 100,000 miles a day is no big deal. Thanks, Uncle Lin. And a good horse for nothing. It's not too late, or else we will depart today? While saying this, Chen Jun also did not care what the Grand Elder's opinion was. Then Grand Elder, we will leave first. You take your time to chat here. Are you trying to piss off the old man? Seeing Jun Chen in this state, the Grand Elder's heart was about to explode with anger. It didn't matter when she set off Lin Shuang. She had no father or mother and this family had no ties. 3 months had been enough time to witness the warmth and coldness of people. And the experience of her previous life had made it even more so that her family didn't have the slightest sense of belonging, and it was good to leave. Now a few former sisters are going to bully me. My current cultivation to return is still too far. There is this Chen Jun. It is also a bit more convenient. In this way, he went to the spiritual beast pavilion and took out the BMW, and in the spiritual vessel pavilion he received the carriage. I'll go home and talk to my parents first. Lin Shuang nodded. I'll accompany you. Just in time to see what that mighty one was looking for in his former life. 3. Turns out I have a system. The fiancé's heart of this small plan Chen Jun heart clear. Without saying anything more, he drove up the sedan chair. This BMW is humane and can understand human language. And outside the gate of the Lin house, with a long hiss, the horse's hooves rumbled and rushed towards the Chen family. Along the way, Chen Jun sidestepped and inquired about the family's affairs. He couldn't open his mouth and ask directly. Could he not say, I can hear your heart? Tell me why our family was destroyed? Is it true that Miss Lin doesn't go out often as a woman? East Sea County has beautiful scenery and very few demonic beasts, so it's actually considered the safest of all the states and counties. The steeds galloped, the forests were verdant along the way, and the setting sun slanted. Lin Shuyao looked at it for a few moments. Yeah, it's nice. It's true that East Sea County has never produced a great demon, but it's also been a long time since a great power was produced. It dawned on Chen Jun's mind that it seemed that the destruction of the Chen family was not the work of a demonic beast, and several options in his mind crossed out. 1. Our East Sea County is near the sea, and we don't have to worry about any other imperial war invasions. It's really a good place. Lin Shuang nodded. There should be a war in southwest Qingzhou at this moment. Once again, Chen Jun ruled out an option in his mind, and it didn't seem to be a war between two countries, but there's a downside to being near the sea. To this day we don't know if there are any foreigners at the bottom of this sea, and how strong the foreigners are in the end. I heard them say that this sea is incredibly treacherous, and there was once a human emperor in the imperial dynasty who didn't even manage to cross it. It's only a half-step human emperor, right? There might be another civilization at the bottom of the sea. This teenager thinks a lot. Chen Jun ruled out another option that wasn't an undersea alien invasion. The two just seemed to have a casual conversation without a word. Chen Jun intentionally sidetracked, and half an hour later, the carriage returned to the Chen mansion. Young master, you are back. A servant came over to lead the horse from afar, all a bit surprised. It's still a ground rhinoceros on the way out. How come it's a BMW on the way back? The Grand Elder is not with you? The Grand Elder had something to do and asked me to bring my fiancée around to our Chen family first. The servant froze. Aren't you going to withdraw from the marriage? Of course. As a subordinate, he naturally didn't say anything, and in his heart, he secretly said that he was afraid that the young master was playing with his temper again. It's not once or twice that the young master has been restless, and I don't know how long he'll have to have his ass blossom this time. Chen Jun guided Lin Shujing all the way to the Chen mansion's parlor, and on the way, one gaze strangely surveyed, and those who knew the inside story were amazed. Didn't you go to withdraw from the marriage? Why did you bring it back? This big brother of ours really can't help himself. The third young master of the Chen mansion was indignant in his heart. It looks like he's mesmerized by someone's beauty. I have to say that Lin Shujing has a peerless face. Skin like condensed fat, color like grub, dimple auxiliary Changquan. Say a country like a city is not too much. Otherwise at that time will not be so early to Chen Jun set this marriage. Damn. Empty cultivation talent only. How can such a person be the head of the family in the future? What nonsense. Each and every one of Chen Jun's siblings felt ugly. Their own sister-in-law's future family head's wife was a waste with destroyed roots. Saying it out loud was a disgrace to the entire Chen family. Of course, the ones who were qualified to compete for the head of the family were all secretly happy in their hearts. My lovely big brother, just cause more trouble. One day the great elder will lose patience with you. A pair of grim eyes looked at Jun Chen with a sneer in his heart. A waste? Not enough to worry about. With someone like that, how can he possibly compete with me? The Chen mansion counted tens of thousands of people in the direct, collateral, and direct lineages combined, and as one of the 9 great families, the position of family head could mean so much. To the thoughts of his siblings, Chen Jun's mind was probably also clear. He was too lazy to care more and brought Lin Shujing to the parlor. Miss Lin, feel free to sit down. Lin Shuiying nodded. I want to look around. I don't know if it's possible. What exactly was that mighty man looking for at that time? Of course, Jun Chen handed Lin Shujing his identity waistband. This is my identity waistband, which basically allows me to travel unimpeded throughout the entirety of the Chen clan. Being a genius himself and the eldest son of a direct line, his authority was naturally very high. Lin Shujing received the waistplate. A trace of delight flashed across her face. Many thanks. The last Chen family was overthrown one because of the feud. 2. That great power also want to get this treasure. If I preempted it, it is also considered to help your Chen family. Otherwise it will fall into the hands of that overthrow of your great power for nothing. At this moment, Jun Chen shrugged. Well, finally we found the reason. World feud. Treasure. The Chen family was targeted by a former feud because of a certain supreme treasure. Then it was annihilated. After all this time on the sidelines, there was speculation about this in itself. And this moment was finally confirmed. While thinking about it, the voice in his head reappeared. Calculating the time, it will probably be about 3 days from now. 3 days later, Chen Jun froze, and his entire body was nailed to the spot. This is too rushed. What realm is this mighty man? Who is he? What is the treasure to be found? At this moment, Chen Jun was tempted to open his mouth and ask directly. The good mental qualities of his previous life allowed him to panic for a split second before quickly adjusting back. He squeezed out a forced smile at the corner of his mouth and went straight to his old mom and dad's room the first time after bidding farewell to Lin Shuiying. Seeing his son return from afar, Chen's father broke into a smile. Ready to get your ass kicked? Take it easy. Father, tell me one thing first. What kind of family feuds does our Chen family have? Seeing his son's serious expression, Chen father thought for a moment. As the 9 great families, naturally, there are several. We have been on bad terms with the Zhou family, and the Wang family is also. No, I mean, are there any special ones? A strong one? The strength of those few families was definitely not enough to overthrow the Chen family. This point was clear to Chen Jun. Father Chen stroked his chin. The special ones would have to go back to the time of the old ancestors, but it was 10,000 years ago. Hearing this, Chen Jun couldn't help but feel some despair in his heart. Did a great power from 10,000 years ago come to destroy the Chen family? Doesn't that stand no chance? Those who can live for 10,000 years are bound to be old monsters. And even if they didn't live for 10,000 years, the fact that they were able to directly overthrow the Chen family in their previous life is enough to illustrate their terror. Originally, he had thought that there was a chance to avoid it, but now it seemed that this great power had specifically come to his door, and there was absolutely no way to avoid it. At this moment, Chen Jun had just one thought in his mind: run. We have to convince Mom, Dad, and the great elders that but if the great elders have run away, that mighty one definitely won't let go. World hatred to attack, may let go of their own such small fish and shrimp, but to the parents of this realm, to the realm of the great elders, I am afraid that the ends of the earth will be caught back. What should we do? Live on your own? As someone who would see a stabbing, Chen Jun just couldn't do it and watch his parents die. He frowned tightly, closing his eyes in preparation for careful thought. The moment he closed his eyes, however, he suddenly froze. What is it? A panel appeared inside the mind. Host, Chen Jun. Realm, blood transformation realm. Achievements, none. Remnants, none. Map, current range 10 kilometers square. Energy, 0. Attributes, none. Items, none. Chen Jun fumbled with his chin and looked up and down carefully for a few moments. It's not the system. So I have a system. 4, old ancestor. It's no good. The elation on his face flickered, and Chen Jun frowned again. There's a system in place, but will it solve the immediate dilemma? The one who was able to overthrow the Chen family was at least a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of the human king realm, and the entire eastern continent could be filled with just one state king who exceeded the peak of the human king realm. Unless this system lets me ascend several great realms in a row before I can do so. Thinking about it makes the likelihood slim to none. Chen Jun tried tapping on the system interface, and the name, realm, items, remnants, and attributes could not be tapped on right now. The achievement interface was densely written, making Chen Jun dizzy. He tapped the map screen. A detailed map appeared within 10 kilometers of Chen Jun's center, which was so detailed that even the secret passages in the house were clear. His fourth uncle and fifth aunt's rooms are actually connected by a secret passage. Although the fifth aunt is not young but extremely well maintained, delicate skin temperament is outstanding. The fifth uncle died some years ago, there is this thing is not so strange. But at the moment, there was no mood to care about this stuff. The whole family was going to be wiped out. This peachy news was nothing. He looked at the map and spotted a name flashing on the southwest side of the map. At the family's grave mausoleum. Chen Xiao. Isn't that the name of an old ancestor? Chen Zhang was the old ancestor of the Chen family, and had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Back then, he single-handedly created the family and led it to an extremely glorious point, becoming one of the first-class families in the imperial dynasty. It was only that the Chen family had gradually fallen out of favor over the past 10,000 years, and now it could only be the 9 great families of the East Sea County, and a first-class family of the Eastern Continent. Without thinking, Chen Jun clicked on the name. The next moment a vast and majestic force began a mad rush, and it was as if certain essential forces were being extracted from the heavens and earth and then converged madly in front of Jun Chen's eyes as certain fragments took shape. Chen Jun was shocked. The sound of this majestic power was amazing, yet the father next to him seemed to be unresponsive and could not feel it at all. Then, in his wide-eyed wonder, a shallow silhouette was slowly taking shape as the fragments gathered and coalesced. The silhouette's face was pale, his body was withered and looked dying. The whole person was thin and dry like a tree branch, but there was a natural grandeur in his body. The moment he looked at this figure, Chen Jun was blinded. Am I seeing a ghost? Isn't this an old ancestor who's been dead for 10,000 years? The sculpture of the Chen family's oldest ancestor stood at the very center of the family, and every day Chen Jun could see it. And this silhouette in front of me, isn't this the Chen family's oldest ancestor? The likeness is not different. You can come back to life after 10,000 years of death? Impossible. Moreover, how is this silhouette transparent? So shallow? Floating in mid-air? The silhouette looked a bit confused. It had been so many years since he had died. Why had he been awakened today? It seemed as if the residual obsessions of heaven and earth had reunited, allowing themselves to regain their short-lived spiritual awareness. He silently sensed for a moment and looked around. Then his gaze landed on Jun Chen. It seemed to be the only one who could feel his presence. My offspring. At this moment, Chen Jun also quickly reacted. The remnant in the system panel should refer to an existence like the old ancestor. The system brings together and coalesces fragments of the remnants of old ancestors who have been dead for 10,000 years, giving the already dead a short-lived spirit. This also means that this system of his own can still bring together the remnants of many people who have died. Who in the world can't die? Even an emperor of the ages can't escape death. This meant that one could converge the remnants of the great emperor in the future. But at this time, there was no mood to get excited. Old ancestor. Something big is happening. Our Chen family is about to be exterminated. Chen Xiu's gaze became sharp in an instant. Your nemesis from when you were alive will soon come to your door. Our Chen family's highest realm now is only a half-step human king, so we can't resist at all. Chen Xiu frowned. Sure enough, was it discovered after all? What? I buried a treasure deep in the family ground to leave for posterity, and it seems that someone wants to take this treasure. Chen Jun nodded his head repeatedly, his head like pounding garlic. I have a means. Unless the family bloodline or else non-human emperor realm cannot take. Want to take simply delusional. Chen Jun thought to himself that it was no wonder that no one knew exactly what it was even in his previous life. Is it true that outsiders can't get that piece at all? But old ancestor, no one will believe me even if I say this matter. He'll definitely slaughter the whole clan. There's no harm. I've buried means in the Chen clan, and the grand formation is enough to withstand anyone below a human emperor. Chen Xiu spoke with a domineering air. Great formation? Jun Chen was stunned. He had never even heard of his own grand formation having this strength. Wasn't that just a plain old spirit gathering and increased spell formation? If it really was as strong as the old ancestor said, the Chen family would definitely not have been destroyed in the previous life. What? The Chen clan's oldest ancestor frowned. Is it hard to believe that it's been lost? Chen Jun thought to himself that this was the only possibility. As the first son of the first line, Chen Jun had not yet heard of it. It was obviously lost. That's just it. Listen up. I'll pass on the method to you. The silhouette mouthed the words, expounding on the inner core and essentials of the entire family formation. When I first chose this place to establish my family, it was because I valued the horrifying containment power of the ground, and it took half of my life's work to combine the family's grand formation with the ground's containment power, and I can't imagine that it was only 10,000 years ago that it was lost. A vast dharma fluctuation flowed and surged into Jun Chen's mind. The sheer volume of information made him instantly even feel like he was going to be knocked out. This information was too vast. And although it was only a formation-activated spell, it was at an extremely high level, not at all inferior to practicing a high-grade spirit art. Chen Jun, who had quickly accepted all the information, had a shocked face and a look of disbelief. 10,000 years of Yunli. I'm afraid that when it's activated, it can directly kill the Grand Elder in seconds. There is bound to be a secret at the bottom of this ground. It is by no means unusual for the fluctuation of immanent power to be so vast, only that I was unable to peer into it even at the level I was at back then. Chen Xiu's figure was becoming more shallow little by little. Obviously the fragments were going to be unable to support the convergence of spiritual wisdom. He looked at Jun Chen. You have the means to reunite the souls of the dead. There is hope for the revival of the family. He naturally understood the horrifying significance of this tactic. Not to mention anything else, just the legacies and supreme treasures of those dead great powers were enough to cultivate a supreme powerhouse. The thing I buried deep in the ground is called the Heaven's Rules. You can take it out and turn it into your own when you've fended off a great enemy. Chen Xiu's figure dimmed to the point where it was almost completely transparent, and at the last moment, he informed Jun Chen of the method to take out the heavenly rules. The fragments just completely dissipated into the heavens and earth, and Chen Xiu's figure completely disappeared. Chen Jun was excited in his heart. With this great formation in his hands, he would definitely be able to defend himself against a great enemy this time. Then, not caring what his father wanted to say, he ran back to his own courtyard in a huff and began to concentrate on practicing the catalytic method of the Great Formation. Unusual low-grade formations could actually be activated with just a spiritual infusion, while this level of terrifying spells required a special method to activate, no less than practicing a spiritual art. 3 days should be enough. 5. Can you even misremember this? The Dharma in his mind could not be described in words, so this Dharma could only be practiced by Jun Chen. Otherwise, with Chen Jun's urbane nature, he must have thrown the Dharma to his father to cultivate and hide behind his old dad to get away with it. Hurrying back to the house, he instructed his maid to take Lin Shujing for a good spin in the next 2 days. Tell her that I've had a sudden realization and am preparing for a breakthrough, so I'll accompany her to see the scenery in a couple of days. Chen Jun thought that the supreme treasure Tianzi, you don't have to think about it. Any you turn the Chun house upside down also can't get it. After taking care of his daily business, Jun Chen locked himself in his room and began to silently realize the Dharma. Yun Li. Legendary Earth Mother's power. Each strand weighs as much as 10,000 pounds. In the middle of this, the Grand Elder had come and returned from the Lin family with all the anger he had to teach Father Chen a lesson. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. If the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. After a few sticks, Chen's father's face was swollen like a pig's head. The Great Elder, who was not relieved after teaching Chen father, still wanted to come and give Chen Jun a lesson, but silently sensing that Chen Jun was indeed practicing some kind of Dharma, also gave up on that idea. Count on you to be a bit motivated and know how to practice. 2 days passed by in a flash, and Chen Jun, who had been practicing in the room for a full 2 days without closing his eyes, finally let go of his heart at this moment. I'll be able to comprehend it soon, and I'll definitely be able to catalyze the grand formation tomorrow. The only problem is that my current realm is too low. At most I can only catalyze this grand formation to send out a few strikes, and I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough, you'll have to forcefully burn your body. On the other hand, Lin Shuang searched for 2 full days and found nothing. It's impossible that I couldn't find anything strange with my previous life's means of probing. Could it be that my realm is too low right now? It seems that supreme treasure is not destined for me. After 2 days of nothing, she thought to herself that she could not linger any longer. Tomorrow that terrifying powerhouse will descend on the Chun family, and when that time comes, the Chen family will be directly bloodied, and it will be a death to stay here now, leaving without saying goodbye. But this teenager is a good person, so I'll take him with me. Lin Shuang thought for a moment and decided to save Jun Chen's life. He had tasted the coldness and warmth of the people in his previous life in just 3 months since he was reborn, and among so many people he had met, only this teenager treated himself so purely and wanted to do good for himself. What kind of a monk is such a person if he doesn't save himself? Thinking on the side, she came to the door of Chen Jun's room and she knocked on the door. Can Mr. Chen take me out to roam around for a bit? It's really a bit stuffy being in the Chen mansion all these 2 days. Chen Jun's voice came from inside the house. I still have a bit of comprehension left to complete. Miss Lin, go out and roam around on your own first. I'll look for you tomorrow. He thought to himself that this Lin Shuyao's heart was okay, not directly ignoring himself. If you don't leave today, you'll be dead tomorrow. Mr. Chen will accompany me. At this moment, many people outside Chen Jun's house were passing by, and when they heard such words, they all looked contemptuous. You don't even look at yourself to see if you're worthy of Jun Chen? The rejection just now has been so clear, and you're still here so shamelessly trying to climb the ladder. I told you that Big Brother must have just gotten carried away before. Miss Chen Chi's eyes were full of light. Big Brother couldn't even look at me, so how could he possibly like that measly Lin Shuang? You? Chen Laobai looked at his sister's 200-pound body. If you say so, it's so. Inside the room, Chen Jun knew that Lin Shuang was trying to save his life with good intentions. He thought about getting up and opening the door. I do have something to do, so you can just wander around on your own for a while. Ms. Lin. The heartfelt voice of his fiancée in his head rang out again. How do I tell you that you're going to die if you don't leave with me? Just one day. Just spare one day for Mr. Chen. Chen Jun thought to himself, I will stay here for a day and save the family. You can play any way you want. It really doesn't work. You're going to hell in a handbasket? Lin Shuang was speechless. She looked blearily at the teenager in front of her and really didn't know what to do. I'll secretly knock him out and take him out at night? Looks like it'll have to be this way. Side thought she was just about to leave when suddenly the sky darkened in an instant. The sky, which was originally cloudless, was now overcast with clouds, and day had suddenly entered night. What's going on? A solar eclipse? That's not right either. Soon everyone knew the answer. A terrifying aura pressed horizontally. At this moment everyone in the entire Chen family trembled. A kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts surged up. This was the terrifying pressure emanating from a great power that had surpassed them by an unknown number of life levels. It was trembling. A figure was gradually revealed in the dark clouds. Its face blurred and unreadable. He looked towards the Chen clan, then casually destroyed the statue of the Chen clan's ancestor with a single strike. The Chen family, long overdue for destruction. The voice was cold and indifference, with a faint exultation, looking at the crowd of the Chen family as if they were looking at ants. Terrifying spiritual pressure a show. The Chen family at the moment the realm of the lower directly cannot withstand. The body of the spiritual energy was induced. Scrambled around instantly burst the body. Panicked screams instantly resounded throughout the entire Chen mansion. They had never seen such a sight before. And at this moment, each and every one of them pissed their pants in fear. Ah! Screams erupted and the crowd was in disarray. The Chen mansion was scrambling around, and there were silhouettes taking to the air to decapitate the incoming people. But it turned out that many of them couldn't even take to the air under the natural suppression of their spiritual power. It was a great disparity in strength that could not even be resisted. Chen Jun, on the other hand, looked at Lin Shujing with eyes full of shock. Didn't you say 3 days? It's only been 2 days. Why are you here? Then he heard Lin Shuyi's heart. Oh no! Someone cut across one day of history in the first year of Jiang Neo. That day disappeared from the world. I forgot about it. The time for this great power to destroy the Chen family is today. Not tomorrow. Her eyes were filled with despair. Didn't this mean she was going to die too? She had returned from rebirth and ended up dying because she remembered the wrong time of day? She was too unwilling. It's all the fault of that being that made that day disappear from the entire history for some secret, causing my memory to be skewed. Then he looked at Jun Chen and realized that the man's gaze was different. Is he upset? Because he got me into trouble? How can this man think of me at the end of his life? This teenager. At this moment, Lin Shuang's heart trembled slightly. She had never seen a teenager like this before. Even though he had seen countless strong and proud people in his previous life, none of them had the pure heart of this teenager in general. With such a Taoist heart, the future is destined to be extraordinary. Lin Shuang didn't realize that what Chen Jun was thinking in his mind was, you can even remember this wrong? I was so close to fully comprehending the Great Formation. As a result, you're telling me that you remembered it wrong. He was chagrined that he came so close. No, there's a chance. There must be a chance. 6, I can add points. Without thinking about it, Chen Jun re-entered the house and continued practicing the Great Formation sect with his eyes closed. Give me 2 hours. 2 hours and I'll be able to comprehend. His head was covered in cold sweat, and he was tense to the core at the moment. The strongest members of the family all rose up in the air, and the Grand Elder had a terrifying power around him, his eyes burning. What kind of person dares to speak so loudly about destroying my Chen family? The silhouette looked at the Chen family's Grand Elder and snorted. The highest realm is only a mere half-step of a human king. The Chen family is indeed already in decline. Side said casually, a finger pointing out. Red light shooting. In the Grand Elder's eyes rapidly enlarged. Power introverted but incomparably surging. As if the next moment to break through everything. This finger point came. The Grand Elder's body was surrounded by crazy surges of spiritual energy. Golden armor surfaced on his body. He had never flowed to such an extent. And the armor's brilliance almost blinded one's eyes. The finger's shadows slammed into the armor. Under the sharp sound of gold and iron clanking together, the Grand Elder only felt a huge force surging in, and was simply unable to resist it. The entire person was instantly thrown away, heavily smashed directly into the Chen clan's underground. It's not simple. Actually didn't die, only suffered some minor injuries. The silhouette was quite surprised. It's not easy for a half-step human king to make it this far. At this time, the Great Elder was full of horror, just under the strike where he still did not know. The family is afraid that today will be extinguished and forgotten. The clan did have depth and terrifying means, yet they were certainly not even enough to face the silhouette. That supreme treasure, Heaven Breaker, would at most increase one's power by another 10%, and the underlying ferocious beasts were not at all a match for this being in front of them. The first thing that came to mind at this moment was those clan juniors, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice. Chen Jun, Chen Guanluan, Chen Zhua, you go quickly. In my room there is a secret passage to the underground. Live. The corners of the eyes of Jun Chen, who was ceaselessly attending to his enlightenment, could not help but heat up. That's probably how he survived in his previous life, right? The Grand Elder had bought time for himself and the others with his death, but perhaps he had been shocked by the fluctuations underground, and his former self had ended up injuring his roots. He closed his eyes, knowing by looking at the situation in front of him that it would never last 2 hours. 2 hours with that kind of power? It would be a miracle if the Grand Elder could last a quarter of an hour. While thinking about it, Chen Jun subconsciously looked at the system again. Host, Jun Chen. Realm, blood-changing realm. Energy, 102. Ha! When did I get energy points? Chen Jun was stunned. Could it be obtained from cultivation? Or was it obtained from physical realization of the Dharma? There was no time to ponder on these things at this time. He realized that after having energy, those sections of the system interface could be tapped. After thinking about it, he modified the realm to Human King Realm. Modification failed. Insufficient energy. Chen Jun wasn't discouraged and didn't have much hope per se, to be able to modify it so easily. One proceeds to modify it to Invincible. His eyes quickly skimmed over the entire system panel as he looked at the attributes. Talent, 19. Gnosis, 11. Dao Xin, 1. Degree of compatibility between heaven and earth, 4. They were all nebulous. Things that existed in legends, but there was no way to confirm them exactly. And at this time, they were actually numericalized here in the system. Jun Chen pondered for a moment. Talent should refer to cultivation talent. That is, the speed of realm advancement and the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The heart of the way should be the heart toward the way. And one has little yearning for the way now, which means that the rumored heart of the way is not firm. With a value of 1. Nothing wrong with it. As for the degree of compatibility between heaven and earth, it is not clear what it is. There are a couple more descriptions below that are equally unreadable. After thinking about it, what he needed most right now should be enlightenment, i.e. the ability to comprehend spiritual arts, formations, and so on. Tap the plus sign furiously without thinking. 10 energy expended. Plus 1. 10 energy expended. Plus 1. 10 energy expended. Plus 1. Tap it 10 times to use up the energy. 100 points of energy consumption dried up the police, and Gnosis soared from 11 to 21, nearly doubling. At this moment, Jun Chen felt his mind clearer than ever before, a feeling as if his intelligence had soared, surging in, unimpeded. All the doubts in his mind about the Grand Formation were suddenly solved at this moment. The Grand Formation that originally required 3 days to comprehend. I now only need 1.5 days. All of the issues that I was entangled in before are clear at this point. Enlightenment was directly doubled, and the effect was immediate. At this moment, having once again flowed through the Grand Formation gates in his mind, Chen Jun had completely understood. The questions that could not be answered by previous agonizing thoughts were so clear at this moment. With a thought in his head, the entire clan seemed to be in control at this moment. That's the underground containment power. A feeling of being in control of everything in the world instantly surged. And at this moment, Chen Jun clearly felt that in this side of heaven and earth, he was a god. The powerful force was almost intoxicating, and such a terrifying force would inevitably be lost outright if one was not steadfast within. Chen Jun took a deep breath. In the family sphere he now possessed the terrifying strength of raising his hands, and every move he made was unly. Looking around at the moment, everyone in the clan was frantically fleeing. The scene of the Grand Elder's tragic defeat in one blow made everyone not dare to harbor the slightest illusion. At this moment, what else could they do besides fleeing? Yes, there is that too, and that is begging for forgiveness. Many were already on their knees, crying and begging the silhouette in mid-air to let them go. At this time, the silhouette in mid-air was somewhat surprised. How come this Chen family has no means at all? Did Qin Xiu really leave nothing behind back then? As far as he could see, there was nothing that could pose a threat to him. At this time, he could already see that the long knife in the Grand Elder's hand was a special supreme treasure, and he could also see that there was a ferocious beast dormant in the family's forbidden land. Yet just these 2 pieces of underpinnings? It was too weak. It was a joke that a once first-class family was actually left with only 2 kinds of underpinnings by now. He looked down. Well, the Chen family has indeed fallen from grace. Just those 2 people who can still be considered geniuses. On the other side, Jun Chen slowly got up. The words of his fiancée reappeared in his mind. I've discovered a secret passage in the past 2 days. I have to live with him. Lin Shuang thought as she took Chen Jun's hand. Come with me. There's still a chance to live. Jun Chen laughed. Our Chen family has the means. Don't believe me. I don't believe you. If you really had the means, you wouldn't have been exterminated in your previous life. However, just as the thought started, Lin Shuyao froze. A force so strong that it was shuddering shot out from the ground, and the terrifying might seem to be tearing the heavens apart. A trace of astonishing power meteoric fall generally went straight to the silhouette in midair. At this moment the silhouette finally leaked out an unprecedented amount of gravity as he watched this strike with his pupils shrinking slightly. Sure enough, there are underlying means. Chen Xiu's strength in that year was so strong that he suppressed a generation of people from the imperial dynasty. So he really did have means even after he died. The power rushed through the curfew, and in an instant, it had reached his eyes, and he shouted loudly, his spiritual energy running wildly around his body. 7. Playing God. In the face of such a terrifying strike, even with his realm, he did not dare to be careless. Brilliant cyan light condensed as he pointed out with a finger, colliding with the yunli that rushed out from the ground. A mountainous and vast power pressed across, obviously just a wisp of chi, but it weighed as much as 10,000 pounds. The green-colored light was instantly and directly shattered. Then the remaining momentum of this wisp of chi unabated heavily bombarded the man's body, and he only felt that this power was going to directly shatter everything in him. How is it possible? Instantly revealing horror on his face, he went mad and madly flowed his spiritual energy. A horrifying pressure swept over him, and the entire Chen mansion rumbled and shook. Sound was annihilated in the silent collision. Then the silhouette coughed up blood and fell out directly in midair. He was horrified beyond words. Is there still an old monster in the Chen mansion? I'm afraid that such a terrifying power has cultivated a certain imperial art to the extreme. The power of the grand formation was ethereal. And of course he did not realize that it was actually Jun Chen who had activated it, or else he would have been able to kill Jun Chen with just a thought. Or is Chen Xiu, this old bastard, still alive? Impossible. The figure thought a lot the moment his body tumbled out. Why has no one gone to destroy the Chen family to get that supreme treasure for so long? Previously, he had always thought that it was because everyone else was unaware of this news, but now it seemed clear that it was because the Chen family was still hiding some old monster. At this time, his heart couldn't help but regret a little. The first time he got the news he came here was really hasty. I should have known to observe for a while first. At this moment, Chen Jun looked at the silhouette in midair. The chi and blood in his body was churning, and his internal organs were ruptured. Just by urging a strand of the underground embodied power just now, it already felt like his entire body was going to crack. The load of the grand formation was too heavy, so heavy that an inadvertent mistake at Chen Jun's realm would be crushed to death by the backlash. At this moment, he raised a strong breath. Taking advantage of this person's effort to flip out, he wanted to directly take this person's life, or scare this person to the point of chilling from now on, not daring to hit the Chen family's idea again. Otherwise, once the figure reacted, the next step would be dangerous. Must play God. The body resonated with the earth, and another ray of terrifying power shot out, and in the eyes of the silhouette, all that could be seen was another strand of power pressing across the void. How is it possible? Could it be that such a terrifying prodding doesn't even require calming the fluctuations in spiritual energy? He was 10,000 times confused. Such a terrifying power looked like a casual strike thrown out directly. And, after 2 strikes, he surprisingly didn't even realize who it really was. It just felt as if it came from the ground. He could vaguely sense a space where power raged. The Chun clan's old monster has been hiding underground? A reasonable theory came to mind. But he could think of nothing else. What else? Chen Xiu's legacy means? Then this means is too strong. At this time, the spiritual energy around his body surged to an unprecedented level. The spiritual arts flowed under his feet, and the sound of thunder could be heard in the vague. This was his famous stance that he had been practicing for a long time, thunder walk. Practicing to the peak level was no different from the speed of thunder and lightning. The figure shifted, yet even as fast as this it was overpowered by the wisp of breath. The whole person seemed to be directly slapped flat and torn to pieces. And countless pills appeared in his hands and were madly stuffed into his mouth and a brain to maintain his vitality. Carrying the majestic power hard, he flickered a few times and disappeared into the sky as if he had been swatted away and as if he had fled, leaving behind traces of blood. At this time we still care about what the image of a high person. The previous moment's arrogance and indifference, as if all the people's mole cricket's posture this moment was directly torn to shreds. At this point, he had already decided in his heart that there was another old monster in the Chen mansion. Rumor has it that Chen Xiu sealed his son away. So it's true. I hate it. Once a person finds a reasonable explanation for something unreasonable, he or she will recognize it in the back of his or her mind. At this point, he was sure that Chen Xiu's son was not dead. Fleeing rapidly, he didn't dare to linger at all at this moment. Those 2 strikes had directly scared him out of his wits. Too fast. Too scary. On the other side, after some rabbit fights, the entire Chen mansion was silent. Things were moving so fast that many people didn't react. Just now, the Grand Elder had all lost miserably in one blow. So how could there suddenly be some kind of power that killed the silhouettes to the point that they fled in succession? Saved? The great elder was equally dumbfounded. He had originally planned to self-detonate to buy time for the people in his clan to escape, but as a result, the grandeur of his heart had just risen, and he actually told me that I don't need it? He looked around, then to the ground. In the senses, the power was coming from the ground. The mind recalled the genealogy and thought of a few rumors. It was the old ancestor. It was the old ancestor who saved us. That's right. It must be the old ancestor. The second elder shouted along. Such terrifying power was definitely at the level of the old ancestor. Or his son, who was at the level of an ancestor anyway. While saying that, the second elder bowed his head, banging his head several times to the spot in the center ground. He shouted under his breath, "Old ancestor, the Chen mansion needs you. Old ancestor." This kowtowing together. Soon the third elder, the fourth elder and so on also directly bowed their heads. "Many thanks, old ancestor." "Thank you, old ancestor." Banging and kowtowing sounds rang out, shaking up the Chen mansion. Chen Jun stood in the crowd and saw that his father, who was not far away from him, was also about to kowtow, so he hurriedly went over and helped him up. "There's no need, Dad. Old ancestor. My ass. It's your son. Me. How come the whole clan kowtows to me? It's just a matter of other people. But it's not okay for your mom and dad to kowtow to you. There's a saying in this world that parents who kowtow to their sons lose their lives. One kowtow loses 30 years of life. What's wrong with kowtowing to the old ancestors? Be grateful." Chen father frowned, and as he pulled Chen Jun, he pressed Chen Jun's head to kowtow a few times with a thump. "You kowtow for me." Chen Jun wanted to cry. There are still kowtowing to themselves? Touch your forehead. It's bleeding. Is Dad here to retaliate? You still haven't forgotten about being beaten to a pulp by the Grand Elder at this hour? The entire Chen mansion at this time revealed the celebration of survival after the robbery. Many people collapsed on the ground, just a moment ago experienced between life and death. Many people were soaked in cold sweat through their clothes. The one person who was still relatively calm in the entire room was Lin Shuyao, who was frowning at this moment. What's going on? There's no such person in my past life. She remembered clearly that the Chun clan was destroyed and only a few geniuses survived. Among them, Chen Jun's foundation was also shattered by the aftermath and he became a waste. After this, the Chen family quickly disappeared completely, becoming a passing cloud in the eastern sea county. In this life, what changed to cause the Chen family not to be overthrown? Lin Shuya began to think. The biggest variable is naturally me, but it's safe to assume that this has nothing to do with me. So what else has changed? Her fluttering eyes skimmed over Chen Jun. Just now, she had been grabbing Chen Jun's hand to pull him to the underground chamber to save her life. How do I remember that when the first strand of power surged, Jun Chen's body seemed to suffer some sort of backlash? 8. Achievement Panel. Brainstorming. Lin Shuya was basically about to touch the truth of the incident in just a few short sentences of speculation. Listening to his fiancée's heartfelt words, Chen Jun's heart tightened. "Don't you talk nonsense. I'm not. He didn't want anyone to know about it because there was no way to explain it. And if it got out it was likely to lead to unnecessary trouble. There's an old Chinese saying about being bored and getting rich." The two men's eyes touched, and Chen Jun subconsciously dodged. Ed. It should be him, but how could this teenager have such a means? Lin Shuang was puzzled in 100 ways. He could be sure that Chen Jun was only in the blood transformation realm. Definitely not some old monster pretending to be one or how. Watching this scene, Lin Shujing tilted her head. Forget it. It doesn't seem like it's him. After the entire audience bowed to the old ancestor, the Grand Elder quickly arranged for the destroyed buildings of the Chen family to be restored to their original state. Seeing that the old ancestor didn't come out from the ground, the Grand Elder couldn't help but feel sorry. If the old ancestor had come out, the Chen family would have had a chance to re-enter the ranks of the first-class families in the dynasty. In his heart, Chen Jun slandered. Come on, think of such good things. After all, it was a big family. And once the matter was over, the Chun family quickly returned to its previous state. And the person who begged for forgiveness at the time was chastised. Jun Chen, meanwhile, won the co-ed doubles. In Chen's father's room, screams rang out one after another. Ah, ouch. Mother, I was wrong. Gently, Dad, stop fighting. Jun Chen's means were simply not enough in front of his parents. And even though they were in the same realm, they were powerless. The light of the spiritual art in his hands flickered like small flames. And the one in his parents' hands was the blazing sun. After a round of beatings, Chen's mother, who had quite a hint of a girlish temperament, spoke slowly and fiddled with the ring in her hand. Know where you're wrong? I shouldn't have said I was going to marry Lin Shujing. Chen Jun thought to himself, if I don't say anything, our Chen family will be finished. However, Mother Chen shook her head. Your father and I will not interfere with who you marry. Chen's father nodded, agreeing with his wife's words. Beating you is because you are capricious. Even if you really want to marry Lin Shujing, you can't disgrace the Grand Elder in front of outsiders. Father Chen touched his face, which hadn't yet lost its swelling. If the Grand Elder is disgraced, your father's face and mine will be swollen for days. Chen Jun was assisted by his maid to open from his old dad's room, his wrists pillowed with soft putty, and subconsciously glanced twice at the system. Host, Chen Jun. Realm, round body realm. Energy, 102. The two strands of breath resonance scrubbing from the earth base embodied force just now directly scrubbed Chen Jun's circumference blood veins, and he smoothly stepped from the ninth sky of the blood transformation realm into the first sky of the circular body realm. It was important to realize that it was 10,000 years of Yunli, and even just resonating with Jun Chen's body already had a notable effect. If it was truly a direct wash of Yunli, the human king realm wouldn't be able to withstand it, and Jun Chen would directly explode and die. The round body realm was the last of the 5 major realms of the physical body. It is an important realm to consolidate the first 4 realms and to knead and perfect the physical body to bring the results of the 4 realms into one. This step was related to the strength of the physical body, the majesty of the foundation, and more importantly, the type of Dao tire that could be molded when one shed his or her body, and thus was usually seen as the realm that determined the upper limit of the future. What surprised and amazed Chen Jun was not that he had just raised a level of realm, but how the energy had somehow appeared again. He remembered very clearly that the 100 points were definitely used up. Tapping on the achievement panel while thinking about it, Chen Jun was instantly enlightened. At this point the achievement panel lights up with 2 panels. For the first time, experiencing the joys of the system. Are you happy? Gained bonus energy 100. Behind the scenes, wouldn't it be nice to be a big man behind the scenes and be worshipped? Behind the scenes, wouldn't it be nice to be a big shot behind the scenes and be worshipped? For the first time, this achievement according to the description should be the first time you reunite your residual thoughts. When the 100 energy came from that. And this, being behind the scenes, should mean pretending behind the scenes without going in front of the stage. While thinking about it, joy flooded his heart. Previously, I felt that the achievement panel was a mess, and I was distracted by the fact that it was densely packed with so many achievements to look at. Now that he had discovered the amazing effects of the energy, the densely packed achievement looked incomparably exciting to Chen Jun. Manifestation in front of people, pretend to be a teenager. Can gain energy 100? 1 against 10, I'll fight 10. Can gain energy 100? 1 against 100, come on. 100 for me to practice. Can gain energy 1000? Chen Jun roughly skimmed through it. The harder the achievement, the more energy points he could obtain. Shameless, people with a cheek thickness of more than 60%. Can gain energy 100? Very shameless, people with more than 70% cheek thickness. Can gain energy 500? The king of human cheeks, you are the god of the cheeky world. Can gain energy 50,000? Browsing through the entire achievement panel, he found that the highest one could gain a full 100,000 energy points. A man must be hard on himself, self-immolation. Can gain energy 100,000? Chen Jun subconsciously glanced at his little brother. After cutting him, I should be invincible. The maid was supporting Chen Jun. Well, what's wrong with young master? Below? Will not it? Edge thought his cheeks scarlet, and the softness rubbed off again. While returning to his house to recuperate, Chen Jun began to study the achievement panel, and soon discovered that some achievements seemed like they were seemingly difficult, but were actually quite easy. Early the next morning, he went to the guest room to find Lin Shujing when he was almost healed. Miss Lin, I'm almost healed. Let's go for a walk. Yes, let's go to East Ocean City first. East Sea City was the capital city of East Sea County, covering tens of thousands of hectares of land. It was incredibly prosperous and not far away. The reason why Jun Chen wanted to go there was to brush up on his achievements. The two of them boarded the carriage and drove the precious steed, running for less than a quarter of an hour before arriving at Donghai City. Young Master Chen is here. The city gate guards greeted from afar. Jun Chen nodded and entered the city, wandering around with Lin Shujing. When he saw a beggar on the road, Chen Jun threw down a couple of silver. Master, take it and buy some food and clothes. The silver production in this world was high, so the value wasn't great, but it was enough to start a month's worth of buns. There are a lot of people begging in Donghai City, but in the middle of the morning Chen Jun has thrown more than 10 taels of silver. Lin Shuya couldn't help but speak up and ask, what are you doing? Lin Shuang froze, if you're poor, you're alone, but if you're rich, you can help the world? Good writing. What a lofty state of life. She instantly felt again that this teenager in front of her must be extraordinary in the future. In reality, she didn't know that Chen Jun was here to brush up on his achievements. Another important reason is, I, Jun Chen, have read 102 novels in my previous life. and beggars have appeared a total of 73 times in these novels, of which a full 62 times beggars are hidden bigots. It's only a couple of silver dollars. What if I run into a hidden big shot too? What's not to like about impressing the big man for a silver dollar or two? 9. What's wrong with drilling a hole in the system? Chen Jun's heart was clanking with little calculations. He looked at every beggar and thought the man was not simple. The figure is stout and powerful. This beggar must have cultivation. Hale and hearty. This old man could be a big shot. Eyes of light. There is simply a hidden talent among the beggars. With this thought in mind, any way you look at it, these people are collectively hidden bigots, throwing in a few dozen taels of silver. A little act of kindness in the achievement panel was reached, gaining 100 points of energy. The onlookers and others praised. Young Master Chen is truly kind-hearted. Yeah, not like those dudes that look at us guys all high and mighty. Chen Jun was slightly embarrassed and distributed a little more silver with his hands. Then he headed straight to the south of the city to the largest primary cultivation plaza in East Ocean City. For a big family like the Chun family, there were specialized places for cultivation within the family, while for ordinary people who were poor, they would need to go to the free cultivation plaza in the city for cultivation. At this time, there were thousands of teenagers in the primary cultivation square merchants of East Ocean City. Most of them were no more than 10 years old, each with a childish face, sweating hard as they were refining their bodies. Chen Jun's appearance didn't attract much attention, but it was Lin Shuang who attracted a lot of attention. This big sister is so pretty. God, it's beautiful. Lin Shuang's face was as cold as ever as she looked at Jun Chen. What are you doing here? A bottle of marrow felling pill, a bottle of bone forging pill, and a bottle of body refining pill appeared in Chen Jun's hand, and then he threw them into the air as the sound exploded within the cultivation field. Kids, today Big Brother is here to give out benefits. Later on, I will enter the very center of the square, and as long as any of the people present can hit me, these pills will all be distributed to you, Chen Jun said as he leaped into the very center of the cultivation field, and the surrounding area was densely packed with countless children. At this moment these people were like hungry wolves seeing a fat sheep. You can get so many elixirs just by hitting it? One sentence ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The moment Chen Jun had just landed on the ground, a child swept in with a leg that carried a green-colored light. Although he was young, he had surprisingly initiated a low-grade spirit art with a hint of battle power. In the face of this leg sweep, Chen Jun lightly swayed and easily avoided, and then with a twist of his body in mid-air, several children who had rushed to the sky crashed together, and the attack likewise did not land on his body. As a round-body realm cultivator and a genius himself, although he hadn't practiced much in the way of body-spirit techniques, it could be too easy to face these kids. With a few flashes of effort, the 1 against 10 of the achievement panel in his head lit up. Chen Jun laughed. The description of 1 against 10 is very sketchy. It does not say that you have to fight the same realm. I fight 10 children is not also 1 against 10. Similarly, 1 against 100 and 1 against 1,000 are the same. Give me 100, 1,000 kids. Chen Jun even wanted to make a bold statement. I'm going to hit 10,000. Drilling a hole in the system puts one in a rather pleasant mood. There are 1,000 people in front of us. This is a fortune. After this wave of achievements is swiped, you won't have to do it for at least a short while, and there are definitely enough achievements to add points to be able to add vomit to yourself. As he thought about indulging in a beautiful fantasy, spiritual energy flowed around him. These children's movements were full of loopholes in Chen Jun's view. Even though there were 1,000 people here, it was impossible to hit him or even touch the corner of his coat. Of course, the elixir was not something he would be petty about, and he would hand it out no matter what the final result was. The reason for mentioning the color is to get these kids a little passionate. Where else would the 1,000 people attacking in unison towards themselves come from? And where would they be able to complete the achievement? The dexterity of his body was so incomparable that he kept dodging, and with a casual blow of his sleeve the wind lifted a group of people over and sent them flying backwards. In a few moments, 1 against 100 was completed. Lin Shuyao watched the scene from afar. Why is this Chen Jun so strange? Can't figure out what he's thinking. Lin Shuyao looked away. Jun Chen's spiritual arts and tactics naturally seemed clumsy to her. It's just a very ordinary heaven-stage spiritual art, cultivated to the level of great completion, but it's also too weak. His talent seems to be very strong indeed. It's improving at a rate visible to the naked eye. Because of the increase in enlightenment, Jun Chen discovered many of his previous problems during the process of casting his spirit arts and quickly gained improvement. The level of his spirit arts progressing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Little by little he continued to realize it physically, his mind continuing to add to the energy he had received. Energy consumed 10. Gnosis plus 1. Energy consumed 10. Gnosis plus 1. After ordering for a while, so as not to get sidetracked, he ordered more talents. Consume energy 10. Talent plus 1. Consume energy 10. Talent plus 1. After tripling his talent, Chen Jun realized that his every move, hand and foot, and even when he breathed, he vaguely felt like he was absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Outrageous. In the past, I only felt like this at the early stages of practicing running gong methods. But now, with just the natural breathing method, I vaguely feel that the fade aura is about to be absorbed. The increase in talent shocked Jun Chen. To absorb the heaven and earth aura must have gong method. Flow of gong method will absorb the aura, refining to enhance the realm. This is common sense. Also, therefore, gong method is extremely important. But now that he was on his own, there was even a faint feeling of having to inhale the spiritual chi of heaven and earth between breaths. Now with this talent I'll flow my gong cultivation again. Won't the speed of absorbing heaven and earth's aura be terrifying? Breathing all this effect, and then flow the gong method that shall not scare people to death. In an instant, his heart was on fire, and at this time, all of the energy points were used up, and after a few more several dodges by Chen Jun, 1 against 1,000, was reached. Chen Jun looked at it, and it was too far away from the number of 1 against 10,000. He got up and rushed into the sky. Alright, big brother won't play with you guys anymore. Don't grab one of these pills each. Distributing the pills, Chen Jun thought to himself that with his current talent he wouldn't need these pills to aid in his cultivation. Thank you, big brother. The children were instantly excited, and many of them even felt like crying. Obviously, he hadn't even touched the corner of Chen Jun's coat, but this big brother still gave such a valuable elixir to himself and the others just for nothing. These pills could save them months of hard work. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Some children from poor families even wanted to kowtow, but they were soothed by Chen Jun's force and did not kowtow. It doesn't have to be. Chen Jun quickly distributed all of the pills, and then he couldn't wait to get ready to flow his gungfu here to try out just how fast he was cultivating now. Quickly finding a secluded place with Lin Shuang, he sat down on his knees, the family's supreme technique appearing in his mind. This gong method was passed down from his ancestors. The entire family was the only one who could understand the cultivation. The gong method was of extremely high grade. Chen Jun's fleshly body fifth realm was relying on this gong method for cultivation. Qi arises from the dantian, whirls through the right kidney and descends to the right foot, and from the back of the foot back up under the right hypochondrium. Lin Shuyao poked around curiously. Ha! Something familiar. 10. Shadow Yang School of Treasure. The way this breath flowed, Lin Shuang vaguely felt as if she had seen it somewhere. Then before she could think much about it, she froze instantly. How did he absorb the aura of heaven and earth so fast? With Jun Chen as the center. At this moment, the aura was wildly coiling and accumulating, and was actually about to form a small storm. Chen Jun kept flowing the Dharma, a feeling of unimpeded joy surging through him. At the moment it was as if every pore around his body was crazily sucking in the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. That's what you call genius. Just now, with the crazy additions, the talent had come to 53, which was more than twice as much as before. Previously, although Chen Jun felt that his talent was indeed good, outperforming those siblings in his family, he could at most only be considered a heavenly pride of the East Sea County. And at this time, after adding points after the spiritual chi absorption and refining speed, their own talent can definitely be ranked in the entire Eastern continent. You can lay flat more comfortably later, as long as you add a few dozen more points. You are absorbing aura between every breath you take. You don't even need to deliberately cultivate. Even sleeping is cultivation. Why does this gong method always feel familiar? What is it? Lin Shuang opened her mouth and asked. What kind of gong method is this? It doesn't seem too common. It's my Chen family's secret technique, and I'm the only one who can comprehend it, so I'm the only one who practices it. Chen Jun had little defense, and he didn't believe that a reborn person and possible future empress would look at his own Dharma sect. If this Dharma was really so precious, his own family would have been trampled on countless times already. I'll tell you about it? Lin Shuang's eyes lit up. Good. Why does this person trust me so much? Could it be that he really fell in love with me at first sight? It is a pity that I am destined to be extraordinary in the future and cannot stay in the small East China Sea County. No. Bah. What am I thinking of here? Chen Jun's heart I have yet to come godless lord. Of course, reborn people had pride in their thoughts, and Chen Jun could well understand that. In his own rebirth, he would definitely not be able to look at mediocrity. Side thought to tell Lin Shujing about the exposition of the method. Shadow Yang first weight of heaven and earth Yang Qi. Aha! And so on. Upon hearing that first word, Lin Shuyao reacted. Was there a page missing from this spell when you practiced it? She remembered where she had seen this technique. At that time, she was already in the body of a human emperor, and had seen it at a relic, and was astonished at the time, unable to imagine that someone could create such a body refining method. This is the Shadow Sun Sex Town Code. the supreme gong method of the hierarchy. Chen Jun thought to himself that he only knew that this was something that his old ancestor had plucked from somewhere, and that it was now the highest grade of the family's gong fu. Feats were categorized into low, middle, and high ranks, and each rank was divided into 3 classes, upper, middle, and lower. Above the high rank was called a transcendent merit law, and above that it was called a heavenly rank merit law. By this point it was already beyond the ability of ordinary people to cultivate, and the so-called transcendental was something that ordinary people simply could not see or understand. As for the heavenly rank technique, even the entire Chen family could understand and learn only a handful of people. Above the heavenly rank was called the king rank technique, and above that it was called the emperor rank technique. The highest in the family was the king rank technique, and this technique was at least of the emperor rank according to the great elder's senses. Therefore, the grand elder had been very precious and had not revealed it, and up to now the family had only one person, Chen Jun, practicing. The reason why Chen Jun had revealed it was purely because he believed that the dignity and eyesight of a reborn person was something that Lin Shujing definitely couldn't see. Jun Chen nodded. It's true that the first page is missing, but it doesn't affect the cultivation. The grand elder speculated that the first page is just a general introduction. It doesn't have much of an impact. Bad, bad, bad. This teenager is ruined. Chen Jun, a flicker of trepidation appeared in his mind. How did I get wasted again? Didn't you just think that this spell was the Shadow Sun Sect's town code? Isn't the hierarchy supreme? Lin Shuaying spoke. You cultivate the Shadow Sun Sect's Zone code. Do you know that the Shadow Sun Sect went extinct more than 100,000 years ago? I don't know. Do you know why the Shadow Sun Sect went extinct? Chen Jun thought to himself. What else could it be for? No. It died out naturally. Natural extinction? This was a bit surprising to Jun Chen. The Shadow Sun Sect used to be the top existence in the entire continent, but it was only brilliant for a short time, and soon no one was willing to cultivate the Shadow Sun Sect's methods anymore, with fewer and fewer disciples until its eventual demise. Unsettling thoughts surged through Chen Jun's mind. The gatekeepers are getting fewer and fewer? He braced himself and asked, why? Guess what's written on the missing page of your kung fu? A guess crossed Chen Jun's mind and he felt a little unsteady. What's written? It's written, if you want to practice divine power, you need to self-circumcise first. As if there was a thunderclap in his ears, Chen Jun felt his legs soften and almost collapsed directly. It's not right. Definitely not right. He braced himself. But I didn't self-flagellate. And I also cultivated. You absolutely lied to me. A look of pity flashed across Lin Shuaying's face. The reason is simple. This gong method can be cultivated without self-cunnilingus. But cultivating to the end is no different from self-cunnilingus. Self-cunnilingus before cultivation can speed up the progress. Cultivation before self-cunnilingus is slower. The moment seemed like a thunderbolt. Chen Jun felt unable to accept it for a moment. What the fuck is this called? If you don't believe me, think back to your... Well, Lin Shuaying instantly flushed her cheeks. Oops, why are you still so shy? I can't go on at all. Although she had been relived, she was still just a young girl at heart, and Chen Jun froze at his words, then thought back. No wonder the original owner hadn't acted in the face of his maidservant for so many years. Fittingly, he was almost wasted. Moreover, whenever I practiced before, I always felt a hindrance in my lower body. Before, there wasn't enough enlightenment to notice any major anomalies. Now the enlightenment had increased more than 4 times to 50 points. So naturally he understood that there was a huge problem with the cultivation of this gong fu, and that the lower body had become an obstacle. Lin Shufei said to himself, the Shadow Sun Sect's treasure code requires self-cultivation. So soon there weren't many geniuses who were willing to worship this sect. So more than 100,000 years ago the Shadow Sun Sect's headmaster thought of a way. He distributed countless copies of the Shadow Sun Sect's treasure code, tearing off the first page of it through and through in hopes of having a genius accidentally get to embark on the path of cultivating this dharma. As long as one achieves success in practicing this dharma, one will inevitably go to the final path of self-circumcision. So this is also considered a means of passing on the fragrance of the Shadow Sun Sect. By now more than 100,000 years have passed, and no one knows the secret story anymore. In his heart, Chen Jun cursed that old master of the Shadow Sun Sect from more than 100,000 years ago 10,000 times. And people who are so doggy? You're a big man. Isn't it only right that your sect should become extinct? The tactic of ripping out the first page of the Dharma and passing it on is too cheap. I hashtag dollar at percent hashtag at an amp. All he felt was angina and he could barely stand. Will it work if I self-destruct my roots and recultivate my physical body? Jun Chen asked with a hint of anticipation. The Chen family's district fleshly body spells are simply not working. Nothing elixir can cure? Not that I know of. If there was the Shadow Sun Sect wouldn't have died out. I'll ask the Grand Elder to help me get rid of my Tao rhythms with his majestic spiritual power. Will that work? The Shadow Sun sect was nobly the top power in the continent back then, so how could it be possible to get rid of the Dharma sect as the treasure of the clan so easily? One sentence shattered Chen Jun's fantasies, and he almost opened his mouth in some despair to ask, "There's really no way out?" At this time in the mind, Lin Shuyi's heart voice once again sounded, "In fact, there is a way. But, should I tell him? Chen Jun, is there any hesitation at all? The success rate of this approach is too low, almost equal to zero, and telling him seems to be just giving him hope and making him despair for nothing." Chen Jun thought to himself, "I'm desperate as hell right now, so I'm really not that desperate. Is there nothing that can be done?" he asked eagerly. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment. "Yes there is, but, don't but it." Chen Jun's eagerness was written on his face. "Okay, have you ever heard of the body sage?" Of course. Chen Jun thought to himself that the name body sage was as loud as thunder, and it was impossible for anyone in the eastern continent not to know it. That was a superpower from hundreds of thousands of years ago, suppressing the generation horizontally. 11. Sacred Body Heritage Site. Lin Shuang said, "It is said that the body sage has achieved a truly flawless physical body, so if one can comprehend the body sage dharma, they will be able to complete the flawless remodeling of their physical body. But how difficult it is. In my previous life I had no luck after decades of enlightenment at the inheritance site of the body sage. Not to mention me, the emperors of the Great Xia dynasty have all been here before and failed to realize it. The body saint was synonymous with a peerless physical body, and it was said that he had extremely poor cultivation talent and relied on great perseverance to become a saint with his body. The place of his fall, the place where he had once been enlightened, formed an odd field of energy. With his fall site as the center point, the field radiated out for a full 100 kilometers. Within the range of the field, no matter what realm would be suppressed below the circular body realm, and would definitely not be able to break through the flesh body fifth realm. The further toward the center point, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. Even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the field was still the same as before, and even if a human emperor from the Great Xia dynasty came, he would not be able to break it, and would likewise have to be suppressed in his realm. And it was said that by observing the fluctuations and flow of the field, it was possible to realize the inheritance of the body sage if one was enlightened enough. The body sage had left all of his means in the fluctuations and changes of the field before he died, but hundreds of thousands of years after his death, no one had yet realized it. It was said that there was a complete inheritance at the very center, but no one had ever been able to walk to the very center and take out the inheritance. And when he heard this, Chen Jun steeply felt that he caught hope, and it seemed that there was a lot of hope. He froze for a moment, pondering. The remnants of his own ancestor can be reunited and brought together, so the body saints should be able to do the same. For others it relies on field projections. For yourself it doesn't seem to be necessary. It seems he doesn't have this confidence either. And indeed, no one has been able to realize it for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Shuyao opened her mouth while thinking. It's better to go and take a look. It's not far, and being able to hone your physical body within the body sage's field domain will also be of great benefit to you. You might be able to rely on the field's power to completely exclude the Daorim of the Shadow Yang Dharma sect, although unlikely, but it would indeed be a shame if this teenager was just ruined. Go! Chen Jun didn't want to babble for a second now. He didn't want his little brother to die. The two of them hurried out of the city and rode in the carriage to the East Continent's Qingquan County, which was the neighboring county to the East Sea County, and was the #1 county in the East Continent. The carriage departed and traveled a full night in a hurry. At night in the middle of nowhere there is no way. The two can only make up for it and squeeze in the van to sleep. I'm the future empress. How can I be crowded with people? I'm not sure if I want to go out and sleep, but I'm in this realm now, without the protection of the carriage's formation. This teenager, Chen Jun, didn't have the heart to care about this. His mind was now filled with his little brother. Hey, forget it. It's not like we're sharing a blanket. We're just sharing a room. It's fine. It's fine. Lin Shuang kept comforting herself in her mind. But will he, at night? No. No, no, he certainly doesn't have that kind of worldly desire right now. Blah blah blah. No wonder he has been so courteous these days and kept his distance from me. I thought it was because I was not charming enough, and I really thought too much. In the midst of tossing and turning, Lin Shuang fell into a deep sleep in the middle of the night, and when she woke up the next day, she found that the carriage was already rushing along again. Chen Jun's brows were furrowed, and despite being somewhat certain, there was still a hint of worry in his heart. On the way, Lin Shuang didn't bother much and cultivated silently by herself. After another full half a day of going over a mountain range, Jun Chen's gaze looked ahead. The golden light was brilliant, illuminating an extremely long distance. The top of the mountain range looked over far enough to see countless silhouettes sitting on their backs in the golden light, looking like a swarm of tiny ants. That's where the body sage fell and inherited his legacy. The range of golden light was the field, and as Jun Chen walked down the mountain range and approached from afar, he felt an oppressive force surging in. This was the oppression that naturally emanated from the death of the body sage. And under this kind of field Chen Jun felt that his body was undergoing extremely slight changes, and the strange power drilled into his body, subtly changing his body. Outside sat an uncountable number of densely packed figures, and his arrival went unnoticed by anyone. This is the super treasure land of flesh realm cultivation. Cultivating the flesh realm technique here because of the pressure of the body saint's might is twice as effective. So there is a sea of silhouettes. Jun Chen found a place to sit on his knees at the outermost perimeter and closed his eyes to silently sense. Fluctuation is indeed an inheritance, and it can be deduced through fluctuation. He had outstanding enlightenment now, so naturally he could easily tell. But to rely on the field's fluctuations to back-propagate the complete technique would be a fool's errand. I'm afraid I can't even add up to the limit of enlightenment. The power of such fluctuations in the periphery is small, and the transformation of the body is small. The more you press inward, the stronger it becomes and the more it transforms your body. Moreover, Chen Jun opened his system map and looked at it. He could only view a 10-kilometer radius now, and there wasn't even a single silhouette. And with the body saint fallen ground as the center, radiating out a field of hundreds of kilometers, it meant that one needed to go 90 kilometers forward. Jun Chen looked forward, and the vast majority of people were on the outermost perimeter. Roughly 30% can advance to the 10-kilometer range, while 90% are blocked to the 20-kilometer range. The furthest one seems to have gone 70 kilometers. It seems to be a woman? Lin Shuang's heart once again sounded, it's Yun Wishang that clip. Chen Jun was stunned. What was the clip? Does it look like they know each other? But at this point, there was no mood to think about it much. As Chen Jun got up and started walking towards the interior, the oppressive force at the very first position was very light, roughly equivalent to a 14-stage typhoon, and with Jun Chen's physical body, he felt nothing at all. However, under the effect of the odd power, Chen Jun vaguely felt that there were impurities to be expelled from his body again. The field fluctuation that shaped the flawless flesh body is really not bad. The grade of the gongfu he practiced was already very high, so it was reasonable that there shouldn't be so many impurities. While thinking about it he flew forward, dots of black liquid oozing out around him under the pressure, and in just a few moments he was within 20 kilometers of that line, which was where 90% of the population was blocked. It was only here that Chen Jun finally drew a bit of attention. So young? Young man, slow down. Remember not to try to be strong. You have to choose a place where your flesh is adapted to cultivate in order to be effective. Otherwise you will only hurt your foundation. A big bald man said kindly. In the past, it is not unheard of for people to rush forward. Have to choose the position of the physical body is difficult to withstand the practice of hammering the physical body, so that an inadvertent easily unable to complete the circumference of the condensation of the foundation of the injury. Yes, the stronger the oppression is indeed the better the cultivation effect, but we still need to find the most suitable position. Jun Chen nodded. Thanks for the reminder. For him, the position only just felt like a hindrance. It was only now that he felt the slightest stagnation in lifting his leg forward. The force in the air was impeding his progress. Thick and heavy. 12, so this is called a clip. There wasn't the slightest intention to linger. The Shadow Yang technique grade was too high, and Jun Chen's physical body wouldn't be strengthened much here. The stride continued, the heavy press of the field stepping forward. Hey you teenager, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. Someone snorted a couple times as they sat in a coiled position. There are a lot of teenage prides who come here, but they still have to come back here to train obediently in the future. In the midst of this there was a pudgy old beggar, but his eyes were solemn. You frog in the bottom of the well. Look at this teenager's feet are so solid. This place simply can't cause any hindrance to him. You? Hiss. Really? Now many people are coming to Spirit. Miss Yun Xiangshan went as far as 70 kilometers, a record for the last 100 years. How far do you think this teenager can go? I'll bet 40 kilometers on a bottle of blood-staining elixir. I'll bet with you on a middle-ranked spirit weapon. Chen Jun ignored the heavy discussion behind him as he quickly arrived at the 30-kilometer position, and this place was already giving him a hint of hardship. It couldn't be helped that although the original owner was somewhat talented but a dude, cultivation wasn't very serious at all, thus leaving a big hole. Damn, I still have to fill in the holes for you. I'm so stifled by this crossing. The body has been drenched in sweat. Every step feels like carrying a mountain forward. Hunchbacked under the pressure of gravity. Walking exceptionally difficult. It was the first time he'd known walking to be this difficult. Each step taken heavy. During such a walk, it felt like the physique was progressing at a noticeable rate, and the impurities around the body were constantly being expelled from the body. Chen Jun gritted his teeth, and for the sake of his little brother's happiness, used the remaining 90% of his energy to add some talent. Consume energy 10, talent plus 1, consume energy 10, talent plus 1, consume energy 10, talent plus 1. The energy gained from 1 against 1,000 was pretty much consumed at this point, and Jun Chen's talent came to a terrifying 78. It was only 19 at the time of the crossing, and now it is fully 4 times what it was at the time of the crossing. After adding points, at this time, between every move, he was absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and under the flow of the body saint field domain, such absorption became terrifying, and his progress was extremely swift. At this moment, with Jun Chen at the center, the power of the field was even gathering, as if it was specifically for him to cleanse his flesh. If someone was around Jun Chen, they could see that the power of the field here was focused on Jun Chen's body. Reaching the 30-kilometer position, Chen Jun rested for a moment. He sat on his knees and adapted to the oppressive force of the place for a while, then slowly got up and continued on. According to the physical strength of the pre-crossing body, going 50 kilometers is the limit. This was still due to the fact that the Shadow Yang technique was a supreme technique, so one could imagine how unprofessional the original owner was. The strength of a cultivator's physical body was usually determined by 2 aspects, the grade of the gongfu, and the degree of hard work in cultivation. Some people had average gong methods, but they were able to constantly polish a realm several times or even dozens of times, and their flesh strength and foundation were naturally outstanding. While thinking about moving forward slowly, breathing in and out around his body, every pore was being baptized. At 40 kilometers, there was a wail from behind. Apparently someone had lost a bet, and at this moment, Chen Jun had already attracted the attention of most of the entire audience. It's gone 40 kilometers. It's already not a bad talent. It should be a disciple of some great sect, really powerful. Such strength in the flesh at such a young age. Many people had envious eyes. This youngster had such a foundation at such a young age. His future was unlimited. There was almost nothing left where Chen Jun was at this point, and he acclimatized again for a few moments at the 40-kilometer mark, then stepped forward and hit the ground hard. Every step was now breathing heavily, and by 40 kilometers the power of the field had a tendency to liquefy. Those inexplicably flowing forces began to become viscous, incorporating into Chen Jun's body as he breathed in, frantically transforming his body as his fleshly body felt more and more flawless. But the only place that still hasn't changed much is at little brother. Relying on the field to get rid of it simply won't work. It's as if it doesn't exist there. A little chill could not help but well up in Chen Jun's heart. This gong method was too vicious. It's such a sinister society. Breathing heavily at the moment, he was sweating profusely all around, and in the midst of taking one step forward, some of the small dark wounds that were originally left behind in the previous realm were slowly being repaired. The original owner hadn't gone to the limit of every major realm, and didn't have the slightest awareness of being a genius. At this moment the realm that originally had not been taken to the extreme was flawed to make up for it, which was a terrifying means, and just this point alone the value of this domain was extraordinary. The body refining realm actually didn't have a complete hammering over the circumference. The bone forging realm's circumferential bones were only hammered once. The marrow felling was even more outrageous, far from the limit, and only the blood exchange realm was a complete success because of the resonance shuffling of the ground floor's immanent power. Chen Jun was really speechless to the original owner, leaving behind a mess that he had to clean up all by himself. After walking to the 50-kilometer position, only the young girl was left in front of Chen Jun. Chen Jun didn't rush forward. He silently sat down on his knees here, inhaling the heaven and earth's spiritual qi, which flowed in a specific way as the field changed, frantically trying to transform his body within his body. Just plopping down silently at 50 kilometers, he kept exhaling, relying on his strong enlightenment to bring his body more in line with the fluctuations of the field. After cultivating like this for a full 7 days, Jun Chen opened his eyes. My talent is too terrifying. It only took 7 days to repair all the dark wounds and hidden dangers from before, and now the first 4 levels of flesh realm polishing are flawless. Jun Chen looked at his body. His body under the radiant golden light hid an amazing power, as if there was a ferocious beast inside. The battle power has at least doubled. After the first 4 realms had all reached the limit of flawlessness, Jun Chen's battle power had naturally gained a spike, and now he was able to hit a sonic boom with a single blast of his fist without any flow of spiritual energy. But that's not enough to rejoice about. Little brother's life is important. He got up and moved forward again. The oppression at 50 kilometers was nothing after the first 4 weights had all reached extreme flawlessness. Taking one slow step forward, silently feeling the arcane fluctuations resonating with the field power that was already going liquid in the surrounding area. Someone who was here at this time would realize that this resonance was no longer able to get rid of the impurities in Jun Chen's body, as there were no more impurities in his body now. Walking slowly step by step, after another 2 days, he finally reached the 70-kilometer mark. The young girl who had been sitting cross-legged at the moment seemed to have suddenly realized something. She turned around, and in her eyes was surprise. Wow, little brother is so powerful. The voice seemed pampered and intimate. Chen Jun was stunned, and only then did he react to the fact that this was called a clip. A vivid description. It's like talking with your voice clamped on. It's a little bit crunchy, a little bit seductive, and a little bit green tea. 13. Sensation. The young girl in front of her looked a little younger than herself, with a googly egg face, a delicate face, eyes flickering, a ponytail, and a cute face. You're great too, Jun Chan responded politely. He thought to himself that this future should be a big shot as well, otherwise Lin Shuyao wouldn't know her. Since it's a big brother, it's certainly a good relationship. Chen Jun also discovered at this time that there was even a fluctuation of aura between this person's gulps and breaths. Not to the same extent as himself, but it's scary. Knowing that he had raised his talent 4 times to achieve this effect, it turned out that this person was even just a little bit worse than himself. No, he brother looks like he can still move forward. Maybe he can even go to the center and get the inheritance. But sister can only go as far as here. The voice was still pasty, as if she was pampering herself. Chen Jun laughed dryly twice. As a straight man is really not very adaptable. My name is Yun Wishong. I'm from the Yun family in the central state of the imperial dynasty. What about you, brother? The young girl giggled playfully. It dawned on Chen Jun that he was a genius from the central state who had specially come to the body sage inheritance site to refine his physical body. And he spoke. My name is Chen Jun, Chen clan of the Eastern Continent's Eastern Sea County. Oh, I've heard of it. Chen Xiu's family. As if seeing an old friend, the young girl grabbed Chen Jun's hand. The soft and greasy touch of his small hand came, and Chen Jun was also a bit stunned. This person actually knew his own ancestor? Lin Shuang's heartfelt voice rang in his head, this Yun Wishong. How shameless. At this time, Lin Shuang also practiced in the field domain. The distance is far, but for her this reborn person this distance to see clearly. Even look at the two people's mouth shape to know what was said. Why do I feel a little upset when Chen Jun is being held by someone's hand? What's going on? No, I'm the future empress. There's no way I'll be with an ordinary genius. Chen Jun listened to his fiancée's heart and laughed in his heart. This is said to be a reborn person, in fact the mental age is also a child. In front of her eyes, Yun Xiangshang flickered her big eyes. Senior Chen Xiu was kind to my clan. I didn't expect to run into my benefactor's offspring here. It's so good. As she spoke, she took out a jade pendant. Brother, this is my jade pendant. Remember to look for me at the Yun family when you come to Central State in the future. Chen Jun blankly took it and nodded. The young girl was chattering like a chatterbox, and he had a slight headache. I was going to acclimatize at 70 kilometers for a couple of days before I left, but I had no choice but to keep going because of this teenage girl's noise. At this moment, Jun Chen's figure had caused a sensation by coming this far. No one has broken 70 kilometers in 100 years. In fact, if it wasn't for Yun Xiangshang's arrival some time ago, no one had broken through there for 500 years. Many people stared with eyes full of disbelief. So young? How is it possible to cultivate the physical body to such an extent? I've hammered each realm 5 times and I can only go 30 kilometers by now. How terrifying is this man's talent? Even the county king of Qingquan County had descended here at this time. He was the highest authority in the entire Qingquan County, a terrifying powerhouse of the human king realm, and at the top of the human kings. At this moment, the light in his eyes flowed as he looked at Jun Chen's figure. I wonder if he has a chance to reach the very center. If I can take out the inheritance of the body sage, I can even betroth my daughter to him. That kind of inheritance was something that all the emperors of the dynasty were eyeing, only no one had been able to get it until now. If it could come out in its own tenure, the imperial dynasty would surely reward it handsomely. It wasn't just the county kings, but many clans and lineages close to the eastern continent also had people coming overnight, wanting to be under their disciples. Unfortunately, it's the Chen family. The families were helpless. It was obviously impossible to make a person change their surname, and the Chen family was considered a large family, counting a bit of heritage in the entire eastern continent. Hey, surprisingly, it's someone from the Chen family of the East Sea County. The elders of the sect were also quite helpless. The topmost sects in the eastern continent did have peak human king powerhouses sitting in their ranks, and their resources were also abundant. But just saying that the cultivation conditions and whatnot were better than the Chen family was also limited. Moreover, they all knew that the entire resources of the Chen family, Chen Jun, were at their disposal. While this was not the case when it came to the sect, I'm afraid that he only has eyes for the truly top great sects in the central state. That was a clan that had a human emperor realm sitting on its side. The inheritance of saints had appeared in its ancestry. and the conditions of cultivation and so on were not something that could be compared to these clans in the district's eastern continent. Of course, it was extremely difficult to enter such a clan. That was the dream of all the young generation of the entire imperial dynasty. How many billions of people in the imperial dynasty? Can't even count. But these sects recruit only a few hundred people each year. Apart from the central continent, in the other 8 states, there were only a few dozen people who were able to enter the imperial dynasty's top great sects every year. And although there was no hope of recruiting the teenager into the sect, one by one, they didn't leave, ready to want to see just how far this teenager could reach. At this moment, Chen Jun felt that every step forward was incredibly difficult. He looked back and saw that he had walked close to a quarter of an hour for a distance of just a few hundred meters. He even vaguely felt that the field in front of him had a tendency to solidify. It was impossible to move forward at all. Breathing heavily, at this moment the field could no longer make any changes to his body, and the impurities in his body had been completely eliminated. I've already reached the limit of the 4 realms of perfection. If I can't walk to the center like this, then how can I get there? Can't I transcend the limit? With each step his bones creaked around him as he rumbled and shook around him, following the senses to keep the vibrations of his body in some sort of alignment with the fluctuations of the field, so that Chen Jun could move forward extremely slowly. 5 days later, he had reached the 80-kilometer mark, and his entire body felt a bit overwhelmed. Opening the system panel in his mind, there was still no sign of the body sage on the map. To walk up to 90 kilometers necessarily requires a broken body to have a chance. It's simply impossible to have an intact body. After establishing this thought within his heart, Chen Jun gritted his teeth as he began to run hard. The rumble shook and the carapace advanced. 81 kilometers in, blood began to seep outward from his circumference and his skin shattered. At 82 kilometers, the exterior of the body had completely burst, and blood turned into mist lingering around the body. 83 kilometers in, his bones appeared to be slightly cracked, and the blood flowed around him then all over his body. 84 kilometers, broken hand bones, cracked skull, broken leg bones. Ah, where had Chen Jun, who had lived 2 lives, endured this kind of pain? He hissed in a small voice. 88 kilometers, Chen Jun's bones were broken all around his body, and he was still able to move forward by relying on spiritual cohesion to keep his bones intact, but such consumption was too shocking for him to hold on for long. 89 kilometers, Chen Jun's eyes blurred as he looked in front of him, his entire consciousness going fuzzy. The oppression of the field was omnipresent and ubiquitous, and it was already difficult to stay awake under such horrifying pressure. Within the system panel, the map is still missing, just a kilometer away. Chen Jun really felt that there was no way to move forward. He tried to fight to gather his strength, but it was difficult to do so. The oppression of the field was overwhelming, and the flesh, blood, meridians, and bones around his body were all broken. In this physical state now, it would be believable to take it out and say it was dead. Little by little he trudged forward, but this last kilometer seemed far away. At this moment Yun Wenshang, who was 70 kilometers behind her, cocked her head as she looked at Jun Chen's figure. He seems to want to move forward a little more? Then let me help him, he. 14. The Sage of the Body. A seal was formed in his hand, and an inexplicable power flowed, extremely similar to the fluctuations of the field. Yun Shangshang, the little lowly, had a solemn face at this time, as if she was also struggling. The slightest tremor appeared in her petite body as she looked at the figure in front of her and pushed the seal in her hand forward. At this moment the fluctuations of the field actually appeared to stagnate for a moment, and that massive inexplicable marks could actually travel through the field. Chen Jun only felt an inexplicable aura surge to throw him forward viciously. The fluctuation was so familiar that a moment of clarity surged through him. It was a trace of fluctuation similar to that of the field that someone had derived by observing the fluctuation of the field and could briefly penetrate it. He turned around and naturally understood that this was Yun Shangshang's tactic. This person's enlightenment was actually so terrifying? To have such a means in just 3 months. Isn't that just like me? At this moment, the entire person was pushed forward. The opening of the system panel within his mind, and a name appeared on the very edge of the map, Body Saint. The oppression of the surrounding field had already caused his entire body to lie on the ground, unable to make any movements. Brain clicked in a hurry, afraid to leave the range by accident. The fragments of heaven and earth once again surged madly, converging in front of Jun Chen, and a faint silhouette slowly took shape. A middle-aged man who looked incredibly thin and haggard. He was slightly in a trance, but reacted in a split second, looking at Jun Chen with a shocked face. What kind of tactic is this? An emperor's art? No, imperial art can't do it either. Reuniting one's residual thoughts and giving oneself a short-lived spirit is too terrifying. He had killed so many powerful enemies and seen many forbidden means, but he had never seen such a means. Jun Chen spoke. I hope that senior can save the life of my junior. By itself he was on the ground, much like he was on his knees begging. Me? The body sage frowned. It's just a remnant. It doesn't have any power. It's just a brief reboot of its spirit. How can I save you? And what have you encountered? Chen Jun's face was filled with grief and indignation. My junior practiced that 1,000-killing shadow sun sex method, resulting in his lower body being close to half absent. So I can only hope that senior's fleshly body technique will restore it. Oh, the light in the eyes of the body saint flickered as he looked at Jun Chen. Although he had died but had regrouped his spiritual insight. Somewhat interesting. Tell me about your cultivation technique. When Yang Qi is born in the first heaven and earth of Shadow Yang, one should set one's mind to round the Qi and give up the distractions in one's mind. And the Qi is born from the Dantian. Jun Chen recited the Dharma out. Chanting, the body sage laughed. What kind of person created this? The Shadow Sun sect. A sect from over 100,000 years ago. I'm afraid it's someone who has comprehended something within my field, but the comprehension is off. This Gong method is obviously off my Gong method, but it's missing the most important part of my Gong method. Jun Chen froze, not expecting there to be such a secret. No wonder the Shadow Yan Gong, the treasure of the town card, was so strong and of such a high grade. It turned out to be stripped of the body saint Dharma sect. I can give you my Dharma, but you have to promise me one thing. The body sage slowly spoke. He was not related to Jun Chen, and the possibility of being able to give the inheritance directly itself was not high. Elder, please speak. I was counted by the villains of the underworld cult and fell here. When you become a saint, bring my corpse back from the underworld cult. I don't want my corpse to be manipulated by them after I die. Hades? Never heard of it, but that much is definitely promised. Becoming a saint, that's not known to be a matter of how long from now. Let's heal our little brother first. However, Chen Jun was also a bit surprised. Could it be that it is not your body at the center here? If it was my corpse, how could you be so close to it in your mere round body realm? A single drop of blood from my corpse would be enough to exterminate the current you, and the fluctuations that naturally emanate from it are not something you can withstand. Chen Jun drifted off. That's just it. You and listen to my method. As he spoke, his body shook. This is the true secret of the physical body. Floating in front of Chen Jun's eyes is a dense star point. A human body looking over, actually completely occupied. It was like seeing the world with this glance. The human body has a great secret. And the physical body is also a small world. Have you seen what the world looks like? Jun Chen nodded slowly, as if he had seen a world in the body of the body saint. Not bad. To be able to see the essence of my display. Your enlightenment is not bad. The body sage looked relieved. There are 5 heavens in the flesh body realm. The 5th is consolidation and finishing. The 4 realms return to 1. How do the 4 realms return to 1? Flesh, bone, blood, and meridian. All of them are all over the circumference. But in reality, these 4 realms have a total of 365 resonance nodes, and lighting up these 365 nodes around the circumference is what is called the true limit of the fleshly body. As he spoke, the body sage began to evolve. This is how the peripheral body is cleansed. Pay close attention. Every ounce of movement was incomparably slow, and Chen Jun's eyes were wide open without missing a beat. He muttered silently to himself, looking at the signs that flickered and flowed on the body sage. There are a total of 365 nodes, corresponding to the cycle of the circumstantial perfection. Not to mention anything else. Without the body sage teaching, it would be impossible for someone to find exactly 365 resonance nodes alone completely. Not to mention that there was this kind of 300 or so nodes simultaneously driving the flow of the Dharma, which was even more impossible to find on one's own. There were arcana in every trace of the drive, and there was amazing beauty in the flow of every node. And Jun Chen knew that this was a secret Dharma of the heavenly Tao to be able to have such a manifestation of appearance. See, the most important spot is in the lower body, the point where all yin and yang meet, and that Shadow Yang school method you mentioned is missing this part, and the way of washing and practicing it is rudimentary, resulting in the entire method being faceless. I see. It dawned on Jun Chen. Many thanks to Senior Body Sage. In that case, this founding ancestor of the Shadow Sun sect was also a super demon, just a little bit short. At the same time, he also realized that fortunately, this Dharma was stripped from the Body Saint's Gong method, and he didn't need to retake it. He only needed to replenish it to completion, which was easy to do within the Body Saint's field. Little brother is saved. Almost cried tears of joy. The body sage sensed that the consciousness was about to drift away. Bringing my body back from the underworld cult is not a simple task. I'll give you a little more. Outside the field at this moment, everyone looked at Jun Chen's figure with wide eyes. Broken record. No one has ever arrived. The elders of the great sects were shocked. I've heard that the Chen family has a Chen Jun with outstanding talent, but I didn't expect it to be so outstanding. And with such an extraordinary heart. Looking at this physical realm of his, I'm afraid that he has suppressed each level for a long time. Never a normal dude. There's going to be another terrifying demon in the Eastern Continent Grand Competition. 10 kilometers to go. Must get it. The county king almost shouted in his mind, although he knew that it was impossible. After all, Qin Jun couldn't move a single step in his current state. He still held an unrealistic expectation. He was the only one present who was still hoping. Everyone else just felt like witnessing a legend. 15. This son's heart is extraordinary. The Qin Jun within the field hadn't thought that there was actually an unexpected pleasure. Originally, he was able to cure his little brother already felt that it was not a vain trip, but as a result, he also made his flesh body truly flawless and transcended the limits. At this time the body sage actually had something to give himself. The things I'm most famous for. One is the cultivation method of the physical body. How many people wanted to go to the extreme end of the physical body? Only I did it. And the second is the physical art. Physical art refers to the art of the body and is a classification of spiritual art. Spiritual art is about to flow around the body of the spiritual energy in a specific way to promote the formation of the art, usually divided into the power, defense, body class, etc., as well as some special, such as pupil art, sound tsunami, and so on. Spiritual arts were categorized into low, middle, and high ranks, and each rank was divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, and above the high-level spiritual arts are called transcendental spiritual arts. Transcendental spiritual arts are a hurdle that ordinary people cannot master even after a lifetime, hence the name transcendental, i.e. beyond what the mundane can comprehend. Above transcendent spiritual arts were called heavenly rank spiritual arts, then king arts, and above king arts were called royal arts. Body Saint Kung Fu never relied on supreme flesh, and he used his circumference as a weapon. Hands, legs, shoulders, elbows, and even skin, blood, and bones were all means of feats of strength or defense, and he had studied the body to the extreme, creating his own whole system of spiritual arts, body arts. Hearing the words of the body sage Qin Jun was stunned, then his heart was on fire. Although the heart to the Tao is not much firm, but who doesn't like white things? Moreover, as a traveler, what Qin Jun demanded of himself was not to disgrace the traveler. The highest level of the family's spirit arts were the top king arts. It was still a hair's breadth away from being an imperial art, and this Dharma of the body saint was clearly a holy art above the imperial art. If this thing was known, I'm afraid the entire dynasty would want to grab it. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was only at the human emperor realm, and his strongest means was just a holy art that he had obtained by chance. I'm sure I'll be invincible at the same level after learning it. It's not a disgrace to the travelers, Qin Junbian thought, bowing. Many thanks, senior. The body saint smiled faintly. Everyone's body has subtle differences. My body art is not always completely suitable. You yourself slowly realize the changes. In addition, the human body is endless. There is a chance that you can push this body art to a higher level. With a flash of light after the words, he actually condensed this last bit of his thoughts into a point that fell into Jun Chen's hands. The underworld cult is powerful, so go when you're sure. The silhouette completely dissipated between heaven and earth, and the once earth-shattering body saint had since ceased to be, and Qin Jun, who had gotten his hands on the flesh-body dharma, moved backward with difficulty, quickly crawling out of the 90-kilometer range, and sharply kept moving backward, stopping at 70 kilometers. At this time, his body was surrounded by blood and flesh, and he looked dying. He pulled out a yuan recovery pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at Yun Wenshang to sincerely thank him. Many thanks. If brother wants to thank me, why don't you give your body to me? Yun Shangshan flashed her big eyes, looking very serious. Qin Jun was confused. He considered himself only marginally attractive, not enough to make a talented young girl fall in love with him at the first sight. Catty, definitely catty. Lin Shuang's heartbeat resounded once again. Stinky woman. Shameless. Well, brother, consider it? Yun Shangshan flashed her big eyes and came up to Qin Jun, her whole body almost sticking up. If it wasn't for the fact that she only had a measly A cup, I'm afraid that her breasts would have already leaned up. Humph. I'd like to see how this Qin Jun reacts. Why do I need to see his reaction? He can do whatever he wants. Lin Shuang twisted her head as she thought. Forget it. Look, I'm just curious. Qin Jun had no reaction to this as he laughed dryly, allowing the young girl to circle around herself left and right. Qin Jun was unmoved, and instead of rushing to leave, he simply cultivated in silence. There was no place that had a stronger enhancement to the cultivation of the physical realm than the body sacred field domain, and there was no place that was more suitable for the cultivation of elevated dharma than this place. Qin Jun silently chanted, flowing the gong method, instantly unable to resist crying out in pain. With just a slight flow, it felt a tearing pain surge through his flesh. This Dharma was overbearing and incomparable, and the four realms were actually directly tearing apart flesh, blood, bones, and meridians, and then kneading and refining them together. It was as if someone had peeled your body right back, seized your flesh, blood, bones, and meridians, then crushed them together, pressed them down to death, and kneaded and refined them with gong methods that sucked in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The kind of pain that goes straight into the bone marrow of the average person. Not to mention cultivation. Even moving a thought is incredibly difficult. It cannot be practiced by anyone other than a man of great perseverance. Chen Jun couldn't help but sigh. Who in the average teenager could have such a heart and endurance? He was still finding it almost unbearable in his 2 lifetimes. And if someone else came along, I'm afraid that even if he got the Dharma, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Taking a deep breath, he once again chanted the Dharma under his breath, sensing the 365 nodes around his body as the body sage had said. The first overhead skybridge node flashed with light, and then turned out instantly, and he really couldn't do anything under the severe pain, and he couldn't practice at all. Again, Jun Chen silently gritted his teeth and continued to start flowing. He endured the amazing pain and kept trying, while the first flow took Chen Jun a full 2 hours to run through a circumference. The first of the 4 realm resonance nodes located at the skull catwalk lights up, 1 for 365. The surrounding body rumbled and shook, as if it had some kind of induction with heaven and earth. My head, like I'm sensing something? Chen Jun silently realized that at the overhead catwalk he seemed to have a sense of the hair follicles, and a sense of the flow of air. It instantly dawned on Chen Jun that the 4 realms were united in this one node, and that he had complete control over the overhead heavenly bridge. The next period of time Chen Jun began to cultivate diligently around the clock, and it was much easier after the first success. His tolerance for pain rose sharply, and he also quickly realized that his Tao heart had actually increased from 1 to 2. Silently, he practiced hard while the onlookers around him waited a bit anxiously. Why isn't it out yet? It's a pity. Just 10 kilometers short of him bringing out the inheritance of the body saint. Just poorly? I'm afraid the last 10 kilometers are no one's for the taking. This is also terrifying enough. No one in the entire eastern continent is comparable in the flesh-body realm. The county king's eyes were filled with regret as he looked at the figure, deciding that he would heavily reward Jun Chen when he came out, and if Jun Chen was willing, he could even take him on as a disciple. Knowing that Qinquan County was the #1 county in the eastern continent, he was a peak human king with terrifying strength, and countless people wanted to worship under his door. At this moment, many people were looking on, envious in their hearts. Anyone can see that the king of the county appreciates it, and this is a great thing. The reason why Jun Chen, who was in cultivation, didn't come out was because of Lin Shuyao's heartfelt words. The king of Gongchen County was later executed for following King Ping, who intended to rebel. Chen Jun thought to himself, I can't be even remotely associated with this kind of person. In case the county king was pleased and took himself under his tutelage, or made himself some kind of honorary disciple or something like that, he would be in the scope of the county king's 9 clans. That's really a lantern in the toilet. He silently sat on his knees and continued to cultivate at the 70-kilometer position. Time passed, and the crowd became more and more anxious as they waited, only to realize that Jun Chen seemed to be senseless. This is completely immersed in cultivation. No wonder he can have such a physical body. The crowd sighed. No wonder Jun Chen was so terrifying. Not bad for a genius who never thought about the matter of being in the limelight. The old man thinks that if he can walk up to 90 kilometers to break the record, will not be able to resist the first time to come out to show off. The county king also spoke slowly, shocked in his heart. This son's Tao heart is extraordinary. He is destined to be a party figure in the future. 16. Evolution. Jun Chen within the field cultivated silently, pretending to be unaware, constantly flowing with the Dharma. Gradually the pain became bearable and the speed of cultivation increased. The aura between heaven and earth gathered crazily, and the field fluctuations rumbled and shook, hammering Jun Chen's body. 2 of 365. 3/365. 17 of 365. 18/365. With the lighting of each node, Jun Chen had the feeling of truly having his body completely mastered. After all 18 nodes on his arm were lit up and the 4 realms were completely kneaded into one here, he realized that he could control the lifting of his arm to 0.00000001 degrees precisely. The force of the wrist could be precise to 0.00000001 ox. It's entry-level enhancement. As he continued to cultivate deeper and deeper, he also quickly realized that as each node was hammered to completion, a strange kind of strengthening formed in the corresponding parts. When the circumference is complete, the 365 nodes will resonate, and the body is always in resonance strengthening. Every moment, even if I sleep and eat, my body will continue to get stronger and stronger. It's like giving yourself a permanent acceleration hang. Jun Chen was deeply impressed by the terror of this dharma of the body sage. At the same time, he found the sheriff king to be patient. Why aren't you leaving yet? It had to be said that Chen Jun was in a bit of a hurry. It had been half a month, and Chen Jun had never kept practicing cultivation for as long as half a month. Luckily it was past the stage of needing to eat and drink, or it would have been a bad idea. He closed his eyes silently, and could only pretend that he still hadn't realized that the sheriff king was waiting for him. Geniuses are forced out. That's so true. Continuing his cultivation, his mouth recited the body sage's dharma over and over again. The aura between heaven and earth swept. The field rumbled and shook, and Yun Xiangshan followed suit and came to rub it in. You're so gifted, brother. It feels so good to whittle around you. While saying this, Yun Yanxuan was actually thinking and observing. She's not a nymphomaniac. She does everything for a purpose, and Jun Chen pretended not to hear it, completely immersed in the world of cultivation. In the blink of an eye another month had passed, and during this month Chen Jun had done nothing. He had been practicing hard day and night. 173/365. It was almost covering half of his body, and at this moment, the densely packed star points of light around Chen Jun flickered and flickered, creating a faint resonance that accelerated his cultivation. And the king of the county, still not gone, outside the field. Many people could no longer really wait. Why do I feel a little bit confused as to whether this is a strong Taoist heart or a dude look? You have a strong Taoist heart, but you don't have to practice like this. How come it looks like they're intentionally hanging themselves and others out to dry? Jun Chen continued his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, another month and a half passed by. 354/365. The moment came to the forefront. The yin and yang are 11 nodes long. Chen Jun adjusted his state to the best. He carefully flowed his gongfu. The pills in his hands were already pinched. There was no room for the slightest mistake here. Silently in his mind, the thoughts came together, and he let out a miserable howl as the pain that went deep into his bones came flooding in. The pain of being torn apart was simply devastating. Flesh, blood, bone, and meridian, torn, crushed, rubbed, hammered, and repaired. Instantly it felt like it wouldn't last. There was no comparison between the pain and the rest of the body in this moment. No way. If we don't finish the restoration at this point, it's really ruined. Chen Jun strengthened his spirit and gritted his teeth, almost crushing them amidst the cackling. His face spasmed and he was almost deflated. In a cold sweat, he finished lighting the first node. After resting for a long time, Chen Jun's heart palpitated so much that he started the second place, his body even trembling vaguely around him. 356/365. 357/365. These 11 nodes. Chen Jun was very careful. It took a full week to get to the last place. Torn, crushed, rubbed, hammered, repaired, and as the last node was about to light up, Jun Chen realized, how does it feel to evolve? He clearly felt a surge of power, rumbling and vibrating around his body. All the power gathered at the intersection point of yin and yang. A surging feeling rushed through him. At this moment, he was not enough to contain such a raging power if he did not evolve. At this moment, a dragon's roar was faintly heard. You'll have to figure out how to evolve. It'll be blocked if you write about it. It had taken months, and it was a result he was pleased with. There's also the satisfaction that the king of county finally can't wait to go away. Get up! Chen Jun, who had been practicing for a full 3 months, got up for the first time. His body vibrated around him, and at this moment, it was as if he felt as if he had merged into the field, and he had completely aligned himself with the field's fluctuations. Chen Jun looked towards the center, which he was now pretty sure he could easily walk to. There's no difference between me and the body sage in the flesh realm. Of course, Chen Jun didn't go. The body sage's peripatetic dharma was within his own mind. He could refine it, but he couldn't do it to tell about it. And the same was true of the body arts. If one entered the very center, there would definitely be a big shot who wanted these things, and if one couldn't give them, one would probably have to be used as an experiment to study the body. In this world, the last thing that is lacking is genius, at least to the human emperor. A district genius was definitely not as valuable as studying the body sage dharma sect. He got up and walked out of the field range. Lin Shuang also walked slowly at this time. The county king has been waiting for you before, and just left 3 days ago. County king? Jun Chen pretended to be surprised, seemingly unaware. It looks like he admired you and wanted to take you as his disciple. But after waiting for a few months, he suddenly said 3 days ago that there seemed to be no destiny and left. 4 people at the level of the county king. There are many things that they preach can't be forced and are very trusting of fate. Junior, what a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed for Jun Chen. No pity at all. While saying this, Chen Jun again saw a pudgy old beggar near this part of the field and took out 1 or 2 silver pieces from his pocket and handed it over. This teenager has big ambitions. The old beggar received the silver, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. For anyone in the entire eastern continent, the opportunity to worship the county king of Qingquan County would be a pie in the sky and smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. But as a result, this teenager was actually so down on it. The surrounding people and others were even more dumbfounded. This is the Lord King of the county. Junior, you're not stupid, are you? Do you know what kind of big shot that is? Peak Human King, which is a numbered powerhouse in the entire imperial dynasty. These people were right. The Chen family's highest realm was only the Grand Elder's half-step human king. To really worship a peak human king powerhouse was definitely something that could make the Grand Elder sick with joy. However, Lin Shuyi's heartbeat made it clear that this path was a death wish. Fool. Looks like a fool. No common sense. For the surrounding comments, Chen Jun just smiled. While at this moment a guard of the county king walked out, holding a black iron plate. This is what the Lord County King left behind before he left, asking me to hand it over to you. Chen Jun picked it up and looked at it twice. It was an invitation from the academy, and it was naturally non-trivial for it to be issued by a county king. However, it still didn't look good for Chen Jun. He got up and swung away from the place in a few shakes. Lin Shuya followed behind. Where are you going? I'm going to get into trouble. Jun Chen stroked his chin. 17. Roadshow. Last chapter was blocked. In revision. And for those who reported it, you're really idle. Trespassing? Lin Shuyao wondered. That's right. Trouble. Chen Jun's body shook around him, and the golden light flickered away, as if the entire human body had briefly resonated with the heavens and earth just now. You realized the body sage Dharma? How is this possible? It's really possible to push back against the Dharma through the fluctuations of the field? No, but it's been remarkably effective. 2. Chen Jun thought to himself that he couldn't be completely at ease with Lin Shujing right now, and that the body sage's Dharma was unlike any other. It was just too precious, and he was afraid that the reborn would also covet it. So he lied. Lin Shuiying's eyes widened in disbelief. More enlightened than I was when I achieved human emperor? This, very overwhelming, but it seems to be true. But what does that have to do with you getting into trouble? Don't you think I'm invincible at the same rank now? Jun Chen stood still, with the demeanor of a worldly superior. Fluttering sleeves fluttered, and his clear face seemed to be seeing through the loneliness of the ages. And then what? Invincible? After all, you're still a teenager. Although your physical body is unrivaled, but your other means, not to mention comparing with Yu Yan, even the current top geniuses of the imperial dynasty can't compare. Listening to his fiancée's heartfelt words, a wave of defiance came up in Chen Jun. I still can't believe that I can't be invincible. He knew that he did have limited means right now, and his strongest spirit art was only a heavenly rank spirit art, which was far too different from the king's art, emperor's art, or even saint's art. But with 2 hangs in your own hand, you'll be absolutely invincible in no time. Chen Jun then spoke. Every time I used to get into trouble, my parents would beat me when I got home. And then what? When they beat me, they have traditionally suppressed themselves to fight at the same realm as me. But I've been beaten up every time. After all, they've been practicing for hundreds of years, and they're all proficient in at least one king art. So where can I beat them? The worst one was when I couldn't get out of bed for 7 days. Lin Shuya couldn't help but laugh. So, Jun Chen smiled. Now that I'm invincible in the same realm, I think that it's time for me to get into trouble one more time than give my parents a little surprise. This time, can you beat me? Ha! Lin Shuya? The 2 of them got into the carriage and ran all the way in the direction of Donghai County. Jun Chen, whose little brother had been repaired and evolved, was in a good mood, and finally had the leisure to chat with Lin Shuiying for a few moments along the way. After all, it was a stunningly beautiful woman and her nominal dowmate, so she had to get to know her better. While making small talk, Jun Chen looked at the map in his head. The carriage sped, with him as the center of the 10 kilometers in a circle constantly appearing to change. The vast majority of places have no remnants. Occasionally passing by certain places will have a very shallow name. Some names clicked and realized that they actually shattered just as the pieces coalesced, and the figure didn't even get to say a word. Chen Jun speculated. Most likely this person's realm was too low during his lifetime, just silently rushing along. There were too many dead powerhouses, and Chen Jun let this precious steed blindly wander around, regrouping a lot of residual thoughts and obtaining a few treasure burial sites. I've left a bottle of Yuan Chong Dan within the body of the Huiyin mountain, so I'll trouble little friend to give it to my descendants. Good, Jun Chen added in his heart. If your descendants are still alive. One by one, silhouettes emerged, and Chen Jun was addicted to blindly wandering around. Isn't this the heavenly pride Wu Yufan who claimed to have suppressed the generation 300 years ago? With a snap, the remnant thoughts shattered just as they coalesced. This one isn't very good. It's only just the human king realm. Chen Jun, who was still 6 or 7 great realms away from the human king realm, now had his eyesight raised and no longer looked too much at the human king. In the midst of this, Lin Shua's heartbeat occasionally came to mind, and she seemed to be waiting for something, counting the hours. It's almost time. You have to let Qin Jun drive towards the desert. At this moment, at the junction of Donghai County and Qingquan County, 2 slim figures fled rapidly in the middle of a desert, their bodies bathed in blood and bruises. What to do? The haggard-faced young girl looked to her companion and coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time the words left her mouth. She felt like she just couldn't hold out any longer, and she might not even have the strength to kill herself if she kept running. And the nearest city is at least a few thousand kilometers away. In a moment, save your last ounce of strength, destroy the things, and then kill yourself. The companion's gaze was cold and completely lost its light, and the flight from life made her whole person gloomy and unimaginable. At this moment, both of them were at the point of running out of gas, and breathing had become difficult. Running hard for a few more kilometers, a sand pit in which the 2 men finally couldn't go any further, sitting paralyzed in one of them waiting to die. A small round ball appeared in the hands of one of them as she watched and took a deep breath. The scent behind her was getting closer and closer. She could even feel the slightest vibration in the ground already. Can't hesitate. Spiritual energy flowed in her hand, and she was just about to slam down hard when she suddenly froze. Looking up, a magnificent carriage rumbled by. At this time, the thoughts in their minds turned rapidly, and it was already too late to distinguish to whom this carriage actually belonged. The 2 of them could only hold on to the last glimmer of hope and shouted, "Please, Senior, save our lives." The carriage rumbled, and in the eyes of the 2 men in despair, it actually did stop. Inside the carriage, Lin Shuang's heartbeat rang out. Encountered. It's a pity it's a little early. Qin Jun brought the cart to a halt, his steed breathing in the strong scent, and he certainly sensed a group of people hurrying from afar. Junqin just stood there silently, not preparing to flee. The 2 people in front of them were only at a mere original body realm, and the fact that they weren't dead and were still fleeing in this situation meant that the ones chasing them were nothing more than rookies. Qin Jun was now completely confident that he could kill these 2 people with one punch, which meant that he was far better than the people chasing the 2. A group of men arrived on steeds, lances in their hands, their armor biting and flashing with a cold light. The leader of the group frowned and looked at Jun Chen. "I wonder what your name is." "East Sea County Zhou Mansion. Zhou Ming," Jun Chen said proudly, with the image of a playboy. Zhou Ming was the second young master of the Zhou Mansion that he had beaten up some time ago, and the 2 of them had been feuding for a long time, and Chen Jun had often acted on Zhou Ming's name in the past. The guard-like man was furious when he took a look at Jun Chen's foppish appearance. "I used to run into people like this all the time, doing whatever they wanted to do, not thinking about the consequences at all, and just being stupid. Your Excellency is acquainted with them? Not recognizable." The leader was furious. "What's the point of showing off if you don't know him? This kind of dude has no reasoning. This is a private matter between our Ping Wang Palace and them. Your Excellency had better stay out of it." The man's face was grim as he glanced twice at Jun Chen's batch of Baojins and chariots. "This horse should be a 7th-order stallion if I'm not mistaken. And the carriage is also incredibly luxurious." Looking at the teenager's body again, the jade talisman was equally big. The teenager is so young. Can have such. These things must come from a small place. If it is possible not to offend, it is of course better not to do so. Jun Chen laughed. "What about the fact that I'm going to intervene on my own? Does your Excellency know what it means to offend us?" Chen Jun's face turned cold, putting on the image that a threatened dude should have. "I, Zhou Ming, am not afraid of heaven or earth. What can you do to me?" 18. Let history continue as it should. Edge screamed and opened his chest, gently raising his lofty head and looking askance at the group in front of him. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the leader's eyes. "You stupid dude. You don't even have the most basic combat experience. Just strutting around showing an open door like that. Isn't that looking for death?" It was as if a stunning beauty had half-leaked her body and was just about to go ahead and gently lift and unveil the veil. This moment's Qin Jun was too tempting in this man's eyes. Such a fool would be sorry if he didn't kill him. With a flash of light in his eyes, the lance in his hand disappeared with a shake, and a short blade was gripped in his hand at some point. Then the purple light flashed and the spiritual energy flowed around him. He heavily stepped forward and the whole person shot straight at Qin Jun. The short blade was raised, and the sharp sonic boom directly cut through space. It was going to disembowel Jun Chen. Shedding realm? Jun Chen eeped lightly. "What is bad about this world is that this is bad, killing people at the drop of a hat. I said I'd intervene. I didn't say how. And now you're doing it? What if I said I'd work with you on these girls? Look at you. So sullen." As the side thought about a sway around his body, brilliant light surged forth as Qin Jun blasted out a fist at the short blade. It was reasonable to say that the degenerate realm was a span of life levels, where the average round body realm cultivator could possibly fight against it. but Chen Jun's fleshly body was flawless, and he outclassed the others by far too much. His current battle power could not be judged by common sense. Also, he has holy magic. Generally speaking, every time a spiritual art was raised by one rank, its power was twice that of the previous rank, and a holy art meant that it was 16 times the power of a transcendent spiritual art if it was similarly minimally accomplished. Even if there was a big realm difference, it was enough to make up for it. As this punch was thrown out, the body saint's dharma surged in Chen Jun's mind. The same body art, in Jun Chen's hands, was much less powerful than the body saint. Moreover, because of the nuances of the physical body, there was a trace of this physical art that did not suit him, and he needed to deduce and perfect it himself. Of course, even so this punch was still terrifying. Before the fists collided, the interplay of fist shadows directly shattered the short blade. The leader only felt that the shadow of the fist was bright and dazzling, and under the huge surge of force, he was simply unable to resist it, and in an instant, his entire body was thrown away by the astral wind. This fist crashed into his body, and he directly flew backwards and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Yet bizarrely, he laughed out loud. Sure is the dude. Sure enough, it's a dude. So little combat experience. He struggled and wobbled to get up from the ground. Feeling the fragmentation in his body, his heart was indignant and unrestrained. This kid is so stupid. He laughed and raised his hand with difficulty, pointing at Jun Chen. Look at your fist. Just now, the sharp shadow of the short blade slashed through, leaving an extremely shallow scratch on Jun Chen's fist, with spots of blood spilling out. This short blade of mine is coated with the strange poison 7 deadly scatter. You're dead. He looked at Chen Jun like he was looking at a dead man. Upon hearing this person's words, the two exhausted female cultivators only felt an uncontrollable urge welling up in their hearts. I had thought I was saved and saw hope in the midst of despair. This young man was so terrifyingly strong that the two of them were saved. It turned out that this teenager was a dude and didn't even have that much combat experience, and the two of them were still unable to escape death. How can you be so stupid? Once the two men were on top of each other, they just couldn't hold it together and fainted directly from the gas. And hearing the words from the opposite side, Chen Jun froze. Oh, you're talking about a strange poison. With a thought, Chen Jun's flesh, meridians, bones, and blood were condensed around his body, and the so-called strange poison that had cut through his skin and seeped into his own body. A faint trace of violet gas was condensed. Having mastered the body sage's dharma by himself, he had complete control over his body. Just this little bit of toxin. Where does it seep in that I can't force it out? Flesh, meridians, blood, bones, the whole body. Where does this poison want to hide? Even if you seeped into the cracks of my bones, I give you an easy way to force it out. The eyes of the leader of the opposite side were extremely wide, looking at this scene in complete disbelief. What the fuck kind of monster is this? On what grounds? Why? On what grounds? Why? Alright, go in peace. Chen Jun thought to himself that I would have spared your life if you hadn't killed me just now. But I'm sorry now. You want to kill me for just saying one word. So why can't I kill you? The words were followed by a punch. One punch covered the sky. One punch lost the color of heaven and earth. Facing this punch, even if this leader was in the deliverance realm, there was simply not the slightest possibility of resistance. He was desperate beyond measure and struggled to fight to the death. The method of combining formations was activated, and the terrifying power shot straight up into the sky, ruthlessly chopping down. With a soft sound, the giant sword's shadow was shattered by a punch, and then the aftermath swept across, killing everyone in front of him. Chen Jun did not have a psychological burden because according to the normal historical development, these people would be put to death. They were King Ping's men, and even though they seemed to be just branches, they still couldn't escape their fate. If I kill you all now, it's the same as saving your loved ones. You guys have to thank me. Chen Jun thought to himself that he had done a good thing. These people would have had not only themselves, but all 9 clans put to death. Well, now, you're dead, but your 9 clans are saved. There was a silence as Jun Chen looked toward the 2 female cultivators who had fainted in the sandpit. What was it that made Lin Shuyao want to take it? He wondered, looking at the 2 people who had fainted in front of her. Lin Shuyao was similarly lost in thought. She would like to get that thing, but these 2 are not dead yet, and that thing is not ownerless. It's so difficult. I, a future empress, want to be a thief? No way. No way. What could be done about this? She frowned thoughtfully, wanting so badly for Chen Jun to help her as this thief. A sudden turn of mind in the midst of thought. Nope. I'm doing this so that history continues as it should. Aha! That's right, and it's not on this duo anymore. According to the normal course of history, I'm doing this to revise history. That's right. If I don't take it, history will change. For the sake of history, I have to take it. While thinking about it, Lin Shuang didn't have any mental burden anymore. She looked at the two fainting female cultivators, then nodded in satisfaction as she retrieved the orb from one of them. Go! Chen Jun, looking at the two fainting female cultivators on the ground and looking at the broken clothes, Chen Jun pondered for a while and set up a small covering formation for them to prevent the two from being picked up. When you're done, drive away. Half an hour later, the two female cultivators lying in the desert woke up leisurely. Still alive? I'm actually still alive. The two female cultivators stared at each other with wide eyes, looking at each other with expressions of disbelief. Then one of them suddenly reacted by touching his whole body. Crap! Something's missing. A man frowned and thought, the two of them didn't die. Then it was obvious that the team from the Ping King's residence had died. In that case, it must have been the teenager who had taken something. What was that teenager's name again? The other person bowed his head and thought for a long time, then raised his head. Zhou Ming of the Zhou Mansion of the East Sea County. 19:1. On the other side, Jun Chen and Lin Shuang had long since left far away. In the carriage, Chen Jun curiously surveyed the small round ball. What can be stolen by a reborn person is certainly not ordinary, but he couldn't see how it was unusual at all. What is it? This thing is called wand. Lin Shuyao rubbed it in his hand with a hint of nostalgia on his face. I've seen it from ancient books. Chen Jun thought to himself, just make it up. You can't hide it from me anyway. What's the point of this thing? Wand. The all-encompassing wand. The legend says it contains everything within. Jun Chen smiled. Everything within? How dare you claim to have everything inside of you with such a piece of shit? That's right. Lin Shuang looked serious. It's said to be a collection of all the information in the world of heaven and earth, and anything in heaven and earth is encompassed in it. Jun Chen couldn't help but get energized. Anything? There are imperial arts inside? There are supreme treasures? There are divine weapons? There are supreme fairies? There are. Or rather, there are traces of them. Hearing this answer, Chen Jun froze. His first thought was that Lin Shuyi had lied. However, immediately afterward, Lin Shuang's heartfelt voice was heard. In my previous life, I got my quasi-emperor's inheritance from here, or else I might have just been an ordinary genius. Jun Chen frowned, truly baffled. This stuff was beyond his knowledge. How do you get it if it's really there? Just watch it, and you can get whatever you realize from this one. However, according to the canonical records, anyone can only view enlightenment once in their lifetime. Lin Shuyao continued. Some people have seen the emperor's art, some have seen the absolute formation, some have seen the ancient Dan formula, and some have seen the whereabouts of the absolute sword. Of course, the vast majority can only see some useless information only. I wonder if I'll ever see anything again if I'm born again. In my previous life, I saw the legacy of a quasi-imperialist. What about this life? I hope I can still get something. Chen Jun's curiosity was piqued. You try it first? Lin Shuang had no defenses against him. After so many days together, she knew this teenager's heart and would not harm herself. Edge thought sitting on his knees with the small round ball in front of him. She adjusted her state to the best and looked at the small round ball in front of her with a slight hint of nervousness. A wisp of divine thought probed out and entered the small ball in a flash. The sound of a buzzing vibration surfaced, as if the round ball was resonating with something. Trembling, the originally ancient surface emitted a slight fluctuation, and Lin Shujing, who had his eyes closed, felt that this wisp of his divine thought was being pulled and pulled out of countless distances, cutting through the 10,000 ages of space and time in the circular blob, running at breakneck speeds, skimming over one scene after another. It was all unusually vague stuff, yet the breath surged and raged. With her previous life's insights, she naturally understood that what her divine thoughts skimmed over were countless overwhelming inheritances. Where is this wisp of my own mind going to be taken? What will I see this time? The thought just started violently, feeling the divine thought stop. She looked in front of her and her vision cleared. Alone? With your back to me? The figure was thin, but looked so extraordinary, with a strong back and a slender posture. That boisterousness was shocking. And then the figure slowly turned around. Lin Shuya froze. How? Chen Jun, am I dreaming? The divine thoughts were violently pulled back, and Lin Shuang woke up with a muffled grunt, finally seeing only half of Jun Chen's face, half of his turned body, and then it was over. What's going on? How did I see Chen Jun? She was puzzled. Could it be daydreaming? No. I didn't think about it, did I? Well, no. Then what's going on here? To say that the loss was more or less the same. After all, this time, he was expecting to see some kind of supreme inheritance, but he ended up seeing Jun Chen. However, with her born-again mentality, she wasn't too lost. I'm lucky to get it, but I'm lucky to lose it. I already have the quasi-emperor's legacy, so I should be satisfied. While thinking and replaying the image just now in his mind, he had to say that the silhouette had an outstanding temperament. She kind of resisted. wanting to see it again. Not right. It seems like there's something to be gained. Lin Shuya frowned. There are naturally manifested runes on his body that seem extraordinary. Across the room, Chen Jun was also thinking, and Lin Shuang was actually surprised that it was himself that he saw. I'm not going to see Lin Shuang, am I? That would be no fun. Side thought Chen Jun also did not nag. Looking at the round small ball in front of him, modeled after Lin Shujing, a wisp of divine thought probed out. The buzzing and vibrating sound surfaced again, and the surface of the rounded blob radiated a slight fluctuation. Chen Jun only felt that he had instantly entered a world that was so vast that it was unimaginable. In front of him was an eerie blackness. The air drifted morosely, and at the edges were white bones, revealing a shadowy light. Chen Jun felt his scalp go a little numb as he looked around. The silence was boundless and he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It feels so real, as if you are in this world. The evil spirit was heard hissing, and then a pass appeared. One voice, two voices, followed by a dense ringing of painful hissing that spread throughout the space. The voice was weak, but the pain sounded boundless. Immediately after the entire world completely darkened, Chen Jun was bewildered, trying to look at something, and realized that in the pitch blackness of the sky like ink, there were a few lines of not quite the same depth. A scripture? Immediately afterward a pain that went straight to the marrow of the brain surged in, and for a moment Chen Jun felt like his head was going to explode. The end of the picture. A silhouette? Chen Jun woke up violently. His body's chi and blood surged, and he wowed as a mouthful of blood spurted out and landed on the small round ball. The round ball emitted a nuisance sound as if it was corroded by Jun Chen's blood. Then the surface light shook, the blood was swallowed, and the ball once again turned into its ancient appearance. Chen Jun pondered in his mind, quickly realizing the whole thing. The level of the scripture is too high. My head would explode if I were to accept it. It's the body's self-preservation. The scripture is now hidden in the deepest part of the memory. When one's realm is sufficient to get this scripture now. And who was that figure at the end? Why am I seeing this image? Jun Chen frowned in thought. Edge thought of opening his mouth and asked Lin Shui, will there be any pattern to the images seen in here? Laws? Let's just say that the ones that are seen are related to you, or connected to you. Unclear. Lin Shuang frowned. The principle of one was unknown to anyone. No one had been able to figure it out since the beginning of time. What do you see here? Me? Chen Jun thought to himself, I'll tease you. I saw you. Really false. It's hard to believe that he and I really have some extraordinary karma. I saw him, and he actually saw me too? 20. Mom and Dad. I'm in trouble. At this moment, Lin Shuyao developed a feeling that fate was so marvelous. Should I tell him it was him I saw? Most likely the future him? The picture of one is said to embrace all things, past, future, and present, and it's very much like a future of some sort is possible in that picture. Oops. Forget it. That little bit of girlish shyness welled up. Really? Yeah. Saw a flash of your future picture and then it was gone. Oh, that's too bad you didn't get some kind of supreme inheritance. Chen Jun thought to himself, how my scripture is also above your so-called quasi-emperor inheritance, or else it would be impossible for the body to respond to the stress by burying it. It's not a pity. These 3 words of no pity spoke of scripture. Yet to Lin Shuyao's ears, it meant a great deal. What? Does Jun Chen mean that I am more precious than the ultimate inheritance? For a moment, it felt like his heart was swirling. Chen Jun froze. Hey, you really don't want to be narcissistic. I'm not talking about you. Of course, Chen Jun didn't say this out loud. This boy is quite good at talking about love. In her previous life, Lin Shujing was so engrossed in cultivation that she barely had any contact with male cultivators, not to mention romance, so she was no different from a little girl in this regard. As she thought about it, she felt herself blush a little. Glancing at Jun Chen, he had to say that his favorable impression of this teenager had increased a little more. Chen Jun sat upright and drove on, while asking the question. This wand can only be used once. Why do we still need to take it? There are other roles. What? Look in the mirror. Tell you later. It's not like I can use it now. Gotta. After having nothing more on his mind, he ran all the way to the capital city of the East Sea County, and on the way, the carriage rushed across the East Sea City, and the East Sea City broke the stone monument in the center of the square directly. In the midst of the rumbling break, the city guard was filled with anger and ready to properly clean up this reckless person. Yet he froze again when he saw the person coming down from the carriage. Young Master Chun? Oops, sorry. Brother Zhang, you asked my parents for money to fix it. Chen Jun slapped his head in chagrin. Zhang Rong shook his head inside. How come this Chen Jun can't change this body of dude? In the past few days, they had all heard the news that Jun Shen had gone record-breaking in the body sacred field. Each one of them was shocked in their hearts, and they all felt that they had given East Sea County a long face. As a result, look at the way you're looking at Chen Jun now. How about even better talent? Dude, uneducated. No virtue, Chen Jun said as he mounted his horse again, and the carriage sped on, hitting a few more ancient buildings. Brother Zhang, ask my parents for money, don't be polite at all. Chen Jun's voice came from afar, starting the journey of breaking and entering, all along the way. What I wanted to do before but couldn't, I did this time. Just follow whatever mom and dad are pissed off about. Sprinting all the way back home, he looked around the Chen residence. This old tree says no touching. I've been craving the fruit on it for a long time. I have to pick it today. This warehouse in the back of the hill won't let me in, so I'm going to check it out today. Grandpa Zhu is now left with a single hair on his head, and my father has always warned me that this hair is the last of Grandpa Zhu's stubbornness as a man, so I'm going to pull it out today. All the way down, Chen Jun felt high. I used to be afraid of mom and dad's co-ed doubles. This time, LOL. After just half a day of hokum, when Chen Jun had finished breaking in all the goods he could, he strutted to the door of his parents' room. Push open the door, toe the line, stand still and yell, Mom and Dad, I'm in trouble. Chen's father was reading a book when he steeply heard his son yell a shock. Then his face was joyful. My son is back. Your mother and I have heard about it. You actually walked up to 90 kilometers in the field of the body sage. Worthy of being my son. Not bad. This record is broken. It's very much to the face of our Chen family. Mother Chen also walked out from the back room with a gentle face. The grand elder has gone to talk to the county king and is going to bail you out of the core of the academy. Son, you have such a talent in the future can certainly. Chen Jun was helpless and repeated. I'm in trouble. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Chen's father thought to himself. What's a bit of trouble compared to his son's unparalleled talent? In the past, I was still a bit too strict with my son, but I didn't expect him to be so competitive. It's fine. I collapsed the statue in the East Sea City's main square. It's okay. It's just a small fortune. Chen Jun hissed. In the past this would have been the time to start fighting. I came across an injustice in the road and beat up the 13 young men of the Zhu family. Well, it's fine. We were already just superficial brothers with the Zhu family. I picked the fruit from the old family tree. Well, Father Chen felt his heart dripping blood. This is what he raised for 300 years to be used to make wine. Seeing that it is about to ripen, and as a result, his son smashed him? He gritted his teeth. It's fine. My father quit drinking. What is this in the face of my son's outstanding talent? Chen Jun froze. This is all fine? Before, I accidentally hit 2 leaves myself and got punched in the face. Now it's actually okay? Also, that hair on Grandpa Zhu's head. I took it off him while he was asleep. Chen's father was shocked. He doesn't know who yanked it. Does he? I know. I purposely left my name. I, Jun Chen, have always done things openly and honestly. Father Chen's heart sank, and he touched his handsome face, which had just lost its swelling not long ago. That was the last vestige of Grandpa Zhu's stubbornness as a man, and to be plucked by his son just like that? How long will your own face swell this time? Gritting his teeth, he let it go. It's fine. Chen Jun was confused. This is all fine? Oh yeah. I'm going to that warehouse you've been keeping out of. Mother Chen froze. What warehouse? Just the one in the back of the hill. Father Chen's face was flat. When did I say I wasn't allowed to go? Don't talk nonsense. Oh, I said how the prohibition was opened. So it was my misunderstanding. It was as if Chen Jun had suddenly realized that the prohibition was actually cracked by him relying on his powerful enlightenment in a raw manner. And hearing this, a bad feeling crossed Father Chen's mind. Those old stories won't come up, will they? Why do you look at your son's eyes? They don't look right? You went in? Yeah, and I saw Auntie Wang's in there. Before the words were finished, Father Chen's surging breath surged and flowed. He turned to look at Chen's mother. This kid has gotten into so much trouble. I think his skin is itching again. Mother Chen frowned. The words were so, but how did she feel that something was wrong? And, of course, listening to my son a bunch of times just now does warrant a lesson. Edge thought about shedding a cold expression, and for a moment it seemed as if he was honored beyond measure. Looking down at Chen Jun, coming, Jun Chen let out a light breath. It's not worth all the trouble I've gotten into. It's finally here. He stood still and made a gesture of invitation with anticipation. Come on, Mom and Dad, make yourself at home. 21. I Chen Jun. From now on stand up. Up? This moment was full of confidence, and the power surging around his body surged. Chen father Chen mother are a little surprised. The son cannot be really think he can do it. The two men looked at each other. Then Chen's father moved his feet, and the chicken feather duster in his hand struck horizontally. The whistling sound of the wind lingered, and this shake shook up all the chicken feathers on the chicken feather duster. This chicken feather duster is Chen father's specially built middle-order spiritual weapon. At the moment the spiritual power is full of which a blow sweeps to the power looks directly to lift Chen Jun flying. It was as if Chen's father had heard his son's screams. He half closed his eyes. but suddenly froze. The sound of gold and iron clashing exploded. This strike seemed to sweep on an iron plate. Father Chen tried to exert himself, but surprisingly, he found that he couldn't move an inch further. It seems like you really did get quite a lot in the body sacred field domain. Father Chen let out a light eep, followed by a turn of the chicken feather duster in his hand. It was as if this moment had turned into a sword, stabbing straight ahead. This was the Ming-Yang sword art that Father Chen was proficient in, one of the highest level spirit arts of the Chen mansion, a king art. The chicken feather duster seemed to emit a blazing sun-like light. The red-colored shadow stabbed straight ahead with terrifying might. Facing this strike, Chen Jun remained flat as he looked at the sword shadow. His arm stretched out, and he threw a punch, an ordinary punch. Raging incomparable power, crazy tremor. This fist blasted out. Chen father couldn't help but shrink his pupils. When was his son so strong? He raised a strong breath, and with a turn of the spiritual art in his hand, the sword shadow was shattered. At the same time, a layer of masked green armor appeared across his body. The houses shook as they collided. Chen's father only felt a huge surge of power, and he retreated several steps in a row before he could stabilize himself. Mother Chen was similarly stunned. As someone who had practiced for hundreds of years, she naturally reacted at the first opportunity, and a character appeared in her mouth, pressing horizontally. This was the effect of a sound whistling type of divine ability cultivated to a certain level, spitting out runes from the mouth. A sharp and incomparable sound exploded in Chen Jun's mind, and he couldn't help but be stunned in his movements. Missing a high-level defense divine ability, the heart was a bit exasperated. But now in the same realm this physique was unrivaled, and the impact caused by the Dharma door that was catalyzed by the same spiritual power of the circular body realm was very limited. These few microseconds could very well decide the battle in a real life and death fight. But again, it wasn't a life and death fight in front of us. With a shake of his head to pull himself away from the sonic whine, a chicken feather duster zoomed in sharply in front of him, splitting his head and looking like it was going to swell up Jun Chen's face straight away. He exhaled a soft, cloudy breath. Throw a punch, a serious punch. The shadow of the fist covered the sky, as if it was pressing across the entire space, and there was nothing to hide in the face of this punch. There was no suspense in the victory. This punch was a true holy art, and such a punch Chen Jun could only land 2 strikes at most with all his spiritual power right now. Jun Chen stood still, head held high. How can Pops block such a horrible punch? Can he block it? It's impossible. Chen Jun, from now on, stand up, up. A sharp pain suddenly went up to his head, and this muffled stick went down. Chen Jun's entire body instantly became aware of his consciousness and went into a trance. What's going on? He forced his head to turn and look at his father's kind face. That's impossible. This serious punch of mine is infinitely powerful. Immediately afterward, he reacted. This aura on his father was also too strong. This was the Great Sage Realm. You cheat. We agreed on the same realm. How can I possibly beat you if you return to the Great Sage Realm all of a sudden? Chen Jun's eyes went black and he fell headfirst to the ground and fainted. And in his mind, the system lit up. First time taking a beatdown, a laughing man under the stick, gaining 100 energy. Chen father looked at the fallen Chen Jun and added 2 more kicks. It's a bit of a shame that I won't be able to teach him a lesson in the same realm as him in the future. Mother Chen nodded. In her eyes was a deep shock. Her son hadn't seen this progress in a few months and it was too scary. My son has the qualifications of a great emperor. We need to find him a stern master to discipline him properly. When Chen Jun woke up from his coma, it was already 3 days later. He got up from the bed in a daze, and it took him a while to come back to his senses, and then he realized that he was bandaged all over, and everywhere hurt. While sighing, the maidservant with an exaggerated figure walked in with the soup. Young master, you're awake. Vivian, how long have I been out? 3 whole days. My father can be really ruthless. Chen Jun touched his brain, still feeling the pain. Looking at the system in his head, the achievement lit up. Master said to go find him when you wake up. Young master, looking for him for what? I'm not too sure. The maid frowned. It seems like it's about the demon sect. In the past few days, I heard them say that they accidentally discovered the demon sect's Saint Sun's trail, and the entire eastern continent's outstanding young generation near our county have gone after him. A very key point of the shogun's claim to righteousness is that it does not bully the small with the big. Therefore, this time, even if it was found to be the holy son of the devil sect, the younger generation was sent. And there was no older generation to obliterate it. So, it's for me to go too? Well, the maid hesitated for a moment. The master said that you do not learn all day. Only to the family to get into trouble has not yet made a contribution. And now the young generation does not have anyone to serve you. There is no way to serve the public in the future. This time to go to exterminate the demonic sect of the demon. It's considered to be a merit for the family. There is a reward for killing the demon sect and reporting it to the Eastern Continent State King. Killing the demon sect's Saint Sun. Such a reward was naturally even more impressive. Jun Chen rolled his eyes. This original owner was indeed too much of a dude, but moving his body bones just felt like it was falling apart around him. Bai Wen then added, "Well, Master said that this injury of yours, if you rely on your own to raise it, you cannot get well in half a year. If you go he will take the family's precious medicine to treat you." Chen Jun was helpless. "And, if you don't go, his lordship says he'll stop your family giving for 5 years. Go! I haven't enjoyed anything since I crossed over, but I've been beaten up. How can we stop the resources? Miss Lin is waiting for you in the side room." Got it. At this time on Zhou Mountain, the demon sex group of people looked woefully in a state of fled in all directions, yet their eyes all carried a glow of excitement. "Young lord, almost all of the demons among the third-generation disciples of the Eastern Continent giants have arrived." The Devil's Son's expression was flat. "Very well, the preparations are ready, right? Don't worry young lord, none of them will be able to escape. That place has no other mysteries, trapping them is too easy." "Good." The Demon's Son nodded. "I've deliberately shown weakness for so long in order to wipe them out. There can be no mistakes in this matter." All the disciples of the East Continent giants involved in the pursuit thought that the devil had exhausted his means. How did they know that it was just an intentional concealment of clumsiness, which was to lure the king into the urn to kill them all in one go, and not to give them a chance to escape? Devil's Son couldn't help but sneer as he thought, "In a few days, the third-generation disciples of the Eastern Continent giants are going to have a fault line." He had strong confidence that he would not be afraid to fight 100 or even 1,000 with one. How can those losers be called demons? Unbeatable in front of themselves. What Qingyang sect, what Ming sword sect, what Chen family, Zhou family. All of them are just trash. They are not a single enemy when they really strike. Before, it was only because he was afraid that they would escape that he intentionally showed weakness. The East Continent giant really lives up to its name. The younger generation is such a waste that it should be eliminated and become the dust of history. The only pity is that there are still too few people to attract. The Eastern Continent was so vast that it was already hard enough to attract demons from several surrounding counties. The holy sect will prosper forever. The many disciples of the surrounding devil sect chanted in unison. After holding back for so long, pretending to be unsupported and routed, and being hunted down by those retards, I'll soon finally be able to raise my eyebrows. 22, Siege Hill. A crowd of people looked frenzied. In their opinion there was not the slightest suspense in the matter with Lord Young Lord. Everyone was bound to die. With so many demons, there must be a lot of treasures on their bodies, and they'll be able to share so many supreme treasures again. This person was already imagining the picture of picking up corpses in his mind. Someone licked his scarlet lips. "I wonder if there is any superior blood and flesh." The Devil's sect practiced techniques that basically harmed heaven and earth, and it was fairly normal to feed on blood and flesh. "Can young lord leave some female cultivators for a little? I'm just about to make a breakthrough recently, so I'm short of a few stoves." A demonic youth revealed an evil smile, his lips crimson. On the other hand, near Zhou Mountain, a dozen or so members of the Chen clan had also gotten the news that Jun Chen was coming at the same time. Damn it, again! The Chen family's third young master was annoyed beyond measure. The Devil's Son is obviously exhausted and will soon be put to death. And every time he sends someone to reap the credit at such a time. Third young master. It can't go on like this. Someone on the side fanned the flames. As the third young master's follower, his status would be determined by the third young master's status in the future. Killing the Devil's Son is a great merit. In the family this merit is bound to carry a lot of weight. To say that Chen Jun is coming at this time, isn't that clearly stealing credit? The first and third young masters were both vying for the future of the family, and to just blatantly favor Jun Chen was too much. Zhou Mountain is just this big. Now that all the big clans have surrounded it, the Devil's Son can't even escape. A little bit of closing the net up. At most another 10 days will be able to kill the Devil's Son. The eldest young master is coming back to steal the credit at this time. 20 people came at the very beginning, and 6 have died by now. Why didn't you come during the early stage when it was so difficult to consume? But now, it wasn't just the third young master. The others were also all burning with anger in their hearts. Anyone who encountered this kind of thing would also find it hard to be calm. He and the others had paid so much in the early stages, and had nearly lost their lives in several encounters with danger. Now the Devil's Door is at the end of its strength, and will soon be jointly surrounded by the various sects, and at this time a leading boss to harvest the credit, is an individual to be difficult to accept. The eldest young master also has the face to come. How shameless. Most of them were third young master's men, so they had no qualms about speaking. He was furious beyond measure when he suddenly heard a sound in the distance. There's a disturbance. Go! Hunt down a few more. Otherwise the other forces will underestimate us. There were a total of 20 clans that came in this joint siege, and the others at lower levels were not qualified to intervene. In these 20 families, The Chen family ranked in the bottom of the list in terms of strength, with many deaths and still small credits. Not quite the bottom of the list, but not too far off. They had already been shamed and rather looked down upon by the other clans these days, so each of them was holding fire in their hearts. While a few people dodged and moved, they found a man in his own clothing stepping out of the sound in the distance, holding a belt plate and a stunning woman by his side. Fellow disciples, I'm Jun Chen, and I've come to lead the group by order of the Grand Elder. The family's earthbound rhinoceros was extremely fast, sending him to the vicinity of Zhou Mountain, and hundreds of miles away he saw where these people from the family were, so he rushed straight over. Hearing this, several people coldly grunted at the same time, dissatisfied in their hearts, but didn't say anything. Jun Chen continued to speak. According to the Grand Elder's meaning, it's fine for all of you to play cover on the periphery. There's no need to grab and attack. Reducing casualties is the right way to go. He also knew that the major powers were now surrounding the mountain, pulling a net of blockades from the foot of the mountain to the top, a little bit upwards. The Grand Elder also had a count on the strength of these people from his family. Facing the demon sect disciples alone was bound to be a death. So now the thing to beware of is the demon sect's counterattack at the last moment of desperation. Ridiculous. Third young Master Chen snorted coldly. My clan has the least amount of credit, and has only killed one person from the devil sect so far. And now that the devil sect is clearly at the end of its strength, if we don't grab the credit at a time like this, are we going to be snickered at by the other forces? The words came out of his mouth, and the others agreed. Part 1 Despise. The big young master is a dude is just now realized that actually still a coward. All this talk about minimizing casualties and staying out of the heart of the fight? Ridiculous. Looking at the woman beside Jun Chen, she snorted with the same laughter. I've heard that the young master is behaving ridiculously. And this time he even brought a vase along. Isn't this adding to the chaos? When the battle breaks out, who has the time to protect a vase? We can't be a personal bodyguard for the two of you and miss the boat. Chen Jun thought to himself that the Grand Elder still had half a sentence he hadn't said. Let them take cover. They are too weak. Just go and charge and take credit. The Grand Elder did not ask him to come and harvest the credit, but heard that his own family had suffered heavy casualties and asked him to come and protect these few people from the family. But looking at the situation in front of him, these dozen or so people from his own family simply didn't have the correct understanding of their own strength. You killed one person in the beginning, and now you can kill more when the Devil's Gate is desperate? Ridiculous. Jun Chen couldn't help but shake his head, and the act of shaking his head naturally looked like a wimp to the crowd. If you're afraid, follow me from afar. You don't have to go forward. The third young master snorted coldly, then prepared to continue leading the group. He thought to himself that this is not considered disobeying the orders of the Great Elder. Who told you to wimp out? That's right, we're not wimps. The words formed an instant response. In itself, they had no intention of listening to Jun Chen, and now that Jun Chen was acting so abysmally, they were even more enraged one by one. Why don't you compete at this time? You will be mocked by other forces in the future. Side thought even pay attention to Chen Jun did not pay attention. More than a dozen people look at each other, two eyes directly to the top of the mountain, pulling a line to sweep the net type search. Chen Jun speechless, but also lazy to care more. I came with good intentions. You do not appreciate it, then forget it. When you have suffered a loss you have a number. Following these people and just watching quietly. He didn't have the time to fight with these people, nor did he have the mood. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder's special instructions to protect the clan, he would have absolutely not cared. The Grand Elder treated himself very well, and it was rare that he entrusted himself with something, so Chen Jun still couldn't refuse. He just walked slowly along behind, chatting side by side with Lin Shui and continuously consolidating his realm. In 4 months in the body sacred field domain, he had directly entered the ninth sky from the first sky of the circular body realm at a speed so fast that it felt unimaginable. It was important to know that he had only cultivated to the ninth sky of the blood transformation realm 7 years before, and it had taken half a year to refine his body, 1 year to forge his bones, 2 years to cut down his marrow, and 4 years to change his blood. It was reasonable to say that the circular body realm required at least 8 years of hard cultivation, which was already genius. However, Chen Jun's talent enhancement coupled with the effects of the body sane field domain only took 4 months. It was difficult to even describe it as a demon. Although such an advancement did not have the problem of unstable foundations, Chen Jun's control over his body was not yet fully adapted. Chen Jun needed to keep practicing and experimenting to feel the body that had been sharply strengthened in a short period of time. As he walked, he thought to himself that he would just take this opportunity to work out. The light of the spirit arts constantly appeared in his hands and went out immediately afterward. Chen Jun had to achieve a complete grasp of the spirit arts and adapt to how much amount of spirit chi should be released. And seeing Jun Chen in this state, the dozen or so Chen clan disciples all showed disdain. Chen family's third young master sneered in his heart. Still fucking really just follow my ass. This big brother of mine is shameless enough. But this is good. How can someone like you possibly compete with me? The rest of the crowd didn't dare to say anything with their mouths. But in their hearts, they were all thinking, they say that the eldest young master is just a stubborn character. How come he still looks like a bit of a waste today? 23. The Demons of the Eastern Continent. As they traveled along, Zhou Mountain covered an extremely wide area, and the Chun family was responsible for this area on the southeast side, forming a line that swept upwards. The forward movement soon found the trace of a certain third-generation disciple of the Devil sect. Even though it was not a devil's son, it still caused them to have a burst of excitement. A few people moved in a hurry, the footwork flowing underneath their bodies, a few stepping steps in succession to chase out, and soon saw the figure of that demon sect disciple from afar. Stop! Various types of blades flashed in his hands, and the light of spiritual arts surfaced as he blasted away. The surrounding verdant trees were instantly cut off. The sound of sonic booms resounded in the air, and the light of spiritual arts surged. Monstrous power chopped out, destroying the general sweeping away. Chen Jun in the back shot a few glances. It's a bit poor, not as good as half of my previous strength, he silently muttered to himself, and he didn't have the heart to look any further into these people's methods. His eyes scanned the perimeter and looked at the demon sect disciple. In his head, Lin Shuyi's heartbeat rang out. This wolfishness is just pretending. Pretending? Chen Jun looked a few more times, and indeed felt that there were a few hints of leisure mixed in with this wretched fleeing. He couldn't help but wonder about the significance of this third-generation disciple of the demon sect in disguise. At most a few more days, the major forces will be able to blockade and pull the net to the top of the mountain. When the devil's door to hide also impossible to hide. Fight to the death? Strange. As he thought about it, he realized that this person quickly disappeared from sight with a flash. His figure blurred beyond recognition, while the spirit arts of a dozen or so members of the Chen family didn't even touch the corners of this person's clothes. Devil sect cultivators are basically much stronger than cultivators of the same realm because of their practice of devil's power, so naturally they are not that easy to kill. The teenagers were furious and instantly quickened their pace. It's not easy to come across a single devil disciple. This is a great opportunity. If you can't even grasp this, you're too much of a waste. Jun Chen shook his head inside. No wonder the Grand Elder had asked himself to come. On the strength of these people of their own family, the final battle on the mountain top of the Devil's Door desperately counterattack. These people of their own family, not to say that most of the dead and wounded is estimated to be miserable. As he was pondering, a golden figure sped by, his body tall, his blonde hair like a waterfall, and his eyes glittering. He looked at the fleeing disciples of the Devil's sect in his hand. A sword chopped out. Time seems to stop. This sword across the space, the silhouette will be directly chopped down. The Devil sect, that the third generation of disciples, coughed out blood in a big mouth and fell to the ground and directly lost his life. He turned around and looked at a few people from the Chun family. With strength like yours, if the Devil sect chooses you as a breakthrough, I'm afraid you won't even last half a quarter of an hour. The words were flat, even with a faint huff. This Chen family is out of work, sending a bunch of losers. What if it spoils the whole thing? And hearing these words, the Chen family's crowd all surged with anger. This was naked humiliation. But they didn't dare to say anything at all in the face of this teenager. What can one say when the gap in strength is right in front of you? Third young Master Chun glared angrily at the other party, drawing a snort from the man. You're not convinced? You, don't bully people too much. Third young Master Chen held his face red. It's reasonable to say that your Chen family should also be excluded from these quotas. And it's not because of your Grand Elder that you're able to get a piece of the pie in this siege. These forces in the Eastern Continent viewed this siege as a piece of merit, and these were the only ones who were qualified to divide it up. After saying this person also ignored the crowd's reaction and directly disappeared with a few shakes of effort. Jun Chen looked at the figure. A great disciple of the Bright Sword sect. It's nothing more than that. A little strong, but nowhere near as strong as yourself. However, one's own means were too little. The body technique was only a heaven-rank spirit technique. If one fought against this person wanted to escape, one could not stop him. The Chen clan's crowd was indignant and continued on their way. Chen Jun followed behind these people. These dozen or so Chun clan disciples kept accelerating forward, occasionally encountering a few Devil sect disciples during their advance, but none of them were able to exterminate them, and each of them was in an agitated state of mind. Chen Jun also realized that all of these Devil sect disciples were a bit strange. In the middle, a few more demonic disciples from other sects and forces came. Does your Chen family have no one? You can let him escape even with this? The Qingquan County Wang clan's heavenly pride looked disdainfully at the crowd. The shadow of his blade was like a rainbow as he chopped out horizontally, killing one person from the Devil sect directly across the waist just a few kilometers apart. Such a terrifying strength caused the Chen family's group to only be silent. More than one celestial pride has come to wipe his own ass these days. There was a deep sense of frustration among these people in the visual comparison. The gap was so large that they found it hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had flown by, and surprisingly, the Chen clan still hadn't managed to kill any more devil sect disciples. Chen San young master is disheveled beyond measure. He led this job originally thought it was a great achievement. Now it looks like he shall not be laughed at to death when he goes back. During these 3 days Chen Jun just watched. He was not at all anxious about the so-called merit. With 2 hangs of his own, the rewards that come with that bit of merit don't look good. Now that I've seen the demons of the 7 forces, they're all not too far off. This one from the Wang family should be the strongest, but it's just like that. Chen Jun shook his head, thinking that the eastern continent was still a bit small. Lin Shuang's heartfelt words were even more direct, so weak. No wonder they all died in their previous lives. This heartfelt voice also made Chen Jun understand that the strength of the Devil's Son was feared to be quite extraordinary, and in his previous life, this siege of this group of heavenly pride actually died. In this way, another day passed, and the dozen or so disciples of the Chen clan were all a bit tired under the high intensity of running. However, the mountain top was close at hand, and the people of the other clan could already be seen vaguely in the surroundings, and the encirclement narrowed to the point where a head-on collision was inevitable. Demon Son, it's up there. I don't know who yelled out, and instantly the crowd perked up. One by one, they looked up, and also quickly discovered the wretched figure of the Devil's Son, still fleeing towards the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Chase! Instantly almost everyone from all the forces stormed out. Killing the Devil's Son was a good opportunity to become famous in the eastern continent, and the Devil's Son's status was honored, and there must be a lot of supreme treasures and so on in his body, so this was a big, fresh fish. The crowd was thrilled beyond belief. The Devil's Son had nowhere to run. The major forces had surrounded all the directions. He could only wait for death. The Wang clan's heavenly pride chopped horizontally with his sword light. The Ming sword sect's great disciple's sword shadow was radiant and straight stabbing. And the Zhanglan sect's secret core disciple had a life and death pen in his hand to carve runes and press out. They didn't just want to kill the Demon Son, but they also had to compare themselves to the other forces' heavenly pride. The dozen or so members of the Chen family were even more nervous, their footwork flowing to the extreme. An arrow step erupting with unprecedented speed. The devil cannot be killed. At least must kill a few demonic sect demons to fill the number of it. Otherwise this trip to come can be too humiliating. Behind him, Chen Jun looked at the ground but suddenly froze as he shouted under his breath. Don't fall for it. Come back, idiot. The dozen or so members of the Chen clan disdained in their hearts and cursed. On a fart pawn. Are this kind of juncture? The Devil's Son must die. You fucking goat also have to have a boundary. I have not seen you so cowardly. However, as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a dark night enveloping him. Zhou Mountain erupted with a strange change. 24, out of the corner of one's eye. In reality, Chen Jun didn't even notice anything at all, but rather heard Lin Shuyao's heartfelt words. At this time is the noontime. The sun is winning incomparably strong. The sun is like a furnace. However, the thick black fog even in an instant to show the trend to cover the sky. In an instant, the sky even darkened, and Jun Chen's figure flickered repeatedly as he tried to retreat. However, a thick meaning surged. At this time, it was as if 10,000 pounds of enormous force was wrapped around his feet, and every step he took was incredibly difficult. Underestimated this demon sect. Jun Chen couldn't help but look behind him, connecting a line backward from where the dozen or so disciples were in front of them. The line was stretching rapidly, at a speed so fast that it was even too late to react. The line directly missed where Jun Chen was, trapping him within this boundary as well. At this moment, all the figures rushing forward froze. Chen Jun was at the end of all of them and had still entered this area, and the others, needless to say, were completely trapped inside. The surrounding area was a grayish scene, and it was as if this space had been divided. The Devil's Son's figure instantly disappeared, and an ominous premonition surged in everyone's mind. However, most people are quite calm, now that the 20 major forces are full of 200 people here. I don't believe that you can turn over anything. This place fell into a deathly silence. Chen Jun frowned and quickly backed up to the border. The flowing light surging, he reached out and touched it. Hard as hell. An ordinary punch blasted out, and the blocking didn't even start a ripple. In the dead silence of the crowd, a sudden miserable howl resounded. The voice came from a disciple of the Moonflower sect, who was split up instantly, his body exploding as he let out a horrifying howl before he died, dying without even knowing how he died at all. Who? Sneaky. Come out. The other dozen or so people of the Moonflower sect were enraged. The fact that their fellow disciples had been instantly split into pieces right under their own and other people's noses made their hearts bloom with rage. The great disciple of the Bright Sword sect suddenly opened his eyes amidst his frown and blasted his sword into the void. However, this sword chopped out and touched nothing. A few ancient trees were cut off at the waist. Other than that there was nothing. Come out to me. Come out and die. The Wan clan's heavenly pride chopped away with a blade that cut across space. Spiritual art light splendor exploded and scattered in all directions. And at this time, a dozen people simultaneously struck out and chopped at the inexplicable place. A grim voice in space resounded in the ears of the crowd. Can't even discover my position. This is the most demonic disciple of the Eastern continent? It's a bit too weak. The voice came from the demon sun. Now that the so-called round body realm demons of the several surrounding counties had all been here, they could finally be eliminated in one go. Roll out. The secret disciple of the Zhanglan sect bellowed, spitting out runes as a terrifying wave of sound swept through the entire space. This was a sound wave type spirit art. Extremely difficult to cultivate. Yet this person had already achieved great success. The voice drank out countless ancient trees from the sky from the inside was directly shattered. At this time many weak disciples even feel the body chi and blood churning. Internal organs to appear signs of cracking. One couldn't help but look horrified. This person still had this kind of tactic. Yet even so, the voice remained indifferent, as if it was not affected in the slightest. So weak. The next moment after the words left his mouth, a bloody light emerged. And this secret disciple of the Zhanglan sect who drank out rumbling sound waves from his mouth was directly beheaded. The body and head were separated. And the death was so miserable that he didn't even have time to shout out a miserable howl. The body fell to the ground. Blood spurting and splattering on the surrounding verdant numbers, looking unusually grim in the gloomy space. This scene appeared everyone's eyes widened in an instant. How one couldn't believe it. Someone with such terrifying strength was actually simply and directly beheaded. This was a secret disciple of the largest sect in Minghai County, the Zhanglan sect, and he died so easily? The devil's son is so terrifying? What makes the round body realm so terrifying? Who are you? Come out if you can. You're not a devil's son. I didn't realize the devil sect was so despicable. Of course they wouldn't believe that the demon son would have such a terrifying power. If so, how could they have been hunted down in such a sorry state before? And everyone thought that this was an elder of some devil sect that the devil son was following. However, in this battle between the juniors, the major powers have never had a second generation or higher disciple make a move. It is too despicable for you, the devil sect, to do this. Ridiculous. I've only displayed half of my strength nowadays. And it exceeds your imagination? The voice was indistinct. And at this time, amongst the entire audience, I'm afraid that only Lin Shufeng could see exactly where the devil son was, behind that tree 20 feet ahead. Chen Jun sniffed as a handle appeared in his hand, and with a flash of light he chopped at the ancient tree. Ha! There's actually someone who can spot it. The devil's son was so fast that this sword merely managed to chop off a corner of his coat. Everyone was so surprised that they looked over, not realizing that the inconspicuous Chen family actually had such a person. Only, it didn't seem to make much sense, as the devil's son's figure shifted and disappeared again. Come out, pretend to be a god. There were people who kept on shouting, their hearts anxious. How it looked as if the devil's son's strength seemed to be far beyond the imagination of himself and the others. If you have the ability to fight squarely and openly, hiding in the shadows, what kind of ability is that? Some people shouted angrily. This way they couldn't even discover the demon son's traces. What the hell is a battle? They must force him to show himself. And with those words, a sharp cold grunt nearly deafened the crowd's eardrums. Just you and the others also have the face to talk about a righteous battle? Exaggerated laughter appeared, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. 20 major forces surrounded us, adding up to more than 300 people. Our clan has a total of only 100 people, and you have the face to talk about what's right and proper. However, my clan is not a hypocrite like you after all. I'll give you guys a chance. As the words fell, at the top of the most mountain, the devil's son's figure slowly emerged. He sat on a huge boulder at the top of the mountain, quietly towering over the crowd. Looking at them, here's your chance. Here's your chance to swarm and kill me. Hearing this everyone was instantly stunned, feeling as if they had heard half of it wrong. I'll just sit here and give you all the chance to strike together. Don't say I'm cruel and won't give you a chance to live. The voice was indifferent and condescending, not placing these 200 or so people today in his eyes at all. Just sitting on the boulder at the top of the mountain with a big swing, his eyes swept over the 200 people, disdain overflowing. These trash, now trapped here with no possibility of escape, could finally go on a killing spree themselves. The crowd at the bottom looked at each other twice, all feeling that the devil's son was crazy. This is a fucking idiot, right? In an instant there was no need to say anything more. Hundreds of people stormed out, almost all of them striking out at the same time, various colors of spirit art light surging and blasting away. The monstrous might was terrifyingly incomparable. Seek death. Arrogant. You will pay for your arrogance. Cold snorting in his heart. You just had a strange means of concealment. If you never show up, the crowd really can't do anything about you. I didn't expect to come out on my own to seek death, or to do so in such an arrogant manner. 25, okay, then I'll kill you. Spiritual art light surging, bursting incomparable power to make the space vibration. Roaring giant shock, horrifying giant waves almost want to lift people over. It was the simultaneous strike of hundreds of talented disciples, and it was incredibly powerful. Aside from Chun Jun, who was still standing at a distance, there was hardly anyone who stayed their hand. A dozen or so Chun family disciples are even mad, pouring spiritual energy around them, all thinking that this is the last moment. They have to make a good show. At this time, one by one, even before they did not dare to use the reluctance to use the magic door, are flowing out. The body of a backlash throat, a sweet blood to gush out, are not the slightest concern. The third young master of the Chun family couldn't help but coldly grunt in his heart as he struck out with a spirit art in his hand. My waste of a big brother is this scared out of his wits. Ha! What a disgrace to the family. It wasn't just him. Many of the people who had struck out had also seen the abnormality in Jun Chen. Only Chin Jun didn't make a move to close the circle, and was seriously surveying the borders, tapping his fingers, not knowing what he was doing. The man is scared silly? The Wang family's celestial pride had the leisure to look over while slashing out. It's the one who found the demon sun's trail just now. Why didn't he make a move? Scared like this by the little bit of bizarre tactics the devil's son used just now? No, it always felt wrong. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. In addition, many of the major forces have snickered in their hearts. The Chen family was the bottom 1 or 2 in terms of battle records before, and it is true to its name. It was said that the Chun clan was relying on a single grand elder to hold up the scene, and that they would soon be removed from the ranks of the first-class clans. And it looked like it was exactly right that the clan's disciples were already poor to such an extent. The minds in his head were different, and at that moment, all the spiritual art light blasted away. The sky was filled with the remnants of spiritual arts. The sword and sword shadows exploded and scattered, and all sorts of foreign beasts' shadows crossed the sky. Tigers whistled and lions clawed and slapped, and under the terrifying might, it seemed that the devil sun sitting on the boulder on the top of the mountain would be torn to shreds in a few moments. However, in the face of this roiling light, the demon sun only let out a cold laugh. His expression was indifferent. His left hand was raised high. A halo as black as ink emanated out. Spirit arts flowed in his hand, and terrifying fluctuating power surged out. Are they all that weak? With a tremor around his body, a black halo radiated out with the demon sun at the center. At this moment everyone only felt as if the spiritual energy around them was being triggered. The power in their bodies was rioting, and for a moment they were even going to be unable to control the power of the spiritual arts in their hands. Instantly, some people coughed up blood, only to feel the shocking backlash surging in. Unable to control the spirit arts in their hands, the sharply rushing figure instantly flew backwards, suffocating, even before he himself was completely close to the demon sun's range. With the demon sun as the center point, the silhouettes rushing in all directions all looked horrified in an instant. One by one, they only felt a huge force coming in, and severe pain surged under the terrifying power. The surrounding air seemed to be cutting, and their circumference was bruised in the twinkling of an eye, permeated with drenching blood. It's the realm of intent. Close to the intent realm, a disciple of the Bright Sword sect flew out backwards, shouting in horror under his breath. The long sword in his hand was even directly broken at this moment. Spiritual art realms are categorized into introductory, minor, major, and perfect. Above the consummation is the intention. It was only in the king's art that there was a realm of meaning, and the highest under the king's art was no more than perfection. And it was said that it was simply impossible for someone who hadn't shed a spirit art to reach the level of a spirit art's intent. But this strike from the devil's sun in front of him was clearly already intentional. Mastering the realm of intent meant truly mastering an art. It was already at the level of touching the origin of spiritual arts. Before the realm of intent, there is a form, but only after the realm of intent, there is a god. The big disciple of the Mingjian sect coughed up blood, and pieces of his internal organs even appeared in his mouth. Just such an indiscriminate strike had directly injured him severely. There were not a few that were even worse than him, and there were even people who actually died directly and tragically under such a blow. Under the double effect of the horrible impact and the backlash surging in, he fell to the ground with his head tilted and completely lost his breath of life. The sound of thumping constantly rang out. Hundreds of people surrounded the attack, but surprisingly, they were all directly knocked away by a single person and heavily smashed on the ground. The scene was bizarre and even looked a bit funny. The crowd that was rushing aggressively and sharply was so unbearable that they were all flipped over and flew backwards by the power of a single person. You were given the opportunity, but you didn't grasp it. The devil's son sighed, and only then slowly got up from the boulder at the top of the mountain. He looked down from a height. His not-so-tall body at the moment made people feel as if they were facing a lofty mountain. Just one strike made everyone's faces horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying strength below the shedding realm before. How could there be such an ability that completely transcended levels? When they thought of the Devil's Son's bizarre methods earlier, a feeling of despair surged in everyone's hearts at this moment. This is also too scary. Obviously have such strength. Why did they show it at this time? Just to get rid of it all. Now there are less than half of the people who can still stand up, and all of them have already been injured. And the ones who are not good are directly dead. And I'm afraid that there are not even a few people who still retain most of their combat strength. At this time, the despair in the heart and chest surged. Dozens of people who could still stand looked at each other, and did not even think about directly exploding all the cards. Terrifying power flowed. The giant trees in the sky were directly annihilated. And under the bursting light of the spirit art, the entire space shook tremendously as the combined strike chopped at the demon sun. However, the Devil's Son still had a cold expression and did not show the slightest change. Weak, black mist surged around his body, and this time he didn't even make a move. He just stood there, all spirit arts unable to get close. Someone let out a long sigh. Spiritual arts another level up. It is simply impossible to defeat. A blow exploded and the black mist around them shook, and dozens of people instantly coughed up blood in large mouths. Someone's body fell straight backward, only to feel that all their strength had been drained under one blow. Despair welled up as he looked at the figure at the top of the hill, and there were few left standing at this point. Chen Jun naturally became the most conspicuous one at this moment, as he was still tapping away as if he was researching, while the boundary wall did not show the slightest movement. Someone looked at him and shouted angrily, sad and angry, "Still want to escape at a time like this? We put our best foot forward and you're here studying how to escape on your own. Selfish, coward." When facing the Devil's sect, one should fight to the death. The eldest disciple of the Brightsword sect shouted angrily, even resisting the urge to strike and behead this deserter. Deserters don't deserve to be men. The Devil's Son's gaze similarly looked over. He was a little surprised that he hadn't actually affected that place in his earlier blast. It shouldn't be. Even if this person was on the edge of the boundary wall, he should have been directly and heavily injured. Could it be that his intentionality cultivation was not up to scratch? And looking at the Devil's Son's gaze looking over, Jun Chen turned his head. This boundary wall is a bit interesting. How should I get out? Kill me and get out. The devil sneered, feeling that this was a fool. Chen Jun nodded his head as if in a daze at his words. Alright then, I'll kill you then. I've never heard such a request, and I've actually been asked to kill him. 26. My fiancé is too strong. As the words left his mouth, the crowd all froze, and some even couldn't help but snicker. The unbelievably heavy atmosphere even seemed less desperate at this moment because of Jun Chen's words, and a bit of laughter rang out. Dozens of people lay on the ground, their bodies trembling as they laughed. This person was desperate and had gone crazy, right? It's normal. There's still time to pretend at a time like this. The eldest disciple of the Brightsword sect shouted and cursed. He himself couldn't last a single round at the hands of the Devil's Son. What kind of a thing are you? Kill the Devil's Son? Go to your daydreams. The few people from the Chun clan who hadn't died yet were speechless one by one. Is the young master scared out of his wits? What nonsense is this? They all knew that the eldest young master's strength was still okay, but it was just okay, and it didn't even rank upstream among the heavenly prides of the major powers. Now you're talking about killing the Devil's Son. Isn't that bullshit? The Chen family had already been mocked all the way, not expecting to end up facing a situation so embarrassing that they wanted to die. The Devil's Son was similarly stunned when he heard Jun Chen's words, looking at him as if he were looking at a fool. You, what did you say? Chen Jun slowly drew his sword. I said, I can only reluctantly kill you. Spiritual energy surged around his body. The Star Dharma sect flowed and resonated, and heaven and earth merged with Jun Chen at this moment. This was the enhancement brought about by the supreme fleshly body of the body saint. Originally the rhythmic body realm was only able to have an extremely slight resonance with the heavens and earth, but Chen Jun already had a hint of such a mystery in the fleshly body realm. With such a huge advantage, every move was faintly augmented by heaven and earth, and the quality of his spiritual energy and the power of his kung fu were far superior to those of his class. The stunning sword flowed and looked towards the Devil's Son. He let out a light breath. The fourth style of stunning, don't erupt. A flick of the wrist, spiritual power rushed and poured down. This sword technique was a heaven step technique of the Chun clan, which the previous Chen Jun had been practicing. After practicing the sword for a full 8 years, this spiritual art had been perfected. A sword chopped out the space burst. Terrifying sonic boom sound resounded. Under the extremely weak addition of heaven and earth, the sharp and piercing sound even wanted to tear people's eardrums in general. Space trembled, and at this moment, everyone's faces showed disbelief as they looked at Jun Chen with eyes full of shock. How could such a horrible power come from you? The Devil's Son's eyes that had never changed at this moment also finally appeared a faint trace of stagnation. The black mist around him was as thick as ink. A long knife appeared in his hand, instantly slashing out horizontally. How did he see that? Strange. This was the first time he had ever used a weapon. And just now he had faced a siege of those hundreds of people who had yet to do anything. The long blade was mighty and flaming. The terrifying black fog twisted and flowed, and collided with the stunning sword. The intentional breath spread, and in a collision of strikes, Jun Chen and the demon son both retreated, only to feel a surge of breath in their bodies. The crowd exclaimed, "How is this possible? An even split? Truly terrifying. I'm not fucking dreaming. I don't believe it." To be able to fight off a single blow with the demon son without losing the wind had completely exceeded their imagination. In reality, Jun Chen had taken the trick. The devil son's physical body was not much worse than his own, and the power of the king's art in his hands was even more terrifying. So it was reasonable to say that he could not resist this strike at all. But Lin's heartfelt words helped. The devil son had a flaw in his cultivation when he was in the refining realm, and there has been a dark injury at his left arm. And he has the advantage of resonating with the Chuli 7.4 layer in the Kung Fu Fahrenheit. So I don't know if Jun Chen can see it. Ha! He actually saw it. How could he? I don't remember him practicing any pupil arts to be correct. Chen Jun thought that, of course, that is listening to your heart to hear out, which is to see out. The next moment Chen Jun's figure flashed, his body transforming into a stream of light in general, and his speed was fast to the extreme. The devil son suddenly raised his head and chopped straight into the sky. The black long knife collided with the green sword shadow, and the shockwave surged wildly in the roaring tremor, and the surrounding verdant ancient trees were all turned into powder. The earth shook under his feet, and dust scattered and rocks exploded. Chen Jun only felt his body's chi and blood churning, and he had already suffered some minor injuries from the blow. At this time, he couldn't help but feel some emotion. His other means were too scarce. His physical body had already surpassed the limit, but there were still people who could rely on strong means at the same level, no less than himself. If I had a high-level defensive spirit art to directly harden against your blow, then I would have blown you away. Side thought of flickering around the body. 365 nodes resonate in an instant. The spiritual energy wildly surging breath flourished. He needs to get in close and throw a serious punch. Facing the devil's son, just the shadow of his fist was simply not enough. He had to blast his fist on the devil's son's body to do so. At this time, the devil's son is even more in the heart of a huge shock. The same realm actually someone can and their own equal? To know the spirit art himself has already practiced to the consummation above. Such a huge gap in terms of spiritual arts that you can't actually crush it? The quality of this person's spiritual energy and roots outshone his own by a lot, and he could clearly feel the level that seemed to transcend the limits, which shouldn't belong to this level. Sword shadow whistling again. This hit he clearly feel the power even in an instant against strong points. No, it wasn't just the quality of the spiritual energy and the roots. This spiritual art in the other party's hands had something odd. The level of the inner essence was too high. This is by no means a heaven stage spiritual art. The inner content is even above my king art. At this moment, Lin Shuin's heart sounded the same. Chen Plan's amazing sword technique? How could it be so extraordinary? It seems to have been deliberately altered. If this sword can cut the devil's son at his upper right shoulder, the devil's son will be in danger. Chen Juanxin said a good lu. A sword blast. Ha, how did he see it again? This is too unbelievable. I have holy pupils. Does he have them too? This Chen Jun really has too many secrets on him. How come it feels no less than me? As Chen Jun chopped at him with this sword, a sense of extreme danger surged through the devil's son. He wondered for the millionth time how this was possible. This is the only thing I haven't perfected so far, and I still have a flaw. Can you tell? Is it possible that you have holy pupils? But at your age, your fleshly body is already so terrifying, and your sword skills are so extraordinary. How can you still have time to cultivate another sacred pupil? Impossible. The black as ink mist instantly wrapped around his body, becoming gloomy and thick. The power entwined, forcibly gathering strength, and chopping horizontally in one strike. Everyone looking at the scene in front of them had long since frozen, unable to say a word. At this time, Chen Jun saw that he had a head start and naturally would not miss it. This person may have some bizarre means, and it would be better for him to have a quick battle. The long sword in his hand flashed continuously, and the body saint's peripheral node map flowed and resonated, giving Chen Jun endless power in general. 5 of his 7 gates are wrong. Chen Jun's sword shadow turned to chop directly at the 5 gates. How do you see it again? The footwork is off by a hair. There's a chance for a physical fight. I wonder if Chen Jun can see to catch it. Coming. Chen Jun's eyes lit up. It was finally here. My fiancé can be too strong. This battle of his own right now is equal to 1 + 1, and this holy pupil of his fiancé's is really buggy. 27. Let the bullets fly for a while. Following Lin Shuyao's heart, Chen Jun took a step up. With this step, the devil's son only felt suffocated to death. On what grounds? How come his battle instincts are so sharp? This step was stepping right into the chaos of his breath. Originally, the next step of his stance flash was supposed to be in that position. At this moment, he forced a turn and twisted his body elsewhere, only to feel a disturbance in his body's breath. And surprisingly, there was a slight feeling of backlash coming in. Lin Shuang was even more astonished. How is this Junshin so perceptive? Even mastering a high-grade pupil art shouldn't be like this. Is it possible that it's an outstanding combat intuition? At this moment, Chen Jun finally grabbed the opportunity to get in close combat. The long sword in his hand was thrown casually, and his fist was swung out with vigor to slam down hard. It was a normal punch. As he was now overexerted to be a serious punch, he could only land one blow. So it's going to be a one-hit kill. Jun Chen was not aware of the Devil's Son's tactics, and a little trial and error was needed to get close just in case. Facing this punch, Devil's Son was stunned. I thought you were just trying to disrupt my breath, but it turns out you were trying to physically fight me? He laughed out loud. The opposite side, this was actually trying to use his physical body to fight against the demonic blade in his hand? It's ridiculous. What kind of flesh dares to fight with my magic sword? This sword has been with me for a long time. You mortal flesh. That what block? While thinking about the magic knife in his hand, the breath of the knife flourished. He hard against a blow this knife fought to slash down. Space burst. Rumbling sonic booms exploded. The sharp and ear-piercing sound made countless people in the surrounding area even feel like their eardrums were going to break. At this moment, the hope that had just been raised by the group of people lying on the ground in the surrounding area was dashed in an instant. Throw the sword? Carry it in your flesh? That's not looking for death. The huge shadow of the blade seemed to be pressing down from the sky. Such a terrifying shadow of the blade caused a crowd of people to despair. It was a condensation of intentional power that was going to directly cut through Jun Chen's physical body. The Devil's Son chose to fight off a hard blow and kill Jun Chen outright, which was the greatest respect for his enemy. And seeing this scene, Chen Jun froze as that punch directly blew apart, and he began to gather his strength as his body continued to roar around him, and his body even began to tremble slightly. The aura climbed and grew, and his body even faintly produced signs of expansion. Highly recommended. Originally, I thought it would be hard to find out a chance to land a horizontal punch, but I didn't think the Demon Son would actually have such a poor sense of dexterity. He actually couldn't see the menace within his own punch, and actually wanted to collide with himself head-on, sparing himself injuries to directly decapitate himself. Are you looking for death? One serious punch from me and you're all gone. Terrifying black blade shadows crossed the sky. The entire sky was pitch black, and the huge blade shadows obscured the sky. With this strike, the Devil's Son exploded all of his power, and the terrifying might caused the earth to tremble. The surrounding area rumbled and shook, and the ground instantly collapsed. With a single step, the color of the sky suppressed, and the long black blade slammed forward in a chop. With a forward-looking aura, Chen Jun took a deep breath. The flow of Dharma in his mind exploded. A shocking sharp pain surged through his heart, and the terrifying power caused Chen Jun, the caster, to feel a palpitation, his body shattering instantly. And the strike had not even been struck yet. Chen Jun's heart was shaken. This punch is much more vicious than when I hit my dad. Now that's a serious punch. The previous punch was only internalized, and Jun Chen hadn't even gathered much power. This time it was a serious punch that really held nothing back to. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were now showing signs of shattering, and in the face of the monstrous blade, Chen Jun didn't dodge or avoid it, and blasted out a fist in his hand, directly meeting the blade chop. It's over. The crowd instantly closed their eyes, ready to wait silently for death. How can a mortal flesh body fight against a weapon? Moreover, the devil knife in the Devil's Son's hand. I'm afraid that the grade is at least transcendent grade. In front of such a divine weapon, the flesh body is too fragile. It doesn't even need to really touch. The knife chi will be able to annihilate the body. Death is suffocating. Suffocating. The two figures collided with a loud bang, and a terrifying shockwave exploded. At this moment, the entire space shook tremendously. The ground collapsed down with the two people as the center, and the surging power in the shockwave lifted all the people lying on the ground and struggling to fly backwards, and many of them instantly smashed into the boundary wall, falling down with a bang. Such a horrifying blow. In the aftermath of another dozen people died tragically. The already life-threatening directly did not have the residual power to struggle to death. After the two figures collided, they both flew out backwards, and an earth-shattering hiss instantly resounded. Chen Jun flew backwards under the blow and slammed heavily into the ground, sinking deep into the pit. One could clearly see a hideous and horrifying wound on the torso. From the chest to the waist, it was almost cut off directly from the waist, and it was obvious that it had been seriously injured. Looking at the figure in front of him, the crowd froze, and the ones that were still alive were already in despair. The Devil's Son was still standing there. The long sword in his hand seemed to have cracked, but no other changes could be seen in his entire body, which seemed to be unharmed. Black mist surged around his body, and his body stood there, still looming like a high mountain, causing people's hearts to despair. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to move. Not even the devil's son had a single change of movement. His long knife was stuck in the ground, and he seemed to have his heart in his mouth. What level of unattainable internal content was clearly felt in that punch just now? But, I so want to not die. He looked toward Chin-jun in the deep pit, who was scarred by his blade chi and whose entire body was broken and torn, and spoke. Ha 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 ha. I was actually almost surprised by your bluffing punch. Ha 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 ha. Side thought he couldn't help but laugh. Such a terrifying opponent actually went and learned a handful of tricks? Just now, he himself was truly stunned. And that knife just now even wanted to retract it. The crowd was dead silent and loud laughter rang out. At this time, the only one who had a gloomy face was Lin Shujing. Looking at Jun Shen's punch, it always felt like he had seen it in some ancient book. This seems to be a punch from the body sage. Although the body arts were ponderous and countless people had created countless body arts, the body art that contained as if the entire world within was only something that the body saint alone could do. That punch that Jun Shen had just thrown clearly had the shadow of a body saint, and it was too similar to the ancient records. Talent is so terrible? Observing the fluctuations of the field and being able to learn the physical arts of the saint of the body? Set up a 10,000 laws pavilion for him after I'm an emperor, and have him specialize in making up holy arts for me. I heard that a male self-mutilation can also increase his enlightenment by another 0.5%, and when I become the empress, he will be the head of the East Factory. Otherwise it would be a waste not to develop such a talent to the limit. Chen Jun, that's a dangerous idea you have. At this time, Devil Sun's long sword was stuck on the ground, and he let out a long breath. I'm unharmed. Your punch is false. You've only learned the skin of the game. Chen Jun struggled to get up from inside the pit. He looked at the demonic son who was still standing there maintaining his previous movements with a flat expression. Let the bullets fly for a while. What? 28. Manifestation before men. What's a bullet? Lin Shuya felt puzzled. This punch was called a bullet? But this is so powerful, and also quite a style. There is a kind of light confidence and domineering. Tent, chest ready. A group of people lying on the ground at the moment full of anticipation. In the midst of despair, this is their last hope. Although he couldn't understand what Jun Shen was saying, the faint dominance and confidence was so convincing. The devil's son frowned as he opened his mouth and was about to ask again. However, when he opened his mouth and spat out the first word, he suddenly felt an endless raging wind whistling down his throat. The long knife cracks in his hand suddenly began to fill his eyes. From the very beginning of the hilt of the knife at a speed visible to the naked eye quickly spread to the entire body of the knife. In the blink of an eye the long knife is covered in cracks, and then a gust of wind blew over. Bang with a bang into a cask powder. The devil's son whose entire body was leaning on the long sword suddenly felt an endless emptiness at this moment. He wanted to power up, but he unexpectedly had no strength at all. It was as if his body had been hollowed out and his own vitality seemed to be destroyed from within. He fell straight forward, his entire body wide-eyed with disbelief. In the last moments of his life, he realized that his body began to crack from the inside, and in the twinkling of an eye, it was covered with cracks, just like his own long sword, which shattered with a bang, and everyone's gazes widened in an instant, each eye on the verge of glaring out. The devil's son's body slammed into the ground with a loud thud, sinking deep into the dirt. How is this possible? Unbelievable voices rang out one after another, dazed and confused, all thinking that they had misread the situation. How did it go down? Soon someone finally noticed that the demon son's collapsed body, a blood-colored fist mark was reflected on it at his back, the force penetrating his body. His shoulder blade bizarrely collapsed in completely, bloodying up under the punch. This was a fatal wound. A punch from the devil's son's body blasted through the defense, completely annihilating the devil's vitality. Is that punch just now to blow apart from the inside? This is too horrible. In a short moment these people felt that they had experienced the most miracles they had ever seen in their lives. How could a pair of meaty fists only possess such terrifying power? Turning a sword into a fist? Impossible. If there really was such a realm, it would have crushed it long ago. There was no need for such trouble. A master swordsman can turn everything into a sword. A tree branch is a sword. A piece of green stone is a sword. And even a leaf is a sword. However, such a realm was clearly not something that Jun Shen could have, truly crushing it with ease. One and all were completely unable to comprehend how such a punch could have been thrown. How could there be such a terrifying punch? At this moment, everyone looked at Jun Shen's figure with fear on their faces. The words that had been said before, the outburst of mockery just now surged to his heart, and at this time, his face was green and red, and he felt like he could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Where was this a wimp? Where was this arrogance? But it was just the blandness that came from extreme strength. It was ridiculous that he and the others had actually misunderstood that the Chen family actually had such a terrifying demon. Several people from the Chen family felt equally ashamed. They had never taken the eldest young master seriously, but they did not realize that in the end, their own and other people's little lives were actually saved by Jun Chen. If Jun Chen hadn't come, all 300 people from the major powers would have basically all been lost here. Each one of them stifled their reddened faces, and shame and anger surged through their hearts. Himself and the others combined were not a single enemy of the demon son, and such a terrifying figure had died at the hands of the most wimpy-looking Chen family's youngest master. The leaders of the Ming sword sect, the Wang family, and the Qingyang sect, of various sects couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh in their hearts. How could they have never imagined that the gap between the same realms would be so large? It's so big that it's almost too desperate to see the edges. A deep sense of frustration surged through his heart. The disciples here were all the most outstanding existences of the great sects. A few of them had the potential to become great disciples, and each of them considered themselves geniuses and never looked down proudly on cultivators of their age. But now that this arrogance had been so easily broken, Jun Chen had completely shattered their arrogance with a single punch. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Many people shook their heads as frustration spread in their hearts. The devil's son was enough to make them feel dejected and frustrated, but they could still find excuses because the devil's techniques were inherently more powerful than the ones they practiced, and the devil's magical powers were also generally superior to the righteous magical powers. But facing Chen Jun, what other reason could one find? There's nothing more to it than the fact that you're a rookie, and nothing more to it than the fact that you're weak. The circular body realm can actually still have such terrifying power. The spirit art level is unbelievable. Not to mention that punch. The sword art looks like it's only at the heavenly rank, but it can also resist the demon sun. There's bound to be something odd. This punch blasts apart and destroys vitality from the inside. It's really well calculated. Mr. Pei is ashamed of himself. Listening to the admiration of the surrounding crowd, Chen Jun was a little embarrassed, which was a good calculation. It was his lack of control over his power, and the explosive point of his punch blasted inside his torso. Originally, he had intended to directly shatter the devil's son's heart from his chest, but as a result, the power was too strong, he didn't control it, and he became the way he was right in front of him. But well, pretending is still to be pretended. Letting the bullets fly for a moment seemed to have a stronger effect than just letting the demon son die with one of his own punches. In his mind, the achievement panels, Manifestation Before Men 2, lit up. Manifestation Before Men 2, Randomized Natural Pretense. Teenager you're promising, gain 800 points of energy. The only thing I'm a little sorry about is that the punch doesn't take too well on its own. He also knew that holy arts were not supposed to be performed by someone who hadn't even shed his body yet. Asterisk 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 can't be used in the future. This consumption is also too drastic. Don't think about pulling out 2 blood condensation pills in his arms. Almost half of my internal organs are broken. Much more broken than the time I was stabbed to death on Earth. Fortunately, I am now tenacious of life, or I would have died once again. Blood clotting Dan entrance. Swallowed into the abdomen, a warm current surging. Broken internal organs and so on began to obtain nourishment, slowly repair. In fact, Chen Jun still had a 5th grade elixir in his hand that briefly exploded his extreme power, which was given to him by the Grand Elder to save his life. It was only that the side effects of this elixir were slightly stronger, and if he used it, he was afraid that his state under the backlash would be even worse than it was now, so he didn't use it before. In some cases, this kind of elixir could be equal to one more life for a low-ranked cultivator, and a situation that was originally crushed could be reversed because of such an elixir. If the Devil's Son had a similar elixir of the 5th or 6th grade in his hands, Jun Chen might be in danger this time. Don't freeze everyone, those few devil disciples are escaping, Jun Chen shouted helplessly. With the death of the Devil's Son, the surrounding boundary wall indeed slowly collapsed. The sky and sun surfaced the original scene, and under the blazing sun, those still remaining disciples of the Devil's sect began to run away. Someone who could decapitate the young lord. Even in their already severely injured state, they didn't have the courage to face. Not to mention that there were still dozens of people using a certain amount of combat power right now, and it wasn't realistic for them to try to snatch and decapitate Jun Chen amongst these people. And at this time, his heart was terrified, and the clan was definitely unable to return. The Devil's Son was killed, and he dared to go back to the sect leader, fearing that he would have to kill them to sacrifice their weapons. Someone with a lively mind instantly switched sides, kneeling down and shouting, "I'm willing to worship the Chen family and provide the Chen family with all the information I know." Someone among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Devil's sect in the midst of running away was stunned, and his heart was enraged when he heard this. Damn, this is too unambitious. Shame on our magic sect. How can we, disciples of the Devil's sect, be like this? While thinking about it, he flung himself on his knees, I am also willing to worship the Chen family. Give me a chance. I know more than him. 29. Swordsmanship. In a very short period of time his mind turned. The man also realized that mutiny and begging for mercy seemed to be the path with the best hope of survival. Pounding his knees to the ground, he kowtowed with a thud. Swear to serve. I hope to be accepted. The first one to fall to his knees froze. How the fuck is someone more shameless than himself? It's so shameless. Everyone don't believe him. I have a higher status within the clan than him and know far more than him. The rest of the dozen or so fleeing devil disciples were all a bit stunned at this time, never expecting that these two fellow disciples who had always shown loyalty in the sect would actually be so shameless. Wallflower, in order to live is also too shameless. Where is the ambition and dignity? I also want to worship the Chen family. Give me a break. In an instant several people shouted loudly, thumped directly on their knees. Go to the fucking ambition dignity it. With Chen Jun's might just now, they naturally wanted to throw themselves into the Chun clan, and as captives, they should at least choose to be captives of a more bullish power. It would be a shame to be a captive for the deterrent Fengshan, a clan that had been decimated by them before, and was in a miserable state with the Chun clan at the very beginning. To be a captive for this kind of clan was just too ridiculous. Seeing that the various fellow disciples were so shameless, and that each one of them reacted faster than themselves and the others, the rest of them all hurriedly opened their mouths to beg for forgiveness. My fellow members of the Bright Sword sect, I wonder if I would like to take them in. I can offer everything I know. The Chen family looked hopeless and could only retreat in the hope of becoming a captive of the Ming Sword sect. Every one of the Wang clan, I bind my own hands. Faced with the comical sight in front of them, each of these sect geniuses were even a bit dumbfounded. They were only 17 or 18 years old, and most of them were taught that they would rather die than give in the face of the demon sect or maintain their dignity in the face of the evil cultivators. So what if I die? I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Therefore, none of these people had begged for mercy in the face of such a desperate situation before, and now this scene naturally froze them in their tracks. These people from the Chun family were also blinded. The other party begged for mercy. Still kill? What should we do, my lord? Chen Jun, once shot directly in the hearts of these dozen people, set up a supreme image. In the event of uncertainty, this matter naturally hastened to open their mouths to ask. Separate interrogation. Each question each person should let them answer once. After comparing and finding out who lied, directly kill. Chen Jun said head on. After all, the various legal programs in the last life were not watched in vain. How the police interrogate prisoners is the most important thing Chen Jun would like to read. About separate interrogations, exhaustive interrogation methods, and so on. As for why you love it, don't ask. While speaking, these teenagers from the other clans also listened attentively. None of them knew what to do about the immediate future either, and they kept nodding darkly while listening. As soon as the call was finished, these people's eyes changed, and they simply had to admire each other. This Chen family's youngest master is not only outstanding in force, he's not bad intellectually either. Looking at these eyes, Chen Jun thought that it is really a small thing. This other world's monks have not experienced the cultivation of socialism, 9 years of compulsory education. This point of IQ, TSK. Such a martial arts-oriented world itself does not emphasize intelligence and education and training, which is the legendary cultivation to fix the IQ lost. He silently sat on his knees in place to recuperate and repair his body, while a few of these demon sect disciples who resisted were directly beheaded, and the others were all captured. Lin Shujing was at the side with light flickering continuously in her eyes. This Chen Jun also knows how to interrogate. Who else would the East Factory publican give him up? Following Jun Chen's instructions, these young talents from each sect were interrogated separately, and many things about the inner workings of the devil sect were further grasped. After some checking, it turned out that everyone else's words corresponded to each other, except for one who lied. Lying, natural, direct beheading. So many people in these devil disciples cannot turn what waves. At this time all of them are all excited. Did not expect this trip to kill the devil can also get so much information. After the return of the clan, this is bound to be a great work, which some of the hidden secrets of the clan have not yet been obtained. One by one, they arched their hands and faced Jun Chen. Don't worry, fellow Daoist, we definitely won't be greedy for credit. To be greedy for credit in such a situation, that's just disgraceful, and no one could do such a shameless thing. After all, they are still teenagers, each with high self-esteem. If this isn't a bunch of middle-aged old man inside, things will not necessarily develop into what way? Greedy credit? Greedy? What greed? It was mine in the first place. We'll all report the details back to the clan individually. There can't be any deviation. Such a great feat naturally raked in a lot of benefits, and many hearts were envious. I'm afraid that all kinds of healing pills and precious swords and divine weapons will be missing from Jun Chen. Moreover, there would be an audience with the State King, who was a half-step human emperor realm powerhouse. Although the State Kings were addressed as kings, This was to be different from the imperial word of the imperial dynasty's honor. In reality, the state kings were all at least half-step human emperors with terrifying strength. Speaking of which, this demon sect is really dangerous too. We have to hurry and report back to the clan. During this interrogation, it was vaguely learned that the demon sect seemed to be brewing something big. Only the devil's son died, and these people were so low level that no one knew exactly what was going on. The siege of the devil's son was naturally all behind us at this point, and the various clans excused themselves from each other, facing Chen Jun with a rather sincere attitude. See you later, goodbye, everyone. Maybe we'll be able to kill together again on the battlefield soon. Once they said their goodbyes, the group of Chen family members went on their way. Like the stars arching over the moon, the Chen family members were now looking at Chen Jun in any way they could. This Lin Shuang really doesn't deserve the eldest young master. I don't know why, but the Grand Master has also been willing to take her. One by one, they were slandering in their hearts, while Jun Shen sat quietly on the earthbound rhinoceros, recalling the surprising sword technique in his mind. According to what Lin Shuyao's heart said, this sword art didn't seem simple. Chen Jun hadn't found where this sword art excelled so far, and the original owner's reason for choosing this sword art to practice at that time was very simple: handsome. Handsome batch of that kind of handsome. A sword chopped out, fluttering like a fairy. This sword art is called the surprising sword art, and there are 7 styles in total. The first style is astonishing wind, the second style is astonishing air, the third style is astonishing self, and the fourth style is astonishing other. 7th style is astonishing. Chen Jun frowned in thought, adding all of the energy he had just obtained to his enlightenment. But still, he could only see that the inner meaning was indeed terrifying, and he could not do anything to further deduce it. I've seen too little to be able to do that. The sidekick prepares to whitehorse Lin Shuang, but realizes that Lin Shuang doesn't know anything about swordsmanship. Chen Jun pondered for a moment. Now that he was on one door and seriously one fist certainly did not work. The means were too few, and this sword art could not find a way to advance. Speaking of which, that golden spear of mine is already no less strong than a normal spirit weapon, with terrifying power. If it wasn't for the fact that it would be indecent to reveal it, and for fear of arousing the jealousy of other male cultivators and the fervor of female cultivators, Chen Jun felt that he could have switched to stick cultivation. 30. I have to run. He went back to the family on the occasion of the helplessness of his heart. The great elder's joy was on his face. Having already known the news of Chen Jun's forceful decapitation of the demon son earlier, he now liked how he looked at this grandson. Chen Jun listened to the grand elders ranting while he dove headfirst into the book depository. After going through most of the family's collection, a lot of information was obtained. Jun Shen didn't dare to stay longer and left in a hurry, because he had gotten word from the maid that the family had hired a stern master for him, and it was too late if he didn't run. Since showing his talent, his treatment in the family hadn't gotten better, instead making both the grand elder and his parents feel that the discipline had been too loose and delayed before. Now that it looked like Jun Shen had super demonic talent, where was the delay? Young master, it seems that you've been given the Shuai great power as a teacher. Hearing this name, Chen Jun's legs almost went limp. The family was trying to kill themselves? The great elder can really put down blood. Shuai great power can be invited to give himself as a teacher. It is estimated that the family heritage are Huahua almost. The name of Shuai can stop a child from crying. The first time he heard this news, Chen Jun had a firm idea to run. The thought of trying to run was naturally anticipated by the grand elder long ago, and as soon as Jun Shan left the book depository, he realized that someone was following behind him. Chen Jun's spiritual power surged under his feet and his figure flickered. However, he found that it didn't do much at all. Damn, my stance aptitude is too low level. I can't shake it off. The 2 houseguests' faces were sincere. Young master, we'll just watch you for 2 days. Once the 2 days are up, it's none of our business, so I hope you won't make things difficult for us. Chen Jun gritted his teeth and thought for a moment. Fine, then it's okay for me to go see my 5th aunt, right? The 2 men looked at each other. Auntie 5? The young master is good at this? No way. Think of the 5th aunt as still charming. Plump, face show but not charming. Dignified. Indeed. No it won't. No it won't. The 2 of them shook their heads. Where was the 5th aunt as fierce as the young master's maid? The 2 of them nodded their heads and followed Chen Jun all the way to the outside of the 5th aunt's courtyard. Chen Jun gently deducted the door. The 5th aunt inside the house was stunned. Dead ghost, how to come over at this time of the day? How is it good to be seen? A few moments later she opened the door furtively and was about to wave when she saw that it was surprisingly her nephew. Aha! Not the dead guy? Even though it wasn't the 4th master. A flash of joy sprang up on his face. Now who does not know Chen Jun is almost designated as the future head of the family by the great elder within the family. This little kid will not. Seem to me that this style is still alive, and it is very lethal to these teenage boys. And seeing the sneaky opening of the door by the fifth aunt, the two housekeepers looked at each other and smiled in a very subtle and obscene way. It's so stealthy and sneaky. There's definitely something going on here. Both of them turned away at the same time, not looking down any further, ready to give the eldest a little privacy. Chen Jun spoke. Auntie, it's been a long time since I've come to see you. I'll come over and sit down, okay? Nephew, come in quickly. Auntie Five smiled and lost her color in 100 flowers. She let Chen Jun inside her house, and the door to her room closed gently. Take a seat and I'll make you some tea. As he was talking, he turned around and suddenly felt a sharp pain surge in his neck, as if he had been hit hard by something hard. Then she only felt a strong feeling of dizziness surging into her mind, and she instantly blacked out with both eyes, unable to support herself, fainted, and collapsed straight down. The last thought lingered in his mind. This nephew, if you want, just say it. Chen Jun secretly said that he was sorry and helped Auntie Five to the bed. Then the system map appeared in his mind. At that time, when he first looked at the system, he found a secret passage here that led to the fourth uncle's room, and now it was really a good opportunity to use it to escape. Following the location of the map in his mind, he tried a few times and realized that the switch of the secret passage was actually on the underwear that Auntie Five was hanging. No wonder no one ever found out. I can't believe they put the switch here. Chen Jun touched it twice, and there was a low hum in the chamber as the secret passage opened. Turning left and right in the secret passage, he soon reached the fourth uncle's room. Chen Jun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then a few flashes escaped from the family side door. On the other side, the two houseguests outside the fifth aunt's courtyard just waited in silence. What do you say to this great young master? Flavor, young women, who can not like it? This is the fifth aunt. That body, TSK. Chen Ding revealed an envious expression, tilted his head, and his harangue was about to flow down. But not to avoid suspicion of us? This is treating us as our own people. We're going to be rich. The other man's eyes lit up when he heard. Yes, big brother. But what? However, isn't this a bit too long for the eldest young master? It's been half an hour all. I'm only 3 minutes at most each time. Chen Ding stroked his chin beard. Maybe the eldest young master is different? Honestly, 3 minutes is not short. Really? Statistically normal is only 3 seconds. No way? And so another half hour passed. Is the eldest young master so strong? It can't be. It's been an hour. Wait a little longer. Maybe it just finished foreplay? Foreplay? Brother, you tell me about it? Hey, you can listen to this. After another half hour, it was getting dark. Isn't the eldest young master a human being? It's been an hour and a half. It's not over yet, it should be on fire. Chen Ding frowned. How do I feel? Something happened. Two people openly get up, toward the courtyard. At first also knocked on the door, and then saw no reaction began to bang smash the door. Grand Master? Fifth aunt. The two shouted for a few moments before finally deciding to break the door. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and the door of the room collapsed in response to a palm blast from the open mountain palm. Two people rush into the door, then blindfolded, suffer. Where's the youngest? Chen Jun on the other side had been running for close to 2 hours. His speed was much slower without the carriage, but he wasn't worried about being caught up by the Grand Elder. There are so many directions out of the Chen mansion. Can you be sure where I ran to? Start a family search for me? That's highly unlikely. His leisurely feet flashed with spiritual energy, and although he didn't have a carriage, the speed of each step with a peerless physical body was terrifying. Running like that, he suddenly noticed a figure ahead of him. Chen Jun and the other person blurted out at the same time. Why are you here? The silhouette was no other than Lin Shuang. Chen Jun thought to himself, am I going to have a bad relationship with you? How can we even meet in the same place? Earlier, Lin Shuang bid farewell to the Chen mansion, saying that there were some things to take care of, but he didn't expect to actually run into them again here. Lin Shuang said, I'm bored, looking at the stars. Chen Jun was skeptical. He believed this when others said it, but not when Lin Shuang, a reborn person, said it. I thought you said you had something to take care of. I'm seeing that no one in your Chen family welcomes me, and I'm just being aggravated by staying, said Lin Shuang as she revealed a pitiful look. Chen Jun thought to himself, I am not going to take pity on you as a reborn person. Just pretend. What are you doing out of the Chen family? The Grand Elder has gotten me the Shui great power as a teacher. I have to run. Jun Chen looked distraught. Hearing this, Lin Shuang laughed softly. They say that Shui de Mighty can stop children from crying at night. You don't want to see if the rumors are true? I don't have jittery tendencies. What's a jitterbug? It's just a disease that likes whips. Oh, Lin Shui nodded. Then where are you going from the Chun family? Chen Jun thought to himself, I want to go to more places. And the 2 days of reading books in the book depository were not in vain. where the top powers of death themselves now know exactly where they are. This time, I went out just in time to prepare to seek out a few people. 31. Imperial Sword. Chen Junbian thought about opening his mouth, walk around and swim in the mountains. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment. Should I say with him? Oops. It's easy to misunderstand when you say it. But, Chen Jun smiled. This little girl was quite arrogant. He thought about it and decided to give face to the future empress. Moreover, without the courage to protect himself now, this strength is actually not too safe. And Lin Shuxing now has long crossed over the dematerialization realm. It is good to be a bodyguard for himself. So he opened his mouth and said, "Why don't you join me if Miss Lin is fine?" Lin Shuang froze, then looked up, her eyes letting out light. Well, good. She was really despondent just now. Having returned from a rebirth, she was just now thinking about life, and it was good to have someone to wander around with. The two looked at the starry sky for a while, and then went to the nearest city to rent an earthbound rhinoceros. In the midst of running, Chen Jun pretended to have no direction and wandered around, picking a direction at random. In fact, a place not far from his home had once had a Sword Dao powerhouse fall. This great powerhouse had a prominent status during his lifetime, being the prince of the top imperial dynasty at the time. Jun Chen wanted to complete the surprising sword technique, so he was prepared to go and see if any remnants existed, riding the ground rhinoceros around, and continuing to cozy up to Lin Shuang on the way. Chen Jun got some more news about the future. For example, the Daxia imperial dynasty's later battle with the uncontrollable imperial dynasty's national destiny. For example, the Northern Hun's supreme demon's later defeat of all the imperial dynasty's geniuses, and so on. After just wandering around and spending a full 6 days, the two of them ran all the way to their destination at last. This was a barren mountain range. The sword intent contained within the corpse of that being had annihilated everything here, and now after so many years still not an inch of grass had grown. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Shuang pondered for a moment. Isn't this the place where Emperor Ming fell? Is it? I don't know. Looking at this sword chimney is terrifying. Jun Chen pretended to be curious and traveled forward on foot. Lin Shuang laughed twice behind her. Don't think about it. This isn't a place like the body sage field. It's impossible to gain from observing the fluctuations. And the diffuse sword chi here is caused by the fact that Prince Ming threw his sword out with all his might before he died. Throw the sword? Yes. Before he died, he was afraid that the sword would be disgraced, so he threw it in infinite distance. And to this day no one knows where it is, and most speculate that the sword will be buried forever. Chen Jun didn't ask any more questions. The name of this great power appeared in the system map. Click. Terrifying impulses flowed, and the fragments converged crazily. Jun Chen deliberately observed Lin Shuyao's reaction and determined that even her insight could not sense the remnants of the system's reunion. In front of him at this moment, a youth dressed in elegant and luxurious clothes appeared. His body shattered around him. His body was tattered, yet he possessed supreme might. The youth stared at Jun Chen, feeling incredulous. Under the heavens, there can still be such terrifying means? As the son of the imperial dynasty, his breadth of knowledge was far from being comparable to ordinary people, but he still felt shocked. Does Senior have any last wishes? The late generation can help fulfill it. The dynasty has been destroyed. What last wish can I have? The youth smiled, having sensed something relevant. Chen Jun was silent. What do you want? The youth laughed, seeing through Jun Chen's mind. Chen Jun arched his hand in obeisance. Then the stunning sword appeared in his hand, and the 7 sword strokes that he had mastered flowed like a tiger. The youth's eyes froze the moment he saw this sword art, and his eyes gaped. Where did you get this sword art from? The family cache. What family? Well, the Chen family of Donghai County in the eastern continent. Never heard of. Chen Jun scratched his head. His own family was indeed not well known. This sword art has an extremely high level of internalization, and it is likely to be stripped of the sword master's dharma. The youth said as sword intent flowed in his hands. He had long since reached the level of transforming his body into a sword, and every part of his body could be used as a sword. Spiritual techniques flowed in his hands, and Jun Chen stared carefully, afraid of missing the slightest bit. With this bit of power I have now, I can only extrapolate it to the level of an imperial art, allowing it to possess the imperial art might it should have in itself. Further, beyond the scope of my ability, I'm afraid it will take a sword master to be able to do it. The youth sighed. He was sword obsessed and excited at the sight of a sword art with a very high internal content. The only regret was that he had already died. Otherwise he might have spent 100 or 1,000 years and had a chance to deduce the level of touching the sword master. Jun Chen firmly memorized all of the youth's movements while being somewhat puzzled. Who is the sword master? A great man from 1,000,000 years ago has received the full recognition of the way of the sword, and the world honors the sword master. At this moment, the youth evolved the surprising sword art little by little, and this terrifying sword art finally revealed what he should have originally looked like. Jun Chen felt shocked even as he watched. The imperial art level was truly terrifying. The original surprising sword, with its appearance, was only as powerful as a heavenly rank spiritual art, slightly better than a heavenly rank spiritual art because of its terrifying inner content, but not by much. At this time it finally revealed the terrifying might it was supposed to have, and a shocking power exploded from the flow of sword intent. As the youth completed his final stance, Chen Jun instantly coughed up blood from his mouth. The forced memories were a little too much for his body to handle. At this moment, after deducing this sword art, the youth's silhouette appeared extremely shallow and looked as if it was about to shatter. He silently closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Jun Chen with a burning gaze. "My servant sword by star, do you want it?" Instead of waiting for his sword to be stumbled upon by some inexplicable person, he should give it to the youth in front of him. Chen Jun was flabbergasted. This opportunity crashed into him. How could there be a reason not to want it? "Thank you, elder." The youth laughed. "Star by star is a royal sword. Are you sure you want to take it? It's a big deal if it's missed." Hearing this, Chen Jun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Imperial sword. How many handles could there be in the entire imperial dynasty? The emperor of the current imperial dynasty was just barely able to utilize the full power of the imperial sword. Being missed? There's no need to worry about it at all. You're not stupid. This sword, with your current level, is not enough to utilize 1/10,000th of its power. Even you will have trouble swinging it, the youth said, his figure trembling for a while. However, this sword is the only thing that I won't feel insulted when it's on you. He deeply understood how terrifying a spell it was to regroup the power of the dead souls, and that he was able to strongly memorize the imperial technique after only rehearsing it once himself. This teenager's high talent was definitely no less than his own back then. Such a man, getting his own sword, does not leave it in the dust, said the side of the body began to tremble madly. Some unknown location, buried deep in the ground, as if a long sword sensed the power of the death of the old master. The sword broke through the air, instantly breaking through all obstacles and instantly cutting through endless space. "Hey, senior, wait. 32, I have 172 ways to get him." At this moment, throughout the entire imperial dynasty, too many people witnessed the might of this peerless sword. The sword's shadow swept across the air, and the surrounding space fractured by inches. Whimpering under its might, countless people rushed up to the sky, but they were directly crushed by the sword chi. And some people tried to grab the sword and forcefully flow the power, but they were directly broken by the backlash. Coughing up blood under a large mouth could not help but look horrified. Many people exclaimed, "This is at least an imperial rank sword. It has found a new owner." Surprisingly, there's still someone who can get the recognition of an imperial rank sword. Countless people instantly rushed up into the sky and sped in the direction that Star by Star had left. Such a sword could be considered the greatest opportunity of the entire imperial dynasty in recent decades. If it could be grasped and taken into one's hands, no matter what it was, it would be able to gain a terrifying boost. In the entire imperial dynasty, how many people possessed an imperial weapon? You can count them on one hand, and none of them are big names. Countless people caught wind of it and went after the sword. This kind of supreme treasure, after getting it and offering it to the current emperor, will also be rewarded with a lot of money. On the other hand, Jun Chen looked at the sword in front of him. The whole body was glowing with the color of stars. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 inches wide, and Chen Jun held it in his hand just right. The hilt of the sword was engraved with complicated runes, and dots of stars flickered in it. When Jun Chen held it in his hand, he felt a vast power suppressing it, and with the strength of his current body, it was difficult to even swing it. This sword has been internalized to the maximum extent, but you would need to be at least in the Kaizang realm to be able to wield it easily, the youth explained, looking at the sword with endless emotion. The realm of the open treasure, i.e., the realm of opening the treasures of the human body. The realm of shedding flesh is called shedding one's mortal body and molding one's Tao tire. And after the molding of the Tao fetus is the opening of the treasure. The opening of the human body's treasure, which is not far away from Chen Jun now, only 2 great realms away. At this time, Chen Jun didn't have time to think about this. Just now, the might of the sword across the sky was very amazing, and it just fell into his hands. He wasn't worried about someone following the sword's trajectory to find it. It was too unlikely, and he looked to Lin Shujing. This is a royal soldier, and it's Star by Star. The youth used his last strength to breed this sword before he died, and this sword is only 1 step away from being a holy weapon. As far as Jun Chen knew, although Lin Shuang was ambitious and was frantically repeating in her heart, "I will definitely be able to become that sole Taoist fruit in this life and certified to be a great emperor." Humph, but this was only ambition after all. In her previous life she simply didn't have such a supreme weapon. Will she hit on this sword? This thing isn't the same as a kung fu spiritual art, and kung fu spiritual arts are not something she lacks at all. At this moment, Lin Shuang's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? The sword found itself? Then the spirit Jia outstanding reacted in an instant to Jun Shen looking at herself. Ha? What does he mean? Do you want to kill me to silence me? This is also normal. Such a supreme weapon. Once the news leaks, he will almost certainly die. And I am the only person who knows. To kill me is also consistent with human nature. Lin Shuang was calm. It was the strength that made it so. She was now in the dematerialization realm and had the means she had when she was a human emperor. I now have 172 ways to kill him in seconds if he tries to kill me. Listening to Lin Shuang's heartfelt words, Chen Jun gulped. At the moment he was tempted to say you're overthinking it. I wouldn't dare. Thoughts raced through Lin Shuang's mind, but this is a good opportunity to test him. Edge thought of flowing a look of feigned horror. Chen Gongzi. You, don't worry. I definitely won't say anything. You don't kill me. Chen Jun thought to himself that your acting skills are too clumsy. Lin Shuang left a few tears coming from the corner of her eyes, as if she was afraid of being killed by Chen Jun. Her entire body was trembling, her eyes dripping with begging, her mouth muttering, I won't say it. I won't say it. Don't kill me. Mr. Chen. Chen Jun was almost amused by the theatrical acting. Of course, he didn't dare laugh. The side thought of exuding a righteous and compassionate expression. Don't worry, Miss Lin. Chen Jun, am by no means that kind of person. As good as this sword is, how can it compare to you, Miss Lin? How could I possibly take Miss Lin's life for a mere sword? Righteousness and righteousness. This sword, if Miss Lin wants it, I can even just give it to her. Really? Lin Shuang froze. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Chen Jun also froze, thinking you cannot be serious, right? This is a royal weapon, one step away from being a holy weapon. You don't really think you're so beautiful that I can just give it to you, do you? No way, no way? If you are really so confident and really so good to take it, then I, Chen Jun, have nothing to say. Lin Shuang looked at Jun Shen and then at Star by Star. The power of the stars flowing above was so vast, so moving. The most is only one step away from being a holy soldier. The whole continent, how many years no holy soldiers have come out? Forget it. I'm not a sword cultivator. I shouldn't be. For me, cultivating the sword is tantamount to giving up my greatest strength. And it shouldn't be. My heart is still not firm enough. There should not be the slightest hesitation. This heart like this, not to mention becoming an emperor, or becoming a saint, cannot be done. Chen Jun breathed a sigh of relief and continued with his microaggression. Although I, Chen Jun, am not a model of morality, I am still considered a decent person. As he spoke, the sword in his hand was sent forward. I know that Miss Lin may not be assured of my character. In that case, the sword is directly gifted to you. Miss Lin can leave on her own with the sword. The stance of the sword flung forward looked so valiant and so tall. Chen Jun thought anyway, your heart has already shown that absolutely will not want. Then do it. At this moment, Lin Shuang was truly baffled. How did this happen? The imperial soldier was gifted to me just like that? How I kind of wanna cry. At this moment, his mind recalled the world events that he had experienced in his previous life, and recalled the human feelings that he had experienced in his family for 3 months after he was reborn. When one's talent ceases to be mortal, where else will one be so kind to oneself? Plenty of people who hate to step on them, plenty of people who covet their beauty. There had never been anyone who could be as good to himself as Chen Jun, the kind of goodness that doesn't ask for anything in return. I'm so touched. I want to cry. I can't hold it in. At this moment, Lin Shuang burst into tears. Lin Shuang even had a feeling of wanting to rush into Chen Jun's arms welling up in her mind. She couldn't figure out why someone would be so kind to herself who had already become a mundane. It was through experiencing rebirth that she better understood the evil and nakedness of human nature. Even if you have outstanding posture, but this is a metaphysical world. What is the use of the district posture? Flower vase? Stove tripod? Thus seeing Jun Chen like this, inexplicable urges surged through his mind. Chen Jun smiled in his heart and rushed forward to comfort him. He thought to himself, you're still a little young to be playing this acting game with me. 33, red rope. Miss Lin, you don't have to be like this. It's really nothing. This district's sword is just a sword. Wiping Lin Shuang's tears with his sleeve, Chen Jun smoothly placed the sword inside his spatial ring. The two playwrights had different thoughts, and Chen Jun thought to himself that he should have gained enough friendship from this future queen in front of him with this hand. After consoling her for a long time, Lin Shuang gradually stopped crying. I'm sorry, I got a little carried away. Hey, what can I do? I'm the future empress. How can I be so humiliated? It's fine. Chen Jun still had the proper gentleman's demeanor. The two of them left this place to continue their journey as Jun Shen pondered in his mind. A few hundred years ago there was a bald monk who claimed to have unparalleled defense, and was renowned throughout the imperial dynasty. I'll have to look for him to learn defense-related spirit arts. He may not be able to hide for too long even if he hides from the Shui great power. And it is estimated that the great elder is now searching for himself everywhere. Learn a defensive spirit art, so that when you get beaten up in the future, it will hurt a little less. Otherwise it's many more days without bed. Side thought cannot help but bite his teeth. Crossing to the noble gentleman also has a bad side. Said that the children of the big families are all dude parents spoiled it? The earthbound rhinoceros continued on, taking several days to find this temple where the bald head was in the first place. He opened the system map, only to find that there was actually no name for baldhead. Jun Chen froze and thought for a moment. System of small? About the principle of the system read for a moment quickly clear. Remnants of thoughts. And usually remnants of thoughts are more likely to be found in places with deep obsessions. The temple in front of us is obviously not. In another place. Half a day of circling this temple and asking around for all kinds of information. Since the monk had died just over 100 years ago, all sorts of information was still available. According to the words of this present host, this bald head was not a monk and had never really become a monk, but had only shaved his head. He had something on his mind and couldn't really enter the Buddhist sect, but wanted to, so he stayed overnight. He spent his days listening to the previous abbot's sermons, and every once in a while the abbot would ask him if he had really let go of the sutra, at which point he would always dwell on it for a long time, never really letting go of the sutra, and never making up his mind to really become a monk. Listening to the words of this old monk, Chen Jun could not help but be a little surprised. What the hell does this bald guy mean? It feels strange. Does he frequent any other places? It is said that he never leaves the temple, but often closes himself in his room and does not appear for a long time. The abbot once said that he sighs constantly in there, unable to let go of what is in his heart. The old monk said with his hands folded, "Can you show me his room?" Could be. The two walked crookedly along the way and soon reached a broken house. No one has lived here for a long time. Jun Chen nodded his head and stepped into it. A time-ancient aura surged in, and the entire room was very clean, as well as having almost nothing in it. A bed, a table, a bench, nothing else found. Jun Chen looked around the room, scratching through inch by inch places, and found almost nothing out of the ordinary. In the pillow, there is a red string, hidden carefully, but plainly. Hearing Lin Shuang's heartfelt words, Chen Jun pretended to look around and put away that one red rope in his hand. He deeply admired his decision to take Lin Shuya with him, otherwise where would he have found this thing on his own? This red string was hidden in the middle of the pillow, buried deep in the wheat of the pillow, and there was a very small formation that could not be seen to fluctuate to cover it. Chen Jun took out the red rope and clutched it in his hand as the temple abbot was still explaining. In fact, you're not the first person to come here. So many people want to seek what he left behind. The abbot smiled and said, a monk even came here earlier, threatening to kill us all if we didn't hand it over. The corner of Chen Jun's mouth tugged. Don't worry, master, I am not a good killer. At the moment he compared in his hand. The length of the red rope is almost just enough to tie on his wrist, maybe slightly longer. Probably tie up the length can be wrapped to the small arm. At this point, there was already a guess in his mind. So Chen Jun chatted with this abbot master for a few more moments and found a reason to leave. Chen Jun and the temple's presiding officer took their leave. Master, do you know of any famous greenhouses in the neighborhood? The master froze and shook his head. Lin Shuang froze even more. You ask a monk where there is a greenhouse? If he himself was the master in front of him, I'm afraid he would have already knocked down a wooden fish. Without much explanation, Jun Chen excused himself and left, his mind pondering. Scholar, take your time. The abbot monk looked at Jun Chen's back, a wry smile, if any, leaking from the corner of his mouth. After leaving the temple and walking for a long time to make sure no one was around, Chen Jun took out the red rope. What are you doing with this rope? Lin Shuya wondered. With my means I can't even see that there's an abnormality. It's definitely just that there's no abnormality. Chen Jun gave that look of what do you know as a little kid. The red rope appeared in his hand, held it up to his nose, and smelled it. Sure enough, solid left a trace of breath. This red rope was indistinguishable from any other ordinary red rope except for the aura of 100 years ago that lingered on it. And the aura on it was obviously also permanently imprisoned by means of the bald head. A woman's scent, a light aroma. A little thought in his mind already roughly understood where this red rope came from, a woman from a greenhouse. As far as Chen Jun knows, women in greenhouses like to tie red ropes around their ankles and wrists as a way to show that they are not all naked, and that there is still a last bit of cover on their bodies. Not naked. This red string is their last dress? That way, when it's time to sell out, you can take comfort in the fact that you're still wearing a piece of clothing. As for why this matter was known to Chen Jun, don't ask. With this speculation, Chen Jun had probably understood at this point. The woman from the greenhouse, who had completely let herself go to this bald man, the red rope unraveled, was truly naked in front of the bald man, physically and mentally. Apparently, then, the last vestige of the bald man's unemancipated obsession is this woman. That's why there was such a thing as Chen Jun asking a monk where there was a greenhouse just now. It doesn't matter if you don't get an answer. Just look for it. Driving the earthbound rhinoceros around the nearby cities and towns. The map failed to find the name of Dahan. Jun Chen pondered for a moment, then searched the city's newspapers, mainly those from the era in which the bald man lived. Basically every city has this kind of warehousing old-time newspaper news special place. Spend 1 or 2 silver unlimited viewing, and then if you want to be faster you can choose the Tianji Pavilion direct query. Chen Jun wasn't bad at finding Tianji Pavilion. I want the name of the greenhouse that Zhong Fan frequented 100 years ago. 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels? It's too dark. No black. By the way, I'll tell you the cups, figures, etc. of the current headliners of this greenhouse and the various flower girls, and add another one, 000 taels to give you scrolls drawn by the artist. The kind that don't wear clothes. Jun Chen smiled and handed out the silver. Professional things have to be left to the professionals. And you can't be cheap. Quickly carrying away a large pile of diagrams and scrolls from the Celestial Chi Pavilion, Jun Chen looked to the first message. This greenhouse had a gaudy name. Maplewood Evening. 34, evening in the maple forest. 100 years ago, there was someone in this maple forest evening who had a face that crowned the entire county, but then died of depression. And the point in time happened to coincide with the bald head. Wandering and skulking about in the city, Jun Chen swaggered about ready to walk into the maple forest evening. That's the good thing about being a dude. Anyone else would have to disguise it, whereas it makes sense for him, as a dude, to come and have a little bit of fun with the greenhouse. No need to pretend. Lin Shuiying froze. What are you doing here? While it makes sense for Chen Jun to come and have a little fun, how can this work? Ouch. Chen Jun said righteously. I'm here for business this time. Seeing Jun Chen's face, Lin Shuiying subconsciously chose to believe it. There was no other reason. After all, Jun Chen had always acted too decent. Maple Forest Evening looks imposing from afar, and the whole pavilion is masculine in shape, much like something. It was filled with an inexplicable aura that clearly had a certain aphrodisiacal effect, and the entire pavilion was shrouded by a formation. Chen Jun threw out 10 taels of silver to enter the room, and the pimp instantly greeted him with a smile. After all, Chen Jun looked like a rich son of a rich family. What kind does the gentleman want? A young girl? A young woman? Even an old crone? We have everything here. Exotic. To ensure your satisfaction. Want the head honcho? Jun Chen threw out 1 tael of gold. As he spoke, he breezed up the stairs, familiar with the situation. The old bod laughed so hard that his entire face was squeezed into one crease, and he hurriedly arranged for someone to serve him over. Jun Chen was guided inside the VIP room. Guest, you wait a moment. The technician will be right with you. Jun Chen nodded, and the system panel opened in his mind. Sure enough, it's here. The obsession is so deep that it all remains in this greenhouse. It's most likely the place where this bald head and that absolute songstress had their first time. Chen Jun looked at the surrounding area. The environment is really nice, and this place is only affordable for the rich and famous. While thinking about the name of the bald big man clicked in his head, the heavens and earth rumbled and debris swarmed. The power of the dead rolled and gathered, and a bald figure with a handsome face slowly appeared. His eyes bewildered, but soon came to a clear understanding. I didn't think I'd die before I finally realized it. He sighed, feeling regret. What did Senior understand? Jun Chen asked, curious about this kind of person with a story as well. Is the red rope there? Chen Jun took it out of his arms and placed it in front of this handsome bald man's heel. The figure burst into tears the moment he saw the red rope, but unfortunately he was dead and no tears came out. I was young and didn't know any better, and at 18 she gave me everything, but I didn't understand. She gave me her red string, but I didn't understand it. She faced me and dropped all her defenses. She took off her last piece of clothing to join me, but I didn't get it. I could feel her blaze, but I couldn't take her away. I wasn't able to resist the world's gaze. I was afraid of being poked in the spine and told that I liked a whore, so I pretended not to read the blaze in her eyes. I didn't have the courage to take her out of here. The bald man let out a long sigh. In his heart was endless remorse. After death he finally understood. You don't want to follow my old path. Chen Jun froze. He thought to himself, I don't whore myself out and I don't like greenhouse girls. This bald big man said that he was advising, was giving the young man some life experience. How did it sound awkward? Elder doesn't have to be like this. She left a suicide note when she died and understands what you did. This was naturally obtained by the heavenly pavilion through a hidden channel. and the topological version of that posthumous letter appeared in his hand. Once again, the big man burst into tears, looking at the suicide note and crying so hard he could hardly bring himself to do it, hating himself for cringing at the world. After a long time, the bald head's gaze searched in all directions, spreading over the entire city. Granddaughter, my granddaughter, is actually still here. He died over 100 years ago actually, but in this world, the age of childbearing is generally very late, so it's only the granddaughter generation now. Get her out of here, ransom her, and I'll give you everything. Chen Jun nodded. Of course, a songstress, at most, was only a few thousand taels of silver, which Chen Jun could still afford right now. I left that precious armor in the room of the temple, of which the walls are profoundly filled with my perplexity and all my musings. You will be able to learn my dharma and, through the carvings on the walls, be able to cultivate to perfection very quickly. Chen Jun thought to himself that the treasure armor was gone, and all the carvings on the walls had been swept away by someone. Please, there seems to be something wrong with that abbot. As he spoke, the spell evolved in the bald man's hands. His brain felt like it erupted with a lurid light in an instant, almost blinding Chen Jun's eyes. I won't go bald even if I practice your dharma, right? Jun Chen was worried. No way. Then how did you bald? Chen Jun was uneasy and asked. When you become a monk you go bald, because there is no more desire. All desires in the body are eliminated. The organism does not want to produce anything. It will naturally go bald. So don't allow yourself to have no desire. The bald man admonished. Good. Jun Chen nodded solemnly and watched the spell evolve in the bald man's hand. This spiritual art is called Xuanwu treasure art, and the meaning comes from the body of the divine beast Xuanwu. The upper limit is extremely high, and the level is not bad, but right now in my hands there is only the degree of the imperial art. Imperial art? And fucking only? Listen to you, listen to you, listen to me. Is this human talk? Are you kidding me? This is a royal technique. Having obtained 2 imperial arts in just a few days by relying on the system, Chen Jun felt as if he was dreaming. The highest level of the family was only 1 king art, and 2 royal arts could raise the family by 1 rank. In the imperial dynasty ratings, this was not a bad background. And you watch. I feel like my time is limited, so you must keep that in mind. As he spoke, he evolved this spiritual art to its most extreme level. The way the spiritual energy flowed, the method of operation, and so on were clearly presented in front of Jun Chen's eyes, and for a moment, he even felt mesmerized by the fact that such a spiritual art possessed a vast and expansive sense of beauty. His entire mind was completely immersed in it. This spiritual art had a terrifying inner meaning, and even with his enlightenment, he felt that it was profound and incomparable. The Xuanwu intent continued to diffuse as stance after stance evolved. From a small light iron armor shadow, it gradually evolved into a Xuanwu divine body. This divine ability cultivated to the extreme. One could possess all the power of a Xuanwu in a short period of time, and it wasn't just as simple as a defensive spirit art. Initiation is a green mist, minor becomes green armor, major armor has a runic mark appear on it, and consummation harbors the first complete rune. The hierarchical division of this imperial art was quite complex, and the entry level was only just touching the threshold. With a layer of green-colored mist floating around his body, the silhouette continued to evolve the spell, and the power of the dead souls grew weaker and weaker, soon about to dissipate. At this moment, the door to the room was gently knocked on, and a soft female voice appeared. Excuse me, guest, may I enter? Since it is a greenhouse, it is natural to order the license number, and Chen Jun just casually ordered the head kuei, and at this time finally came in style. 35, redemption. And the bald man who heard the voice froze as he looked out the door of the house, his shadow instantly seeing through it. Yes, is my granddaughter. At this moment, he couldn't wait to tear this place right down. Violent anger surged to his heart, and his entire person almost went berserk. But because he was already dead and did not have the corresponding power, in the midst of rage, his figure shook and collapsed in the twinkling of an eye. Collapsing at the end, Chen Jun said in relief, "Please don't worry, senior." Chen Jun squared his body, slightly chipper in his heart. The bald head was also a renowned powerhouse in the imperial dynasty back then, and he didn't expect his granddaughter to end up in this situation. He spoke, "Come in." Pushing the door to come is a woman with excellent posture, 18 or 19 years old, wearing a long green dress, excellent posture, delicate face, fair skin, a faint trace of sadness in the eyes of the gas. Let a person see the pity. And without waiting for Chen Jun to open his mouth to speak, the woman suddenly fell directly to her knees. "Please, don't talk to me." She couldn't say any more and looked at Jun Chen with tear-filled eyes, begging in her eyes. Chen Jun froze. Then before he could say anything, the young girl began to undress. Wait, Jun Chen, am not this kind of person. Then he realized he was overthinking it. as the young girl slipped her dress down a little above her puffy breasts, then turned around, revealing hideous scars on her back. This young girl was covered in whip marks from the lashings and barely had a few intact spots around her body. Why were you beaten? A wave of anger surged through Chen Jun's heart. As a man who was stabbed to death crossing in the name of justice, the last thing he needed was a sense of justice. I am not willing to sell my body. The young girl as if she had met a savior. They forced me. I would be beaten if I didn't obey. But they were afraid that I would commit suicide. They didn't dare to press too hard. So until now I can still be alive. Chen Jun nodded. I'll ransom you. He thought to himself that if the bald senior knew about this, he could also be more or less at ease. This person's granddaughter did not sell her body. Until now should still be a virgin, but suffered a lot of pain and when she heard Chen Jun's words the young girl froze. She just wanted to survive this guest, to be able to take one less beating. Why did she ever think that someone would actually want to ransom herself? You, really? Kneeling on the ground and about to kowtow, Chen Jun hurriedly stopped her. He waved his hand and called the second in the greenhouse. I want to ransom her. Call your boss. Xiao Air froze, and a trace of disgust crossed his eyes as he looked at the young girl. This bitch, coming to a greenhouse and still pretending to be innocent, actually managed to fool a customer into ransoming her. As he thought about it, the male duck voice spoke. I'm sorry customer, you can't ransom her. Why? She's the one that young Master Qian of the Qian family wants by name. This junior saw that Chen Jun was only 17 or 18 years old, so he didn't put it in his eyes at all and was rather condescending. The young master of the Qian family put the young girl in the greenhouse in order to destroy the man's self-esteem. Young Master Qian was there to let her chastity be trampled on by 10,000 people, so that she would be completely destroyed. And from then on she would only be able to lie down like a dog in front of his eyes. He wasn't actually a junior, but rather young Master Qian's personal attendant who had been placed here to watch over the young girl. According to the young master's words, the final conditioning of this young girl will be done by him, when she's ridden by thousands and ravaged to the point of unconsciousness. Come and train the young girl to be a dog yourself. The Chen family? Chen Jun shook his head. Not having heard of it, just tell him to get lost. As the Chen family's youngest master himself, how many people in the entire eastern continent were higher than him? The Chen family was a first-class family in the eastern continent, one of the 9 great families in the eastern sea county, and the district Qian family, one had never even heard of it. And the junior who heard this froze, his eyes full of disbelief, pointing at Chen Jun. You, what are you? Do you know what you are talking about? The Chen family is so horrible that he himself as one of the householders is still high and mighty. What are you? Do you realize who you're conversing with? Jun Chen frowned, not bothering to say much to this dog-eyed thing. With a casual slap thrown out, the junior instantly flew backwards, directly smashing through the wall and crashing down to the bottom of the green building with a bang. He grew his mouth in horror and pointed hard in the direction of Chen Jun above. You are finished. You're dead. You hitting me is the same as hitting young Master Qian in the face. Noisy. Jun Chen frowned and casually struck again. The strike just now didn't take this man's life. It was just to teach him a lesson. Now this person actually dared to threaten himself, looking for death. However, the blow paused in midair as a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the middle of the green building, a piece of iron armor in his hand against the front of the blow, gently blocking it. There was naturally a cultivator behind a greenhouse that did this level of work, and this middle-aged man was the owner of the greenhouse. He looked at Jun Chen with huffing eyes. Can't anyone be wild in my place? The family man lying on the ground was overjoyed at the sight. He yelled madly, his face fierce, Third Master, kill him. He offended my young master. Kill him. Chen Jun slowly stood up from the room at this moment and looked towards the bottom of the building and towards the middle-aged man. You dare to save the person I want to kill? A mere greenhouse owner. Actually blocking his own blow? The voice was indistinct, and as soon as the words fell, a long sword appeared in his hand, followed by a flash of swordlight. A streak of stern sword intent swept across, incredibly fast. Everyone didn't have time to react as the head of this family man landed on the ground, and the blood from his neck spurted out several meters high. The shrill hissing came to an abrupt end as the man's grimace froze on his face. You've got some nerve. Seeing young Master Qian's people on his side being killed, the middle-aged man instantly burst into a rage, but his shocked anger was tinged with a hint of trepidation. The strength of this teenager made him unable to help but feel a little intimidated. What realm? It seemed like it was only the circular body realm, but that strike of the sword art was too terrifying. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to ransom her. And you can just apologize to me for what you just said by palming yourself. It was as if Chen Jun was recounting something that was taken for granted. The greenhouse is a legitimate business over here, and there is no blood feud between himself and this person, so it is unnecessary to kill. And at this time, the middle-aged man in tangled awe instantly became furious when he heard this. What kind of thing are you? You are also qualified to say such big words. The figure moved. The terrifying mic pressed. The entire green building formation instantly flowed, revealing the meaning of killing. The original charming atmosphere instantly disappeared. He was brazenly about to strike when the sound of clapping and applauding suddenly came from behind him. A cold and clear voice came from the distance. Good, good. Someone actually dares to refute the face of my Qianshao. He smiled broadly, looking at the 18 or 19-year-old figure. I originally just came by to see how well my bitch was trained, but now it seems that I have to train another male dog. His eyes contained murderous intent, and his majestic opening carried an overbearing meaning. 36. The name of the Chen family. Who in this entire Winterfell doesn't know his own reputation? What kind of a thing are you? Dare to rob my woman? No. Dare to rob my dog? With a wave of his finger, a large, muscular man appeared behind him. Every step made the entire pavilion vibrate, and every step was magnificent, full of explosive intent going straight for Jun Chen. However, Chen Jun's face was as normal as he looked at the teenager and spoke softly. You like dogs so much? Then I'll let you be a dog first. His face was incredibly flat, and he didn't even look at this big man in the eyes. At the same time, he was also a bit helpless. This rich male was too unseen to even recognize himself. Even if he identifies himself, I'm afraid he's never heard of it. Chen Jun stood still and just quietly watched the big man walk, each step seeming to drive the power of the earth. He had come to understand that this big man practiced the relevant spiritual arts to be able to invoke the power of the ground to strengthen himself. A powerhouse at the perfection level of the shedding realm was strong enough to act as an authority in a small city, but it was just not enough to face Jun Chen. He just stood still, spiritual energy flowing around him, and a light layer of green mist slowly surfaced on his body. This was a sign that the Xuanwu treasure art had been initiated, and with the bald dead soul sparing no effort to teach him before, Chen Jun had already been initiated. This spiritual art was able to briefly condense into a light green mist, and although it was not complete, it was already powerful enough as a royal art. Standing quietly, the Chen family's young master looked at Chen Jun as if he was looking at a fool. This person actually couldn't even dodge? The young girl behind Chen Jun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Looking at the heart of the muscular and gnarled man who rushed in, fear welled up in her heart and she screamed under her breath. Benefactor. Her heart was unusually anxious, and she couldn't understand how her benefactor hadn't responded at all. Watching the big man turn his eyes to rush to, the young girl clenched her teeth, closed her eyes and rushed up in an arrow step to bump off Chen Jun. Otherwise, by the looks of it, I'm afraid that Jun Chen would have his brains blown out by a punch. Sensing the young girl rushing to knock herself away, Chen Jun spoke slowly, even having the strength left to turn his head. Very well. He also did so because he wanted to see the young girl's heart, and he was not disappointed. With a heart like that, even if he didn't get the imperial art himself, he was still worth saving. At this moment, the big man's huge fist smashed in as if it was opening up the sky, and the surrounding air resounded with sharp sonic booms. Many of the Johns couldn't help but exclaim in shock and instantly closed their eyes, all feeling that if this punch went down, that teenager would surely have his brains splattered. However, as Jun Chen just stood here, this punch blasted in, and the shadow of the punch struck the green-colored mist, which clearly looked shallow, but the punch was unable to break through. The big man only felt a punch on steel, and the mist that was clearly shallow and seemed to dissipate in a gust of wind had the strength of steel. An astonishingly sharp pain surged to his heart, and a punch felt like he had actually cracked the bones of his hand. He couldn't help but howl miserably. The majestic force surging instantly flew backwards. The whole person like a kite with broken strings crashed to the ground. Thumping the ground deeply smashed and sunk, and looking at the scene in front of them, everyone froze. How could they have never imagined that it would be such a sight? One by one, their mouths opened wide in stupefaction, and the Chen family's young master was even more completely confused at this point. Endless fear instantly surged in his heart, and his entire body trembled as he looked at Jun Chen. The owner of the greenhouse is completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. The strength of young Master Qian's personal guards is even stronger than his own, but surprisingly in the hands of the teenager is so bad. The teenager wasn't even doing anything at all, just standing there. Your Excellency, court, he said, feeling his throat dry for a moment, his voice hoarse and unmistakably tinged with trepidation. What kind of big shot is this? A demon from a top family? A great disciple of which clan? At this moment the mind crossed the countless figures. Do their line of work know that some people cannot be offended? And the young master of the Qin family turned around and fled without thinking. He looked in a sorry state and even directly peed his pants in fear. Do not dare to linger at all, and run wildly feeling like you have never run so fast in your life. If you don't run, you're dead. It's definitely over if you don't run. Chen Jun didn't chase out and quietly waited in place looking ahead. He heard a heartfelt word in thought, and less than a dozen seconds later, The young master of the Qian family who had run wildly to escape actually came back in reverse. His pants were all wet with urine, yet he looked at Chen Jun with a face of malice and the pleasure of having survived a robbery. The heart breathed a long sigh of relief. God help himself. You're done. You're finished. He laughed out loud and looked at Jun Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. The bigwigs of the county's Tuoba family happened to be in Winterless City at this time, and he himself and the Tuoba family's fourth prince had always played well together, and as the fourth prince's little follower, he had always enjoyed a deep friendship. You haven't escaped from the greenhouse for long before you run right into the fourth prince. This time you're finished. He dared to be so arrogant and domineering because of the backing of the Tuoba family, the backing of the Tuoba family's fourth prince. Otherwise, even if it was just the small city of Winterfell, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. The middle-aged man beside the fourth duke is a strong person of the open Tibet realm, and it is said that all 5 Tibetans are open, so killing someone like you is as simple as killing a dog. He pointed at Jun Chen and laughed, and behind him, the 4 dukes of the Tuoba family walked slowly and stood quietly behind him. There was a rabbit trail that many people didn't even react to. The terrifying might emanating from the middle-aged man beside the Tuoba family's fourth son they all felt clearly. That kind of fluctuation had only ever been seen on a handful of big names. It's the Topaz family. This teenager is finished. A flicker of intolerance flashed through the minds of a few Johns, seeing the markings on the clothes. If you offend the Tuoba family, the entire county will have no place to hide. This was one of the few great families in the county, a third-class family in the eastern continent, and the behemoth of Linjiang County. Pity. Youngsters are impulsive. It's not worth it at all for a mere whore. Many people couldn't stop shaking their heads. As a John, you have more or less experienced being tricked into sympathy by prostitutes. What a father gambling, mother sick, brother studying. What just did not do soon is not familiar. What siblings all rely on me. What ex-husband domestic violence and gambling. It's so hard to hear things like that. At this point, it was natural to think that Chen Jun had been similarly deceived and was therefore going to be robbed. And the young girl behind Chen Jun saw the scene, eyes flash despair. They really cannot swing away? The strength of the Qian family's young master had already made her helpless before, and now that she saw the Tuoba family, a trace of deep powerlessness crossed her heart. This is too much despair. Why is one's life so bitter? She let out a light breath and slowly walked out to Chen Jun's body, looking at the young master of the Tuoba family. This matter is all my fault. Please, please, please. She thought to herself that at least she couldn't involve her benefactor. No matter what the cost, she couldn't let her benefactor die for her. However, the young master of the Qian family directly interrupted the young girl's words with a frantic roar. Dream on. Both of you have to be my dogs. Both of you will be my dogs. His own guard servant was already dying under one blow. Even if he could survive, he would definitely be half-wasted. And that was a powerful person of the deliverance realm. How precious. You want to live after offending me? Go daydream. I'm going to make you my slave. My dog. Despair flashed in the young girl's eyes, while at this moment, behind her, Chen Jun slowly walked to the front and looked at this young master of the Tuoba family. His face was cold and indifferent. I'll give you a chance to tell yourself how I should punish you. 37. Wine kills monk. Upon seeing Chen Jun's face, this young master of the Tuoba family only felt his entire being confused, and he nearly fell over with both eyes blackened. Isn't this the Chen Jun of the Chen family from Donghai County? The Chen family, a first-class family in the eastern continent. The Chen clan's grand elder, a half-step human king, was able to power over enemy king realm powerhouses because of his amazing talent. Jun Chen, who was rewarded by the county king of Qinquan County a few months ago, and killed the demon son a few days ago. The state king is likely to send a creation. In an instant cold sweat came down, beads of sweat bean-sized on his forehead, drops smashing onto the ground. Chen Daoshao, forgive me. This young master of the Tuoba family was even trembling a little. What should he do now? If he angered Jun Chen, not only would he be finished, but the entire clan might be finished because of his drag. The Chen family's grand elder was not a good person. Back then, when someone had seriously injured Jun Chen, the Chen family's grand elder had directly exterminated the other party's entire family. Where to offend such a ruthless character? Edge thought with horror in his eyes, then looked at that male son of the Chen family. His eyes turned to instantly bring coldness. It's because of you. Spiritual energy running around his body, his sleeves bulging, banging out a slap. This slap used an ancestral palm technique, bursting with power surging. The grade was quite not low. Shallow tiger claw shadow emerged. This person obviously did not cultivate to the home, but still appeared the shadow mark. Bang with a huge force smashed down. At this moment, everyone had a dumbfounded look on their faces. How could they not understand why this Tuoba family's male son was like this? Mr. Chen? What's this kid's status? There was awe and a hint of panic in each gaze. What was the status of the Tuoba family in the county? To be so respectful in the face of such a brat was terrifying. Qian Xiao was even more dumbfounded at this time. His face was full of panic, and he had already reacted in an instant that he had offended someone he couldn't mess with. But how could such a person come to tiny Winterfell? It can't be. And shouldn't such a man have a myriad of attendants? How could he be alone? Seeing the slap rapidly enlarging in his eyes, but he didn't have the slightest power to resist, and didn't dare to resist at all. A shocking loud sound surged towards, banging a slap on the face. Qian Xiao only felt his entire face shatter under this slap. Sharp pain surged to his heart. He could clearly feel the bones of his face exposed in the air. The silk of blood and flesh was directly slapped away by this slap. His face was almost slapped into a skeleton. Blood spurted and splashed in all directions, and his entire body instantly flew backwards, feeling like his head had almost been knocked off under this slap. However, he did not dare to cry out in pain in the slightest. Forcibly enduring the severe pain, he was terrified inside at this time, and he was already scared to the point of shitting and pissing. Hastily got up, climbed to Qin Jun in 3 steps and 2 steps, kneeled on the ground with a bang and kowtowed repeatedly. Please let me off. Let me off the hook. The forward arrogance was disdainful, and he was now terrified, thinking only of surviving. Where is the time to realize that you've messed with some really big people? He regretted in his heart. How could that bitch's servant girl be able to befriend a great person of such a terrifying level? How was this possible? He kept kowtowing his head, and it felt like his skull was going to break, but he didn't dare to stop at all. The thumping sound surfaced, making the surrounding crowd feel shivering as they listened, their hearts terrified. Chen Jun sneered twice. Let you go? If the situation were reversed, would you let me off the hook? Thinking with his toes, he knew that it was impossible, and naturally, Chen Jun did not intend to let this person off the hook. This kind of scourge of one side of the dude himself did not see just, since I saw of course do not mind for the people to get rid of the harm. Once he heard this, Qian Xiao felt desperate and incomparable. Lord, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. I was wrong. He hissed frantically, feeling just too scared. You have a great life ahead of you, and you're just going to die? No. Cannot. No way. Chen Jun indifferently shook his head, not moved in the slightest. Spiritual energy surged in his hands, and star by star appeared in his hands with a gentle downward stroke. This strike did not operate spiritual arts, but just by virtue of the power level of the star by star. It was already not bad, and with a terrifyingly miserable howl, Qian Xiao's legs were instantly separated below the knees. Since you like dogs so much, be a dog. Chen Jun coldly snorted as the long sword in his hand turned once again, and the first half of the man's arm part was directly chopped off. Under 2 swords, the body limbs were chopped off in general. If this man wants to walk again, he will have to go on his back, like a dog. And the young master of the Tuoba family who saw these 2 swords couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and the middle-aged man behind him was even more staring. How could this strike be so strong when it didn't utilize a spirit art? I'm afraid that this young man's sword art realm is extremely high, so high that he, a cultivator of the open treasury realm, can only look up to him. Listening to the screaming and hissing, Chen Jun felt a little annoyed. The spirit technique in his hand changed again, directly destroying this person's mouth and tongue. Dogs can't speak human language. It's almost done now. Under the severe pain, Chen Xiao had instantly fainted. He had never experienced such pain and knew that life was so over. The lower leg was crushed, the lower arm was crushed, the tongue was crushed, and even the highest level of elixir could not save it. This world did have amazing elixirs for the rebirth of severed limbs, but it was far beyond the means of a small Chen family. Even if the entire family was sold, they couldn't afford it. Living in such a state, living like a dog, is even better than just dying. At this moment, Jun Chen turned around and looked at the young master of the Tuoba family. If I remember correctly, what I asked before was how I should punish you. Without the backing of this young master of the Tuoba family, how could this district Qian family dare to be so arrogant and domineering? It's simply impossible. To a certain extent, although this man was not directly involved, he was an accomplice. The young master of the Tuoba clan clenched his teeth and a long knife appeared in his hand. Then he looked to his left arm and slashed it fiercely. Under a shocking scream, he wailed in agony as his left arm was directly chopped off. I broke my own arm. I hope young Master Chen will forgive me. Chen Jun froze, and in reality, he was helpless in his heart. Why is this guy so determined? Can't you beg for mercy for a while and give me some time? A very important reason for dragging it out for so long just now was that Lin Shuyi's heart was in the right place. Monk Wine Killer. The abbot just now was Monk Wine Killer in disguise. He's staring at me in Jun Chen. Chen Jun didn't know who the wine-killing monk was, but looking at the gravity and the slightest hint of fear in Lin Shuyao's heartfelt voice, he also knew that it was by no means a simple figure. He now had a feeling like a man's back Being stared at nakedly by someone, Chen Jun now pondered how to get out of it. The Chen family's name doesn't seem to have much of an effect on him. Jun Chen muttered silently to himself. This male son of the Tuoba family was so humble. This monk should know that his own family was not vulgar. But, surprisingly, he didn't leave and was still staring at himself. 38. The Chen family of the Holy Dynasty? At this moment in Winterless City, outside the Maple Forest Evening Building, a bald monk stood quietly in the void in the darkness. This monk stared at Jun Chen's figure. The Chen family? The Chen family of the Holy Dynasty? How could a big shot like that come to a small place like this? He muttered, thinking of a certain family the first time he heard the surname Chen. But it didn't look like that at all. This person didn't have that kind of condescension that looked down on everything, didn't have that kind of overwhelming indifference. It shouldn't be the Chen family of the Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, I might have already died. If one dared to hit the sacred dynasty's Chen family, even the one behind him would definitely not be able to protect him. Despite determining in his heart that Chen Jun's Chen was not that family, he decided to be cautious, because he vaguely felt some sort of extremely high-level aura, as if there were great powers behind Jun Chen protecting him. How was he to know that it was the Imperial Sword Star by Star's intent that had created the illusion for him? At the moment he pondered in his mind, why is he looking for the granddaughter of the bald hunk Zhong Fan? He walked away with his chest full of confidence, the kind of confidence that couldn't possibly be feigned, which means he must be certain of obtaining Zhong Fan's Xuanwu technique. But on what basis? He could completely see through Zhong Fan's granddaughter with a single glance. Just an ordinary person who hasn't even started practicing. If she really had the Xuanwu technique, she wouldn't have to end up in this situation if she just offered it to any big shot. But why did Jun Chen come? And having spent a great deal of money to get this information, the monk thought to himself that this could never be just a whim. If so, then one can only say that it's a fool's errand. Moreover, this young girl with her is no ordinary person. That aura is like some big person. He gazed at Lin Shuang. The young girl was even more elusive to him. That breath meaning as well as if anything, towering over him, seemed so abrupt in this small town. Both of them were eccentric, making him afraid to act rashly for a while. Edge thought as the light in his eyes flowed. He was going to give it a try. This prying was not hidden in the slightest at the moment, and he wanted to put pressure on these two. On the other side, Chen Jun's heart was agitated, dragging his feet as he pondered over countermeasures. He looked around in a circle to the Johns and whores. Who else here is forced out to sell their bodies? Among the prostitutes, there are several people who obviously had a heartbeat, then thought for a moment, and quickly came out from the crowd, reporting back to the Lord. The slave girl was forcibly captured and brought here. Back to you, my lord. So am I. A voice exited. All 6 of them. At this moment, the owner of this greenhouse only felt his heart go cold, and the entire person could not stop his body from trembling. These 6 were all stunning women that he had seen in other cities and had no background to be forcefully captured by him to sell their bodies here. At this time, the heart regrets. Had I known that I would never do this kind of thing. He was kneeling on the ground, already terrified of incontinence, gusts of stench emanating out constantly kowtowing. Together with her, there are 7, and by law you should be beheaded. Regardless of whether it's a royal decree or a county decree, this kind of behavior is a capital offense. Only the law is so set up, but generally does not play the slightest role. No one will care, just a decoration. Hearing Chen Jun's words, a glimmer of hope flared up in this man's heart. According to the law, he should be beheaded? Does this lord mean that he will not be beheaded? Yourself survived? However, the next time Chen Jun opened his mouth he instantly felt like falling into an ice cave. You should be beheaded according to the law, but I think it would be too cheap to just behead you. Chen Jun sneered. For as many times as they were forced to sell their bodies, you will have to pay back as many times first. After you've paid them back, then you'll behead them. This world is still quite a lot of gay. The proportion is far higher than the previous life of the Huaxia country, and this greenhouse owner looks okay. I believe that there should be able to be a lot of people who want to copulate. This, the man's throat hurt at the sound of that. Trying to say something resulted in a surge of meaning in his mind, and he instantly fainted directly, and he didn't even dare to imagine the picture of what was going to happen next. Chen Jun turned to look at the young girl and transmitted, this greenhouse owner has already had his roots destroyed by me, and this Qian Xiao, let him be a dog for a while, and wait for you to come and kill him later to solve your own heart's demons. Leaving this person alive was also for the sake of a good man doing his job to the end, sending the Buddha to the west, so that this young girl could completely cut off her heart's demons in the future. Jun Shen spoke while pondering in his mind. This monk's realm is definitely higher than anyone in Winterless City. The reason why he hasn't made a move yet must be because he's afraid of something. However, if someone from Winterless City could resist this monk, Chen Jun would be able to get away easily. The city lord of a small city like Winterless City was absolutely desperate for any opportunity to climb a high branch like the Chen family. Yet it was obvious that the city lord of Winterless City was not in this monk's eyes at all. Chen Jun hurriedly recalled what he had on him that would make people jealous, and quickly locked on to Star by Star. It's the terrifying intent within the Star by Star. I'm afraid it's being used by him as if he's protecting me as some big shot. This monk's spiritual awareness is so outstanding. This level of introversion should logically not be detected. Such an amazing spiritual sense could only come from birth, and could never be obtained by a spiritual art capable of cultivation. He must have some kind of misunderstanding about who I am. Chen Jun quickly reacted to the dawning realization that what he should do next, then, was to reinforce this misunderstanding. But how to strengthen it? Behind himself there is simply no great power in his imagination, and there is no means to unseal the Star by Star. And the Star by Star took out the monk absolutely found out. At this moment, Lin Shuang was similarly calculating in her mind. Wine-killing monk's two main hobbies, drinking and killing. Two weaknesses, superstition and greed for money. Wine. No. Wealth. On Chen Jun he certainly cannot see. And he prefers to kill people and then take wealth. The wine-killing monk's spiritual awareness is outstanding to the extreme. And in his previous life, he was known as the number one in the half-land. Or else it would be impossible for him to get any position in the Hall of the Dead with his strength. I didn't realize that the wine-killing monk had already joined the Hall of the Dead so early. It was me who was too reckless. From Lin Shuyao, he learned another term, Hall of the Dead. Chen Jun thought to himself, you have been reckless not once or twice. I am used to it. As his mind kept pondering, Chen Jun subconsciously opened the system. There were a few remnants of dead souls in this city that were able to reunite, but this small city obviously didn't have any means to counteract the wine-killing monk, and I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to get any useful information at all from these few remnants. Looking at the map with a few names, Chen Jun wrinkled his brows and fell into deep thought. Lin Shuyao's words kept coming back to his mind, and Lin Shuyao's heartfelt message about the wine-killing monk kept appearing. He realized abruptly that he seemed to be onto something. Side thought he clicked on one of them. The power of heaven and earth swarmed. The remnants of the convergence was just about to take shape, followed by a direct shattering. 39. It is the one who was banished. This time it wasn't that the power of the residual thought was fragile, but rather that Chen Jun had deliberately allowed this residual thought to shatter. Then without further ado, there were 3 names within 10 kilometers, all of them once dead and powerful. Although this city was a small city, it had a long history, and there were quite a few strong people who had died over the endless years. Looking at these names, Chen Jun clicked on them one by one and then proceeded to shatter the remnants. An inexplicable power flowed between heaven and earth, and the remnants were actually a kind of death power, except that the system was able to coalesce and pool. At this moment Chen Jun lingered the power of all the fragments around his body. He could only look forward now. Looking forward to this monk with an outstanding spiritual sense to the point where he could vaguely sense the unearthly. In fact, these death forces are similar to the so-called Yin Qi. Only the Yin Qi was much lower than their level and could be felt, while the power of the fragment remnants made it hard to detect. And while several remnants of thoughts shattered and lingered, the wine-killing monk suddenly flinched as his outstanding spiritual sense vaguely felt some kind of bad omen. He couldn't feel what it was, but this spiritual sense had helped him avoid countless calamities in advance, so he extremely trusted his spiritual sense. This psychic sense can also be called an intuition or a sixth sense. He frowned and stared at Jun Shen carefully, but there was still nothing. It was only his outstanding psychic sense that told him that this man was eccentric. He frowned, pondering in his mind, constantly comparing Suna stunned. This person gives me a feeling of being haunted by evil spirits. He looked at Jun Chen with eyes full of incredulity, having steeped in this man to see something frightening. This is an ominous person. It's the one who was banished by the Chen family. Now that's totally right. The Chen family of the Holy Dynasty had banished a branch lineage, because of the person's bad luck as an ominous person. The place where no more than 3 days will be strange deaths. Even if the Chen family as the Holy Dynasty's top family still have no way to crack, to avoid the clan's fortunes being implicated and dragged down. The man was therefore banished. This matter was known to almost everyone in the top great clans, and very few people knew about it down below, and he still heard the existence behind him mention it. Asterisk 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 ing bad luck, cursing loudly, extremely inconsistent with the image. It's just bad luck that I'm sensing the aura of that high person. Haven't seen such bad luck. The bad luck has been materialized and felt by himself. How ominous is this person in the end? This continent can't find another person who is so unlucky. This small town is afraid that none of them can withstand such bad luck, and I'm afraid that something big is going to happen. Silently reciting 2 lines of Namo Amitabha Buddha, he clasped his hands together as if he felt that he had committed bad luck. Spiritual energy surged through his eyes to wash them, and it felt like a sin to even see. I want to gouge my eyes out. It's so fucking bad luck. Cursing, he was frantically contemplating if he was entangled in a trace of karma with Jun Chen, and if he was, he would have to cut it off after exhausting all his efforts. As he was thinking about it, a flash appeared on the token in his hand. Someone had passed him some kind of message. Damn, wasting my time. With a cold snort, he turned around and left, no longer paying a single bit of attention to Jun Chen. He also didn't dare to pay attention. Although Chen Jun was the one who was banished, but it was the Chen family after all. No one from the Chen family dares to offend them either. Chen Jun in the greenhouse breathed a long sigh of relief. His gaze disappeared in his senses. He had taken a gamble and was right. Of course he didn't know that things were so coincidental. Chen Jun thought of only one thing, and that was the superstition of killing monks with wine that Lin Shuyao's heart said. This person obviously has an extremely outstanding sense of spirituality. He himself scattered the fragments and haunted his body, letting these fragments completely change into death power, already maximizing the ability to allow people to sense. This person really has a bit of perception. A superstitious person would certainly not want to be exposed to such an unsettling sign. At this moment, his mood was greatly settled, and in the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd at the greenhouse, Chen Jun took the young girl and left. Outside the door Lin Shuang was equally distraught, and the two quickly converged. You know there's something weird about that monk? It's been staring at you and me just now, and for some reason it's disappeared again. She had an odd look on her face. She had just done nothing and the wine-killing monk was gone. Obviously this man wouldn't have left on a whim. There must have been some special reason for him to leave. It's definitely this Chen Jun. But what means does he have? Chen Jun didn't hide it. There was no need to hide this matter, and Lin Shujing couldn't possibly believe it, so he simply said straight out, I scared him away. Scared away? I saw that he was superstitious and used a little trickery to scare him away by making him mistake me for an ominous person. Lin Shuang froze. How do you know he's superstitious? Chen Jun thought to himself, isn't that what your heart told me? Of course, not being able to say it outright, he began to talk nonsense. When I saw him in the temple, his right arm was wrapped with 5 auspicious threads, his left arm was a string of imperial money, and his eyebrows were purposely shaved in the shape of a token. So he obviously had a preoccupation in this area. Chen Jun spoke eloquently, having read quite a few psychic novels in his past life. Just make it up. And hearing Jun Chen's eloquent speech, Lin Shuang was shocked. This is so keenly observant. I didn't even realize it. Oops, I'm a born again. How come I can't compare to a little genius in every aspect? I'm so angry. Listening to this heartfelt voice, Chen Jun felt funny. The man is a complete different person on the outside and on the inside and is very conflicted. She's been clamoring that she's going to become an emperor. And this is it? A little girl can become an emperor? Then I can be invincible in the universe. But how did you get him to mistake you for an ominous person? Last time at the Demon Son's place I read a few of his demonic techniques and casually practiced them. Lin Shuyao revealed a suspicious gaze. How is this possible? If that kind of crap technique can fool a drunken monk, it's a ghost. But I can't think of anything else. Chen Jun suddenly realized that he could tease this future empress. Hey, by the way, there are magic skills that can be cultivated even if the foundation is destroyed. Won't you try? Lin Shuang? Cultivating demonic skills, the world will have to kill them. It's fine. I'll just protect you. Chen Jun thought to himself that you won't be practicing demonic techniques anyway, so I'll just do it. Aren't you touched that I'm so righteous and loving now? If you are touched, when you become an empress, just make me a saint of whatever you want. I'm a man with a weak stomach who loves soft food. And hearing Jun Chen's words, Lin Shuang froze again. This person. Why are you so nice to me? Why moving. So moving. Enemies of the world? It's so touching. At this time while talking a few people left the range of Winterless City. Zhongfan's granddaughter thanked Chen Jun 100 times and was even willing to work as a cow and willing to be a maid for the rest of her life. No need. Someone has paid the price. This is just what you deserve. And there is no need to thank me. Jun Chen politely declined. He himself did not need a maid. My maid of honor's body. That is 40, Chen Jun, also have a 3-minute bloodlust. Edged sked twice at the thought. Even in the various hunted romance action movies of his previous life, Chen Jun had never seen a maid with such an exaggerated figure. This Chen Jun is really simple-minded. Lin Shuang was still immersed in moving, and secretly swore in his heart, when I am certified, I will surely appoint him as the factory director of the East Factory, and I will be under one person, above 10,000, and call him the 9,000 years old. Jun Chen stumbled at his words. I'm guarding you so much, so righteous, and you're telling me this? Do you think it's a really good job to be the head of the East Chamber? As the group of 3 left Winterfell, Jun Chen decided to take a look at the temple. One's current information about the monk only rested on the name and the power behind it, so naturally one would want to see more traces. The temple was silent at the moment. The faint smell of blood wafted, and Lin Shuang's heartbeat rang out, mixed with a foul odor. Apparently threw the body into the toilet. Chen Jun sniffed and turned to the back in the hut, and indeed found a pile of bodies in the cesspit. All monks of this temple. Each of them died in a miserable state. The stench was overwhelming, and the scars on their bodies showed that they had obviously been tortured. A wave of gratitude welled up in Chen Jun's heart. If he hadn't fooled that monk at that time, he might have ended up like them. Silently, the images were memorized in his mind, and something could actually be deduced through these torturous ways. My strength is still too weak. It's hard to escape in the face of this kind of person. Chen Jun sighed. It was difficult to lie down in the world of metaphysics. There's no way around it. The inward curling is awesome. Originally, Chen Jun actually wanted to come out this time to evolve all of his attack, defense, body techniques, pupil techniques, and sound whistling, so that he would be invincible in the same realm, or at least be able to crush Shui great powers in the same realm. The reason was simple. The Shui great power had high self-esteem and was incredibly arrogant. If suppressing in the same realm doesn't defeat yourself, I, Chen Jun, don't believe that you still have the face to teach me. The Shui mighty is not the kind of person that his old man and his old mom are, and would never disregard his face. And at this time, after experiencing the matter of the monk, for the first time, Chen Jun's heart surged with a little bit of urgency of wanting to raise the realm of strength. Originally, I was planning to put it off for a while, or change the place, but now it seems that the degenerate realm must be chosen there, and then lie flat again. Heartless people. Experiencing this kind of thing will have 3 minutes of hot blood, the kind of impulse to face any difficulties want a punch to blow up. Chen Jun at this moment naturally is no exception. If I were a human king, I'd be afraid of you? I'll blow you away. I, Chen Jun, also have a 3-minute fever. I'm not lying down, at least for these 3 minutes. I'm not laying down just yet. 3 minutes. Another story. The three of them rode the earthbound rhinoceros and arrived at Pingzhong City. The city's lord was a branch of the Chen family, and Chen Jun had entrusted Zhong Fan's daughter to this man, Uncle Xing Tao. This girl is in your hands. Send a team of men to escort her back to the lord's house. My father will make the arrangements. With this young girl's strength, wanting to cross such a long distance by herself was simply impossible, and she would either be killed or taken captive on the way. Chen Xingdao looked at Jun Chen and sighed. Do you know that the Grand Elder has been looking for you? If it wasn't for the fact that his status was inferior to Jun Chen's, he would have wanted to directly take Jun Chen down to claim credit from the Grand Elder. It was just that Chen Jun really couldn't afford to be offended right now either. If you really take him down now, what will you do when he becomes the head of the family in the future? Take a longer view. Tell him I'll be back in a while and not to look for it. Chen Jun thought to himself, while I still have 3 minutes of hot blood, I have to go and mold the Dao tire. Chen Xingdao nodded and looked at Lin Shuang a few more times. His heart was incomparably strange. It's true that the looks are absolutely stunning, and the face is exquisite and peerless, so it can be called a country of love. But there's no need to mess with the family to such an extent for this person. In Chen Xingdao's opinion, isn't Chen Jun eloping with Lin Shuang? It was too intentional. It's just not worth it for someone who has become reduced to mundanity. After entrusting this person with his care, Jun Chen and Lin Shuang continued to rush in a certain direction. 3 days later, Chen Xingdao personally sent the young girl back to the Chen clan's main house. What? Jun Chen and Lin Shuang eloped? The Grand Elder was shocked. Originally, he had thought that he was hiding from the Shui great power, and he was already very angry. But it turned out that he was actually still with Lin Shujing. Actually eloping? It was simply infuriating. Doesn't this Lin Shuang look in the mirror either? The third elder similarly frowned. You've been reduced to a mortal. There's no chance of a cure. And you're still pestering my Chen family's pride of heaven. How shameless. The fifth elder also wondered. How is it that you can't escape the beauty plan when you've specially arranged Baiwen as a maid for Junchen? Let Baiwen tempt the great young master. Can become I promise to give her a hard heap into the realm of the dematerialization. At this moment, the Grand Elder's gaze looked towards Chen Jun's father. If the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. Upon hearing this, Father Chan's sweaty body hairs were going up. This was another stick to give himself. Great Elder, don't be hasty. What? What do you have in mind? I think the reason why Chenner is like this is that she just hasn't seen the world. Chen's father analyzed. Baiwen has an excellent figure and appearance, but after all, she's just an ordinary person and doesn't have that kind of overwhelming heavenly beauty. Phone Z? Yes. It can also be said to be temperament. Temperament-wise it's not as good as those absolute heavenly prides. The Grand Elder secretly nodded his head upon hearing this, speaking as if it made some sense. Continue. Our Chen family is a first-class family in the Eastern continent, causing this son of mine to be so high-eyed that he thinks that everyone he looks at is nothing more than that. Father Chen's head was spinning frantically. To take a very simple example. For 100. Looking at 10 or 1. It's all the same. It doesn't make any difference whether it's 99 or 90 away from you. Therefore Qinjun doesn't feel that Lin Shuang is much worse than that Jiang Ruoton or Quan Yining. The Grand Elder thought for a moment. As if this statement did make some sense. That's why I think that it's only when he's exposed to the true prides of heaven, the kind of holy daughters of first-class families in the imperial dynasty, the celestial daughters of the sects, that he'll suddenly realize that Lin Shujing is nothing more than that, and he'll realize that Lin Shujing is truly mismatched with himself. The Grand Elder nodded. Very reasonable. That's right. It's the comparison that shows the difference. Once these words came out, the other elders nodded in agreement. Their own family was indeed a bit stuck in their ways, causing Jun Chen to look at anyone and think that they were nothing more than that. And the third elder pondered for a while. But what makes those people look at him? The holy daughter of a first-class family in the imperial dynasty, the heavenly daughter of a top clan. Why should she marry your son? It's not about looking down on your own family. It's about people being self-aware. This. Father Chen scratched his head. My son now has unparalleled natural talent. It should be no less than the holy son of a first-class family in the imperial dynasty, but a lazy nature. Very problematic. The Grand Elder also knew that Jun Chen's talent seemed to have gone further, or else he wouldn't have spent so much to invite the Shui Great Power to teach him. If I remember correctly, it won't be long after this Eastern State competition that the Dynasty Extravaganza will be held, right? This time, Grand Elder, isn't it possible for you to take Jun Chen to get a better look at those heavenly pride girls? 41. A little bit of the role of the heavenly rule. As soon as Father Chen's words came out of his mouth, the Council of Elders stopped first. Good. Virtuous nephew, you've said so much actually to give your son a chance to go to the Imperial Fest. The fourth elder snorted coldly. How precious such an opportunity is. I don't agree. That's it. On what grounds? Although Jun Chen had outstanding talent, on what basis did he go to participate? Himself and the others hadn't even been able to go once until now. That is the imperial dynasty from time to time to organize the event. Often there will be a human emperor great power to send the creation. And even when someone was rewarded by the current emperor at Dragon Chi, the Chen family, as a first-class family in the eastern continent, only had 2 places at a time. Of these 2 slots, one had naturally always been the Grand Elder, and the other had traditionally been given to whoever contributed the most to the family. Now you're saying you want such a quota in order to keep your son from marrying Lin Shuang. The Grand Elder similarly frowned. This was hardly convincing. Of course, he loved the grandchild and was actually eager to take it for a long ride. Father Chen spoke without panic. My son's strength in beheading the Devil Son, and in doing so, he also obtained the old site of the Heavenly Demon Sect, which is a feat that the State King has praised. The old location of the Heavenly Devil Sect was pieced together from the interrogation and memory search of those disciples of the Devil Sect, and now the general location has been locked. Now a dozen or so first-class forces in the eastern continent were ready to gather to swat the Demon Sect. The bright banner is to uphold justice, and everyone in the Devil's Sect should be executed. In reality, it was the Sky Demon Sect that was so deep that all the great clans went together to share the cake. At the high-level meeting, the Chen family had already determined that they wanted the magic marrow, and none of the others were involved. The great clans had also basically determined what their own families were bound to get, such as magic streamers, such as the method of taming foreign beasts, and so on, and they had long ago divided up the Heavenly Demon Sect's underpinnings before they started sweeping. The fifth elder spoke indifferently. Just a small devil son. A small devil son? The State King gave tons of resources, even enough for the family to cultivate several great sage realm powerhouses. Isn't that enough? So what if there are several great sages? What the clan lacks has always been the topmost combatants. Why should the fifth elder bother? It's not like this quota will fall on your head anymore. I'm just speaking impartially. Soon the matter caused a quarrel, and after a long time, the Grand Elder patted the acacia wood chair beneath him. He slowly spoke. The Eastern Continent Grand Competition is just around the corner, so let's do it this way. If he can enter the top sects of the Imperial Dynasty in this grand competition, this spot will be given to him. Do you all have any opinions? The fifth elder was just about to open his mouth to object, but then he thought, a top sect? One of the 7 sects? That's right, one of the 7 sects. Even if it's just the outer sect, give him this spot. I don't have a problem with that. The fifth elder smiled. This wasn't about how many places one got in some grand competition, but the qualifications of the top sects. Although this virtuous grandson of his own had strong talent, how could one of the 7 clans of the Imperial Dynasty give a qualification? How many years has it been since the Eastern Continent? How many people do the 7 sects accept each year? Which one is not 1 in a billion? Not to mention anything else, it was impossible for Jun Chen to pass the Dao heart barrier. Chen Jun's playboy and laziness had gone deep into his bones, Such a person could enter the 7 sect? That was really a big joke. He can get into the 7 clusters. I can go to the bathroom upside down. The other group of elders nodded their heads similarly when they heard it, and even had some disdain in their hearts. It's not about looking down on your own family. It's about being self-aware. Even Chen's father was helpless. Isn't this tantamount to the Grand Elder having the road extinguished? Hey! The heart sighed for his son and for himself. On the other side, Jun Chen and Lin Shuang barely rested and quickly arrived at the northeastern borderline. This is the northernmost part of the eastern continent and the easternmost part of the northern state. Beyond here is the territory of the northern Han dynasty. Of course, no one crosses here. The reason is simple, there is a rift in the sky here. The earth was cracked right open here, and the break could not be seen at a glance. Some say it was cleaved by an axe from an ancient god or demon to a depth of trillions of kilometers. Others say that it is a natural formation of heaven and earth, and that the depths are connected to an endless purgatory. Others say that this is an ancient battlefield, where an ancient battle of extermination broke out, cracking the earth and filling the ground with endless dead bodies. Either way, it speaks volumes about its amazing depth and mystery, and from ancient times to the present, no one who has accidentally fallen into it has ever come out alive. From a distance, a deep gully lay across the far side of the eye, its interior emanating a black, ethereal aura. What's the point of coming here? Lin Shuang was surprised. Not even a saint can go deep into it. This place is a forbidden zone of life. The system panel in Chen Jun's mind at the moment opened the map and quickly realized that there were countless names densely packed here. It seems to be an ancient battlefield. Uncountable people died. The deathly aura of the heavy heavens was almost materialized, and Chen Jun knew that clicking on those names would be useless. Such a condensed deathly aura would churn those residual thoughts right into pieces. No residual thoughts could successfully coalesce in such a place, unless they were heavenly and earthly in life, and their residual thoughts were solidified beyond measure after death. As Jun Chen looked at the deep, hell-like Rift Valley pit in the distance, a chill rose from the bottom of his entire heart. 3 minutes of hot blood instantly dropped a few degrees at this point. Can't be looked down upon by this future empress. Jun Chen gritted his teeth. He spoke slowly. I'll take off the tire. The so-called shedding of the body is a total of 2 steps. One is to shed the physical mortal body, and the second is to remodel the body of the Tao. All cultivators are faced with the first and most important decision in their cultivation career at this step: what kind of Tao birth to mold, i.e., what direction to take themselves in. There are so many kinds of Taoist tires that it is impossible to enumerate them all, and there are countless others that fit into small paths and big paths. There are 9 major roads and tens of thousands of minor roads. Flesh and mortal flesh fade away just as the golden cicada sheds its layer of armor. Just as the dragon sheds its outer skin. A scaly dragon, whether it remains a scaly dragon or an incarnated true dragon after removing its skin membrane, is naturally the so-called molding decision. Normally cultivators shaping their Tao fetuses would do so under the guidance of their elders, listening to the opinions of certain great powers and choosing the direction of their future growth. For example, Father Chen, back then, under the guidance of the great elder, molded to be close to the Tao of causes and fruits, the causes of the Tao of causes and fruits, the Tao of the small Tao, the causes of the small Tao, and his body was close to this small path. Such considerations require many aspects of research, an accurate judgment of oneself, and must be made with care. For Chen Jun, it was simple. The heavenly rules are the supreme treasure in terms of Tao rules, and burying them in the Chen family to carry and promote the underground embodied power is actually a great use of the material. Jun Chen hadn't even taken it out until now, as it was too high level to be used much yet. The only thing it can be used for now is a little role observation. By observing the heavenly rules, one can find the Tao that is closest to one's own. Therefore, the heavenly rules were equal to directly avoiding cultivators from taking a detour, and Chen Jun, who possessed the heavenly rules, did not need to slowly perfect the direction of his cultivation in the subsequent cultivation, and what was manifested in the heavenly rules was the most suitable, because the rules of heaven include all the rules of the Tao. What is perceived from the rules of heaven is what is closest to it. Lin Shujing was a little stunned at this time. Come here. To shape the Taoist tire? The death gas is so horrible. How to shape the Taoist fetus here? It is hard to. Not? That's right. I'm going to mold the tire of the great Tao Tao. 42, into the pit. There was a hint of superiority and condescension in the words. The Chen Jun of the past would never have been so brazen as to want to mold the tire of the great Tao Tao. That didn't only require massive resources, but also a terrifying foundation, demonic level talent, amazing willpower, and all sorts of conditional limitations, all of which were missing. As far as the previous Chen Jun's body was concerned, he simply couldn't withstand the engraving of the tire of the great Tao Tao, and the moment the implication of the great Tao of heaven and earth pressed against his body would crush him. Having practiced the body Saint Dharma sect, Transcending the limits of the physical body was a big advantage, so that endurance also became much simpler than ordinary people. Lin Shuang was full of shock. Are you sure? I got the inheritance of the quasi-emperor in my previous life and still didn't dare. This life has made a great determination. This Chen Jun is looking for death. Chen Jun had a black line on his face. Why are you talking so badly? You reborn people are superior. Not allowed to hang me. Also show a show. Are you sure what kind of Tao rule you are in tune with? You know that it's much more difficult to change behind the molding of the birth of the Tao rule. Okay, life and death together. What is sensed and resonated in the heavenly rules is the way of life and death, and one's own system also reunites the remnants of the dead souls, which is equal to the convergence of the power of death, and the image seen in one at that time was also endless death, full of dead bones and boundless dead air. Chen Jun knew that he could not escape from this life and death. After all, it was stabbed to death before crossing over and then crossing over, and this one couldn't have suited him better. Lin Shuang froze. This, of the 9 great avenues, life and death belongs to one of the most difficult to comprehend, and this Jun Chen is also too juvenile. Even if you really want to shape the tire of the avenue Tao rules, but also usually shape the 5 elements or order 1, life and death. She looked at the rift in the distance, where an endless aura of death welled up. Such a massive amount of dead qi, and a rhythm close to the origin, was indeed enough to mold the tire of the great Tao Dao. But could this teenager do it? This is the great Tao Dao. To control a great Tao Dao is to be an emperor, and in the same era, there can only be one emperor, only one emperor. Although molding a Dao fetus was completely incomparable to the so-called sensing or even controlling the great Tao, one could imagine how difficult it was. At this time, Chen Jun stopped babbling, and if he continued to babble, he was afraid that he would wimp out when he looked at this endless dead air. Miss Lin, wait for me here. I'll be as quick as I can. Well, good. Forget it, I'll step in and help him for once when he has a problem. Jun Chen turned around and looked ahead. A thick deathly aura shrouded the place. The sky was cloudy and full of mist. Taking a step into this area, a feeling of heavy obstruction surged forward, and the sky-charging fury almost materialized, affecting the cultivator's mind. A few silhouettes could be seen in the distance, also coming here to seek opportunities. After all, many of the spells required dead qi, which was a great tonic for many people. The men advanced with immense difficulty, their bodies flushed red all around before they even advanced into the deep pit. In the midst of the difficult march, one of them suddenly hissed up to the sky, and his entire body was flooded with a deadly aura. The fury has entered his body. He's gone mad. Someone in the neighborhood shouted. Coming here for a chance also means risk, and at least half of those who go crazy with the fury in their bodies. At this moment, this middle-aged man's eyes were covered in a layer of scarlet red, and a deep black mist shrouded his circumference as he turned to look around. His body moved towards Chen Jun. His movements were like that of a wild beast. He had already lost his most basic sanity after the fury qi had entered his body. As the astral winds attacked, Jun Chen's face remained unchanged, and the long sword appeared in his hand star by star with a flash of a brilliant sword light across the sky. This sword chopped out drove a storm of death qi, horribly molded, and the middle-aged man was instantly torn apart and died a horrible death. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed, looking at Jun Chen with deep scorn in their eyes. Young age, extraordinary strength, many people said secretly, unable to help but envy. After the little episode, Chen Jun continued to move forward. His traveling speed was extremely fast and far superior to all the people around him, and he soon arrived at the deep pit. Looking down and not being able to see the bottom, Chen Jun felt like he was going to develop a fear of heights for a while. The pit is called the Pit of Billions, and legend has it that billions of people were buried, spanning dozens of kilometers. It's a huge rift. There is no chance of surviving a fall into the depths of this pit, and no one can cross it, but it is possible to stay for a while in the front part of the pit. Chen Jun looked downward and began to slowly descend along the path that had been trodden out by many people over the countless years before. He could feel the dead qi raging around him, and the further down the dead qi went, the higher the quality of the dead qi became. After all, the further down you go, the closer you get to the center of the dead air. Climb the rock face and carefully descend bit by bit. If you accidentally fell down, no one could save you, and you were absolutely bound to die. Therefore, Chen Jun was quite cautious, and every step of his predecessor was carefully scrutinized. This is a path that countless people have taken with their lives, traveling downward little by little. The walls of the billion-man pit were filled with many sunken-in pits, and Chen Jun occasionally rested in them for a moment. He kept going deeper and deeper, all the way down for a full day, feeling the surging death qi surging around him stop. The surrounding power was so raging. Silently sitting on his knees, this level of dead qi was definitely enough. Further down beyond what he could bear. Besides, there's no road down there. the most previous people have gone is this far, and further down the line they will need to continue to experiment with their lives. While thinking about the flow of Dharma in his mind, the nodes around his body lit up everywhere. Silk of dead chi erosion came, in the flow of the body, under the operation of the gong method, dead chi humming, in a special way into the body, a little bit in the peeling off of the flesh mortal body, shaping the supreme Tao tire. Chen Jun instantly couldn't help but howl out miserably as the Tao rhythm of the great Tao was in rhythm. It wasn't even a shallow carving, it was simply a bit of resonance that nearly tore Jun Chen's body apart. If he hadn't practiced the body sage's Dharma, just for that moment just now, Jun Chen would have been dead. A little bit of light constantly flickered around his body. It can't be molded unless you have extraordinary enlightenment. In order to increase his success rate, Jun Chen added some more points to his enlightenment, and the rhythm of the dead chi in front of him quickly became understandable. Stripped, unlike the usual fading away of mortal flesh, it's not a large swath of peeling away, but every bit of every ounce of extraction. It divided the entire body into uncountable parts. Such separation and peeling off took a long time, but the molded dowel was flawless. In the midst of constantly sitting on his knees, time flowed little by little, and silk cracks began to appear on top of Jun Chen's body. With an extremely subtle and light clink, a faintly invisible part of his body surface came off, shedding in resonance with the power of life and death. The mortal fetus is officially on the road to fading away, and underneath this small sliver of skin comes the perfection of the new skin it contains. As this shedding begins, the process of fading away of the mortal body is accelerating. The outermost layer of the body was gradually peeling away, and it wasn't a shallow fading away. What Chen Jun was able to perceive was an elevation of the level, an advancement of the level of life, as if the dragon had metamorphosed. This body contained a majestic and vast power underneath. The mortal fetus continued to metamorphose, and the surrounding dead chi rolled set soon to unexpectedly form a terrifying storm with Chen Jun at the center. At this point he is the eye of the storm, surrounded by dead air. Even the deepest part of the deepest part had certain forces surging in to enter the teenager's body and achieve a supreme Tao birth. Chen Jun, who was sitting in meditation with his knees crossed and eyes closed, however, suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed the roaring tremor of the earth above him. Bookworms, I've got something weird going on. Check it out. Lately, the book has been getting a lot of chapter reviews and book reviews telling me to hurry up and update, write well, and cheer me on. Occasionally a chapter is watered down, and a dozen or so spammers show up in half an hour to give me a bad time. Queue reading 13 people. Starting point 6 people. Yet with so many people active, how come my rewards, monthly votes and even recommendations don't go up too much? Proportionally, with so many people spraying me with compliments, there must be at least 10 times as many people watching. But my various stats, how come they are so far off from the collection? Totally disproportionate. What's going on? Bookworms? It's so weird. Am I writing a novel in standalone? Or am I experiencing a psychic event? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. 43, Northern Han Dynasty. Thanks to all of you for your rewards, monthly votes, and recommendations. I've decided to add an extra shift tomorrow. It's the sound of an earthbound rhinoceros, and a mammoth-like hissing. And there are many of them, looking up to the sky above. The sky was gloomy and deep, dark as ink. The earth rumbled and shook, and the entire abyss even had the slightest tremor. It's the result of countless talents. Billions of corpses resurrected? This was Jun Chen's first thought. One would not be so unlucky. Cold sweat is coming down all over my body. Resurrection of the dead? But the voices and the great shaking came from above. And if the dead were resurrected, it would have been from below. Jun Chen looked downwards. The endless abyss did not even have a single fluctuation. At this moment, the shaping of his Tao fetus had reached its most critical juncture. Having stayed here for a full 3 months now, and under the wash of the dead chi, his Tao fetus was about to complete its fledgling form, rumbling and vibrating around his body. Chen Jun already clearly felt that his body's progress was coming to an end. The heavenly Tao rules were in rhythm, and a faint humming appeared in his body. After the consummation of the degenerate realm is the opening of the treasure. Opening the 5 treasures of the human body. This is followed by the resonance with the heaven and earth, and the ability to obtain the faint enhancement of the heaven and earth is called the rhythmic body realm, which means that the body has the rhythm of the heaven and earth. Don't underestimate the weak enchantment. Every ounce of power from heaven and earth has infinite power. For example, if the ground contains power, a trace of it is 10,000 pounds, and the power of heaven and earth is even more so. At this moment, Chen Jun, who was molding the tire of the great Tao rule, already had the appearance of being about to touch this level 1 great realm in advance. Of course, without the opening of the hidden treasures, it was difficult for the human body to bear the rhythms of heaven and earth without completing its final evolution. But this was already non-trivial. How can there be an accident at such a critical moment? Chen Jun continued the shaping of the stripped body. How could he not let these 3 months of painful efforts go to waste? Under the amazing peripheral washing, his Dao heart was sharpened and raised to 4. The sound of the earth trembling came closer and closer, like 1,000 armies. Soon Chen Jun didn't need to guess. Lin Shuang had already seen it from afar. It's the army of the Northern Han Dynasty. Chen Jun in the dematerialization froze. Northern Han Dynasty? What is the army of the Northern Han Dynasty doing here? It's a borderline, but there's never been a war here. To know that this deep gully in the middle of dozens of kilometers apart, and this place cannot fly, any presumptuous attempt to leap will be thick death breath directly pulled into the very bottom, never come out. At this time, there was no need for Jun Chen to think much. Far above, a silhouette riding a black steed across the sky was about to cross this heavenly rift. The leap actually ignored the horrific pull within, but it was nothing more than a tangle of dead air. They've found a way to go over the top. Chen Jun's heart shook. No one has been able to cross this place for countless years, and I didn't think that I would be so unlucky to witness history today. I'm so unlucky. Chen Jun is dead. The Northern Han Dynasty and the Grand Xiao Dynasty were feuding, and now that their armies were crossing the border, there was no reason why they wouldn't kill Jun Chen in the process. Edge thought about feeling a shocking surge of power that instantly landed in the dome of the sky. It was a black halberd that slashed down from above to cut Jun Chen in two. The man crossed the rift while noticing several people in the deep pit. Chen Jun's above a few people by this halberd aftermath swept directly coughed up blood body shattered, and decapitated these people at the same time. This halberd aftermath unabated straight down. Although there were layers of dead chi blocking it and weakening the power, such a strike was still terrifyingly powerful. That figure was slightly surprised, not thinking that there were actually people who could enter such a deep location. A district small cultivator actually had a bit of a doorway, but he didn't think much about it. You're going to die with this blow. Chen Jun cursed angrily in his heart as the green chi flowed around him. The perfect level of the Xuanwu technique moved, and a huge green shield floated above his head to resist out, on which a light rune took shape, with Xuanwu meaning flowing. There was a loud, earth-shattering thud, and Chen Jun only felt as if his raised arm was about to break. A mouthful of blood was coughed out, and all 5 internal organs were shattered. He looked at the figure that was spanning high in the air. If this person were to chop down a second strike, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chen Jun looked underneath him and raised his head again. I'll take this revenge. Joke. The figure in the sky above snorted with disdain. Did you write that down? Who the hell are you? I can crush you with a single finger. If you get away with it this time, do you think you can still resist the next blow? Chen Jun was surrounded by anger. Aren't you just a few hundred or a few thousand years more cultivated than me? Using your realm to suppress people. Have the guts to tell me your name. My name? You griffins aren't qualified to know it. You don't even dare to do this? Jun Chen snorted and swallowed a yuan nourishing pill. The broken bone seams were recovering rapidly while he continued to flow his gongfu, still thinking about completing the molding of the Dao fetus at this point. Why wouldn't I dare? The figure snorted. My name is Dongo. Remember this name that killed you. While thinking that the halberd in his hand was going to chop down again, he realized that the teenager's figure started to fall down rapidly. His pupils shrank. Was this teenager committing suicide? How dare he continue down? At his own level, he still dared not, which was simply looking for death. In reality, this was the only way for Jun Chen to survive. Otherwise the Northern Han Dynasty's army was crushing across, and it would be death anyways. Having memorized this person's name at this moment, the first thought in Chen Jun's mind was I will have to tear down your ancestors' graves. When I reunite the remnants of your ancestors' dead souls, I'll unload 18 pieces. At the moment, he could only continue downward and dive into a location where no one else could go deeper in order to escape the hordes and stay alive. Indignant in his heart, he knew that the being riding a black steed was merely treating himself as a mole cricket, seeing it and casually wanting to trample it to death. Wait for me to destroy you. As his figure fell rapidly, he could feel the bone-piercing death aura soaking through, almost freezing Chen Jun in an instant. The remodeling of the Dao fetus was still slowly progressing, and at this point, it was almost stripping away all of its physical mortal body, and Chen Jun was anxious in his heart. Faster, faster, faster. The figure kept going down, and he desperately went to have to pick his way around the bumps in the rock wall. In just a short moment's time, the distance of the descent had already exceeded the distance that Chen Jun had traveled down in a day before. The unmistakable aura of death could be felt in the gloom, almost condensing into vapor by the time it reached here. It's a deep pool down there. One must not sink deeper into it, or else one fears that they will be directly annihilated of all life. Chen Jun desperately tried to pick at the perimeter, while the progress of his body still continued, peeling off piece after piece. The level of life was gaining elevation, And just as the continuous reshaping of the Tao fetus was about to be completely completed, a strand of power inexplicably tumbled from the very bottom of the deep pit. It was as if this glimmer of power was just a small fish out of water, but trying to make a jumping motion and then revert to the depths. However, Jun Chen's rapidly falling form collided with this wisp of breath at the only possible moment of contact. 44, first page of scripture. An inexplicable throbbing suddenly surged to his heart, and at this moment Chen Jun felt confronted with a vast world. Everything became incredibly small in front of that thread of power. There was a huge tremor around the body, and the whole process of shedding the body in a flash was complete. Chen Jun only felt a force so strong that it was terrifying being drawn into his body, helping himself to complete the reshaping of his entire Dao tire in an instant. This strand of power was too strong. In his senses, this clearly surpassed the tire of the great Dao Dao. At this moment, his body roared and trembled, and the 365 nodes around his body erupted with terrifying light. With a soft click, it was as if some shackles within the body were instantly broken. All the old skin and membrane of the entire body is peeled off, revealing a new and perfect body, which is born dead, and the mortal fetus has been replaced. Chen Jun's body suddenly flourished with a huge aura, a terrifying might bursting out. The quality of his spiritual energy changed drastically. The power that the previous mortal fetus was able to wield at this point in time seemed to be simply not worth mentioning. Circumference exudes amazing breath. A whole world seems to be in the grasp of the feeling surging. Chen Jun lightly spit out a mouthful of turbid air or driven by a shock of sound waves sweeping. There's also an increase in the level of life. At this moment, Jun Chen felt like looking at the entire world had changed. In each level of realm advancement, there is a certain change in the way the world is viewed. The higher the realm, the deeper the understanding of the nature of the world. Legend has it that when one enters the Emperor realm and looks at the world, all one sees is the surge of Dao rules. At this time Chen Jun felt a force of heaven and earth resplendent in such a leap in the level of life. He didn't have such a feeling even when he was in the perfection of the flesh realm, and this had nothing to do with enlightenment. It was a change brought about by the elevation of the level of life. The eyes were no longer the same, and with a movement around him, he stopped his constant descent, the strand of power actually allowing himself to resist the terrifying pull from the depths of his interior. I didn't realize that I was actually blessed by the disaster. Jun Chen sighed softly, able to ascertain that his Dao fetus was actually more terrifying than even an unusual demon. In itself, the molding of the tire of the great Dao Dao is few and far between, and now there is such a strong force surging in an instant to complete the molding of their own Dao tire. Their own level is too high. At the same time that wisp of power tumbled into existence, the entire continent followed with a slight wobble. What kind of person intercepts a strand of the most original power? How is this possible? There were terrifying existences above the continent trembling with rage. Filled with disbelief, the trembling and swaying of the entire continent just now was clearly the stripping of a certain sliver of the most essential power that had been intercepted by someone, which was simply unbelievable. The method of invoking is still unknown for millions of years. What kind of person could actually intercept it? Someone has entered the Supreme? Many people's faces were gloomy, but they felt how it was impossible. There was no sign at all, and the sound wasn't right, but it was certainly one of those steps. From that day onwards, many people were on edge, and countless people began to search, to explore what had gone wrong, to find out who had gotten that ray of chance. At this moment, the sky above the Rift Valley, Togo still sat on his black steed as he looked down at the endless dead air below him and felt it. How? Fall downward for so long and not die? Among the senses, that little ant's vitality was actually still there. He had no way to see clearly with the thick dead aura wrapping around him, but sensing the scent was still completely doable, and in his senses, that little ant was not only not dead, but was even more alive. At this moment, the army surged across the heavenly rift, which was preparing to deliver the most dangerous blow to the hinterland of the great Xia imperial dynasty. Such a huge force, crossing the border in a way that no one had ever thought of, was bound to be able to deal a heavy blow to the great Xia imperial dynasty. At the moment the ones in charge of scouting and clearing the area swept everyone away, and the news of their crossing certainly couldn't be known to anyone. Lin Shuaing's heart was tense to the extreme as she watched the scene. I shouldn't have taken such a chance. She hadn't left yet, but was watching from afar, waiting for Jun Chen. But, Chen Jun died just like that? I don't know why I'm a little sad, but I'm used to seeing life and death, so my heart should be like water. Back then, the Queen of Achievers herself could live for 10,000 years, and the people around her were dying of old age one by one. She didn't have much feeling, but this time, when she relived her life, she didn't know why she was just a little bit of a different kind of emotion towards this teenager. It's kind of sad. Her concealment skills were the means of the human emperor, so she was still able to conceal her figure in the midst of a large area of probing, but the further back she dragged herself the more difficult it became. However, She was still unwilling and wanted to confirm the life and death of Jun Chen. Life is still alive. I hope you can survive. Togo, what are you waiting for here? A leader in black armor asked from across the army. Reporting back to my lord. There's a little ant hiding in the deepest part. And in my senses, he's not dead yet. The black armored man's gaze was austere. Looking down, he vaguely also sensed, so deep. Going down will surely kill you. The suction force is horrible. Even if you find a shelter, it is impossible to climb out. It naturally seemed to him that there were certain loopholes in this heavenly rift, where there was no dead air to survive. But deep in the very core, the devouring power was so terrifying that even if one was lucky enough to be alive, it was impossible to walk out. Togo frowned. But I always feel uneasy. The black armored man nodded. Not bad. A little caution is warranted. But there's no need to waste time here for a little ant. He beckoned a wave behind him, and a cultivator in green armor stepped out of the crowd. His body still carrying the slightest tremor. An object appeared in the black armored man's hand, emitting a thick deathly aura that resists the power of this heaven and earth. And he gently opened his mouth to look at the green armored man. Go down and get rid of that little ant, and your family will be proud of you. A small cultivator in green armor with eyes full of despair. Going down can never come up again. Even if you kill that little ant, you can only wait there to die yourself. The thing in the black armored man's hand could briefly fight against the death aura, but it only slowed down the fall. And once he went down he could only wait for death. A little ant is worth wasting an elite warrior like yourself? The chief is dim. His heart was outraged, but he thought about his parents, then took over the stuff, gritted his teeth, and leapt down. At this moment, Qin Jun in the depths silently stayed in the pit of billions of people. He relied on that strand of strength to be able to climb up, but Qin Jun knew that there was someone waiting for him up there. Consume it. I'll spend years and years with you. There is really no other way, but where to go up is to die. Can only compare patience with this person then who will go first. The joy of advancement was replaced by sadness in the twinkling of an eye. This place was a great tonic for himself, but if he really had to stay here for a few years or 10 years he would certainly not be able to endure it. Moreover, if he kept carrying it here, the fury would enter his brain, and in a few years, Chen Jun wouldn't even dare to guarantee that he wouldn't go crazy. Chen Jun, who was frowning bitterly and pondering non-stop in his mind, suddenly realized at this moment that the little bit of memory that had been sealed in the self-protection mechanism of his brain had unraveled. It's just the tip of the iceberg, but it's shocking. This was that scripture that Chen Jun had seen carved between heaven and earth in Wanzhong. This moment reveals the name, the Dead Man's Sutra. He realized that the scripture could turn the first page. Gently uncovering it, two large words printed on the first page caught the eye: body dead. 45, the death of the Dharma gate, first shift. There were only these two words on the entire page, and the scripture flipped open, driving the magnificent power of the heavens and earth to manifest in Jun Chen's mind. All he could feel at a glance was a headache. The two big words seemed to encompass everything. In the word death, Chen Jun clearly saw some kind of horrifying and grandiose implications to the extreme. A kind of enlightenment surged to his heart, and it was only then that it dawned on Chen Jun that he was able to read this text after his life level had been raised. What is life? What is death? If life is lost, is it death? It was as if he saw heaven and earth rumbling, and the rhythm conveyed amazing meanings. A kind of enlightenment suddenly surged to the heart. The things in this scripture Chen Jun didn't need to cultivate. As long as he was awakened, he would naturally grasp it. The Dharma recorded on the first page at this point is called body death. Chen Jun silently flowed, and then was surprised to realize that his breath was all gone. He probed his pulse and it stopped beating. Tried his heart. It's not moving. Touch your nose and don't gasp. Sensing his own vitality, he dissipated. I'm dead? Traditionally, it seems like one is really dead. The vitality is dissipated. Of course it's dead. At this point, as long as one's legs are glazed over, eyes closed, and one makes a trip to the ground, anyone who comes by will feel like they're dead. No pulse, no heartbeat, no breathing, no life. Isn't that dead? But the consciousness was still there, clearly alive. This is amazingly stealthy. Chen Jun silently muttered to himself. Who could find himself with such a horrible spell of hiding his tracks? All concealment spells boiled down to the concealment of breath, and many of the higher-ranked concealment spells allowed the breath to become one with the environment, being able to change according to the environment. And body death, this spell directly extinguishes all breath. Jun Chen dared to say that there was no concealment technique that could make the breath dissipate so completely. It's excellent for tailing. Ah shucks. For sneaking, and the mere fact that the scent is all but gone means I can be a tailing. Ah shucks. Sneaking master in the future. In addition, Chen Jun also realized that the Dharma was naturally fully grasped on its own. Realized the whole thing, just by looking at it. At the same time a little thought came to mind. What happens to the words that flow at the moment of one's death? Still breathing, Pulse, heartbeat, life, immortal? Not so much. This dharma is only a superficial disguise for what a person's death actually represents. It is so vast and expansive that it is not something that can be figured out in this realm right now. At this moment he looked up. Looking upwards, his eyes flashing with light. The most realistic significance of the spell was that it meant one could fool the being above and find a way out. The man had been waiting up there, just sensing his own faint vitality. And now that he had mastered the body and death, he could hide it all by himself. But there's an opportunity missing. His dharma moved at the moment and came back to life. The one above suddenly realized that the sudden disappearance of his vitality was too abrupt, and would surely associate it with something, and he needed an opportunity to make the loss of vitality seem reasonable, so that he could be fooled. Above the sky rift, Dango clearly felt a hint of life dying, but it appeared again immediately afterward. Strange, it appeared again. Am I sensing it wrong? The green-armored soldiers were slowly making their way down, their eyes holding despair and a look of death. At this moment, this green-armored soldier was resentful to the extreme towards Junchen in his heart. Although it was the black-armored lord who had told him to send him to his death, what was going through his mind was that if it wasn't for you little ants trying to live, I wouldn't have had to die at all unnecessarily. You're just a little ant. How can you presume to survive the transit of our imperial army? Dream on. Isn't it good to suffer a good death, and cause me to die as well? Holding the square box in his hand, he kept going downward, the surrounding dead chi being repelled, and in his slow descent, he soon saw the small ant below. Only at the dematerialization realm? This moment only feels suffocating. I am a great cultivator of the rhythmic body realm, 2 great realms above you. Why should I waste my life to kill you? In the midst of grief and indignation, he casually struck a gun. Looking at this ant, he was even too lazy to move much. The shadow of the gun instantly pierced through the thick dead air, falling from the sky with a sharp edge. Amidst the thick gray, a flash of green light appeared, incredibly fast, and with one strike, it was ready to directly slice through Jun Chen's chest. Chen Jun, who was sitting cross-legged, lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had just consolidated the realm of the dematerialization realm, and at this moment, his body was completely adapted around him. In the face of the gun, shadow does not flash, not wall. Xuanwu art flow. The great level of turtle armor green shadow on a complete rune surging. Horizontal push out with the gun shadow collided with the bombardment. Chen Jun only feel the horrible huge force surging. He retreated a few steps but stabilized his body shape. Sure enough, a hint of excitement flashed in Jun Chen's eyes. Having molded such a Dao birth, he now had a trace of extremely weak heaven and earth enchantment in the district's degenerate realm. Because he hadn't opened his stash, his body wasn't able to withstand the power of the heavens and earth too heavily yet. But such an addition also gave him the terrifying strength to crush cultivators of the same rank. The dead chi was thick here. And for Chen Jun, who had molded the great Dao birth and death fetus, this was his home turf. Even against the rhythmic body realm, which was 2 realms higher than his own, he was surprisingly able to resist. The green-armored soldier who had failed to land a single blow was obviously a bit stunned. What made a mere degenerate realm cultivator able to not die under his own blow? And, surprisingly, it looked uninjured. Edge thought with a cold grunt. What's the point of struggling? All of the great Xia imperial dynasties will have to perish. Chen Jun's gaze was aghast. North Han had indeed played a big game. Originally, Chen Jun had thought that this army just wanted to charge straight into the hinterland. But he hadn't thought that what he actually wanted was to directly exterminate the great Xia imperial dynasty. What's the use of the nomadic border tribes to enter the hinterland of the Central Plains? What does it mean to destroy a country by occupying its land? The North Huns are good hunters and good at bowing and horseback riding. It was reasonable to say that the Daxia imperial dynasty was actually geographically unsuitable, and there were very few demonic creatures in Daxia that were suitable for northern Hun hunting. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there had been a northern Hun that had charged all the way from the border straight into the imperial dynasty's central state capital. It was a period of shame when the then imperial dynasty's honored one was killed and fled to the southeast imperial state, but even at that time, North Hungary has never wanted to occupy the hinterland of the Central Plains, and has always demanded gold, silver, spiritual yuan, spiritual arts and techniques, robbed women, and burned and killed children. This time, he actually wanted to directly exterminate the great Xia kingdom, so Chen Jun knew that some sort of change must have occurred. Only at this moment it was too late to think about it. The green-armored man's words spoke at the same time he opened his bow and arrow. The longbow's light shone brightly. The arrows were incomparably sharp, and with his eyes half closed, he looked coldly at Jun Chen, his spiritual energies surging around him. An arrow broke through the air, tearing through space with a hint of heaven and earth intent pressing horizontally. Of course, in such a thick dead air, the power of heaven and earth that he could draw on was extremely small. Here life and death had rejected almost all other great avenues and Tao rules, and there was only an extremely weak amount of other power. But even so, this was a strike from a rhythmic body realm powerhouse, not the casual one from before. This arrow pierced through space and came to nail Jun Chen directly to the rock wall forever. 46. The Empress sheds a tear, second shift. Whistling arrow shadows cracked through the air as star by star appeared in Chen Jun's hand. The old owner of this sword had said that Jun Chen could only wield it with at least Kai Zhang, but he had clearly underestimated Jun Chen. Entering the degenerate realm he could already barely wield it, and at the moment the star by star sword's bodies lit up with a bit of starlight. Chen Jun's spiritual energy rushed madly into his body, and his aura flourished around him. The power of the star by star was terrifying even if it was only initially activated. This was a supreme treasure that was just one step away from entering the Saint Soldier. The stunning sword art flowed in his hand. The seventh horizontal strike. A straight stab. The long sword colliding with the arrow. In the silence. The horrible power of the star by star will tear this arrow directly. The difference between the two grades is too much. Even if it is only the intention of the star by star, the material of this arrow cannot resist. The aftermath of this strike did not diminish, driving the raging death aura straight at the green-armored soldier in midair. How is it possible? The green-armored man continued to open his bow. Arrow after arrow kept coming. Each strike was 1 point more powerful than the previous one, and the sword shadows were constantly blasted and shattered in the blink of an eye. Jun Chen stood firm and then slashed out with another sword. The surprising sword art had long been pushed to the imperial art level by the youth at that time, and at that moment, the 8th and 9th styles surged to the forefront of his mind, and a huge sword shadow pressed horizontally, and it wasn't hindered in such a thick and vast death aura. It just broke through the air and kept chopping at the silhouette in midair. The green-armored man only felt suffocated. In this space he had to rely on the square box in his hand to fight against the terrifying devouring force while also constantly resisting the sword shadow. There must be something wrong with the position he's in. What makes this teenager unaffected? Where is definitely a place of refuge, where death is not invaded? While thinking about the flickering shadows of the gun in his hand, he constantly relied on the power of his outbursts to change his stance and force his way to Chen Jun's body. There was definitely something odd about that place. The lance glowed brightly. The gun's shadow densely stabbed. Chen Jun's hand sword art kept flowing and struck horizontally with it, and it kept blowing up and dispersing in mid-air, because the realm difference was too much. Although the spirit art level and the surrounding environment were extremely favorable to himself, facing this roiling gun shadow Chen Jun still fought against it quite hard. Only even after breaking through the sword art spear shadow was unable to leave a mark on his body, and in the natural flow of the Xuanwu art, he wasn't even injured after fighting against the green-armored man for so long. This is something that if it wears off to the outside world, it could definitely shock a crowd of people. Crossing small realms was extremely difficult and hard, and crossing large realms had traditionally only been done by supreme demons. Right now, although Jun Chen had the advantage, being able to straddle two great realms was appalling enough. In the midst of the constant bombardment and confrontation, the green-armored man only felt more and more strained. He was fighting against the death aura, but his body was constantly sinking, and at this moment, he had already fallen from the sky above Jun Chen to an almost flush position. If you can't get rid of the little ant further down the line, there's no way at all. Edge thought with a boom around his body. Terrifying power erupted. One couldn't spend any more time with this little ant. If he died and this little ant was still alive, the unlucky ones would be his own family. He had no doubt that the chief would kill all three of his clans. The thick aura of death seemed to have been emptied in an instant, and the green-armored man whose body suddenly erupted with terrifying power around him looked hideous and incomparable, his helmet shattering and leaking out his miserable white face. At this moment, he was already close to Jun Chen, power surging around him, blow after blow blasting the sword shadows apart, diffuse light surging, blowing up the scattered aftermath of the power and instantly by the dead directly swallowed. One strike after another, horizontal pressure, rushing power constantly exploding. Why struggle, you ant? As the huge palm struck horizontally, he stomped heavily on his feet, and a thick tangle of deadly aura went straight at Jun Chen, as if it was like a breakthrough. The figure struck horizontally, and the entire person transformed into a long spear and slammed directly into it. This person touched a trace of the domain of transforming one's body into a spear, and Chen Jun, who saw this scene, froze. Why do you all love death so much? Cannot help but appear in the mind of the devil son of the picture? This scene how to feel déjà vu it, looking for death or so looking for it. He reacted in an instant that the man was thinking that the ground beneath his feet was different. However, just so unguarded rushed at his own shot. This is not looking for death. So what if you've passed the realm of the enlightened? Do you think that after the enlightened your fleshly body is so terrifying that you can resist my blow? I'll blow you away with one punch. The man is simply out of his mind. It's a great opportunity. Though, at this moment, the body in death dharma flowed, and in an instant, the vitality was lost, the heart stopped beating, and the breathing stopped. It's time to disguise. The green-armored man froze and stared at the scene with wide, unbelievable eyes. How is this possible? Loss of life? Did I just fight a dead man? How does this dead man still have a spirit? Is there something wrong with the dead air? For a moment there was even a slight stagnation in his feet. A little hesitation appeared. This person was too bizarre. At this moment in midair, Togo's tightly furrowed brow finally loosened. A tiny degenerate realm cultivator can resist for so long. He's really not bad, but in the end, it's still hard to escape death. At this moment, Togo was deeply self-satisfied with his caution. He even suspected that there might be some way for the little ant to crawl out. There was a way for people like yourself to cross this place, so maybe someone could climb out of the depths. Now he was doing a great thing for Northern Hun, killing a terrifying demon. The black-armored men nodded similarly. They could vaguely sense the fluctuating traces of the battle. The teenager was clearly extraordinary, and their caution just now seemed to be correct. He commanded to the rear, "Give Meng Hong a generous burial, and give his family fourth-class resources to cultivate him." "Yes, my lord." The two rejoined the queue and continued on their way. Neither of these two had ever paid much attention to Meng Han's death. A certain death there, the life of Manhwa, a moment later, is also destined to dissipate, which is the best place for a warrior to belong. On the other hand, outside of the billion-man pit, in a hidden place, Lin Shuang was suddenly stunned in the midst of her silent senses. Chen Jun is dead. Inductively, Jun Chen's vitality was lost. With one's human emperor's means being unable to detect it, there was bound to be only one possibility. At this moment, Lin Shuyao, who had always thought that she would never have any feelings for the world again, suddenly felt a light tremor in her heart. There was a sharp pain in his chest, as if he was gripped by something. She didn't know why, when she had only been with the teenager for a few months, why she could make herself feel so different. Eyes were open, but a tear slipped down. I haven't shed a tear in how many years? A lot came to mind in an instant, and it was as if this little girl who had always cried out in her heart to be called an emperor had gone through another run-through in her life before her eyes. What has he ever done for me? It doesn't seem like much. What have I ever done for him? It doesn't seem like much. But why? Lin Shuyao lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked around. At the same time that she shuddered around her body, there was a slip in the concealment spell, and it was obvious that someone had detected the abnormality and was probing this way. 47, search, third shift. Lin Shuang's gaze turned cold as she looked around. Lin Shuang, who had always been a bit of a schoolgirl beside Jun Chen, finally returned to her empress-like majesty at this moment. Her eyes seemed to contain thousands of things, looking at everything so coldly. At this moment, Lin Shuyao was in a trance and somewhat understood. It's amazing how safe I feel around him, revealing a side of me that is little known. Whether in her previous life or this one, Lin Shuang was synonymous with high coldness, but this indifference in the face of Chen Jun was much lighter. Sighed thinking about the spiritual power surging under her feet. An inexplicable atmosphere diffused. Her figure swayed. In the exploration of the people have not yet reacted to the direct blink of an eye disappeared into the sky. However, there was suddenly a long blade crossing the air, instantly chopping and slashing at the figure. Humph. Hiding for so long. Your little ant concealment technique is extraordinary. There are big names in the shadows who have been watching, looking for a leak. The North Huns are trying to do something big this time, and everything around them must be cleared to make sure that, in case of an eventuality, there can't be the slightest leakage of this news. This billion-man pit covered an extremely wide area, and their three existences were each responsible for part of the area, spreading out to cover the entire area, making sure to ensure that they could not leave a single living soul behind. At this moment, there was someone hiding under his own nose, which naturally caused this existence to be shaken with rage. However, after a slash, the imagined image of that figure in pieces did not appear. How is that possible? His pupils suddenly shrank, not having thought that a small cultivator of the district's open zephyr would actually be able to resist one of his own strikes. The blade chopped at this person's body, but it was dissipated by a flow of crimson light, as if a clay ox had entered the sea, and was swallowed up. Edge thought with a cold snort and chopped out a blade again. This strike he used 5 points of strength. The shadow of the blade had been so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, and the blade had chopped above Lin Shujing's body at the same time as it had chopped out. Space was directly torn apart, and the knife shadow was horrifyingly loud, carrying a bone-piercing wind icy cold as it cut into Lin Shujing's back, followed by the knife chi exploding and dispersing within the body, splitting the torso in pieces. Oh no! The dummy! There was still no image of blood and flesh splattering, and the chop was actually a fake body. At this moment, the being literally froze. It was unbelievable that a mere Kaiso realm cultivator could escape his own meritocracy twice. One's old face would be disgraced if it was known. His face was grim, yet his arrogance just now still cost him, and he lost track of Lin Shuyao. The means of concealment is so outstanding that I can't even detect it with my divine sense. Just a thought. Just now thought that this person must die, so the divine thought appeared a hint of slackness. Actually just like this, let this little ant hide again. At this moment, one could only be sure that this little ant had definitely not gone far and escaped from this range, because the border itself would definitely be sensed. His face was grim as his eyes searched around. However, this place was too vast, and with the dead tree being so dense, and with countless shadowy trees and grasses, it was extremely obstructive to exploration. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message in his head and called his minders to him. Within this area, you find 4 people. Search for me inch by inch, throughout all of them, and find a female cultivator. Kaiso realm, with a peerless face. Yes, sir. The man was a bit stunned. Why would such a thing require someone like himself? Wouldn't a glance from His Excellency be enough to find it? Remember, search inch by inch. Don't leave any place untouched. This man's concealment skills are outstanding. Yes. Also, after the search, those 4 people will be killed directly. This lofty existence thought to himself that if people knew about this, I'm afraid he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. And the news naturally couldn't be leaked. For a cultivator like himself to be teased twice by a district kaizo, this simply disgraced his old face. Follow orders. The man's heart chilled. Then he quickly commanded. The 4 soldiers who were well versed in scouting started from the billion-dollar pit, each responsible for an area, and began a dragnet-like inch-by-inch search. On the other side, Lin Shuang was lurking within the trunk of a shady tree, panting heavily, her back a crimson red. It's amazing that there is such a great cultivator. A bottle of yuan condensation pill appeared in her hand and she poured it into her mouth to start refining the medicinal power. Just now that blow she withstood down but also suffered serious injuries. The red light flow eliminated most of the knife gas, but there is still a trace of knife intent through the over. Her internal organs almost churned. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had the means he had when he was a human emperor, he would surely die. And right now it looked like he had only delayed his death slightly. If this being searches inch by inch, I must not be able to hide it. Although Lin Shuya was confident in her concealment technique, she didn't think that she would be able to hide under that person's eyes. It was simply unrealistic. While thinking about it, he was a little anxious. Although this area is large, but how long can he hide? A little fumbling out? I'm afraid that's not realistic. The saber intent is spreading in my body. Relying on this bit of elixir I have in my hand right now is simply not enough to get rid of it. This saber chi keeps flowing. If I can't find a healing medicine, I won't be able to hold out for a few more days. She had a complete grasp of her body and knew where the limits were. In his mind, he began to think of a feasible way to do this. It was logical that using a fake body to attract attention would be the most feasible. But that fake body had already been destroyed. Lin Shuyao frowned as she kept thinking of scenarios within the trunk of the Yin tree and eliminated them one by one. No, it won't work. What to do? Inside the pit of billions, looking at the green armored soldiers that were coming straight at him, a radiant smile appeared on Chen Jun's face. That terrifying gun intent pierced through space, and the intent of transforming his body into a gun caused Jun Chen's skin to even feel a bit vaguely painful, as if it was being pierced by something sharp to be pierced through. He smiled, then the body saint's dharma flowed, and his entire aura was violently elevated. The level of life was elevated after dematerialization, and the physical body was naturally superior. Storing up his strength, the 365 nodes around his body buzzed and trembled loudly. Heaven and earth rumbled, and it was as if the Tao rhythms were being invoked at this moment. A sense of foreboding instantly surged through the green-armored soldier's heart, a feeling so strong that he froze as he looked at the teenager. A thought suddenly surging through his mind, how come it seemed like he was facing a world? Then the thought died out in a flash. The last thought he had before he died. Chen Jun's booming outburst of power drowned him outright. The death aura surrounding increased his kung fu power by more than double. A punch blasted out Chen Jun's entire body off the ground. And as this punch went down, Chen Jun felt himself become lighter. It seemed to hit the body weight. He vaguely felt that he had touched something, as if the body sage's dharma was going to go further. The body sage's body art, cultivated to its peak, was a world power horizontal pressure with a single blast of his fist. What can resist the power of a world? One could naturally imagine the terror of cultivating this dharma to its depths. And at this moment, Chen Jun vaguely felt that he was able to drive a trace of the power of his body's small world. The holy art had completed its consummation in an instant, and he was approaching the level of crossing over to the realm of intent. This was a holy art. How difficult it was to understand the realm, and it was impossible for an ordinary genius to cross into the holy art realm level in his entire life. Beyond that, I have the opportunity to perfect it further. Chen Jun's mind surged with a realization that he had never thrown such a smooth and joyful punch. A punch that did not need to consider any consequences and did not need to have the slightest reservation. And after the elevation of the life level, he naturally discovered that this Dharma exclusively belonged to the body saints, and was completely built with the body of the body saints, and that there was a slight difference between his own body and that of the body saints. Doesn't stop it though. I can just keep trying it myself and then deduce and perfect it. Physical arts. The same way. The same way. The meaning of the intention is there. All Chen Jun needs is a small correction. Of course, now is not the time for corrections. Having mastered the intent of the physical art, Chen Jun truly understood the divine content of the physical art. No longer was it only its type. Chen Jun looked above. The army of the northern Huns was nearing the end of their crossing, and now that their numbers were dwindling, no one was paying attention to what was going on within this billion-man pit. He recuperated and began to climb up the hill. 48. Chen Jun, you stinking rascal. Lin Shuang's heartfelt voice. Chen Jun vaguely heard a few sentences, but apparently it was a bit blurry from too far away. All he knew was that now that Lin Shuang was injured, he was afraid that he would soon be discovered. If it hadn't been for waiting for me, surely she could have gotten away with it a long time ago. You know that North Han hadn't even crossed over yet when Lin Shuyao realized it. Only for himself he didn't go. Now letting Jun Chen stay in the billion-man pit and live it up. Waiting for a few months for the army to completely leave before going out? Jun Chen couldn't do that. With power surging around him, he watched as he climbed up the rock wall a little bit above him, his breath completely dissipating around him without the slightest bit of vitality. While crawling, he constantly drew on the endless death chi in the surrounding area, nourishing his body and the newly molded Tao fetus. The degenerate realm was still divided into 9 heavens, and cultivation still relied on drawing on the aura of the heavens and earth. Amidst the surrounding darkness like ink, Chen Jun seemed like a firefly in the dark night. The average person who absorbed such a horrible dead chi had long been afraid that their yin and yang were out of balance and had gone off the deep end, while Chen Jun was still acting like he was fine. The spiritual energy in his body operated majestically, and at this time through such a Tao tire he was able to exert a quality of spiritual energy that was more than several times stronger than before. Climbing rapidly, it quickly approached the mouth of the billion-man pit after half a day. There were a handful of soldiers still stationed here. Most of them were closing their eyes and resisting the death aura while sensing their surroundings. Chen Jun carefully and slowly walked behind one person, then stayed for a full half a quarter of an hour without the person realizing it. The images are weird and hilarious. Jun Chen stroked his chin. This body death sect is too strong. The concealment of breath reaches a level that is impossible to surpass. At this moment in the inner heart once again appeared Lin Shuang's heart. What to do? Bow once? But it's a long shot. Within the trunk of the yin tree, feeling the raging blade chi within her body, Lin Shuang was somewhat desperate at the moment. Her own realm was too low right now to even forcefully get rid of it, and she could already see the cultivators in charge of probing walking in a net in the distance. Every inch along the way was not spared. Mid-air, underground, tree trunks, all flowed and probed. Blast after blast seemingly out of hand. The necromorphs hidden in the ground and within the trunks of the trees were not spared. There's still a chance to stay hidden if you're uninjured, but it's simply not possible now. Not far from her, a green-armored soldier searched slowly, sensing a little the fluctuation of the little bugs. With a thrust of the lance in his hand, a huge yin tree exploded into casement powder. The man didn't look back and kept going. The lance in his hand was not stabbing out. In the sky, not to mention the flying birds, a small mosquito fly could not escape. The shadow of the gun swept, and the air was constantly emitting explosions. In his mind, he recalled the words from above. A female cultivator, Kaiso realm, and unmatched looks? It's been a long time since I've tasted a daxia woman. He licked his dry, cracked lips and smiled an evil smile. I was just a teenager the last time North Hun killed daxia, when so many women were plundered back. It's a pity I had to go and taste the ones no one wanted. He gave a retrospective look while thinking about it. The northern Han women are shrewd and most of them are big and strong. Where are the tenderness of the daxia women? This time they finally caught up with the war again. He was unbridled. As an elite unit crossing the border from here, it was destined to be a great achievement, and he had no idea how many spirit elements and women he could get. Most of the northern Huns are warlike at heart, but daxia has grown in power over the years, and the northern Huns have been outmatched in most of the recent battles over the last few thousand years, so they've been biding their time. And after so many years of cultivation, there was finally another chance to kill into the great Xia hinterland. Loot and burn, Edge thought as he took a step forward, his spiritual energy surging around him, gradually approaching the shady tree where Lin Shuang was hiding. Lin Shuyao in the trunk of the tree listened to the sound of approaching footsteps looking to the south and thought, should I just rush out? There's still a blood-burning talisman, but I'm afraid that's going to be difficult in my current state. and it'll cause permanent damage to the foundation. What happens after we break out of this border is still a big question, but sitting around? You can't hide it. The man is bound to notice something unusual when he walks in the vicinity of this shady tree. The slightest trace of his own blood seeping out and the little scent that remained was rather abrupt in this dead air, and was bound to be detected. Thinking about it, it seemed like the only thing to do was to wait to die. The moment she was frowning and thinking hard, Lin Shuyao suddenly surged with a feeling of extreme danger, as if some ferocious beast had already approached her, but she only noticed it at this moment. She turned around with an open heart and was about to strike out with her palm when she saw a familiar face. It's me. Keep quiet. Chen Jun covered Lin Shuang's mouth. It was soft and silky cold. A kiss would probably feel good. Lin Shuang was startled, then broke away and lowered his voice. How are you still alive? She was astonished beyond belief. How could she not believe the scene in front of her? And for a moment she even felt the slightest hot tears appearing in the corner of her eyes. To slide down. The words left her mouth at the same time she realized that Chen Jun had actually lost his vitality. How is this possible? Hide the vitality completely? It's a spell. I was born with that mask's life, but there's no way I can teach it to you. That scripture turned a page. Chen Jun naturally grasped the dharma of that page, but he had no idea how it was practiced, and what the principle was not clear, so naturally it was impossible to teach others. Lin Shuang froze for a moment. Then you go. The glimmer of hope that had flared up a moment ago was completely dashed at this moment as well, and she sighed softly. But this life was not so stifling or unwilling to die. She was a bit determined. She simply could not hide to the extent that Jun Chen did, and now that she was severely injured, she would also drag Jun Chen down if they came together. After all, they were destined to be exposed. I will help you to guide away those soldiers. You go. Lin Shujing lightly exhaled a breath. She also did not expect to be reborn in the first life actually die so soon. The heart is not willing, but there is no other way. Edge thought about stepping out from the trunk of the tree, diverting the attraction of the soldiers and making it easier for Jun Chen to escape. Chen Jun pulled Lin Shujing down with one hand. Can't teach you, but there is a way. I'll take you with me. Lin Shuang froze. A little hope steeply lit up in her heart. How together? I can completely conceal my vitality, every inch of my skin and every inch of my body. Just by combining you and my body, you become a part of my body, and naturally, you can conceal the same. Before the words were finished, Lin Shuang snapped a slap directly on the face, and Chen Jun didn't even react. Aside from his cheeks feeling a bit sore, Chen Jun's first thought was, worthy of being a reborn. This battle power. You stinking rascal. Bonding? Body bonding? How dare he say such a thing? How could I possibly bond with you like this? Chen Jun, what are you thinking? It's not that kind of bonding. 49. Killing silently. Chen Jun was speechless, and he dared to swear. Well, never mind. Didn't he dare to swear? One might, maybe, probably thought about that, but I've been single for over 20 years and I'm very particular about my first time. Edge thought, revealing a disgusted expression. This reborn person's height of thought was very problematic. He actually dislikes me? I'm the future empress. But there was no time to think about such things at this time, as she anxiously looked at Jun Chen. So what are you saying? Chen Jun's body moved as the body saint's dharma flowed, expanding his body a bit at this point. His lanky body nearly burst the tree trunk. Then Chen Jun pointed up and down his circumference. Hold me tight. Lin Shuang froze and looked at Chen Jun, who was swelling his torso with a stout figure at this moment. What do you mean? How can you still try to take advantage of me at a time like this? Cling to my body and I'll cover your vitality and breath. Chen Jun had just tested it himself, holding a small bug in the palm of his hand without leaving the slightest gap. Behind that probing cultivator, this person did not notice it in the slightest. After that, he hid a flying bird in his arms, and his whole body bowed down to hide it, again undetected. This means that one is a humanoid anti-radar device. As long as it is completely wrapped in itself, or merged with itself, it shields it from all life. That is to say, one forms a certain strange domain. Within the range of the body, everything could be concealed. It was reasonable to say that above the realm of intent was the realm of extremes, and it was only when the realm of extremes was complete that one could form a domain. And this body death dharma sect of Chen Jun was like his own natural aptitude, surprisingly being able to form a very small range of domains, which was different from normal domains, but could be considered horrifying. It should work if I swell enough and you cling to my arms. Extrapolating from this, he gave Lin Shuyao a princess hug after expanding his body, which should be able to completely wrap and hide Lin Shuyao's aura. But Lin Shuyi was a human being after all, and with her body here and there, she wasn't sure if she could cover it completely herself. If it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered the body sage's teachings, in which the body technique had a method of expanding the body, this matter would have been even more difficult to deal with. The only problem was that Chen Jun wasn't quite sure if he could cover it completely without leaving a trace of breath or vitality leaking out. His own field seemed to be limited, and Lin Shuiying had to be tightly attached. Of course, Chen Jun felt that the problem should not be too big. Lin Shuiying hesitated for a moment. Gong, princess hug? I could have never had one. Could Chen Jun be lying to me? No, no, no. Men and women don't get along. I've never had any intimate contact with a male. Watching Lin Shuiying get tangled up here, Chen Jun was helpless and then spoke. Wait for me here for a while first. The cultivator who was responsible for scouting this area was getting closer and closer, and soon he would find traces of dots of blood, and Jun Chen needed to go and finish this person off. Plus, it draws attention away from it. He disappeared in a flash, watching the figure slowly approaching the shadowy tree with bated breath, moving slowly step by step. This soldier of the northern Huns was fantasizing in his mind at the moment. Go straight into the capital city of the Great Xia's central state. This time the chief said that he had gotten the spell to resist the dragon formation, and that he would surely be able to bring about the demise of the entire Great Xia. While thinking about it and even resisting the urge to laugh out loud, the future seemed to be so bright that it was just around the corner. At that time, the whole of Daxia will be captive as my North Hun hunting ground, with women as slaves for generations and men as prey in their time. While thinking about it again, he casually pointed a gun into the sky, and the gun's shadow exploded, and the medieval raven let out a hoarse scream followed by being directly split into 4 pieces. He strutted along, not at all self-conscious about the flow of defensive aptitudes. He also didn't even think that there would be any danger. Just like when walking in an unusual way, who would have nothing to do to flow the defense spells at all times? Besides, he had long since opened all the 5 Tibetans and his body was extraordinary. Another casual strike, and a small bug in the ground was killed. He frowned slightly and looked into the air. A moth. As he thought about another shot, he pondered. It's the method of change? I should be very close to that female cultivator. Even the chief said that the face is matchless. I wonder what this Daxia woman really looks like. While thinking about it and accelerating his pace by a hint, the spiritual energy appeared a hint of change in the flow at this moment, and an extremely weak fluctuation and disorder appeared. Wait. No. Suddenly the entire person felt chills rise, and an extremely dangerous feeling surged in. Yet he tried to dodge but it was obviously too late, and the last moments of his life were extremely unsettling. How can it be? What kind of person would let himself go unnoticed behind his back? What kind of stealth is this? Could it be the top 10 sequence of the Hall of Slayers? Other than that, who could have such a stealthy assassination technique? He frantically wanted to turn around. However, the terrifying power exploded and dispersed within his body, completely destroying his entire body from the inside in an instant. His organs were instantly destroyed, and his entire being was lifeless in an instant. Chen Jun let out a light breath. He had been right behind this person all along, and just now, he finally found a hint of a break. A fist blasted out against the soldier's back. The power of the body saint condensed into a single point and exploded within this person's body without the slightest hint of suspense. At such a close distance, not to mention that this person didn't even have a flow of defensive spirit techniques, it was under the flow of most likely not be able to receive this blow. And with one strike, Chen Jun thought nothing of throwing out a talisman seal. This was given to him by the Grand Elder to save his life. It was an 8th rank talisman seal. It was precious and incomparable. And at this time, using it here Chen Jun was a bit of a meatball. In mid-air, a silhouette shifted and disappeared in an instant. How? This little ant still has the power to fight after taking a slash from me? That lofty being opened his eyes and looked incredulously at the slain soldier. He looked to the location where the talisman was thrown and vaguely sensed that something seemed to be wrong, but didn't think twice about it, and the scent disappeared in a flash. Because he had another matter to attend to, it was impossible for him to keep his eyes focused on this area, and thus he didn't even know how the soldier died. All he knew was that this part of the orientation became vacuumed. Go, search that location for me first. She should have chosen this place to break through, and is most likely coming in the opposite direction. This being sneered. You think the most dangerous place is the safest place? Ridiculous. Edge thought as his gaze swept over. He could only see the trace breath of spiritual energy at that location. But he still hadn't found this little ant. He couldn't help but be a little annoyed. On the other hand, within the tree trunk, Jun Chen once again expanded his body. Come on. He opened his arms. At this moment, Lin Shui's clothes were faded to the minimum, removing all the decorations that could be leaked out. The lotus root arms are white and clean, and the skin is delicate and silky. The dress was half covered and quite seductive. She looked at Jun Chen, hesitating but feeling like she could never make up her mind. Stop nagging. Time is running out. My swollen body won't last long. Chen Jun was really anxious. At this point in time there was still some kind of male and female insemination. While thinking that he didn't care, he wrapped Lin Shuang into his arms. Lin Shuya shivered. Hey, hey, 50, I prejudged you to prejudice me to prejudice you. Chen Jun only felt soft jade entering his arms, and a delicate and silky sensation instantly surged to his heart. Lin Shuang's skin was as warm as jade with a faint scent, and a faint body odor entered her nose as she surged into her arms. The lotus root arm gently touched Chen Jun's body with a slight coolness. Feeling the delicate and elastic skin touch Chen Jun's face did not change color. He couldn't help it. It was a natural result of the flow of the body sage dharma. The body sage's dharma is incredibly masculine, and the body expands while naturally flowing the dharma. That's all, I can't control it. At this moment, holding Lin Shuang, a human bear, in his arms, Chen Jun, who was in a half-giant state, stepped out from the trunk of the tree. Stealthily, he advanced toward the south. It's a good thing the army is almost all gone, or it would really be too obvious. Although the dead air here was thick, like layers of mist covering it up, it was definitely visible to the naked eye within a few kilometers of strutting around like this. He's just a human-type anti-radar, but not a stealth man. What he could hide from was scent and vitality probes, but not from the naked eye. Of course, Jun Chen also had such semi-stealthy spells that could blend into the environment and could hide from the naked eye, but the level was too low. Just the heavenly stage, and using it here would definitely be seen through at a glance. Just dodging so carefully, Lin Shuyao's pupil skills were unrivaled. Being completely wrapped up by Jun Chen also still had an outstanding spiritual sense. Observing the surroundings. Man 7 kilometers southeast ahead. Avoid. Why is his body like a furnace? The yang energy is so strong. Ouch, pressing on my knee. Hey. Being bear hugged by Chen Jun just like this. Staggering along. Step by step Lin Shujing somehow managed to emerge with an extremely safe feeling. I have to say, this teenager is still quite responsible. Kind of want to take a nap. Chen Jun, how am I supposed to hide from the others when you're asleep? He deliberately moved around, bumping with his firm pecs to shake Lin Shuyao awake. Annoying. There's a scout plague raven 6 kilometers southwest ahead. How do you know it's scouting? It's not just a regular Stygian raven? Feelings. Stupid. Would the fourth from feathers on a normal medieval raven be a reverse feather? Jun Chen. Just a little bit forward. There were scares along the way. Most people's attention was drawn away by Jun Chen's talismanic fake breath, and they themselves probed very little. In the blink of an eye, half a day later, Jun Chen walked to the border of the Billion-Man pit. This place in front is the location of that great power's sensing limit. He must have left a backhand here. Lin Shuyao's gaze solemnly looked ahead. After stepping through it would be really safe. Otherwise it would still be easy to follow at this distance if they were spotted. Chen Jun sniffed and wrapped Lin Shuang up again. Why do you look like you're packing luggage? Don't you know how to take pity on a woman? Chen Jun thought to himself, pity a hairy thread. The opportunity to pack the future empress is not to be missed. Then without much thought, the scriptures in one's mind are something that you, a district power, can see through? I don't believe it. Packing his bags, Lin Shuang stepped straight forward and crossed over the next moment. Leaving the confines of the Billion-Man pit, the thick dead air was gone in an instant, and in front of him was bright sunlight on his face. Too reckless. But, that being is oblivious. Just like water blending into water. That being was oblivious to Jun Chen's penetration. And at the moment, he was still constantly probing the range of the Billion-Man pit, his heart annoyed beyond measure. If such a big event was really leaked out, then he himself would be the sinner of Northern Hun. After taking a step out, Jun Chen shrunk his body back to its normal state. At this moment, panting heavily, his spiritual energy was extremely drastically depleted. He looked to the south, looking extremely far away. The nearest city has not been destroyed. North Han is scheming a lot this time. Still, Lin Shujing's eyesight was outstanding, and the holy pupil looked out and already saw the city scene, as usual. But it's strange, nothing happened at all in the previous life, so it seems that the butterfly effect has caused a change in this life. Living a new life, Lin Shuang certainly didn't think that everything would be the same. It was likely that a butterfly flickered its wings and caused a huge change. Of course she knew that certain historical events mostly stayed the same. The two quickly rushed to the city and inquired about news within the city. Even the Heavenly Pavilion did not have any news about Northern Hun. Tianji Pavilion did not belong to a certain imperial dynasty, and opened stores in every imperial dynasty, transcending the world. Lin Shujing couldn't help but look grave. A great power has covered the tracks of an entire army. At least it's a human emperor who is proficient in concealment techniques. There were no great powers in this area in the previous life of North Hungary, so obviously there has been a change. The little girl then prepared to leave. Go and report to His Imperial Majesty that Northern Hun is now in the Great Xia hinterland. This is a matter of great importance for the survival of the dynasty. Your holiness isn't something you can meet just because you want to. You and I are too low. Then go see the king of the state or the king of the county and cascade up. Chen Jun shook his head. Have you ever thought about what North Han would think after realizing that you escaped? What? They must think that you have gone to report on the present honors. So they will definitely hide it in the near future, and won't show the slightest trace of it, and it's even likely that they'll cross back again, and your words don't have any credibility, and when His Holiness checks all over the place to no avail, he'll think that you're deceiving the king. Lin Shuang was exasperated. I'm a reborn person. Do I have to lie to you? Of course. In the eyes of outsiders one was a rooted scum, and deceiving the king was very justified, obviously wanting to beg for the reward from His Holiness to restore his roots. This purpose was too straightforward. What then? Simple. Prejudge his prejudgment. And since he prejudged that you will go and report to His Eminence, don't go. But what about this in case he prejudges your prediction? You thought I was on the 2nd level? No. I'm on the 5th level, and I predicted that he predicted my prediction. Junshin shook his head and actually had pretty much thought about this in his mind. North Han's army was indeed terrifying, and most of them had half-step human emperors or even human emperors leading their troops. But to want to attack the Yellow Dragon straight away with just this amount of troops? Impossible. Inside Out is a certainty. Thinking back to the many great events that had happened in his previous life that he had heard from Lin Shuyao's heartfelt voice, Chen Jun turned his eyes around and already understood on which day this group of northern Han soldiers and horses had stormed out. Side thought, shaking his head in his mind. This reborn is silly. At this point Lin Shuang was exasperated. Then we're just going to watch and not care? What if? Of course not. I'm going to see the king of the state. I thought you said you didn't see it? What prejudgment of his prejudgment? You thought I was on the 5th floor, but I'm actually on the 6th floor. Jun Chen replied in an inscrutable manner, revealing a faint smile. 51, he's still a child. Lin Shufeng only felt a bit confused by the detour, but looking at Chen Jun's chesty look he didn't ask any more questions. Even though you don't understand, you must act like you understand everything. I can't be looked down upon. Chen Jun smiled in his heart, but the two did not return directly. Lin Shujing looked at the north. If I remember correctly, North Han's later first genius Yuan Yang is still only 12 years old now. In the future, he will kill most of the geniuses of the Great Xiao dynasty, and later grow into a generation of human emperors waging a protracted war between the two countries. 12 years old. Chen Jun was quite surprised to look at Lin Shujing, not knowing what she meant by this. Since he's only 12 years old, now is a good time to kill him. Otherwise when he grows up, there will be almost no one at the same level to fight against him. While thinking about this, Lin Shuang looked towards Jun Chen. Wait for me in this city for a while. I'm going to take care of something. Chen Jun froze. You're a reborn person, 18 years old, and in the open Zephyr realm, and now you're going to bully a 12-year-old who's just starting to cultivate. The chutzpah. Well, have to say, that's nice. It's all a bit cool to hear. If it is an enemy, nip it in the bud. How many years has Northern Han plundered Daxia and how many wars has it waged? Chen Jun is not a saintly mother. He doesn't think there is anything wrong with Lin Shujing doing this. It was as if Chen Jun was allowed to be reborn once in his past life as well. He would definitely go and kill the likes of Tojo Hideki when he was a teenager. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Jun Chen nodded and looked for an inn to stay at, then flowed the body death Dharma gate to follow behind Lin Shuang, falling far away. Watching Lin Shuyao rather familiarly, he chose an isolated borderline. This is a narrow hole that can accommodate at most one person to pass through. Lin Shujing surrounded by the surging of magic doors, the naturally formed prohibitions of this place as if they were nothing passed through smoothly. Then after 3 more days of traveling through the vast grasslands, a felt tent was finally stopped in front of them. This should be the place. Yuan Yang was ending his cultivation for the day at this moment. The Dharma flowed. His body rumbled and shook loudly, and then internalized. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but have a vile smile at the corner of his mouth. As if he had thought of something, he took a deep breath and stepped out of his small tent, running quickly to the tent where his father was. Dad, I've gone further. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and he couldn't wait to show it off. It's been a long time coming, and I don't want to delay a moment. A grim-faced middle-aged man stepped out of the felt and squeezed out a smile on his face when he saw his son. Then he reached out and sensed for a moment a look of excitement spreading across his face. Good. Yanger, your talent is truly unparalleled. Yuan Lai's eyes were full of shock, and his face was an unconcealed joy. With such a talented son, his own family's place is destined to become a great tribe in the future and have a place in North Han. Father, then you promised me? The teenager's eyes lit up with the slightest hint of an evil hunting bile light. Isn't that why he practiced so hard on his own? The middle-aged man pulled out a key from his pocket and laughed twice grimly. Go on, don't play badly. The teenager returned with the key firmly in his hand and excitement in his heart. Feet flew, and soon turned to a felt tent, which was tattered and obviously not inhabited, and beside which a hound seemed to be watching over something. The teenager jerked the felt up, revealing a steel cage in the tent and nothing more beyond. Looking at the iron cage in front of him, Yuan Yang's gaze was fierce and lustful light. Inside this iron cage is a Daxia Han girl. At this time, with only a few pieces of rags covering her body, the young girl's eyes revealed a terrified light, and her entire body was curled up in the corner of the iron cage. Her body was covered in scars, barely any of her exposed skin was intact, and her new and old wounds looked shocking. Next to him, a hound huffed and puffed. It's for guarding young girls. Please, please, don't. The young girl's body trembled. Her entire body was terrified. Her mouth muttered and her eyes were a bit dull. It was obvious that she had endured inhuman torture, and it looked like she was afraid she was going to go crazy if she kept this up. Spirit and body, both had endured horrific torture, and sanity was about to be destroyed at this point. Looking at this, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm completely turned into a walking corpse. In time, lose your mind and become a complete slave. A plaything. Ha! Yuan Yang coldly laughed. This young girl was captured and imprisoned here by her father and used to motivate him to cultivate. I'd tasted it myself once before, and I could never forget the taste. At this time, the advancement breakthrough had finally arrived again when his father had promised himself that he could enjoy it as much as he wanted. Finally, he looked up to the sky wanting to laugh. He had practiced so hard. Finally he could have a good time playing with this young girl of Daxia. Unhooking the chain from around the hound's neck, he then took it and walked over to the cage, flinging it over it. There was a clicking sound. Crawl over here. The young girl's body violently trembled, and the whole person hurriedly crawled forward in panic, obviously having received some stimulation before. Hearing such a sound had generated a physiological instinctive reaction. It's hard to imagine the dehumanizing treatment she's endured. Don't. Beg, no. No. Beg. She was incoherent and clearly terrified to the core. The whole body trembled, then panicked and began to undo his clothes. Instead of clothes, it was a couple of rags. She looked incredibly flustered, and there was a bitter plea in her voice. Don't punish me, please, I'll take off. Seeing this young girl's demeanor, Yuan Yang felt even more agitated for a few moments. Good. This Daxia maiden will soon be trained as a slave by herself. And father promised himself, wait until this young girl by their own play bad, must give himself to go to find a posture more superior. Let himself slowly tempering, as long as one's strength keeps making such horrific progress. At this moment, Lin Shujing, who had rushed from afar, watched the scene as her eyes turned cold. He's still a child, but he's already an animal. The temperature of the entire environment even became lower at this moment. I didn't expect Yuan Yang to be like this since he was a child. Originally I still had a trace of intolerance. 52. Unusual beauty. At this moment a never-before-seen overpowering might instantly erupted. Surging from the circumference, a horrifying intent spreading from the body, thumping with a reddish-colored light like a practice. Instantly piercing through space, the might of the Kaizang realm exploded. In an instant Yuan Yang, who was originally still immersed in ecstasy, instantly felt a sense of danger to the extreme surging in. It felt like facing the brothers of those higher tribes, so fierce and irresistible. With difficulty, he tried to turn around, but suddenly felt a chill around his limbs. In an instant, he lost control of his limbs. To be exact, it was Qilian who directly chopped off all of his limbs. A shocking pain surged to his heart. The miserable howling birth only felt that the whole person was going to collapse. Such pain he had never experienced before. After all, he was only 12 years old, and for a moment he couldn't even help but faint. Trying to faint? Dream on. Chen Jun in the darkness sneered. Another talisman in his hand flashed and directly entered this person's body. He also saw this later scene, and his hatred for North Hun grew even more in his heart. As soon as this talisman seal came out, Yuan Yang only felt that the entire potential in his body was stimulated. And at this moment, his battle power soared by more than a few times. Spiritual energy surged and appeared to burn. He froze. This was not wanting to die? Amazing pain used to, but the organism's self-protective unconsciousness couldn't even do it, and the talisman was still hanging on to its own breath. You can't even die if you want to. He hissed frantically, the crimson light almost burning his body right through, and at this point it was obvious that he felt the severed limbs actually burning. Terrifying hisses resounded through the vast grasslands. Northern Hungary was so sparsely populated that a felt tent was usually surrounded by no one for dozens of miles, so no amount of shouting would do any good. Only Yuan Yang's father heard his son's screams. He hurriedly wanted to run out. However, He was only in the realm of dematerialization where he was Lin Shuiying's opponent, and his body moved immediately, followed by the same direct chopping off of his limbs. Shocking fear surged through his heart, and he knew that it was extremely bad luck to run into a powerful person from Disya. You, Daxia, are doomed. Trying to put in a harsh word. However, his tongue was directly burnt and melted. Fear twisted his face as his entire body curled grotesquely around him with barely a spot of his body intact and just died. Lin Shuiying's prevalent rage swept the place right off its feet, and Yu Wengyang was painfully burned to ashes in his desire to die and inability to do so. The entire Daxia maiden in the iron cage was a bit dumbfounded at this time. Yourself saved? She wanted to cry out in pain, but felt it difficult to make a sound, and for a while she sobbed silently, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Shuiyao sighed softly, and the light in her hands caressed the young girl, causing her to instantly fall into a quiet slumber. This young girl was already in this state, so we could only find a way to erase this part of her memory. It was even a little better for her to stir up the sea of consciousness than to live in such agony. After doing this, Lin Shuiyao faintly opened her mouth. Come out. I know you are. Junchen, who heard these words, remained quietly hidden in the void. I can hide all my vitality and breath. You certainly can't find it. And that seal is given by the Grand Elder. It's silent. It's impossible for you to notice when you're in a rage just now. So the words were necessarily not meant for myself. Obviously there's someone else, hiding in the neighborhood. The next moment, not to his surprise, a silhouette stepped out of the air. Is a dignified and elegant noblewoman. Moth eyebrows and white teeth, jewel lips and peach cheeks, a white robe, body posture and physical charm. With this appearance and posture, Chen Jun instantly felt the urge to shout, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. The beautiful woman spoke. I sense that you left the Great Xia range, so I came to take a look. Thank you, senior. Lin Shuiying's voice was cold. Clearly there was something going on here. It seems that your roots have long been recovered and further advanced. I think that Jun Chen has spent a large price on you. The beautiful woman laughed lightly, covering her red lips. I've gotten to know that kid. Playboy. Dude. Not worth entrusting. A faint glimmer of light flashed across Lin Shuiying's face. Still speaking coldly, it has nothing to do with you. In Chen Jun's mind came the same. What does it have to do with you? It's not like I'm not married to Lin Shuiying. Make it sound like I'm much of a dog licker. The beautiful woman sighed, her delicate face filled with helplessness. Return to Daxia as soon as possible. The northern Han territory is not safe. I know. While saying so, he brought the young girl with him and then headed towards the south without looking back. The beautiful woman just stood dumbly in the air, watching the figure rapidly go away. Her face was full of helplessness. Frowning slightly, her vermilion lips lightly sighed, then quickly left as well. And before leaving, it seemed that if anything, he glanced that far in the direction where Jun Chen was. The beautiful eyes flashed, and Chen Jun's heart only skipped a beat as he watched. After waiting for the beautiful woman to walk away, Jun Chen waited for another half a moment before leaking out of the void and proceeded to look around. The blazing heat burned everything here clean, yet there was actually a ring left intact. These two are so angry, they almost lost their baby. Chen Jun picked up the ring in a pile of ashes and held it in his hand for a moment to examine it. The ring was pitch black, and nothing unusual could be seen. Maybe this ring is his chance to achieve a generation of human emperors? Otherwise it would be too difficult for such a demon to appear in a small tribe. Jun Chen muttered to himself as he played with it. According to Lin Shuyao's heartfelt words, the few remaining future great powers were all from the great tribes, and Lin Shuyao had no way to directly kill the door to strangle these people in the cradle in advance. After playing with the ring for a while, Chen Jun didn't dare to make any attempts, and after storing it away, he hurried back towards Daxia. Just like that, no one would ever know that one of North Hun's future human emperor powerhouses died here. At the age of 12. 3 days later, Jun Chen and Lin Shujing met up in the city and once again bought an earthbound rhinoceros and traveled towards East Sea County. Chen Jun's own position was not qualified to see the state king, and this time, he had to go back to his family and go through the Grand Elder in his capacity as a member of the Chun family to be able to see him. With my current battle power, Senior Shui may not be my opponent even at the same rank. Chen Jun was confident. This trip out was not a small harvest, especially in terms of the Dao fetus. Absolutely transcendent. Do not have to worry about being destroyed by Shui Senior. Heading towards the East Sea County, halfway there, Jun Chen didn't need to rush. He was stumbled upon by his old man who was out looking around for himself, and received a severe beating as soon as he was confronted. If you have the ability to fight me at the same rank, what kind of man are you? Ouch. I don't count as a man can have you, Chen's father said as he hit Chen Jun on the head with another duster. Amazing huge power surged. Chen Jun only felt his eyes black. His head was blinded for a while. Good. Ruthless. 53. Rhythm. By the time Chen Jun woke up from his stupor, He was already in a square somewhere. He opened his eyes dazedly, feeling a little lightheaded, and looked around. Li Dadong? Jun Chen was a bit surprised. This was the pride of this generation of the Li family, a fighting maniac who used to appear to come to his business to spar with himself. Then look around. Fong Wenji, Yang Ida, of various familiar or unfamiliar faces. In this square, there were hundreds of teenagers of similar age to himself. Chen Jun looked toward the high stage. On the high stage the great elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and so on. There are also the elders of the Lin family, the Zhou family, the Shu family, and quite a few great clans in the central state, as well as in the very center. A young girl in plain clothes, the young girl's icy skin and jade bones, Xiao face and childish teeth, willow waist and flower attitude, but there is a faint murderous aura between her eyebrows. This is the Shuai powerhouse. Yu Shuai. It looks like a young girl, but it is actually 3,000 years old. Only that it suffers from some kind of disease, and its appearance has always been that of a young girl. She was a half-step human emperor, one of the most powerful few in the eastern continent. She acted temperamental and often caused trouble for no reason, picking off an unknown number of clans and cleaning up countless people, and she is best known for teaching her disciples. This person teaches her disciples, first of all, to make a life and death agreement, but all the disciples who are not capable of doing anything are killed by her. In her words, when you are my disciple, you either excel or die, and you must never disgrace me. Chen Jun is still young and would love to live a few more years. Moreover, Yu Shuai taught that it wasn't human at all. What naked rolling knife mountain, under the frying pan and so on are small things, so that you reverse practicing the magic door to go off the deep end to correct themselves back have had several times. Who can stand it? It can be a death if you don't come back corrected. Only, even so there were too many people who wanted to worship under Yu Shuai's name. There was no other reason. Other than Yu Shuai, there was no human emperor or half-step human emperor in the entire eastern continent or even the entire imperial dynasty who was willing to really do their best to teach their disciples. To be able to worship under Yu Shuai's name was a matter of burning high incense. This was the teaching of a half-step human emperor. This time, it was obviously time for Yu Shuai to choose her disciples once every 10 years again. The great elder had fought for this place for himself, and the cost was not small. Chen Jun, however, cursed 800 times in his heart, a mortality rate of over 90% per decade. The great elder is not doing me any favors. This is asking me to die. You can't be like that even if you hate it. Forcing iron to be forged into steel. Aren't you afraid of scrapping the iron? He got up, barely standing, his breath leaking out around him. My dad can hit too hard. Chen Jun touched the bag on his head. However, the grand elder on the elevated platform was stunned, and then unusually eagerly opened his mouth to ask, "You've molded the Tao fetus?" Just now, when this breath of Chen Jun leaked out, it was clear that he was already in the dematerialization realm. The family has paid such a large price and has already internalized that you will be chosen as the disciple of the Shuai great power this time. Isn't it just to make your Tao fetus flawless, so that you will take fewer detours in your cultivation in the future? How can you just mold the Taoist fetus on your own? Chen Jun was quite proud of himself. Exactly. The grand elder looked at Chen Jun this look of anger. Are you trying to piss me off? The other few elders of the family also shook their heads and their hearts. The fifth elder snorted coldly. I've said that this first-line eldest grandson is no good. Such a big event is so intentional. How can the family give such a person charge in the future? At this moment, many of the elders from other clans were also secretly laughing. Was this Chen Jun stupid? I'm afraid that the Taoist tire shaped itself, and I'm afraid that I can't even call it a fifth grade. The Tao fetus is also known as a grade, which is actually the quality of the Tao fetus. Usually geniuses shaping the eighth product was even good. The ninth product was just one step away from the tire of the minor Tao rules, and then above that, it was not something that ordinary people could access. One snickered in his heart and secretly shook his head, all looking like fools. I don't know what this person was thinking, but he actually molded his own Taoist fetus. Is this the only thing your family chose? Do you want Shuai to get angry? Beside Jun Chen, the other teenagers couldn't help themselves. They had been taught from a young age that this step was crucial, and that they had to have the help of the family elders to deduce it, and to help with a strong spiritual force on the side, in order to have a chance to shape the 8th grade tire. The crowd had different thoughts, and at this moment, Yu Shuai glanced at Jun Chen. She naturally felt the leakage of that wisp of breath just now. However, what made her strange was that she vaguely felt that this teenager's Tao fetus seemed to be not bad, and that aura of intent was so vast. However, she still spoke coldly. Self-forming a Tao fetus is not possible without a supreme demon. Not possible without a generation of great perseverance. Not possible without a person of great fortune. Are you a supreme demon? Are you a great demon? Are you a person of great perseverance? Are you a man of great fortune? As these words were uttered, the eyes of the entire room looked to themselves with the slightest hint of gloating. Jun Chen pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, if not, I can go? In fact, one should be. Adding points to add cannot remember exactly how much to add. Anyway, now between the breath can have the slightest spiritual energy convergence. However, Chen Jun did not want to worship Yu Shuai at all. I have the legacy of endless dead souls behind me. Why should I go looking for trouble? Can you have holy magic or holy weapons? To find a backer. I think the king of Eastern Continent will be my backer after a while. In terms of strength it's even stronger than you, and in terms of status it's far higher than you. The news from North Hun was definitely enough to make the king of East Continent go further with his imperial majesty. This news was a major event that concerned the fate of the country, and no kind of reward would be too much. Also, at the time, sidestepping Lin Shuozwang, from her heartfelt voice, in the previous life, Yu Shuai's disciples all ended up dying on a bet. Chen Jun doesn't want to die. It wasn't clear what the bet was and whether he could fulfill it himself, but he didn't want to take any chances. Why would I take the risk when I can be invincible if I just stay honest? Upon hearing Jun Chen's reply, Yu Shuai froze, then grunted coldly. It's quite true that you know yourself. In that case, I'll give you a chance. Chen Jun, I really don't want this opportunity. Before he could say anything, a flash of light disappeared into his body. Yu Shuai's girlish face revealed a wry smile. I'll stimulate your Dao fetal rhythms, and within a quarter of an hour you'll find a corrected route forward, and I'll take you on as my disciple. Chen Jun wanted to shout that he couldn't find it. What I have molded is not yet just an ordinary Dao rule tire, much less the preliminary Dao tire. My Dao tire is already at its limit, and there is no possibility of going any further. As far as Jun Chen knew, many geniuses also had the tire of the great Dao, but it was only a thread of the great Dao. It's not too much to say that one can't forcefully go and implicate the avenues, but yourself is completely different, and at the same time as the light of this technique flickered, the Dao tire rhythm of his body was naturally evoked. This was a probing power that Chen Jun could not resist, and the means of a half-step human emperor was naturally far beyond his ability to resist. And while the rhythmic movement around him appeared, the faces that originally carried a mocking meaning all froze at the moment. The expression froze on his face. 54, State King. What a rhythm this is. So scary. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the roaring sound of the great Dao. That rhythm was so vast that everyone was in deep shock. The Grand Elder was a bit baffled for a moment. What kind of horrible Dao tire has Chen Jun molded here? Above the ninth product is already a given. Could it be the tire of the minor Dao rule? Even further? The whole room was silent. Even Yu Shuai's entire body froze. She had never seen such a rhythm before. She had never seen such a terrifying Dao fetus. How is that possible? Incredulity welled up in his heart. To be able to carry such power at the limit of his physical body? When did the circular body realm become able to move in rhythm with the great Dao? Even if you can, what makes you able to induce the rhythm of the great Dao? Are you more enlightened than I am? It was a bit hard to accept for a while. How can someone be more enlightened than me? This, by feeling the rhythm, it seemed that it was not the preliminary Dao birth of an ordinary genius, but a more terrifying high-level Dao birth. The fourth grade of the great Dao? Even above? Back then, when he himself had unexpectedly received a great opportunity, he had only shaped a third-grade great Dao tire, which was better than the average genius. Just this one chip gives it a great advantage. The quality of spiritual energy was 10% stronger in each realm, and the heaven and earth enchantment was 1 point stronger in each realm. Don't underestimate 1 point or 1%, constantly breaking through small realms. Cumulatively this is an extremely terrifying enchantment. This was the terrifying effect of the tire of the great Dao. Each time I raise a pint, each realm I accumulate a little more. From the realm of dematerialization to the opening of Tibet, to the rhyming body, to the body merging, to the great sages, to the human kings, and the human emperors, the accumulation of such a gap is unimaginable. The current Yu Shuai was able to easily manage to crush it when faced with the same realm plastic first-grade great Dao fetus back then, because the cumulative power is horrible. And looking at the shock of the crowd, Jun Chen was helpless. I really don't want to pretend. Why are you forcing me? Can't you just let me be a salty fish? While thinking about opening his mouth, a fluke. No one would believe in the word fluke, and no one could fluke the molding of such a Dao birth. Fluke my ass. Li Dadong looked shocked and bewildered. I thought you were afraid when you didn't compete with me in the past, but now I realize that you're afraid of striking me. Thanks to Brother Chen for being merciful back then. Someone's heart palpitated. Thinking back now, back then when the sparring match took place, it was clear that Jun Chen had stayed his hand. The great elder on the high platform couldn't help but be overjoyed. Good. How can this not be exciting? The other elders were mostly the same. Only the fifth elder had a gloomy face and sighed in his heart, realizing that his lineage was afraid that he would not have a chance to sit in the position of the family head. And naturally, the first one whose face calmed down was Yushui. At the moment, she pondered in her mind that there was nothing more to be said about this apprentice selection. One thought was about to open his mouth. A magnificent voice, however, came from an extreme distance. The voice was majestic and incomparable, carrying the implication of being superior, buzzing and shaking, and heaven and earth rumbled. Yu Shuei, I have something important. Yu Shuei froze and looked towards the sky, her gaze turning cold. Fu Xian Chang? What are you doing here? A middle-aged man in midair stood with his arms folded, slender and handsome, with eyes like the stars in the sky, carrying the aura of a superior. There was another girl beside him, with black hair like a waterfall, blown-out skin, and dusty spirit. It was Lin Shujing, and the moment they saw the middle-aged man's shadow, all the great elders on the high platform bowed at the same time. Greetings, King of the State. Greetings, King of the State. This is the King of Tungchao, Fu Xian Chang, the highest authority in the Eastern continent, the highest war effort. I don't know what I've come for at this moment. Lin Shuang, who was following Fu Xinqing in midair, took a long breath at this moment. Luckily, I caught up. Otherwise, if this Chen Juanjin worships Yu Shui's disciple, there won't necessarily be any trouble. He has now shaped the tire of the great Dao Dao rule and has a great achievement in North Hun. Enough to seek a creation Dan. So worshipping Shui like this is simply self-destructive. Yu Shui's teaching methods have gone astray, and the human king is already at the limit, but she is unaware of it. Chen Jun under the high stage was also breathing a long sigh of relief at this moment. The moment he was knocked out by his own old man with a chicken feather duster, he gave Lin Shuang a look. Luckily, this reborn was smart enough to understand what he was saying. At this time, Fu Xinqing slowly landed on the high platform from midair, and swaggeringly ignored Yu Shui to sit on the main seat. He was too much stronger than Yu Shui regardless of his status or strength. Yu Shui was furious. What are you old man doing here? Old man? You're 3,000 years old. You don't still think you're 19, do you? Fu Xinqing laughed twice. I'm only 500 years older than you. Just say what you have to say. The light in Fu Xinqing's eyes flashed and he glanced at Jun Chen. Then a hint of seriousness and solemnity appeared in his originally somewhat careless eyes. No need to look. It's the tire of the great Dao Dao. The crowd instantly erupted at those words. The absolute demon was only a tire of the shaping minor Dao Dao rule. So how could Jun Chen be so terrifying? Although there was already a guess in his heart before. But at this time to get confirmation of a person to be shocked off their jaws. I'm dreaming, aren't I? Someone asked a question. Slapped himself. It hurt. Didn't wake up. Fu Xinqing nodded. Not bad. Although it could not be determined to what extent or which grade belonged to the tire of the great Dao Dao. Even if it was only the most preliminary great Dao grade 1, it was still enough to warrant a word of praise. You know, it was shaped on its own, not by chance and help from people like yourself back then. Great perseverance, great enlightenment, great chance. It's already an honor to be recognized by the king of the state. The light in Yu Shui's eyes flashed. You won. T want to steal my disciple from me, right? It had never been heard that Fu Xinqing would still be willing to take on disciples, nor had he ever heard that he was willing to teach others. This person has never taken on a disciple since he has been practicing. How could it be? I am self-respecting and will definitely not snatch my disciple from you. Fu Xinqing smiled. Then his words changed. However, I am afraid it would be a bit of a pity for him to be under your tutelage when he is so gifted. Yu Shui was instantly furious. The crowd doesn't know what to look for anymore. The face went from dull to heavily dull, feeling overwhelmed by the shock of the day. How is this possible? Even if he shaped the tire of the great Dao Dao, he was just a genius. That's all. Great Xia was densely populated, and the last thing it lacked was geniuses. How many half-step human emperors are there in the whole world? Even if you're amazingly talented, what makes you so recognized by the king of the state and willing to say a word for you? Yu Shui was herself accepting disciples every 10 years, which was understandable. But the king of the state never appreciates any genius or how. Fu Xinqing pondered for a moment. He wanted to know if that news was worth crossing paths with Yu Shui. The man was temperamental and could dwell on even the slightest thing for a long time, and he really didn't want to get too involved. Lin Shuyao brought himself a message through the beautiful woman, saying that it was of immense importance, otherwise he wouldn't have come. A mere genius of the shedding realm. Even if it was a tire of the great Dao Dao rule he wouldn't put it in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at Lin Shuyao and saw the girl nod solemnly. Well, for that message, by choosing to believe the beautiful woman, he also believed Lin Shuyao. If you are sincere in accepting disciples, I won't stop you. But you and I know why you are accepting disciples. Yu Shuai froze as she looked at Chen Jun. Fu Xinqing smiled, looking at Yu Shuai this momentarily stunned, then said, "You wait a moment. I still have some things to talk about with this little friend." Chen Jun secretly said in his heart that he was an old fox. The king of the state obviously wanted to see if the message was worth it, and this time spoke to leave himself open. If the message is worth it, that backhand can be tough. If it's not worth it, this backhand can be very soft. It's true. Aside from Lin Shuyao, no one who can become a strong person is stupid. Jun Chen lamented. 55, I don't believe it. With a casual wave of Fu Xinqing's hand, a golden light curled around Jun Chen in a flash, passing uncountable distances in an instant. This is my secret place. Not even the slightest leakage of breath is possible. Say, what news? Jun Chen spoke. There's an army in northern Han, in the hinterlands of Great Xia, and it's likely that there's someone imperial leading the troops. Fu Xinqing was stunned. Then his face turned cold. Nonsense. What a joke. An army? An army led by a human emperor? Ridiculous. The two countries often sent spies to each other to cross the border by sneaking in caravans or by some means, but historically it has only been a very small area where it is possible for an army to cross the border and go deep into the hinterland. How dare this man swindle himself? And the moment Fu Xinqing's words left his mouth, Chen Jun only felt a terrifying chill instantly enveloping him. It wasn't the state king's intention, but the natural slight leakage of his aura that almost froze himself in an instant. It dawned on him that he had the feeling of facing a truly great cultivator. That was the unusual aura of a half-step human emperor. With such a terrifying pressure, there was no way one could face it head-on without restraining it. At this moment, he opened his mouth with difficulty. They crossed the billion-man pit. The aura suddenly withdrew, and Fu Xinqing frowned. Is that where your Tao fetus was molded? That's right. So I survived. Chen Jun felt the oppression around him loosen and gasped for air. This moment indistinctly understood the terror of facing a truly great cultivator. All this time the Grand Elder had been too kind to himself, making him feel that half-step human kings and even human emperors were nothing more than that. Until this moment, it has never been true. Human kings and half-step human emperors were all terrifying powers. Fu Xinqing still frowned. If what you say is true, I'm going to report it to His Holiness. And when the whole imperial dynasty searches and can't find it, it's a great crime of deceiving the king. Chen Jun nodded. It must not be found. Fu Xinqing didn't understand. I'm sure you won't find it? Then what's the point of this message? Or are you lying to me? They must have thought that I would report the news and then would search the entire imperial dynasty. So they must have prepared in advance. Jun Chen said. So it must not be found. And what is the use of your message? And how can it be proved true? Fu Xinqing's words carried the slightest hint of a superior's majesty. It is possible to judge whether what a person says is true or false by observing the qi, but there is a certain chance of error in such a method, and this great event does not allow for the slightest deviation. I know what time they're going to storm out and show up, and then I can naturally prove the truth. Fu Xinqing felt a little strange. How do you know? Chen Jun said. Speculation. But I have full certainty. If I am wrong in my speculation, I am willing to take the blame. In fact, naturally, it was not speculation, but rather what was revealed in Lin Shuyi's heartfelt voice. He was 100% sure that that opportunity, in this life North Hungarian, would not be missed either. Fu Xinqing fell silent. If this news was true, reporting it to His Holiness would be an unimaginably great feat, enough to allow him to receive His Holiness's help in attempting to cross over to the human emperor. But, can this news be true? Be specific. A few months ago the late generation traveled to the northern state billion-man pit. Chen Jun verbosely told the whole thing, which naturally omits how to escape and only says good luck. Then he went on to babble on about his own speculations, reverse the process with the result, and so the extrapolation becomes very reasonable, immensely rigorous, and amazingly talented. And with a flurry of inferences, Fu Xinqing's eyes changed. Your observation ability is so horrible? Meticulous to such an extent? To be able to deduce so much with the wear marks on the ground? Fluke. A fluke. Chen Jun thought to himself, you know the result, you can do it too. Fu Xinqing's brows unfolded at this moment. Then what should I do now? Report to Your Holiness. I thought you said that North Han must have guessed? That's right. Let's make their guesses come true and have the whole imperial dynasty search. What's that supposed to mean? It contradicts what you said before. Pretend that there is no search out, and then behead the person who reported the news. A female death row inmate is needed here as a scapegoat, and then quietly spread the news, so that North Hungary will really think that the imperial dynasty does not recognize the news. Of course, these things should be done slightly more covertly. That way it's real. Chen Jun is also an old lasagna. After thinking about 6 layers, he finally made this seemingly in the 3rd layer of determination. Fu Xinqing slowly nodded. Very well, but all of this presupposes that what you say is true. It's hard for me to lie in the face of the human emperor, and besides, I'm giving such an exact time that I won't waste much power at all, so what if it's a fake? Makes sense. Fu Xinqing is still thinking. Chen Jun stood still, already thinking about what kind of reward he wanted. Once the point in time is reached, the dynasty will know their message is true. When the time comes, it won't be a problem to reward yourself with a couple of immortality pills or something, right? After a long time Fu Xinqing came back to his senses. Speaking of which, you're not a bad genius. At the moment he rose a little in love with his talent. How could he not love this teenager who may be about to give him one of the greatest opportunities of his life? The state king is flattered. The eastern continent is too small, too weak. Your gaze shouldn't stop here. Fu Xinqing looked far and wide. Of the 9 states under the sky, except for the western frontier and the northern state, the eastern continent can't even compare to the northern plains state. Chen Jun quietly listened. As far as he knew how the eastern continent could rank 5th within the 9 states of the imperial dynasty. Weak for sure, but not too outrageous. The Chen family is a first-class family in the eastern continent, but put it in the central state? Third class doesn't even work. Fu Xinqing sighed. You haven't been to the 7 sects of the imperial dynasty. You haven't seen their trial pagodas, time pavilions, and Yunli chambers, and you haven't seen those peerless legacies. You wouldn't know the terror of the geniuses there. Chen Jun thought to himself that someone in the same realm could be better than him. I know you think you've molded the tire of the great Dao rule and underestimate the world's handsome geniuses, but do you know that the 7 sect abounds in such geniuses? Chen Jun didn't believe it 100 times. The strength of my Dao fetus far exceeds that of others, and the king of the state thinks it's the most inferior first grade of the Dao? It seems you all don't know what you're talking about, but that's normal. With your talent you can enter the 7 sect as an outer disciple, and soon you can enter the inner sect, but one should set higher goals for oneself. The battle of Qi is almost here again, and by then I hope you'll be qualified to participate in the selection, so that you can catch a glimpse of the true demons of the imperial dynasty and understand the gap between yourself and them. Chen Jun was truly speechless at this moment. A glimpse of others? To see the gap? Good lord, are you not even qualified to participate in picking yourself? Am I that bad? Don't believe it. Unfortunately, I'm not good at teaching and I don't like to teach, so I suggest that when you ask for a reward after pacifying this army of northern Huns, ask your holiness to give you a creation pill and ask for a human emperor to teach you. 56. You push the line. I'll collect the heads, first shift. Chen Jun's mouth said but in his heart, he'd scared. He could get countless legacies when he need up himself, and had nothing to ask for these things. However, it was somewhat strange that Chen Jun realized that certain traces of existence he had no way of inquiring about. For example, the sword master that prince had spoken of in the beginning. It was reasonable to say that the world's common respect, the existence that had been fully recognized by the sword Dao must be known to everyone even after millions of years of death. But he simply didn't know it and had never heard of it. Then there was the demon lord, who had been heard of in Lin Shuyao's heartbeat, but he couldn't find any record of it even after searching through the canonical books. There must be something odd. The state king finished his rant and finally stopped his words on Yushui's matter. Her teachings are wrong, and she is really not well liked. So if you have great ambitions, don't worship under her to avoid repercussions. Chen Jun thought deeply. To be honest, she's an eccentric person. I don't want to get entangled. Fu Xinqing said, but this news of Jun Chen was enough to pay a heavenly price for himself. At this point he was thinking for a moment. Then what should the junior do? Chen Jun thought to himself. You're not going to take the information and then act like you're unloading it, are you? How about this? You first accompany the Eastern Continent army to eliminate the Heavenly Demon sect. This trip will take at least 10 days. I'll help you deal with it. In the Heavenly Demon sect, there are also things that will help you. After these few months, the Sky Demon sect's bottom line had been completely mapped out. Where the fake clan is, and where the actual mountain gate is known like the back of your hand. At this time, the first-class families of the Eastern Continent plus the forces of the State King had formed an allied army and were ready to go and share the cake. The Heavenly Demon sect had a long heritage, and the depths within it made many clans red in the eyes, making it a big piece of fat meat. Fu Xinqing spoke in a meaningful way, and Chen Jun knew that by something helpful he meant a dead person. The progress of the birth and death Dao fetus required a large amount of vitality and death chi. Deadly aura, naturally, flourishes most on the dead. Vitality, naturally, erupted most vigorously in the moment before one's death. That will and power to survive brought Chen Jun far too much stronger than slowly practicing cultivation. Beyond that for Chen Jun, there was one more thing: energy. He opened the system panel and tapped on the achievement screen. Now helpless. Killing one is a crime. But slaughtering 10,000 is called being a lord. Can you be called a lord if you kill 10,000 people? You can get 50,000 energy. Originally, Chen Jun was prepared to take a shortcut, but this ghost system actually evolved automatically. And now there are notes on this mission panel. Remarks: the term human in this system refers to the human species of the family Homo sapiens, an advanced animal. Chromosome 2 and the orangutan chromosome A have a fused, balanced translocation, pattern of mitotic fusion, equilibrium translocation, closeness of more than 16N and multiple inversions between the arms. And the rest of the chromosomes are strongly homologous. Note: the people referred to in this system do not include plants, grass, trees, sand, gravel, etc. transformed into something shaped as a person. Scarecrows, corpse puppets, or, note, decapitation, as used in this system, includes and is limited to stabbing, slashing, poisoning, raping and killing. Remarks: Chen Jun looked at the densely packed notes to see straight angry. I didn't just drill you once. Did you have to? How did you know I was going to kill a scarecrow as a human being? You're a real dog. This killing achievement is really attractive. The first time you kill someone you get 100 energy. 10 people 300. Kill enough people for 100 people 1000. 500 people have 2000. 1000 people get 5000. And 10,000 people a full 50,000. Chen Jun is not a saintly mother, but she is never murderous. This achievement allowed him to kill the old, the sick, the women and children, and he couldn't even kill innocent people. But killing the disciples of the devil sect, he had no psychological burden. Any devil sect disciple who wanted to embark on the path of cultivation had at least several human lives in his hands, and the further back in the cultivation the more bloodshed needed to be killed. There was no psychological burden at all for Chen Jun to kill this kind of person. It's called doing the people a favor. And, with a large army, that achievement is even easier. When the time comes, you push the line and I'll collect the heads. I'll be right behind you, see who's dying, and I'll make the last cut. It's kind of a murder, and I'm the one who overwrites the living. Chen Jun couldn't help but feel self-satisfied. This dog system, in order to prevent themselves from exploiting the loophole, went through a lot of trouble. But I'm not as tall as the devil. While thinking about nodding his head and responding to what Fu Xinxing said, the next moment the body shifted. The golden light wrapped around, and then opened his eyes and returned to the high platform. Fu Xinxing opened his mouth and waved away the crowd. All disperse. Shuai and I have something to talk about. Everyone bowed and retreated at the word. The Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that this apprenticeship is going to go wrong. But the only thing that is slightly comforting is that according to the talent that his grandson has shown so far, he should be able to enter the outer gate of the 7 sects. The outer sects of the 7 clans wouldn't have the teachings of a half-step human emperor, but the cultivation conditions and systems of the clans certainly outperformed individuals. It was a teaching that had been systematized over countless years and was extremely sound. Fu Xinxing looked at Yu Shui. This little friend has been vital to me lately. This time he's going to go to the heavenly demon sect for me to find one thing. Your matters will be discussed later. Said added. As you know, the heavenly demon sect's historical origins are related to Northern Han. And this is a major event that concerns the imperial dynasty. Yu Shui froze, a little confused as to whether it was true or not. She also knew about the historical origins of the heavenly demon sect, which seemed to have colluded with Northern Han and had left behind. If what Fu Xinxing said was true, then she would definitely not dare to impede the great things of the imperial dynasty like this. After a moment's thought, he could only nod. Chen Jun left this place, did not return to the family. All the people involved in the siege of the Devil's Door to prevent the leakage of news at this time to get notified, and then all gathered together. The State King appeared and spoke words of mobilization. The heavenly demon sect has stood for tens of thousands of years, and this time, they have finally found their lair. So all of you must not fail the Eastern Continent cultivators. Moreover, the Sky Demon sect in Northern Han. I believe all of you know about it. When these words were uttered, the eyes of the elders of all the great clans lit up. Good. Looks like the State King doesn't intend to get a piece of this pie. Since he said everyone, the natural meaning is that he is not involved. The major forces to solve the Heavenly Devil sect, something you won't share. Each one of them was a little excited, and what they had originally negotiated to share. They now saw that there could be quite a bit more. They all rubbed their fists and assembled at this place, and 3 days later, the army set off in great numbers, divided into 2 teams, bright and dark. The bright one headed towards the Fake Clan to paralyze the Sky Demon sect. The dark one is ready to destroy the Heavenly Demon sect's lair. Chen Jun was in the dark team, following the large group along the way as they continued to silently practice their spiritual arts. Both the surprising sword art and the Xuanwu treasure art were quickly advancing to the level of consummation, just waiting for an opportunity to break through the realm of intent. The army was so loud and powerful that it looked unstoppable. Because of Jun Chen's relatively low realm, the Grand Elder had purposely looked after him. As they traveled along, there were occasionally some small strongholds of the devil sect that were directly uprooted. Qin Jun in the clan army. See, these people will die the moment a sword point out to take the lives of these people. Kill. The number of people quickly reached 10. First taste of blood. The scarlet of blood is the most wonderful color in the world. Gain 300 energy. 57. The heavenly devil sect is on the second level. Second shift. The army marched forward in great numbers, and these small strongholds were simply unbeatable. The elders also refrained from making a move, giving all the opportunities for training to the second and third generation disciples. Among these people, Qin Jun didn't want to deliberately show himself. His eyes were all on those who were going to die, and he felt pity for everyone he missed. The sword shadows in his hands flashed repeatedly, taking lives one by one. The level of swordsmanship hadn't improved much. The ability to steal chickens had increased quite a bit, and the mending kung fu felt like it had gained an evolution along the way. My chicken stealing, paired with my sneaking, can make a name for itself as an assassin. In the midst of the killing, constantly absorbing the death chi and the terrifying vitality of the momentary outbursts, Jun Chen's realm slowly rose, quickly arriving at the second heavens of the dematerialization realm. The quality of spirit power had been changed drastically, and now every blow of the spirit art blasted out with the slightest hint of the power of life and death. This is the importance of the birth of the Tao. And what kind of Tao is molded is what is blessed. Of course, such an enchantment was small compared to that of the power of heaven and earth, which only looked at itself. For every minor realm raised, the quality of the Tao fetus increased by 10%, and the enchantment was 10% more. Don't underestimate this percentage. The base keeps increasing, and each increase of 10% will be quite scary at the back. 1.1 to the 20th power is 6.7, which is nearly 7 times the power boost. And on this journey forward, many people looked at Jun Chen with a speechless face. How come you only know how to pick on the dying? Killing is counted as a credit. Even though Qin Jun made it clear with each patch that the credit wasn't counted on him, it still felt twisted and hard to bear. A smooth fight and a good way to defeat your opponent. As a result, the last cut was taken. That feeling, don't mention it. What's this for? Soon there were people who were furious, looking at Jun Chen with eyes that wanted to spit fire, eager to compete. The last cut. The fatal cut was robbed by your kid. It's as if I've tried my best to pick up a girl to the last step, and you ended up screwing me. Damn. It feels like NTR. Fifth stronghold now. Haven't picked any of the full-state demon sect cultivators to fight until now. Want to be shameless? If it wasn't for the fact that they had all heard about Jun Chen's strength in beheading the demon sun and suppressing many of the eastern continent's heavenly prides, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid getting a beating right now. A crowd of people dared to be angry, and among them, there were other clans and families with pride that disdained in their hearts. He has the self-knowledge that he has just shed his strength and is weak and unstable, so he doesn't dare. While thinking about it, I don't bother to count on it, just in case you do. And the Grand Elder who saw this sight was quite satisfied. He thought to himself that Qin Jun was so cautious, then there shouldn't be any major problems, and he didn't need to put much effort into paying attention. Worthy of being my grandson. Good. All the way forward, destroying the hidden strongholds of the devil sect like devastation. But Qin Jun was helpless. From the very beginning, when he himself was able to make up for it every time, to now when each of them were defending themselves. Only 42 kills. Hey! There was only one person who didn't defend himself, and even deliberately saved the last cut for himself every time he struck someone to the ground. And every time he made up the cut himself, a feeling of satisfaction of being NTR'd passed over the man's face. But just this one person, in the middle of the journey, the sixth stronghold, Qin Jun, actually only managed to salvage a single head. At the seventh stronghold, Qin Jun couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing the small hidden building from afar, Qin Jun directly rushed at the forefront of the allied forces this time, shooting out with a single movement of his body. Standing up in midair, the long sword appearing in his hand, sword light like a rainbow, Jun Chen flicked his wrist and chopped out dozens of swords in an instant. Amazing sword intent destroys the small building in a moment. Then the sky of horror sword shadow straight stabbing away. The meaning flows. The sword shadow at the same time attached to this life and death chi. The power of death will be these people's body vitality instantly drained. Hey, there's only 9. Kill this small building with one blow. There was even a great cultivator of the open Zephyr realm inside. Yet he was directly annihilated and lost his life under the terrifying might of the imperial art before he had time to react. The third generation disciples of the various sects who saw this scene couldn't help but change their faces. Although they knew that Jun Chen was a genius, after all, they had just crossed over into the degenerate fulfillment, and they all assumed that their battle prowess was nothing more than that. Why else kill only the dying? But now it looked like this Qin Jun was clearly stronger than those of his own who had been off the grid for an unknown amount of time. Is this the power of the tire of the great Dao Dao? One by one, their faces were shocked. The ones here were already the heavenly pride of the top clans in the eastern continent, but it looked like the means were surprisingly far from each other. This spirit art seems to be of an extremely high grade. It's kind of scary. Luckily, I didn't take headshots with him. Even the Grand Elder's face was aghast at the sight of this sword. This isn't the surprising sword art? How can a vaunted heavenly rank sword art be so strong? My grandson hasn't advanced him to such heights? After this strike, the other sect's disciples' defenses against Junshen obviously let down a bit. Strong people are respected wherever they are. However, the further back they went, the smaller the number of people in these strongholds of the Devil's sect became. And at the back the strongholds were even empty. In this way, it took a full 7 hours before finally reaching the location of the heavenly demon sect's lair that the previous news had spied out. And Chen Jun's kill count came to 71. However, he clearly sensed that the Devil's sect had intentionally contracted its power and was not paralyzed at all, and might have already known of the arrival of the allied forces. Most of those cultivators released earlier were disciples who had been abandoned, and it was also evident that they were indeed less powerful. At this moment, the heavenly demon sect was not far away in that underground cave. According to the intelligence, the underground caves are well connected, and based on the scope of exploration so far, they can hold at least tens of thousands of people inside. The leading elders of all the major sects and clans gathered together and began to discuss the appropriate strategies. On the other side, in the core area of the underground cave, the heavenly demon sect's patriarch and elders gathered together. The allied forces have arrived. There's no choice but to do this, one of them said in a cold voice, his gaze revealing a gloomy killing intent. They had known of the sweeping Union army but did not flee. For one thing, the lair has already been exposed, and now you're abandoning the sect's legacy? The heavenly devil sect will never rise again. Secondly, this time was found. Under the hasty escape inevitably left many traces. The next time to follow the trail will be found just as quickly. Escape is not much sense. Thirdly, it's because of this undercard they're talking about. The allied forces thought that they had paralyzed the Sky Demon sect, but in reality, the Sky Demon sect had already known the situation, and they were on the second level. All of the elders' gazes went to the patriarch. Don't get entangled. This is the only way. Don't be afraid of casualties. With this battle, there's even a chance that many of the allied forces will be greatly injured, and then we'll still be left to get away with it. There is a give and take. When did you become so motherly? Sovereign. The demon sect patriarch sitting on the main seat seemed to have gone through a complicated thought struggle as he slowly spoke. Alright, listen to you guys. 58, add some context. Third shift. The heavenly demon sect had a horrible undercard, but it was an undercard that they couldn't even control themselves. If the situation wasn't crisis to such a point now, this demon sect patriarch would definitely not be willing to release this bottom card. And upon hearing the patriarch speak, several elders simultaneously flashed a hint of excitement. The blood in his eyes welled up, and he couldn't wait to pit against the allied forces, feeling like he couldn't hold back any longer. They're dead. Someone licked their scarlet lips and whispered, he, can't let them have a chance to escape. Using the lives of the disciples under the door as bait to go and lure them deeper. It was also simply impossible to get this group of elders of the coalition army to go completely deep without costing the lives of a few thousand people. To be able to witness its emergence, it's just as well for these disciples to die. The Devil's sect never talks about inheritance or clan love. For the sake of profit and for themselves, not to mention the disciples of the clan, parents can be killed. Brothers and sisters can also be killed. Everyone followed in agreement after these words were uttered, without anyone placing the deaths and lives of these disciples in their hearts. The heavenly demon sect patriarch nodded. Everyone go do it. I'll go prepare the release. Yes, outside. The elders of the major clans of the allied forces had already agreed on a corresponding strategy. In order to ensure that there were no deserters or traitors in each clan, the major powers were mixed together to form a coalition army to go and sweep away the Devil Sect's main camp, and the clans supervised each other. The vast crowd was brought together. From the body refining realm up to the body harmonization realm were all disrupted and mixed together. Jun Shen was purposely taken care of and followed the side of the Grand Elder, and disciples from various sects could be seen around him. What with the Palm Lawn sect, the Bright Sword sect, and so on. Looking at the grotto in front of him, Chen Jun had a hint of impatience, and as soon as the army moved, they directly followed and rushed into the grotto. Pounds of majestic power surged. The elders in front of them were opening the way, constantly blasting out, and the hole in the underground cave was rapidly enlarged. Boulders shook, dust splattered, and in the midst of the roar the grotto was opened wide, and the allied forces swarmed in. Shouting and killing sounds instantly shook the sky and earth in general. The number of disciples of this demonic sect exceeded the number of any of the major forces. Moreover, the magic power is strangely powerful. And at this time, with the help of the geographical advantage, with the help of the clan formation for a short period of time, they surprisingly occupied the advantage. Die. Take your life. How dare a curmudgeon send himself to his death? All sorts of spiritual techniques surged with light, the sound of shouting and shouting was loud, and under the impact of the bursting power, countless people died tragically almost instantly. Many people were struck by the aftershocks of certain great spiritual art strikes, and their inability to resist was directly pierced through their bodies. Jun Chen was at the back of the crowd, not caring about anything, was just one sword after another to wildly bombard. In the blink of an eye, he chopped out thousands of swords, his sword intent spreading out. The power of each sword was only an unusual 10%, but it was enough to reap the rewards for someone who was already seriously injured. Killing breaks 100, 1 point for each person. Congratulations on your perfect score. Energy gained, 1000. Chen Jun secretly nodded his head. It felt good to pick up a leak. I don't know how long it would take to let him kill himself. The elders opened the way. Under one blow most of those devil disciples were seriously injured and dying. This random chopping by himself instantly killed more than dozens of people. You can still get another point for killing 500 people, and it's likely that you'll be able to kill enough for a full 1,000 people today. There were too many Sky Demon sect disciples, densely packed at a glance, and the blood spattering made many people instantly calm down their minds, and looking in front of them they couldn't help but have their legs start shivering. Kill! A sound wave from an elder's mouth droned out. This was an inspirational divine ability, and while the sound waves rolled and gathered, the army behind them instantly erupted with horrifying strength to directly break through a gap. Each and every one of them was like chicken blood at this moment, their power surging and exploding. Chen Jun remained behind the army. The sword intent in his hand kept chopping indiscriminately. The sword light flashed and pierced right through the chest in the eyes of one person who was terrified. Silently counted in his mind. Looking not far away he chopped out again. And when one strike didn't work he came back with another. Simple and easy. The entire grotto, with its four-way passages almost bursting at the seams, was now more like a square. As Chen Jun looked around, there were too many people who would die. He couldn't wait to split into dozens of doppelgangers now. It felt too bad to watch a person die just like that. At this moment, Chen Jun wanted to yell out, "Let go of those dying people and let me do it." He couldn't help but feel helpless. His body flashed continuously, and the sword intent surged in his hand. All of them were all killed in a single strike, directly decapitated. And every single one of Chen Jun's picks was of the almost dead variety. Many people froze in the middle of the battle, and were killing in the heat of the moment when they realized that their opponents had suddenly been killed. Searching around, he then saw the ghostly figure of a certain person, flickering in and out of the fray picking off the dying. Life after life was harvested, and it was just too fast to kill in a battle like this. 32, 44, 67, 78. Chen Jun recited silently. Sneak pickups are improving rapidly and kill counts are skyrocketing like crazy. As the battle gradually dispersed, Jun Chen constantly searched for these devil sect disciples who were just one blow away from death. Each strike was crisp and clean, and it didn't even take 2 seconds. The surrounding crowd was still madly surging in. The number of disciples of the devil sect here was simply too many, as if they could not be killed. Chen Jun raised his head and looked around. The surrounding area was densely packed with people, and as his constant killing proceeded, more and more people noticed his side. Contributing to a job without contributing? Someone was dissatisfied. A genius like you should have the dignity of being a genius. What do you know? It's because I'm afraid that someone will pretend to be seriously injured and then storm out. In which case the defense won't be possible. That's right. Devil sect cultivators are treacherous. Jun Chen has good intentions. After seeing Jun Chen's sword, the vast majority of people felt that Jun Chen must have a reason for doing so. As for what reason, can't think of one. So guess. This is what people do. I can't really say what's wrong with it exactly, but it's not appropriate to do that, is it? And really don't believe that's the reason. On the contrary, Chen Jun did not care in the slightest. The number of people out of each sect power is certain. Like himself, this belongs to the initiative to come. I took the initiative to come and help you clean up the battlefield with one more fighter, and you don't even thank me for it. And you're still blabbering about it? Side thought the movement of the feet did not stop at all. One strike after another, flashing strikes. Spiritual arts flow a life harvest. 163. While counting to himself, suddenly the cold hairs around his body stood up. A feeling of extreme danger surged. At this time, there were also naturally high-level powerhouses in the Devil's sect who noticed Jun Chen. And this person's hands surged with spiritual techniques, pulling out of the fray with a blow to kill Jun Chen. You killed my son. Take your life. This was a peak rhythmic body realm powerhouse, and it looked quite terrifying as it crushed in with a single strike. Demon sect spiritual techniques were already much more powerful than normal spells, and this was the demon sect's home turf. So Chen Jun, who wasn't augmented by a thick deathly aura, only felt his scalp go numb in the face of this strike. In his normal state, it would still be impossible for him to cross two complete great realms against his enemy. There was no way around it. The rhythmic body realm resonated with the rhythms of heaven and earth, and a strike had the power of heaven and earth. Unless he was in a place like the Billion Man Pit, he shouldn't even think about being able to resist. Chen Jun looked at the Grand Elder and thought to himself that this pit grandchild thing Previously, the Grand Elder felt that he was cautious enough, so he didn't have all of his energy on himself, and was in the process of surrounding a demon sect elder with a half-step human king, so it was naturally too late for him to save himself at this time. Chen Jun had no choice but to open the system panel with some meaty pain. Host, Jun Chen. The idea is to click in. Spiritual Arts, Xuanwu Technique, Imperial Rank Complete. Plus. Click on the plus sign. Consume 10 energy, plus 1 proficiency. Consume 10 energy, plus 1 proficiency. The hand speed of a single person for 30 years taps dozens of times in seconds. 10 energy consumed, plus 1 proficiency. 10 energy consumed. Proficiency plus 1. Ding dong. Xuanwu Art plus 1. Enter the level of intent. 59. Emergence. Vast information instantly flooded into his mind. This was the intent of the Xuanwu technique. The obstacles that had been plaguing Chen Jun at this moment became clear. So this is the mood? Under the touch. With his own enlightenment, it seemed that he would soon be able to buy into the intent of the surprising sword and the body saint body technique as well. That's an energy point that doesn't seem to be lost. It was a meaty deal. But now I realize it seems to be a great value. Buy one get two free. When more enlightenment is added, in an instant you will be able to touch the same level, and countless spiritual arts can directly reach the same level, saving a lot of energy. Chen Jun had also discovered that enlightenment was still not enough. Above the level of spiritual art realm of intent, it is called the pole realm, and the perfection of the pole realm forms its own domain. Above that, it is called the Tao. With the current enlightenment, the realm of intent could be sighted and touched, but the realm of extreme would obviously not be able to. Edge thought of a tremor around the body. Surfaced a cloudy green mist. Shallow green mist looks quite weak. Seems far less than the perfect when the green armor inscribed with runes. This rhythmic body realm powerhouse who saw the scene snorted twice. With such tactics, you want to live under your own strike? The gazes from the surrounding gazes were all equally dumbfounded, looking at the green mist in a bit of a daze. It seems to be the green ox decree? It could also be the green armor technique, but I'm afraid it hasn't even been able to coalesce into a shield shape, so I'm afraid I haven't even started yet. With such a defense, you also want to survive a strike from a rhythmic body realm powerhouse? What a joke! There were even people trying to save them, but Chen Jun had been constantly picking out people who were going to die to kill before, and was too far away from all the other powerhouses. Usually cultivators of lower realms followed the great powers of their clans or sects, just in case the great cultivators of the devil sect suddenly attacked and killed them, so that they could be saved. Like Jun Chen, who constantly went about picking out people who were going to die. It was natural for the devil sect to find oversights and to kill them in one blow. This rhythmic body realm powerhouse appeared to be rushing out in a fit of rage, but in reality, he had already calculated everything. Jun Chen, the Grand Elder's eyes were wide with anger. If this grandson died here, he himself would simply be the family's sinner. His spiritual energy rushed around him, frantically trying to go to the rescue. Young master, an underling of the Chen family shouted. Big brother, honey. It was a male voice. Chen Jun. Various spiritual art light flashes surged to block, yet whoever it was, no matter how close they were a hair slower. In the eyes of the crowd's horror, this strike of the blade chop slowly crossed the air and crashed into the green mist. The expected fog was blasted through but did not happen. The location of this strike chopped down. A small piece of turtle armor appeared. Above the runes scattered surging resistance. By entering the range of this spiritual art, one enters the realm of Xuanwu's intent. Thick and heavy as if mountains. A small piece of turtle armor but seems the world's most impenetrable. With a loud crash and a shocking tremor, Chen Jun only felt a terrifyingly huge force around his body. Body chi and blood surging instantly while a mouthful of fresh blood spit out. Knife chopping fried scattered bombarded on the turtle armor. Although not blasted through, but the impact is too strong. He instantly flew backwards, only feeling that his internal organs were shaken to the point of shattering. The piece of 5th grade armor that the Grand Elder had given himself on his body instantly shattered completely, and dots of golden light exploded and scattered across the heavens and earth. Unable to resist such a strike at all, Chen Jun's face was horrified. He had still somewhat underestimated the strength of a rhythmic body realm powerhouse, and at that moment, everyone else looked even more horrified than him. Not dead? One by one, they all froze. their mouths wide open for a moment, even forgetting that they were in the middle of a battle. The movements in the hands of everyone in the surroundings almost froze in midair as they looked at Chen Jun in disbelief. A strike from a rhythmic body realm powerhouse. And you were actually able to resist it? This rhythmic body realm powerhouse was even more confused. This was the first time that a degenerate realm cultivator was actually able to resist one of his strikes without dying. He even felt like he was dreaming. You are 2 great realms higher than this person, so how could you possibly resist? Even if your physical body is peerless, even if you have cultivated your spiritual arts to perfection, a mere green armor technique would instantly be pierced through itself and directly shattered. For a moment, he was even confused, seeing such an incredible scene in complete disbelief. Everyone was unsure and couldn't figure out how it could be. Seeing everyone around him freeze, Chen Jun hurriedly shouted, "Grand Elder, don't freeze. If this person instantly chopped another blow, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. How could he still have the energy left to harvest heads and collect energy?" The Grand Elder with dull eyes hastily reacted at this moment and drew away from the battle. The long spear in his hand shook as he charged straight at that rhythmic body realm powerhouse from the Devil Sect. Bursts of power surged through the room, and at this point, everyone else was still in a daze. This rhythmic body realm powerhouse's face changed drastically, and some elders in the periphery stepped in to save him, but it was obviously too late. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and a blood-colored armor instantly appeared to cover it. However, the armor was directly pierced through the next moment it was formed. The gunshot shadow was brilliant and the burst of power was sharp and unparalleled, piercing through almost everything. With a bang, the man instantly exploded apart into a bloody mist. Under the Great Elder's shot his body directly burst into pieces and died beyond death. The two scenes formed a stark contrast, the same gap between several great realms, but Chen Jun easily resisted, and this person died instantly and tragically. Many people's eyes changed a little when they looked at Jun Chen. What kind of bizarre defense spirit art was that? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Jun disappeared in a few flashes, smearing a few handfuls of ash on his face to enter other battles. The figure flashed continuously, still harvesting lives. Every strike was destined to kill one person, and by taking half an hour, Chen Jun had already killed more people than anyone else. 361. With a light breath, he looked up. As the battle progressed, this group of disciples from the Devil Sect began to retreat into the deep interior. These people are fighting and retreating. The cave passage is now densely packed with corpses. Just half an hour of fighting on both sides of the death of thousands of people. The elders waved their hands, pointing to the deep interior of the underground cave without the slightest hesitation. Kill. Riding the wave of victory. We can't leave a single chance for this demonic sect. It must be directly overthrown. Moreover, the precious underbelly of this demon sect is in the depths. According to the information they had received, back then, the heavenly demon superior's greatest treasure, even many of this demon sect up to now, no one could take it. At this moment, at the very core of the area, the contemporary sect master of the Devil Sect expended his own meridian blood to finally release the clan's bottom card. He felt a palpitation as he looked at the thick fog of blood in front of him. To have such a monstrous might just after releasing it was truly frightening, thumping and vibrating with loud sounds. The deepest part of the underground cave was originally sturdy and incomparable, but at this moment, it also began to tremble, because something awakens to appear in the outside world. Just the revived heartbeat rumbled and shook. Thanks for the bounty and monthly votes. My author backend can't send bounty thank you notes for some reason, but it's all in the eye of the beholder. Thanks guys. 60. Escape. The huge figure slowly climbed out of the altar and opened its eyes. It made a low whimpering sound and seemed to be hungry. Then the large body turned to look everywhere, and there was nothing in the empty space. The heavenly demon sect patriarch had long since lost track of where he was going, and fled in a hurry while releasing it. It sniffed and smelled something. At this moment, the elders of the major powers vaguely sensed something, as if something had come out of the world, but none of them thought much about it. According to the information that had been probed, the Devil Sect definitely didn't have the ability to resist the allied forces, especially since there were several sect lords all present this time, so it was unlikely that there would be any hiccups. The army behind them swarmed in a general swarm, surging towards the various passages, their hands rising and falling to constantly chop and strike. Blood splattered everywhere, and the entire grotto was enveloped in a thick aura of blood. At this time, most of the bottom layer cultivators had already killed their eyes, and the power in their hands exploded and poured out. Chen Jun was constantly harvesting lives in them, looking over one by one, constantly searching for existences that were about to die. The figure flashed in succession, each appearance representing the end of a life. We have to learn a high-level stance, or else we won't be able to grab heads. The spirit arts kept flowing. 384. Muttered his mouth. Chen Jun killed until his entire body was numb. Now I realize that killing is exhausting. I'm afraid it's quite a struggle to put 1,000 heads in front of you and let yourself kill them one by one. He exhaled a soft, cloudy breath and looked around. Amidst the constant charging and killing, under the amazing great battle that erupted, the surrounding passageways of the underground caves had all been pierced through. The entire grotto no longer meanders, living to make an open and incomparable square. The Allied forces suffered a fair amount of casualties, and had a great deal of momentum amidst the non-stop charging and killing. This group of people from the Devil sect were losing ground, and there was even a Devil sect elder who didn't have time to vanish, just now being directly destroyed by the joint forces, causing the entire Allied army to be furious. Don't be negative. Sound waves rolled set to drink out. The sound of sonic booms exploded, and the entire space rumbled and shook. Already killed the red eye situation, no one to listen. One mouth shouted, in the hands of the spiritual arts flow ceaselessly. Strike after strike ceaselessly chopped out. The power of the horror of the incomparable. The Alliance army kept on charging and killing, pressing a little bit, to force all the people of the entire Devil Gate to the point where they had no way to retreat, and all of them were chopped to death. Chen Jun kept roaming around in it, harvesting life with blow after blow. One by one, he chopped through individuals. And now he even felt like he was going to gradually run out of strength in general. His body was incomparably exhausted. 391, 403, 449, all the way forward. As the army continued to charge and kill, more and more lives were taken in their hands. The entire underground grotto was now a sea of blood, and roughly close to 10,000 people had died. Among them, the disciples of the Devil sect accounted for roughly 70%, and the Allied forces accounted for 30%. Although the Allied forces of the major clans had an advantage, but the vast majority of the disciples had never experienced bloodshed at all, so they would easily perish. Many of them killed red-eyed and filled with tears at the same time. Once the same door is so dead for a time, some difficult to accept. There is a very good relationship with the brothers, so died in their own side is really let a person pain. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and amongst the 12 sects Allied forces constantly pressing on, the Demon sects group was almost pressed to the brink of extinction. The fights between the elders were naturally more vicious, and although there weren't many at the rhythmic body realm, body harmonization realm, and great sage realm, the might of the battles was even more terrifying. Amidst the constant bombardment, these people from the Devil sect shouted angrily, all desperate and incomparable. At the same time, he couldn't figure out why the Patriarch didn't let the current evacuation abandon this place, why he must stay here to accompany the burial. With a miserable scream, another Devil sect elder exploded into a bloody mist and was killed on the spot. Humph, today you will all die. In mid-air, the Brightsword sect Patriarch snorted coldly as he looked towards these remaining people. At this time, each one of them was in a sorry state. Their bodies were broken around them, and it was obvious that they were already going to be finished, and the destruction of the Devil sect was imminent. In the battle below them, one of the Allied forces seemed to be pumped up with chicken blood, and hearing this, their morale rose as they rushed to kill. Chen Jun, who saw this scene, however, suddenly stopped. In fact, he'd been very careful because this was something that hadn't come up in Lin Shiya's heartbeat, and he'd been worried about any surprises. In his previous life, the Devil's Son killed a generation of geniuses from the eastern continent at Zhou Mountain, and the heavenly Devil sect's lair was never found. This time, things had become different, and thus Lin Shua's heartfelt voice had gotten nothing out of it. At this moment, Chen Jun looked in front of him and vaguely felt that something was very wrong. This blood on the soles of my feet, how does it flow so strangely? He was the only one who was constantly harvesting life, and thus the only one who noticed the anomaly. Chen Jun turned around and was just about to head out. A mournful and miserable howl appeared violently. The Ming Sword sect Patriarch who had rushed at the very front had half of his body going nowhere at the moment. Blood bathed around his body, howling miserably under his breath as he was sent flying in the air. He hissed mournfully, his voice tinged with fear. Escape! For a moment, everyone's movements were halted, and the crowd was all at a loss. The sound of shouting and killing disappeared in an instant, and the whole place was silent. Everyone's gazes looked towards that hole from which the Ming Sword sect Patriarch had been knocked out, only to feel what seemed like a gust of whistling wind surging. An agonizing howl of pain followed, and another figure was directly sent flying, his body shattered for the most part, and he didn't even have the strength to shout, directly dying. Everyone was chilled to the bone at this moment. A half-step human king, a great sage. What the fuck is going on? The Patriarch of the Brightsword sect was a half-step human king, but to be so unbeatable, how could this not give people chills? The Devil sect's group of people were all overjoyed. It looked like they and the others were saved. However, before they had time to be happy, several more figures were slapped and thrown out of the cave in succession, and among them, there were clearly demon sect cultivators as well. The death was so miserable that it appeared that the whole face had been smashed by some slap. The bottom card of the Heavenly Devil sect was apparently 6 parents. The Ming Sword sect patriarch who had been slapped to pieces for most of his body was coughing up blood, struggling to swallow a pill, rolling and crawling to mount the clan's war rider, with no trace of an expert's demeanor. Run! Everyone from the Ming Sword sect, listen to the order. Run! Sounding terrified. He understood deeply that if he didn't run they would all die. Only at this time the heart at the same time is also trembling. Can run away? This heavenly demon sect had used so many disciples as bait. Could they let themselves and the others escape so simply? His heart was indignant. How could he not imagine that he might have to fall today? At the same time, a beastly roar resounded through the entire underground cave in an instant. Then a figure crawled out of the opening, its large body taking up almost the entire grotto. The figure looked into the crowd, his black eyes seeming to devour people. Everyone was instantly stunned, their eyes full of incredulity. At the same time, they all turned around and ran wildly. Escape! At this moment, the Devil's Sect and the Righteous Path unexpectedly stood in the same camp, running. At this moment, Chen Jun was a bit bewildered as he looked at this figure. 61, Iron-Eating Beasts. The name of this thing that I heard from the people running around and shouting was Iron Eater. Iron-Eating Beasts, with blades, battle armor, all the hard things in the world as food, ferocious and brutal, often appearing in the ancient battlefield, devouring all the black iron weapons of armor. Iron-eating beasts were extremely rare, and it was hard to see one in the entire imperial dynasty for 10,000 years. Every iron-eating beast, at a young age, is a great demon of the 8th rank, corresponding to the human king realm of human cultivators. They are lazy by nature and have no desire to pass on the family name, so over time they are almost exclusively seen in the canon. Right in front of him was none other than a juvenile iron-eating beast. However, Qin Jun was a bit baffled. If it isn't a fucking red panda. The massive figure in front of him was Nooble, half black, half white, with silky black and white fur, 2 black eyes, and a short wagging tail. So cute, kind of want to touch it. It's still a cub, just huge, but naive and adorable. However, before Qin Jun could think about it in detail, the huge black and white panda palm whistled across the sky, slapping a female cultivator not far in front of him into a pile of blood and flesh. Organs with thick blood splattered everywhere, and Chen Jun instantly calmed down. Run! Chiyu that year is riding it to fight the Battle of Deer. Really sincere, not I deceive. It's horrible. One slap and your life is over. Turning his head and scattering, he ran wildly. This time, the allied forces only had one human king powerhouse. Yet Iron Eaters were naturally much stronger than human cultivators of the same rank. Even this cub in front of him was not something that an ordinary person could fight against. There was only escape. However, just after turning around, Chen Jun despaired. At that moment, the passage behind him collapsed with a bang, and the entire grotto was blocked off. At the same time that the allied forces pushed the demon sect to the brink of extinction, they themselves stepped onto that brink of extinction. The ground rumbled and shook loudly, and the Iron Eater hissed and squeaked as it looked up to the sky. Chen Jun wanted to say too cute, but he couldn't say it. The sound of a long chant directly exploded countless people in the surrounding area into a mist of blood. Chen Jun flowed the Xuanwu technique, barely resisted, also felt the qi and blood surging. It was difficult to bring up spiritual energy again. At this moment, everyone had a look of despair, looking at the iron-eating beast cub in front of them in horror. I haven't heard of an iron-eating beast coming out in 10,000 years. Too much fucking bad luck. Grass. There were already many people who instantly peed their pants in fear, and their entire body collapsed to the ground, not even having the courage to move. At this moment, the elders of the major powers looked at each other twice, their hands surging with spiritual techniques, no longer daring to have the slightest reservation at this time. The bursting power caused the entire underground cave to roar and quake, and the various colors of divine powers and light were going to blind people's eyes. The power rolled and gathered in wild surges, pouring out and blasting into the huge body at the same time. An angry squeaking roar came from the Iron Eater beast, filled with rage, as it slapped the various colors of divine power light directly into pieces. Everything dissolved in an instant during the earth-shaking tremor, and under this strike, the 12 people's joint efforts were actually directly shattered. One by one, the body instantly flew out backwards, the feeling of the body's chi and blood surging, just a blow against the already suffered internal injuries. Then the 2 black and white furry front paws swung forward, and the claw shadows blasted a half-step human king open. How could there be such an undercurrent? The crowd looked at each other all in deep despair. They had never heard of the Devil Sect having an iron-eating beast. It is only a cub, but it is a great demon of the 8th rank. And only the king of the state in the entire eastern continent is able to check and balance it. Iron-eating beasts were basically undefeatable existences in the same realm. No one could stop them, and now that they were even higher in the realm, this was simply despair. An elder looked at these sect disciples behind him and spat blood from his mouth. Escape! Run away! Although he knew that he would probably not be able to escape, but there was no other way to do so, and now he was able to survive one by one. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Those who could still stand now, and could still maintain a certain level of propriety under the panda's might, all ran wildly without saying a word. The boulders in front of them blocked the passage, and bursts of power poured out of everyone's hands like they didn't want to die. There was a huge boom, yet the effect of the blast on the hard boulder was minimal. This was the means of several elders and patriarchs of the devil sect, and the boulders that were carried over were not ordinary stones, but hard basalt rocks. At this time, the contemporary patriarch of the heavenly demon sect couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. It's a pity. Releasing the iron-eating beasts will no longer be able to be controlled. The allied forces are still too few this time. Originally, such an iron-eating beast could even directly slaughter the eastern continent. But this level of undercurrents was simply not something they could control, and for 10,000 years, no one had been able to make this iron-eating beast serve the Lord. It was an iron-eating beast that the founding ancestor had accidentally obtained, and after the ancestor's death, there was no one else who could control it. It had previously been blocked off in the underground palace as the clan's strongest card. It was released when facing the scourge of the extermination of the clan, and this was the only time this bottom card would be used. At this time, the iron-eating beast in the grotto squeaked and hissed. Countless years without seeing the sun, Steeply see the scene in front of him excited, looked at the densely packed in front of a small and black and white panda palm gently shot. Instantly dozens of people directly died a tragic death. A claw was directly shot into a blood mist. The blood chi diffused endlessly in the surrounding area. The iron-eating beast opened its mouth with a bang and sucked in all the armor, rings, iron, jade and so on these people's bodies into its belly. Eat 1% full. The Iron Eater's eyes lit up, followed by another panda claw. The sight in front of him was so desperate that there wasn't even the slightest resistance. This Iron Eater cub kills indiscriminately. At this time, the demon sect disciples trapped in the underground cave and a few elders who had been abandoned were also directly slapped into a bloody mist by the two slaps. Blood and flesh erupted and shattered. Originally, they thought that they were saved, but at this moment, they realized that the original clan could not control this iron-eating beast at all. They were given up for dead. They became funeral pyres. Incredibly angry but unable to do anything about it, all of them were frantically bombarding the iron rocks to open a passage to escape. The Iron Eater cubs clearly possessed a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, except that they appeared to be controlled by some violent intent, with killing occupying a large portion of their minds. With a gentle flick of the claw, space resounded with the sound of bursting, and where it crossed, everyone was directly slapped to pieces. Attacking didn't have the slightest effect, and normal spirit arts this iron-eating beast didn't even bother with them at all. The spirit arts bombarded his body, unable to break through even the most superficial skin, leaving not even a light trace. The sound of crying and shouting resounded, and in the face of such a desperate situation, a deep powerlessness welled up in everyone's hearts. Many people were resentful and angry in their hearts and kept cursing loudly. Is the Union commander a fucking idiot, letting us die in such a situation? Intelligence people are just retarded for not talking about such a horrible undercurrent. Holy shit, each one of them could not wait to eat that person directly alive. At this time, Chen Jun, who was in the crowd, was anxious inwardly, and his mind was constantly pondering. Open the system in your head and tap on the map screen. Heavenly Demon Lord? 62, Systems, YYDS. Heavenly Demon Superior. The founding ancestor of the Heavenly Demon sect. Back then, a supreme powerhouse of the human emperor realm had slaughtered an entire county practicing the bloodthirsty demon technique. This was the inherited sect of the Heavenly Demon Superior. And this iron-eating beast, he must have a way to control it as well. Chen Jun didn't even think about clicking in a hurry. The silhouette slowly appeared in front of his eyes. The power of death rolled into a set. A middle-aged man with a dry and thin figure appeared in front of his eyes. His eyes, deep-set eyes flooded with a thick black fog. Slim and sickly looking. What is the weakness of the Iron Eater? Jun Chen said urgently. Just the effort of opening his mouth to speak. The Iron Eater beast slapped across his face, instantly lazily slapping the bodies of countless people to pieces and blowing them up. The figure turned his head to look over. Oh, my old friend. Give me the spell to drive or limit it. The silhouette had reacted to the situation in front of him in a split second, and he snorted twice. What right do I have? Destroy my inheritance, kill my clan's disciples, and get my iron-eating beast? Am I that stupid? This is the devil's sect's founding patriarch, with strength through the heavens and through the earth. This Iron Eater was an old friend of his from once upon a time, and wasn't just a spirit pet. Chen Jun's face sank. In the past, the remnants of the dead souls that he had encountered. Which of them were not willing to give themselves things just because they saw their means as being heavenly and casual? It also made him subconsciously forget that a lot of the remnants were definitely not willing. Give me a way to restrict it, and I can promise not to destroy your legacy's entire clan. The most important thing now is to survive in the current situation. As for the promise of what to honor or not to honor and so on, let's talk about it later. And as if the silhouette had heard the funniest joke of all, you don't have a chance to grow up. My old friend henchman, do you still think you can escape? He knew that this person in front of him was destined to become a strong person through and through on the entire continent in the future. And this means of regrouping the fragments of his dead soul's residual thoughts was unheard of by him. But you'll die young. You won't have a chance to grow up. Chen Jun's threat was not on his mind at all. Want to destroy my legacy? You don't have that chance. Ha 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 ha. The silhouette laughed up to the sky. Delusional enough to want to obtain my dharma? Trying to restrict the Iron Eater? I'm already dead. Stupid to that extent? Dare to destroy your own inheritance. Looking for death. At this moment, listening to the silhouette's words, Jun Chen froze his mind for a moment. Damn. He makes a good point. In his own shoes, he would definitely not hand over the dharma. All of the residual thoughts that Jun Chen had communicated with before had gone extremely smoothly, and this was the first time that he had encountered this situation. So for a moment, he was a bit stunned. If you don't tell me, I'll torture your residual thoughts so that you'll suffer even after death. Doesn't matter. When I go out to destroy your descendants, I'll destroy your whole family. I have no descendants, only legacies. Me. He clapped his hands and screamed, feeling a rush of relief all over his body at the bloody sight before him. The shout shook the sky, and countless people despaired amidst the earth-shattering cries. Blood and gusts of stench emanated. The scent of blood mixed with feces and urine made the enclosed space smell sickening. Everyone had a pained look on their faces, and in their hearts, they cursed the ancestors of the coalition's intelligence agencies. If I make it out of here alive, I'll have to kill those idiots. Damn, just because we're outer disciples. Does our lives not matter? Angrily hissing, accompanied by miserable screams, one silhouette after another perished, dying miserably on the spot in a palpitating death. Jun Chen's face was gloomy as thoughts raced through his mind. The clans were unbeatable when they joined forces, and they had to find the Iron Eater's weakness. He thought of many possibilities. Bamboo lure? That's ridiculous. This isn't the pandas of Earth. Weak ass? But it still seems useless. Thinking continuously in his mind, Chen Jun started to add random points and rummage around in the system again. As his realm rose, there were additional parts to the attribute side. The system panel has also been expanded. Add random clicks at the moment. Consumes energy 10. Charisma +1. Energy consumed 10. Affinity +1. Consume energy 10. Beast language +1. Energy expended 10. Ventriloquism +1. Consumed energy 10. After a few seconds of fumbling around, the hand speed of a single person of 30 years at this point went all the way through the entire interface. Then, Chen Jun froze. The remnant board, which had never been opened, was now presented, densely packed with names, behind each of which extended countless branches. Chen Xiao, major in the spiritual art Rising Sun Lance, redemption consumption, 200 energy. Major technique Great Sun Reincarnation Technique, redemption consumption, 250 energy. Chen Family Underground Power Formation, redemption consumption, 300 energy. Chen Xiao Identity Jade Pendant, redemption consumption, 50 energy. Chen Xiao and Yunlan Joint Formation, redemption consumption, 70 energy. Chen Xiao's Life Story, exchange consumption, 2 energy. Looking from top to bottom, it was densely packed. Everything about old ancestor Chen Xiao was presented in the panel at the moment, and all of them could be redeemed. And there's a raffle. Consume 10 energy. 1 random draw. Chen Xiao total 189 items. You can get one of them. Of course, as a non-celebrity, Chen Jun didn't think about the possibility of drawing something good for himself, and he wasn't sure if he would draw the same item in a row to consume points for nothing. At this moment, he was somewhat shocked to be immersed in the system panel, and the dense and so vast things in front of him made him feel a palpitation. Every remnant of a dead soul that I reunite can be forcefully redeemed to get everything about them. Not even all the hidden secrets of their life can be hidden from me. Chen Jun's first thought was I'm rich. System, YYDS. The Rising Sun Gun decision was Chen Xiao's famous spirit art back then, and as far as Jun Chen knew, the cultivation tome had been taken away 8,000 years ago and lost in the Chen family. Nowadays, it could actually be directly redeemed and consume so little energy. A mere 200 points of energy. Where could it be compared to the value of the imperial art? Cut the little brother can redeem a full 500. You can redeem 250 of them by completing. Killing one is a crime. Slaughtering 10,000 is a crime. It's like giving them away for nothing. Then back in a flash he scrolled down and skipped over a personal name. Body St. Physical Arts. Redemption Consumption, 1,000 energy. Harem Buster. Redemption Consumption, 2000 energy. You can actually even redeem your physique? Chinjun was a bit blindsided and became more and more agitated. Yufan Wu. Sign Art. Redemption Consumption, 2 energy. Electric Sound. Redemption Consumption, 1 energy. Keep countering downward and clicking on the name of the Heavenly Demon Lord. Heavenly Devil Superior. Bloodthirsty Demon Technique. Redemption Consumption, 200 energy. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Redemption Consumption, 300 energy. Heavenly Demon Sect Warrant. Redemption Consumption, 40 energy. Heavenly Demon Sect Hidden Dungeon of Hidden Dungeon 2. Redemption Consumption, 20 energy. Iron Eater Control Spells. Found it. 63, Twitchy. Joy surged on the face of Chenjun, who saw the Iron Eater Beast Control technique. Before he could wait 2 seconds. However, he suddenly froze. Iron Eater Control Spell. Redemption Consumption, 500 energy. It's too dark. It required more energy points than a dual cultivation supreme technique like the Yin-Yang Harmony technique. You panda. By what right? Jun Chen's face was gloomy. What's more crucial is that just now, killing 100 people to break the 1000 energy, but adding a little Xuanwu art intent as well as just messed up adding a flurry of various attributes, the body of all aspects of the overall enhancement. And the energy was depleted by a little over 500, and now it's just shy of that. Why am I such a handful? Qin Jun really wanted to chop his hand off with a knife. Damn. Try the raffle. Zhang Wang looked around, his face grimly calculating in his heart. Now he has killed 474 people. If you can't draw, kill enough people to redeem them directly. While thinking about it with a hint of anticipation, you have to click on the draw. The Heavenly Demon Lord has 274 items in total, consuming energy 10. Draw. Ding! Luck has broken out. Drawing the Yin-Yang Harmony technique. Chen Jun's face was delighted. This gongfu is not much use to myself right now, but at least it's something with 300 energy points, and it was actually just drawn by my 10 energy. Earning it. At the moment in his mind, the Dharma had appeared. Then go ahead and click on sweepstakes. Ding! Luck has broken out. Drawing the Yin-Yang Harmony technique. Chen Jun, that's a gross outburst of luck. To actually draw the same thing twice. Keep clicking. Ding! Luck has broken out. Drawing the Yin-Yang Harmony technique. Chen Jun, this dog system. You're not finished, are you? Side thinking of the mind continue to click non-stop. At the same time the body shape of a move appeared in front of a demon disciple. Hand up, the sword fell directly, chopped to kill. This devil disciple in the iron-eating beast's horrible pressure, even the slightest power cannot be catalyzed up. Full of despair and even saw the sword shadow did not raise the hand of the long knife to counteract. A blow directly under the body burst. Chen Jun's figure flashed in succession, and there were quite a few people who would die in front of him, making his killing much easier. 483. 484. While drawing, the sound of luck exploding was ringing madly in his head. He had drawn 10 times. All of them were Yin-Yang Harmony feats. How connected am I to the Yin-Yang Harmony Kung Fu? It seems to apologize for not practicing it. The figure flashed continuously, and the sword technique in his hand became more and more powerful. 489. Surrounded by blood chi. As more and more people were killed, the birth and death fetus absorbed the thick life and death chi. And in just a few moments, Chen Jun crossed over into the third sky of the degenerate realm. The surrounding body rumbled and shook. The spiritual energy in his body was squeezed and condensed, and his power was once again increased by 10%. Now with every strike, you could see a shallow aura of life and death entwined. This was a great advantage in a sparring match, and the quality of Jun Chen's life and death aura was so high that it was far superior to that of an average genius. At this moment, everyone was fleeing for their lives, and he was the only one whose figure looked strange, actually charging through the chaotic crowd. What are you doing? Stupid. At a time like this, what's the point of killing people? One looked at the fool in general, all finding his behavior odd. What's the point of going to kill these guys when you're dying? What can you do if you kill more people? Everyone here is still going to die. There's no escape. Stop. An elder of the Qingyang sect shouted angrily. It can absorb the iron aura of armor, and the blood aura will stimulate his ferocity. Killing is equal to replenishing its spiritual energy. The voice is furious. Itself this panda clan is difficult to resist. You are here to add to the chaos is to give him a more enhanced point of strength. Spiritual energy surged in his hand, and a heaven-opening axe slashed down horizontally. In reality, he had long been looking at Chen Jun in a bad light, and at this time, when there was such an opportunity, and everyone was going to die anyway, the darkness in his heart naturally erupted out instantly. The heaven-opening axe forcefully chopped. Space trembled. The sound of sonic booms exploded, an axe of terrifying power, clearly wanting to put Jun Chen to death. The giant axe chopped down, and Jun Chen's face was gloomy. Spiritual energy surged in his hands, and the stunning sword flowed star by star straight towards the axe shadow and chopped it. A sword chopped out the axe shadow instantly shattered, and before Jun Chen could react, the Grand Elder had already nailed the man to the rock wall with a shot. Jun Chen took a deep breath and looked around. Because of the desperation, the chaos before his eyes, the claustrophobic environment of the last moments of his life, the evil of human nature is revealed. Those who kill each other, those who abuse corpses, those who rape and pillage, so naked, and like themselves, this kind of famous dude genius. Many people have long been upset in their hearts, at this time by the might of the Great Elder to scare, but obviously also some leaping. Jun Chen opened his mouth, his voice indifferent as he casually pointed to a few locations. You, and you and so on. I won't save. The words were majestic, and the moment they were exported the entire room was even quiet. However, soon several people snorted and broke into laughter. Saving? Are you being funny? Ridiculous. You think you're the king of the state. The monstrous might of this Iron Eater beast was frightening, and it was simply impossible to resist a single swing. In an instant, another 10 or so people had their torsos shattered by a claw, and their plasma erupted. Chen Jun transmitted his voice to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, throw me 10 dying devil sect cultivators. It was only at this time that he reacted to the fact that it was obviously much simpler for the Grand Elder to throw 10 to himself compared to killing himself. While thinking about this, Chen Jun also thought about what he was going to do after saving the crowd in a moment. The Grand Elder sighed. Don't struggle. It's useless. He looked at the uppermost part of the underground cave. With his own power continuous bombardment for half an hour he would be able to blast through it. However, this iron-eating beast in front of him would definitely not give himself half an hour. He could never have imagined that he would have to die so suffocated after a long life. Great Elder, don't worry about whether it works or not. Throw me. The mind was still frantically drawing. And after the yin-yang harmony technique from the very beginning, it did draw something else as well, but they are all of very low value and have nothing to do with Iron Eaters. Consumed energy 10. Drew Dungeon 2. Consume energy 10 and draw the life of the Heavenly Demon Lord. Consume energy 10 and draw the life of the Heavenly Demon Lord. The Grand Elder sighed silently and casually waved his hand. 10 demon sect disciples were seriously injured and dying. Then with a movement of his hand, he threw all 10 of them at the feet of Jun Chen. On the other side, the Iron Eater sensed the slightest movement occurring on the side where Jun Chen was, and its head turned around. A naive smile appeared on the black and white furry face. However, at this moment, seeing this naive smile, Chen Jun only felt creeped out. The panda's breath was lightly exhaled and another slap covered the sky. The terrifying implications were frightening, and Chen Jun didn't even have a single thought of resisting under this slap. Struggling to draw out his god, he slashed out with a sword and 10 people were killed. Kill 500. Look at these 500 heads. How wonderful. Gained energy, 2000. At the same time, there was another ding in his head. Ding. Luck breaks out. Drawing the Iron Eater control technique. Asterisk. Chen Jun cursed angrily and looked at the bare paw that slowly pressed down, dropping his heart. 64. It's not too much to ask to be a laborer for me, is it? This slap was terrifyingly powerful and seemed unstoppable. Just the gusts of whistling wind had already caused countless people in the surrounding area to fly out. The Grand Elder's eyes were wide open and his heart was filled with hatred. The long spear in his hand flashed, and the shadow of the spear instantly coalesced into shape. Despite knowing it was futile, he didn't want to give up for a second. The wildly surging shadow of the gun crossed the path torn by the bear's paw, yet the spirit art light was instantly shattered in front of this claw, failing to even make the slightest barrier. With countless gazes gathered, Chen Jun looked like he was bound to die. Weren't you able to save us? Someone laughed out loud, snickering in his heart as he looked at the scene before him. How is it that even he is dying now? And you specifically said you wouldn't save me, so you should have survived first. A man abused the low realm cultivators around him to let out a loud laugh. You're not worthy of doing justice to the heavens? Ridiculous. Of course, there are many who are expecting a miracle. In desperation, even if what Jun Chen had just said was outrageous, they were subconsciously willing to believe it. Countless people stared, waiting for the scene where Jun Chen's head was directly slapped to pieces and his entire body was directly smashed. Yet this double bear paw strike across the room suddenly froze everyone in a flash. The voice of discussion came to an abrupt end. The entire space fell into a strange dead silence, looking at the scene in front of all, the mouths wide open with a face of disbelief. As if undergoing some kind of horrific obstruction, the bear's paw tried to go down but couldn't. The Iron Eater's eyes flashed with a shocking scarlet color, suddenly flickering with angry fire as it desperately tried to squash the blow but was blocked by some kind of power. Chen Jun's entire body was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. His eyes stared indifferently into the eyes of the Iron Eater, facing the eyes directly without the slightest fear. Drawing in the Iron Eater's control spell is actually a hint of a contractual link. At this moment, Jun Chen was constantly pounding away, destroying the shallow imprint of the heavenly demon superior from 10,000 years ago. It's a good thing it's been dead for 10,000 years, or else it would have been really bad. A man and a panda were facing each other in what looked like a calm breeze, but was actually undergoing a horrible fight. At this moment the entire space was deathly quiet. No one dared to make a sound, all understanding that the weirdness in front of them concerned the lives of themselves and others. As the minutes ticked by, one could see the threads of blood begin to ooze outward from Chen Jun's eye sockets. Not just the eye sockets, but the entire 7 orifices were bleeding outward. He was trembling all around, yet those eyes were bright, and there was no fear at all in meeting the Iron Eater. At this moment, someone tried to storm up, an ominous premonition flashing through his mind, yet he was nailed to death by a direct shot from the Grand Elder. In the non-stop flow of time, everyone felt their hearts jumping into their throats, tense beyond measure, and their entire body trembling, countless pairs of eyes burning. Bizarre picture, a person and a panda in the face. The iron-eating beast even retreated. Its finger claws retracted, and its body was actually retreating backward bit by bit, as if it was in fear of Jun Chen. Heavy steps backward. The entire grotto roared and trembled with each step, and each step seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart. Everyone froze, staring incredulously in front of them, almost feeling like they were dreaming. An 8th-stage great demon, an Iron Eater of the Human King realm, was actually fearful in the face of a small cultivator of a mere degenerate realm, and was actually retreating? No one would believe it or dare to say it. At this moment, everyone looked at Jun Chen with a hint of fear and panic in their eyes. The scene before them was completely beyond common sense. Chen Jun, who was in the middle of the crowd's attention, exhaled a long breath of turbid air as he felt almost dislocated, and his body was drenched in cold sweat all around him. He himself destroyed the remnants of the heavenly demon lord's mind directly, because he was familiar with the remnants himself, so getting rid of the mental imprints to replace them with his own was extremely simple. Now, one was able to drive this iron-eating beast. Himself became the master of this iron-eater cub. However, Jun Chen did not expose this. Iron-eating beasts were so precious that they hadn't appeared in the imperial dynasty for tens of thousands of years. It was still a cub that had slept for countless years and had great potential. If it was known, there would be countless great powers from the entire imperial dynasty who would come because of this, and one would die without a burial place at that time. Thus, Jun Chen had merely disguised a scene where the Iron Eater was afraid of himself. After all, in the situation at hand, he only needed to save people, and this situation was also more conducive to his own explanation, or else he really couldn't make it clear how he was able to drive the iron-eating beast. He slowly straightened his body, and with every step forward, the Iron Eater took a step backward, looking as if it was incomparably fearful. In reality, this was nothing more than Chen Jun having the Iron Eater cooperate with himself in a play, but the play was so realistic that no one would suspect it. Good boy, after this play, I'll give you Yushir bamboo. You can have as much as you want, and build you a luxury playground with a female panda. At the moment, this iron-eating beast cub is not clear about what the master is doing. But, you see Zhu? Good lord, orcs are never slaves unless they are packaged with food and shelter. He excitedly went along with the maneuver, his 2 big round eyes glittering with anticipation and his mouth drooling from the corners. Those who want to live, come to my side. While walking forward, Chen Jun opened his mouth and said, looking at these countless people in the surroundings, densely packed with thousands of people, all of them instantly moved their bodies, grabbing as if to enter beside Jun Chen. Although he didn't know why the Iron Eater would fear Jun Chen, this was a chance to live. Amidst Jun Chen's pressing steps, the Iron Eater turned around and fled. The crowd was so unbeatable, quite powerless in front of the Iron Eater. But this Iron Eater actually feared Jun Chen like this. Everyone went crazy and surged wildly, itching to stick directly to Jun Chen's body. Wait, the few people I named just now, all get lost. Looking at the surrounding crowd surging in and out, Jun Chen smiled coldly and majestically and opened his mouth. Those people don't deserve to save themselves, so why should I save your lives? Chen Jun wasn't a holy mother and didn't want to act on behalf of heaven, but I still have to get the energy. Your heads can't be wasted so easily. I have no mental burden to kill you. The few people rushing in the crowd were all stunned at the same time. A burst of irony surged on their faces. This was simply letting them die. With their faces green and red for a while, looking at the surge of the crowd, a few people were shameless and still rushed towards Chen Jun. Now at this juncture, face is nothing compared to being alive. How can we listen when you won't let us get close? However, Chen Jun, who saw this scene, only gently shook his head. The next step didn't even require him to do anything. The Grand Elder directly struck out, and with a single pick of his lance, several figures were instantly picked off the crowd and smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. The one who just raped the female disciple. Get lost. Those who abused the weak just now. Get lost. Jun Chen marched in and spoke majestically. He looked around him. Nearly 1,000 people. The devil sect should not have traveled far. Chen Jun secretly pondered. It's not too much to ask these thousands of people to serve as laborers for me, right? How long would it take to kill 1,000? Or even 10,000 people by yourself? But with thousands of people working as laborers for themselves, and there were half-step human kings and great sage realms among them, it was much easier. 65. I'll be a capitalist too. While thinking about it, Chen Jun pretended to be a bit overwhelmed. He stumbled and coughed up blood from his mouth. A light and the whole room froze. Some of the older ones almost went into cardiac arrest. Little ancestor, hey, don't scare me. I have a bad heart. As he spoke, he pulled out the healing supreme treasure. This is the 7th grade return pill. Little friend, take it quickly. All the hope of life was in Jun Chen. And how desperate it would be if Jun Chen hung up at this time. I've got an 8th grade rejuvenation pill here. Gene. It's a smattering of residue from the holy pill. The crowd froze at the exit of these words. Where the holy pills can be obtained in the district of Eastern Continent. Even the imperial court may not be able to find a holy pill, although there is only a little bit in the hands of this person, but it is still amazing enough. Many pharmacists who want a glimpse of the threshold of holy medicine need something like this. A little bit of the holy pill was also enough to exchange for countless 9th grade elixirs. Chen Jun was delighted in his heart. He only intended to let these people help him with the labor, but he did not expect to gain much. Edge thought about pretending to be unsupportable and spoke with difficulty. To scare off this iron-eating beast, a large amount of blood chi is needed. Everyone, help me to find people who will die. Remember, it must be will die, not death. Before the words fell, bang 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 bang, hundreds of mutilated corpses were thrown directly in front of Chen Jun's eyes, all of them still hanging on a breath. With a stroke of the long sword in Chen Jun's hand, blood chi surged from the sky. Give it a go. One strike killed 132 people. The tire of the body's great Tao absorbed the vitality and dead chi, and the spiritual energy in his body was madly compressed and extremely condensed, constantly moving towards a qualitative change. Chen Jun pretended to be instantly greatly replenished, and his aura flourished around him. As if letting out a whimper of awe, the iron-eating beast turned around and slapped the basalt boulder blocking the cave into powder. The astonishing might would at this moment have not gone far to hide behind the boulder of the heavenly demon sect patriarch, a slap row of chest directly sunken, instantly serious injuries dying, and seeing the earth cave boulder being smashed. Everyone let out a long breath in an instant. Saved. In an instant, he wanted to escape. The spiritual energy around his body surged madly, and arcane runes appeared under his feet, and he was about to vanish for several kilometers in a flash. However, the body moved, but it stopped abruptly, leaving the range not far from Chen Jun's perimeter. It was obvious that the iron-eating beast would be staring at him, and as soon as you go out of this range, you will be suppressed by the Iron Eater's might. What's going on here? Is it possible that we have to stay by Chen Jun's side for the rest of our lives? Chen Jun thought to himself. You want to leave before you're done with this hard labor? Where did that come from? It's not easy for me to be a capitalist. How can I not squeeze you clean? Everyone, help me kill all of these devil sect cultivators until they are seriously injured and dying. The blood chi of all of them will be enough to make this iron-eating beast sneak away in fear. Kill, charge. The crowd instantly shot up like chicken blood. Now what Jun Chen said was a holy decree. At this moment, it once again returned to the aura of the Iron Eater when it hadn't appeared. The allied forces were centered around Jun Chen, and several half-step human king elders went crazy as their spiritual energy poured out in an endless manner. The remaining devil sect cultivators who hadn't had the time to go far away and also wanted to see the tragic situation of the allied forces all suffered at this moment. Wanting to run was already too late. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Iron Eater's body made it impossible for the lower realms to even activate their spiritual energy. And it was exceptionally difficult for the higher realms to try to catalyze it, and it was simply impossible to escape. Bang, 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 bang. There were constantly dying devil sect cultivators being thrown in front of Jun Chen's eyes. In just a few moments, Jun Chen had killed hundreds more. He still pretended to act with the Iron Eater as his aura increased around him. Soon enough to kill 1,000 people. The achievement page in his head lit up. Slaughtering 10,000 called heroes. What about killing 1,000? An introduction to a common killer. Energy gained, 5,000. Yes. However, Chen Jun wasn't going to give up. There is also, killing one is a crime. Slaughtering 10,000 is called hero. It, today cannot kill 10,000 people. Then also have to kill a few thousand. constantly charging and killing. The allied forces shouted from their mouths, while the demon sex group of people had little power to resist under the pressure of the Iron Eater's might. And so it was another full half hour of charging. Those who can be killed have basically been killed, and those who can run have run. At this moment, the elders and patriarchs of the various sects were each so tired that they were about to be deflated, and they looked at Jun Chen with great anticipation. Little friend. Not yet. Chen Jun looked at the appearance of these people and thought to himself that if he continued like this, he would probably be exhausted. It's not a simple kill. The power must be controlled to be just a hair off. Alright. Sighed, thinking about the sudden surging and unfolding of chi around his body. The iron-eating beast let out a shocking hiss and turned around to run, hasty and incomparable, disappearing without a trace in an instant. At this moment, everyone sat down paralyzed. One by one, high-intensity rushes can't kill yet. Must control the intensity just right, are now exhausted. At this moment, he looked at Jun Chen, full of gratitude but also puzzled. What did little friend rely on to scare away the Iron Eater beast? To say that it's just by blood chi is simply bullshit. It must be that blood chi has undergone some kind of transformation. Chen Jun opened his mouth without panic. My family's old ancestors' canon once recorded iron-eating beasts because often appear in the ancient battlefield devouring weapons, therefore extremely sensitive to death and popularity. And then there is a supreme figure created a kind of law. I happen to be shaping life and death together with the birth of the great Dao Dao rules of the fetus, and therefore, it's just made up anyway. There is so little information of any kind about the Iron Eater that absolutely no one will find a problem. And upon hearing Jun Chen's words, each and every one of them showed shock and admiration. The eyes that looked at Jun Chen changed a little. They didn't have the slightest doubt that the Chun clan's old ancestor, Chen Xiu, was a human emperor back then, and it was normal for him to have such means. Little friend, you saved our lives. From now on you'll be an honored guest of the Zhanglan sect. I, the Wang family, declare that I withdraw from all bases of conflict with the Chun family in the Eastern Sea County. In the future, all of your family will be my Zhang family's guests. My daughter is betrothed to little friend Chen Jun. Old man Zhu, do you want face? Is your daughter worthy to say who in East Sea County is worthy of little friend Chen? Isn't that still my daughter? A crowd of chattering people, all a little excited to have survived the despair. You will never see anything like this on a regular basis. And at this moment, in a remote area not far from the western desert of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, blood and riotous killing intent filled the clouds. This place was located at the junction of several imperial dynasties, but none of them had declared their sovereignty over this place, and it was an unregulated zone that the entire imperial dynasty was famous for. Don't want to manage, don't dare to manage, can't manage. It's a paradise for the wicked, a place where there is no order. Everything is based on strength, and killings and rapes are everywhere. Yet in such a place, there was strangely a location that was so serene that no one dared to come and spread their wildness. The ragged and magnificent building looked like a palace, but it was so dilapidated that it wasn't even as good as a broken hut. The broken palace hung a lousy sign, the Hall of the Dead. A bald monk slowly walked in chanting scriptures under his breath. It was the same temple host, the wine-killing monk, who had tried to make a move to erase Jun Chen earlier. 66. Divide. The wine-killing monk pushed open the door, and before he had a chance to speak, he saw a demonic young girl inside sneer twice at himself. Monk, you're screwed. This young girl's eyes were purple. The corners of her mouth were scarlet, and her figure was so thin and weak that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow it down. The monk froze. What do you mean? The boss deduced it. You're being played by a brat. Hearing the word deduction, the monk froze. Boss, got the diffractive emperor's dharma? They were an organization that searched everywhere for the things left behind by the dead and powerful, deeply understanding that these things hid the most terrifying opportunities in the entire continent. Nowadays, he had already obtained the inheritance of the underworld emperor, the founding saint of the holy dynasty, and others. And their next biggest target was Emperor Diffraction. Emperor Diffractor's real name was no longer available, an unsurpassable supreme power in the deduction line, a great man who died over 100,000 years ago. It was called the Diffractive Emperor, but the actual realm was far above that of the human emperor, and it was even presumed to be more than simply a saint. It is said that no one can deduce a line and its 10,000th part, and his inheritance is not left behind, unknown. The monk also didn't expect that the boss could actually find something from over 100,000 years ago. Not completely, just got a little bit, less than 1,000th of the diffractive emperor's means, but just this 1,000th of deducing you is simple. The demonic girl looked at the monk with a smile. The boss tried to deduce all of you out there, of which you are the only one who didn't gain anything at all. The monk's face reddened. Nonsense. I also got a layer of wall skin and a piece of armor. In the depths of the palace, a deep voice came from it this time. The skin of the wall is the sense. What is the point of taking the sense without obtaining the Dharma? Can you use your senses to deduce an imperial art, a holy art, or even an emperor art? The monk's old face flushed with embarrassment. The creation of an imperial art had to be done by an imperial power with at least half a lifetime of effort, and to rely on sense retrogression, it was easy to deviate. Realizing that this was the intent of the Xuanwu technique, although that armor is extraordinary, it has to be refined with a special technique before it can be used. So what's the use of you holding it? To summarize, you gained nothing. The monk hung his head, his voice slightly trembling, wondering how the boss has been feeling lately. Boss, give me a chance. You're still standing and talking, so of course I'm prepared to give you a chance. The voice was indifferent. Monk breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed the boss was in a good mood. I obtained 2 pages of the undamaged Diffractive Emperor's Dharma from a quagmire beneath the ground of the Diffractive Emperor's former residence. And these 2 pages I have recently achieved something. There are countless images within the deduction, and all of them show that you were tricked by a 17 or 18-year-old. The monk was in a cold sweat. The being in the depths grunted coldly. And it's destined to happen before it happens. Plus it's strange that I can't deduce any specific information about this teenager. Thoughts raced through the monk's mind. Boss, he seems to be a member of the Chen family. Someone might have covered up the heavenly chances for him. Otherwise one would rather kill the wrong person than never let it go. The Chen family. Sacred dynasty Chen family? The silhouette in the depths pondered, then spoke slowly after a long time. No wonder. But even if it's the Chen family, give me a go to find it. The monk and the demonic girl were all stunned. And then the demonic girl's face surged with ecstasy. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Since this being was even willing to mess with the Chen family, it was the same as already having enough certainty to ascend to the top of the continent. If it's really someone from the Chen clan, then declare my existence to the continent by confronting the Chen clan. The silhouette in the depths had the slightest hint of pride on its face. Then spoke. Don't kill. Bring that kid back to me. I want to study it. The sacred dynasty's Chen family son of doom was too worthy of study. As soon as he heard the word research, the monk couldn't help but shiver. The research the boss was talking about was more than just slicing and dicing. That research made life worse than death. And he still remembered the miserable howls of the last one who had been studied had been ringing out for a whole year without stopping. The mournful cry seemed to come from hell. The hideous and horrible sound did not dissipate for a long time. And by the time they went in to clean up they found that the researched person did not have a single intact place on his whole body. Every inch of skin and flesh had undergone a great deal of experimentation. Blood and flesh were hideously mottled, and underneath the horrific wounds were deep pain. I'll give you 2 months. Yes. The monk's feet flickered with spiritual techniques, and blazing heat burned through space. Each step walked through space, each step stepping on 2 extremely distant spaces. A few flashes and he left the place as if he was running for his life. The being in the depths frowned at the moment, not expecting Wine Kill to be so afraid of himself. The monk didn't give me the armor. That armor was of exceptional value, and he still wanted to study it for a while. However, at this time, there was no need to think too much. Wine Killer was a terrifying powerhouse of the human king realm, and with the means he had bestowed upon himself, he would not have a problem as long as he acted cautiously in the district's great summer imperial dynasty. On the other hand, at the Heavenly Demon Sect, the allied forces had been practicing for a day, and the first major event after recovering was naturally dividing things. A group of people entered the Heavenly Demon Sect's underground palace and spent 3 days turning the entire Heavenly Demon Sect upside down. There was no way around it. The paths inside the Heavenly Demon Cave were intricate and full of mechanisms, so the search was very slow. It was only after 3 days that the crowd finally entered the underground palace at the very core of the underground cave. Bloodthirsty demon attack, an imperial ranked technique. This is the Heavenly Demon Warrant. It's a pity that it's broken a bit. Many people shook their heads, feeling pity. Human bone knife. Legend has it that this blade was made from the skull of a human emperor. This is the tantric map. The Heavenly Demon Superior was so bold back then. A massive amount of inheritances and elixirs were laid out in front of them, shaking one's eyes to the point of pain. The elders of the allied clans were very self-conscious, and after a moment's negotiation, they decided to give half of these harvests among them to the Chen clan. It was reasonable for the Chen family to take all of it, but the Grand Elder would do the right thing, so he only took half. Chen Jun, on the other hand, pondered in his mind. The raffle drew a dungeon 2 yet, and these guys haven't realized it yet. There should be another layer under the first floor of the dungeon, and he had drawn the opening spell for dungeon 2, so he was going to wait for the allied forces to leave before going in to see what was there. The Grand Elder had already thrown the devil's marrow to Jun Chen. This thing could sharpen the mind, and in the Grand Elder's opinion was the most suitable thing for Jun Chen. The crowd divvied up the stuff and then prepared to return. See you all later. The Chen family will be the first to go. Grand Elder, I still have a few things to do, so I won't join you guys for now, and I'll return in a couple days. Jun Chen casually made an excuse and watched the allied forces walk away before returning back to the heavenly demon sex grotto. At this moment, not far from the grotto, Lin Shuaing's feet flowed with a silky phoenix intent as she hurriedly ran. We have to tell Chen Jun that we can't go back to the Chen family. 67. Exposure of natural talent. She sighed in her heart, a little overjoyed because she had dragged Jun Chen down with her. Unfortunately, I still exposed my credentials. Originally, in this life, Lin Shujing was prepared to cultivate at least until the human king realm before coming out into the world. And before that she had been meticulously pretending that her roots were destroyed and that she was a waste. As a result, a few days ago, her cultivation was restored and the news that she had molded a phoenix body fetus was leaked for some reason. Since then, a stone has been thrown into the air. When Lin Shujing root was destroyed in the East China Sea County caused a small stir. This is, after all, the best posture of the Lin family for 1,000 years. Become a waste for countless people to regret. This time, regaining his root talent and advancing 1 point more, the entire eastern continent caused quite a shock. Lin Shuang was the dream girl of countless people before. At this time this object of admiration is even better than before. Naturally, it is difficult for people to suppress themselves. If it was just the tiny eastern continent it wouldn't be a big deal. The Chen family is a first-class family. Chen Jun and Lin Shujing have a marriage contract. No one would dare to say a word. In fact, the younger generation of eastern continent was now envious, thinking that Jun Chen had gotten lucky. But on the contrary, the young prince of Duan Wangfu glanced at Lin Shujing's portrait and fell in love at first sight, making it difficult to extricate himself. And he held himself in a high position and would not put the Chen family in his eyes. I've seen Duan Yuanhao in my previous life when I was an emperor. He didn't even dare to breathe at that time. I didn't expect that I would be pestered by such a waste in this life. Lin Shuang was infuriated in her heart, but she was in a low realm now, and her family couldn't back her up. The Duan Wangfu was one of the 8 kingdoms, and King Duan was a true human emperor. Although the time it took to cross over into human emperor was very short, and it relied on the imperial dynasty's honored reward, it was still a human emperor, so one could imagine the horror. Right now, Duan Yuanhao is waiting for Chen Jun at the Chen family home, and with his dude character he might do something. Chen Jun looks elegant and easygoing, but inwardly he is also a stubborn person. I am afraid that he will not give in for my sake. Thinking as he did so he picked up the pace again. Inside the Earth Palace, the Dharma about the second floor of the Earth Palace flowed in his mind as Chen Jun pulled in the monstrous blood chi. The blood flowed and hissed. Then the entire underground palace rumbled and trembled as if it had shed a layer of skin, and the ground and its surroundings collapsed, revealing the depths. Altar? Jun Chen landed in the lower dungeon. In front of him was an altar piled up with countless human bone skeletons, and in the center of the topmost altar was inserted a sharp blade, which seemed to be made of human bone, flashing with an eerie cold light. Chen Jun couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Originally thought it was some kind of treasure, but didn't expect this. He was not a devil sect cultivator, much less a fervent believer, and the altar thing was meaningless to him, but he also wondered a bit, is it worth hiding with this crap? Edge thought as he casually chopped the earth above him with a few swords, and the thick layer of earth weighed heavily on top of the altar. Jun Chen turned to leave, not noticing that the altar behind him flickered with a ghostly light, then extinguished in a split second, and the thick layer of earth on which the altar was pressed instantly disappeared completely, as if it had never existed at all. From the underground cave, he rushed up into the sky and traveled in the direction of the family. Before he could go far, he saw Lin Shuyao coming in a distant rush. The breath around his body was surging and his intentions were raging. Chen Jun was curious. Why isn't she in disguise anymore? Just strutting around showing off the realm like that? Lin Shuang had already seen Chen Jun from an extreme distance. Don't go back to the Chen family. Follow me. What for? Elope with me? Chen Jun was full of caution. I'm not that kind of casual person. Of course, if you are in a higher realm than me and have to use force, then I can't do anything about it. Chen Jun understands one thing, instead of confrontation, he should enjoy it. Lin Shuyao froze at his words, and was immediately amused, but he immediately returned to his cold face. My foundation was actually restored a long time ago, and I have molded a phoenix body tire. The natural enlightenment is also extremely outstanding. So, Chen Jun thought to himself, I know exactly what's going on. Lin Shuang's face flashed a trace of redness. Do you see that I am beautiful? Chen Jun, I have to admit that it is indeed very beautiful. Black hair like a waterfall, long legs, a concave and convex body, and an outstanding temperament. While thinking about opening his mouth, it's not too bad. Lin Shuang? Who in the entire eastern continent is as good as me? This Chen Jun, he's not what he says he is. While thinking about it, he opened his mouth. With my stunning looks and such natural talent, even the young masters of the top families and clans in the imperial dynasty would want to be my Taoist couple. Although this was said in a narcissistic manner, Chen Jun knew it was absolutely true. Lin Shuiying continued. Just a few days ago, one of the 8 royal families, the Duan Wangfu, was already going to offer a letter of employment. Chen Jun's voice was indifferent. So you want to withdraw your marriage contract between you and me? Thinking differently, I'm afraid anyone would make that choice. A first-class family of the Eastern continent, a top family of the imperial dynasty, a world of difference in status and position. It is likely that the other party's talent is not weaker than their own. Withdrawing from the marriage at this time and climbing up to the big families is a choice that regular people would make. Of course, with Lin Shuo's heart it shouldn't be so. If that was the case, Chen Jun could only say that this reborn person was not worthy of himself. What is this Chen Jun thinking? How could I have gotten you out of the marriage? Is that what I am to him? That kind of woman? How to feel so aggrieved. I am obviously so. Hey no, I didn't promise to marry him either. Lin Shuiying reacted indistinctly. Blah, blah, blah. What was I thinking? How could one's future empress be bound by a marriage contract? I'm not withdrawing from the marriage. So you're going to marry me? Oops, you don't have to be poor. It's really dangerous now. Lin Shuiying was so angry that she jumped to her feet. How come Chen Jun still didn't have a straight face at this time? Chen Jun was delighted. Dangerous what? Duan Yuanhao of the Duan royal house went to the Lin family a few days ago to place an offer of marriage. But I never returned to the Lin family again. So the Lin family didn't dare to respond directly, and was afraid of being held in grudge by the Duan royal house. So they excused themselves from the fact that you and I were already in a marriage contract. And then what? Then Duan Yuanhao went to your family and has been waiting at the Chen family for 2 days. Wait, what does he want? Jun Chen's face turned cold. A dude like that is bound to come from a bad place. Can't tell him, or he'll definitely want to go back. Forget it, I'll just knock him out and take him away. As he was thinking about it, Lin Shuyao prepared to forcefully take Chen Jun away. In mid-air, a voice came from a distance. All the suffering in the world, the old lineage sees it in the eyes, and it hurts in the heart. It's the wine that kills the monks. At this moment, the killing intent around his body was almost materialized, so terrifying that it spread out, and with him as the center, he was actually going to form a field of killing. He looked towards Jun Chen and Lin Shuiying, his expression indifferent and incomparable as he turned the Buddha beads in his hands, folded his hands together, and bowed at the two of them. My Buddha is compassionate. Instead of remaining in the world in pain, it would be better for me to send the two of you to the Western world of ultimate bliss. 68. Intimate contact. The wine-killing monk bowed and whispered under his breath. OM. Rule text molding spat out from his mouth, flashing with brilliant golden light instantly pressed down. Terrifying impulses flowed, and the words seemed to contain thousands of Buddhas, and they all came out with their palms across the room to crush the two into mush. Lin Shuiying was shocked in his heart. 6 true words. Wine-killing monk actually got one of the words so early. Around the breath meaning flow. The phoenix tire surging burst of red-colored light pushed out horizontally. However, with the rules of the instant of contact with the text is directly broken and crushed. The words pressed down with a roar, and Chen Jun instantly sweated. At this moment, it was obvious to know that it was impossible to block this strike even if the Xuanwu technique was raised to the highest level. Amazing power surged up around his expanding body. The Xuanwu technique flowed with a monumental green aura wrapping around it, and Chen Jun blasted out with a single punch. The fist shadow was directly crushed by the runes just as soon as it appeared, and even if it was a body saint's physical art, it was still powerless to resist in the face of a strike that spanned so many realms. The frenzied power poured out, exploding and scattering on the body. Chen Jun only felt that he was seriously injured and dying in an instant. Large mouthfuls of blood were coughed up, carrying fragments of internal organs with them. Together with Lin Shujing, they were heavily smashed into a deep pit. He didn't kill me? Chen Jun was stunned. This person had obviously withdrawn his strength, otherwise he would have died. Spinning around, he reacted to the fact that this man had left himself alive, and was afraid that he was up to something. None of them are dead. The wine-killing monk froze, clearly not expecting it. His own strike was only intended to keep Jun Chen alive, and as a result, that little girl actually survived as well, only to be seriously injured. Also, Chen Jun's injuries were far beyond his expectations. Originally in his conception, he should have been seriously injured and dying. As a result, it looked like there was a surprising amount of struggle. It doesn't matter though, it's just slightly more than one would expect. There's no need to struggle. Even if I give you the opportunity to give you time to repair your body all the way to integrity, you won't be able to escape my strike. He could naturally see that both Jun Chen and Lin Shuiying were frantically flowing their spiritual energy trying to repair their broken bodies, but this was meaningless in front of himself. As a human king, I can let you, a tiny degenerate realm in Kaizang realm, escape? Impossible. His palms gently lifted, his spiritual energy flowing and surging. The power around him was majestic, resonating with heaven and earth. Wait. Chen Jun raised his arm with difficulty. Why did you kill me? Let me die to understand. Monk Wine Killer frowned. His eyes looked around and slowly spoke. In the entire eastern continent, except for the state king, no one is my opponent. There is no point in delaying. Inevitably, it's for the genjutsu. Lin Shuya's heart was sighing. Wine Kill's main focus is on Chen Jun. If I lend him a death, I can actually escape. As a top human emperor in her previous life, she naturally had many means. But letting Chen Jun die and I live alone? Can't be done. In my previous life, my master said that I was too soft-hearted and kind-hearted, and was destined to not be able to go and seize the fruits of the Tao, and it would be difficult to even become a saint. While thinking about secretly transmitting to Jun Chen, I still have the power of one more strike. In a moment, you can escape through my death. The state king or Yu Shui, both can save your life, as long as you can escape. Chen Jun turned his head with difficulty to look at Lin Shuiying. At this moment, her delicate face was dotted with crimson blood, her lips were pale, and she had a strange beauty. It had to be said that Chen Jun had so much heart. Whether it's looks, talent, temperament or heart, Lin Shuiying is almost impeccable. Chen Jun was only an ordinary person in his previous life, and it was impossible not to be moved in the face of such a person. Edge thought as he shook his head gently, giving a look that he had when he was in the billion-dollar pit. What do you mean? He has a way to live? This face, TSK, people, lust. The wine-killing monk seemed to appreciate this scene somewhat. My favorite. It would tear the beauty apart. The glance you gave each other just now was too good. As he spoke, a Buddhist staff appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, he was about to wipe out Lin Shuiying directly. Wait, I have no grudge against your excellency. Why did you kill me? With a cruel heart, Chen Jun's entire body directly pounced on Lin Shuijing. Just now, he had already found out that the wine-killing monk was definitely going to keep himself alive, so he would use his own body to block the blow for Lin Shuyao. A feeling of extreme danger surged through him, and Jun Chen hardened his head. You! The wine-killing monk hastily withdrew his hand. With this strike, if Jun Chen died, Lord Nightwing would never let himself go, instantly feeling that the spiritual energy in his body was disorganized. This strike was collected in haste, and at this moment, Jun Chen's entire body was pressed against Lin Shuiying's body. It's so soft. What is it? Under the burst of power, Chen Jun's clothes were shattered for the most part, and at this moment, his entire body was pressed against Lin Shuiying, feeling something slippery and fluffy on his chest. Ah, Chen Jun, you rascal. Although he knew that Chen Jun was trying to save himself, he wanted to cry so much. Last time he was bear-hugged by Chen Jun, and this time he was taken advantage of again. Her own body had never been touched by anyone else. This teenager sacrificing his life to save himself is truly touching. Ooh, what to do? I'm getting cheap with him. Feeling Chen Jun's chest in front of her chest, Lin Shuiying's cheeks were so red to the point of burning at this point that she no longer had the face to see anyone. At this moment, Chen Jun struggled to ask this nonsense again that he already knew the answer to. Why do you want to kill me? Monk Wine Killer sneered. You got the Xuanwu technique and thought I didn't know? How do you know? Why would this man turn back when he had clearly been scared away from himself earlier and had mistaken himself for some being? You can't hide it from Lord Nightwing. Nightwing? A name I've never heard of. Nightwing. Lin Shuya seemed a bit intimidated. Who is Nightwing? You don't have to know. And does Nightwing know who I am? He asked, opening his mouth, which was vital. Jun Chen needed to determine just how much information Nightwing knew. Can't hide it? How far is it too far? This was the first time she had heard a hint of fear from Lin Shuyao's heart. This person's strength was bound to be through and through. With her own current ability not to mention resisting, she couldn't even escape. But there seems to be a hope. Son of Doom of the Chen family. What else? Who are you? Hearing this reply, Chen Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Good. At least it can put my mind at ease. It seemed that Nightwing knew very little information and had mistaken himself for someone. A trace of strangeness flashed in the eyes of the wine-killing monk. Reassured? You're going to die. What's there to worry about? You'll be relieved to go to hell? It's time to go on your way. This strike, coma for 10 days. Wake up again and you'll be able to see Lord Nightwing. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked towards Jun Chen with a flash of light in his hand. Then he was about to press down. Wait, I have one last thing. A hint of disgust flashed in the eyes of the wine-killing monk as he frowned. What? 5, 4, what are you doing? 3, 2, my patience is limited. 1. Well, you can die. The wine-killing monk froze, and in a trance, he felt that he seemed to have misheard. I can die? What do you mean? You're just a mere cultivator of the fetus realm. How dare you try to kill me? Ridiculous. Next moment. 69. The 6 true words of the Buddha. A vast and incomparable breath in the heavens and earth descended with a roar, fast to the extreme, with terrifying implications scattering in all directions, and monstrous ferocious aura surging wildly. The iron-eating beast hissed, and the pressure spread a bare paw excluded, covering the sky. Receiving the news of Jun Chun from its telepathic link, it hurriedly and furiously ran here. Finally catching up at this moment, the wild surge of power instantly caused the entirety of the wine-killing monk to almost freeze. What kind of terrifying power is this? So amazing that it was hard to resist. He turned around with difficulty, forcibly gathering his strength, and droned out the Tao sound under his breath. This time it is no longer to press down and attack, but to disrupt. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turning back is the shore. Poor monk. Turn back immediately. The body shape will directly escape. Want to use the power of the sound of the Tao to hasten to escape, which has a little bit of the style of the former senior. The appearance of a rather lousy. However, the Tao sound rumbling only caused the iron-eating beast's movements to slightly stall for a minute. The terrifying pressure spread out, and the wine-killing monk only felt as if he was stuck in the mud, and could only fight against this palm, unable to even escape. This palm is slow and incomparable. However, the momentum is majestic and magnificent to the horror. Since the dome of the sky appeared to directly cover the sky, it looked slow, but there was no escape. The wine-killing monk's anger flourished around him, and a Buddha's staff appeared in his hand. Don't you push Master Buddha me too far. The Buddha's staff erupted in an instant with a light that was fiercer than the sun. Spiritual energy surged around him, and the Buddha staff's shadow flourished to face the giant palm and charged straight up. Chen Jun coldly grunted, striking a stone with an egg. The giant palm just slapped down, facing the Buddha staff without a single falter. Pressing down in the middle of the Buddha staff, shadow only supported for a few moments and then directly shattered. The monk's original spirit weapon, original spirit art in front of this palm of the iron-eater beast so unbearable. The Buddha's staff pressed down, the ground sank deep, and the monk was smashed right into the ground. Deep into the ground. Iron-eater. This iron-eating beast seems to be a Chen Jun spiritual pet? Lin Shuang's eyes widened with incredulity. At this time, the monk who was deep in the ground appeared in the hands of an elixir. Instantly hit into the abdomen. The spiritual energy around the body surged and burned. Surprisingly, under the serious injury and a trace of strength, underneath the ground, he kept breaking through the soil layer and moving forward, reclining at an extremely fast speed. With just one strike he realized that he was absolutely no match. This iron-eating beast cub had the terrifying power to resist a half-step human emperor. Only run. However, the iron-eater's right foot gently stomped, and the mountain-like force heavily stepped on the ground. The heavens and earth shook as the terrifying fluctuations transmitted by this kick penetrated an extremely long distance along the hard ground. The monk who was fleeing desperately only felt the terrifying power surging in, and in an instant, his body could not be restrained from being thrown directly into the air. With a thud that penetrated through the layers of hard rock surfaces, this stomp directly stomped the monk out of the ground. The giant palm reappeared, like swatting a fly and striking out horizontally. The monk in the form of a thrown fly was furious. Don't think that I don't have some underhanded means of the Buddha master. Don't bully people too much. Mouth Tao sound rumbling. Words drink out throw flying in the monk again, big mouth coughing blood, only to feel the internal organs are because of the words and vibration directly broken. His mouth coughed out pieces of internal organs of the debris. He had already been seriously injured by a slap just now, and only barely had a trace of strength again by relying on this elixir rewarded by Lord Night use. Now that he was shaken apart by a kick, where could he still have any undercurrents? The giant palm slapped and his body instantly flew backwards. With this palm, he felt that he was just a hair's breadth away from death. The heart is bitter and incomparable. If he had known this, how would he have dared to be the slightest bit careless? Chen Jun, who saw this scene, finally put his heart down completely. 2 slaps from the Iron Eater plus a kick, and the wine-killing monk was completely incapacitated. He let out a long breath of relief, and his entire body went limp, completely lying on top of Lin Shuyao. It's kind of cozy, the soft and slippery tenderness underneath his body. Chen Jun hadn't touched it in his previous life, and for a while he was a little distracted. Chan Kuan. Lin Shuang was incomparably tempted to cry. She had never even had skin-to-skin contact with another male, yet she was being taken advantage of by Jun Chen. You haven't confessed yet. Stinking hooligans. She struggled to roll over. Yet where was her strength now under the undifferentiated pressure of the Iron Eater just now? One could only just be pressed against it. The 2 bodies pressed together. Chen Jun was good and calm. and only after a long time was he shaken down from his body by Lin Shuang, who at this time was looking quite bad. His face was blue, and his heart was so proud that he was angry. Chen Jun was quite free to tease this monk. "Where's the bottom card? You won't have a chance if you don't cast it again." The monk was beyond desperate at this point. Looking at the figure of the Iron Eater, it felt as if this was a demon king. He which has what bottom card? The so-called bottom card in front of the iron-eating beast is simply unbeatable. Before it is just out of words to intimidate. Want to find a possibility of escape. The iron-eating beast was once again in a black and white furry palm. This time it was not slapping down, but directly picking up the monk as if he was carrying a small chicken. Blood kept seeping outward, and the monk felt himself growing weaker. He struggled. The giant palm had just a little bit of power, but he didn't even have the ability to fight that little bit of power anymore. "Spare, around my life. I will tell you the secret about Nightwing." The monk struggled, hoping to get a chance to live. "Sparing you is impossible, but I might let you die a quick death if you tell me." The monk's mouth crossed the corners of the slightest bitter smile. Hearing this had actually been expected. This teenager is not your average teenager, or at least not at all Junocentric like the average person. He despaired, never expecting to actually end up in the gutter in a small, isolated place like this. He should have followed Lord Nightwing to King's Landing in the entire continent, but he actually died in such a small place. The Iron Eater beast ran naively to Junchen at this time, carrying the monk. "Shake it." The Iron Eater's round head nodded, its two large eyes flickering as it shrugged vigorously. Several items fell out of the monk's body, and Chen Jun took his storage ring, knowing that there were bound to be quite a few treasures in it. The monk struggled desperately, feeling incredibly stifled. So much for death. Everything was surrendered. There were many things hidden there, secrets about himself, and even things about Lord Nightwing. The power around his body constantly flowed. The surface of his body surfaced gusts of golden light. He desperately struggled to keep fighting, but in the giant palm everything is powerless. Wine-killing monk felt a deep powerlessness used to. Shame and suffocation surged to his heart. At this time a burst of chi and blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow, then lost his life with a tilt of his head. Pity. Jun Chen sighed, but getting the monk's storage ring was good enough. With a thought, he rummaged through all the contents of his storage bag directly. "Having seen so little myself, it was only through the heartfelt voice of Lin Shua that I was able to recognize these things. The 6 true words of Buddhism. It's OM 70, baby." Listening to Lin Shuang's astonishment, Jun Chen was quite curious. "Do you know what this thing is?" Where would I know? I can't say I know about this stuff since it wasn't even recorded in the canonical books before the monk figured it out. The 6-character truth is the supreme dharma of Buddhism, and is listed with the Buddha kingdom in the palm of the hand. Nowadays there is only one word, but it is extraordinary. In his previous life my master didn't even have a complete spiritual art of this level. Chen Jun was staggered by what he heard, and in his heart, he had a realization of the approximate value of this item. A glance at the tome only made him feel vast and expansive. The level of this spirit art was too high. Moreover, without someone demonstrating the exhibition of the essence to one's face, there was no way to get started in a short period of time with one's current such horrifying enlightenment. Edge thought and didn't dwell on it much. The contents of the ring shook out in unison. Chen Jun did not notice that the Iron Eater beast was currently looking at the two with a naive expression before its chubby black and white bare paws quietly reached out to one of the Buddha battles. Being like a thief, his small hand grabbed and yanked the Buddha battle, then directly stuffed it into his mouth, crunched it twice, and swallowed it. "Master said that I can't eat people, but I can eat armor and weapons." Aha! The Iron Eater patted its stomach. Then the bear's paw crept toward a robe. The cub grabbed it by the paw and shoved it into his mouth again, chewing it down in 2 bites. As he did, he then reached for a tattered piece of armor and threw it into his mouth. Click bang! An agonizing wail rang out from the Iron Eater. Ouch! The tooth is chipped. It opened its mouth and spat the armor out. The armor was tattered and torn, but it was surprisingly intact under the terrifying bite of the iron-eating beast. It was only at this moment that Chen Jun reacted to the fact that this iron-eating beast was actually stealing food. The human king's means of stealing food was categorically undetectable by himself. Edge thought to aim a chestnut at the head and patted the bear's head. "You bear, why are you still stealing food?" "Oh, oh." The Iron Eater expressed its dissatisfaction and rubbed its round head, then pointed at the armor it had spit on the ground. Which was evil? Chen Jun was quite curious to get his hands, carefully examined some, but was surprised to find that the armor's grade was not high. A mere heavenly rank spiritual weapon? This armor should be Zhongfan's, and according to this person's statement at that time it was absolutely extraordinary. It couldn't possibly be a mere heavenly rank. At the moment the brain flipped through the system. Zhongvan, Genjutsu, Redemption Consumption, 1000 Energy. Genjutsu Benjutsu, Redemption consumption, 10,000 energy. The refining method of the Xuanwu armor. Exchange consumption, 400 energy. Qin Jun was quite a bit of a meatball. And with quite a bit of 400 energy, he decided to try his luck first. Consume 10 energy to draw Zhongfan's bald hairstyle, which can be changed with one click on the character screen. Consume 10 energy to draw Zhongfan's bald hairstyle, which can be changed with one click on the character screen. Consume 10 energy and draw the Book of the Dead of Zhongfan's wife. After drawing a few handfuls, all of which were useless, Chen Jun also knew that his qi should be very poor. After thinking for a moment, he bit his teeth and chose to redeem it. Now with 7,000 energy, the armor will likely do wonders to keep you alive. And spending 400 is okay. Click on the redemption and instant clarity floods through your mind. The Dharma sect flowed. And with a thought to silently refine this armor, Chen Jun instantly understood. A special class of spiritual artifacts that can evolve. The upper limit of this armor was extremely high. And at this point, although it was only at the level of the heavenly rank, it wasn't difficult to evolve into a royal soldier, sacred soldier and so on. And its material came from the piece of Dao armor in the very center of a Xuanwu's body. Zhongfan's Xianwu technique was actually comprehended from this piece of Dao armor. This armor looks tattered and torn. In fact, it is the Xuanwu residual rhyme is not complete. As long as you slowly absorb the Xuanwu intent, the armor will slowly be able to make up for it. For the current Jun Chen, he would not have been able to catalyze the Saint Soldier level or the Emperor Soldier level. This armor's current grade was just right for it. And as time went on, going on devouring and evolving, it would also be able to grow in levels as Qin Jun's realm improved. Edge thought about the half-broken armor on his body and removed it, throwing it to the Iron Eater. The Iron Eater's eyes lit up as it took it and swallowed it in one gulp straight into its stomach. Chen Jun put the armor on and then rummaged through the monk's pile of treasures, of which there were many spiritual arts. And Chen Jun soon saw a bit of comprehension and insights from the Buddhist monk of the 6-character truth. Sonic whistling spirit art. Used well in the battle, sneak attack is likely to fetch not bad effect, even if it is frontal against the enemy. Also has a horrible power. Such things as drinking someone to death with a single word often happened in this world. And this kind of sound whistling spiritual art was terrifyingly powerful. Not just an auxiliary effect. Chen Jun took a thumbnail and flipped through it. Cultivation of the introduction can deafen people's ears. Small into the sound condensed power doubled. Large into the sound can be transformed into a form as an attack. The complete realm of the rules of the text molding. The pressing down of the rule words was a horizontal crushing of the power of heaven and earth. So naturally one could imagine how terrifying it was. Only the meanings recognized by heaven and earth can become line rule words, because the greatness of heaven and earth is driven in them. And although the monk drank out words before, which appeared to be rule runes, they were in fact just feats of strength after being transformed. Looking at the pages of epiphanies, looking at the monk's centuries of accumulated effort, Chen Jun's mind instantly surged with enlightenment. Almost, without thinking about it, he directly added points. His own enlightenment was just a hair's breadth away from having an epiphany of the 6-character truth. Energy consumed 10. Enlightenment plus 1. Energy consumed 10. Enlightenment plus 1. Energy consumed 10. Enlightenment plus 1. Gnosis came to a horrible 144. It was a moment of dawning realization. Chen Jun whispered softly under his breath as the slightest change in this spiritual art appeared in his mind. And he had already discovered many of the subtleties with his outstanding enlightenment introductions. Lin Shuyao only felt a stream of Dao sound going straight into his mind. For a moment, she was even in a bit of a trance. It was as if one was facing a Buddha. Even a hint of conversion arose in his heart. This is horrible. Although the Taoist heart had always been his weak point. It shouldn't be. Jun Chen initiated the 6-character truth in a moment? What kind of horrible talent is this? Lin Shuang was really blinded at this moment. Previously, she thought that she could do whatever Chen Jun could do. Whether it was an aura like a sea, a peerless body or molding the tire of the great Dao Dao. He himself as a reborn person was able to do it all. But such a terrifying enlightenment in front of him was too unbelievable. Was he born to be a monk? He's got wisdom? Chen Jun was currently immersed in the vastness and all the subtleties of this spiritual art. This spiritual art is more than just feats of strength. At this point something dawned on him. Duan Yuan Hao. He is now in the Chen family? Yeah. What's up? What realm did he bring someone along with him? Chen Jun naturally did not believe that this kind of dude would dare to come up to the Chen family's door alone. The king of men. A genuine human king. It's definitely not something your clan's grand elder can fight against. The king of men. That would be great. Lin Shuyao froze. So much the better? How is this possible? The Iron Eater beast is useless. As long as you expose the Iron Eater beast, the entire dynasty, even the neighboring dynasties will hunt you down. 71, Rules Paper. An iron-eating beast is so precious that it hasn't appeared in the entire Great Xia for 10,000 years. What's more, this one of Chen Jun's is still a cub, and is currently only at the 8th rank of the district, the Human King realm, which is the best time to hunt. And each of the 7 clans of the imperial dynasty had top human emperors sitting in their ranks, and saints had appeared in their ancestry. So even if the iron-eating beasts were invincible at the same level, there was no resistance at all in their hands, and if one was able to control an iron-eater beast, it would be enough to keep the sect free of worry for tens of thousands of years. Iron-eating beast naturally grows to adulthood that crosses into the 9th rank, equivalent to a human emperor. A human emperor becomes a clan protector's sacred beast. What a terrifying attraction it is. Although the 7 sects all claim to be prestigious and honorable, and the topmost existences of the 7 sects were all highly respected and powerful, it was hard to say whether they would do anything in the face of such a temptation. The lifespan of demonic beasts is too long than humans, and the biggest fear of every top clan is the break in the top fighting force, and if there is an iron-eating beast in the area, tens of thousands of years of breaks won't hurt. Moreover, outside of the 7 clans, the imperial dynasty naturally had evil human emperor-level powerhouses. These people won't talk about righteousness. Since you, Jun Chen, are now the master of the Iron Eater, you, Jun Chen, will have to die. At this moment, although Lin Shuang was shocked in her heart, and this iron-eating beast had somewhat shocked her cognition, she still didn't feel that the matter of the Duan Wangfu could be resolved just like that. It's impossible for you to try to use the iron-eater beast to suppress people, and if you really do that, letting the iron-eater beast slap the Duan family king or Duan Yuanhao to death will just give Duan king the chance to strike. Normally top powers wouldn't strike out at juniors without regard to their faces, but if this happened it was clearly an exception. Although Prince Duan, a human emperor, had problems with his advancement, he was at least a human emperor. It's inconceivable that Jun Chen was actually able to make the iron-eater beast recognize its owner. There were too few canonical records about iron-eating beasts, and even Lin Shuya wasn't clear about the method to make iron-eating beasts recognize their masters. At this moment, the iron-eater beast sat on its butt on the ground, looking at its master and then at Lin Shujing. It sniffed out that Lin Shujing had a certain piece of extremely high-level military armor on her body that it wanted to eat. Patting his belly, he pointed at Lin Shuyao again. Ah! Chen Jun filled his head with black lines and gave this iron-eating beast another blow. Then he turned to look at Lin Shuang. Do you hate Duan Yuanhao? Naturally. In addition to the origin and the general people, then still worse. And Chen Jun is even less comparable. Unconsciously, Lin Shujing subconsciously began to compare some men to Chen Jun. With this thought together in his mind, he thought about the group of people who had looked up to him in his previous life. Seems like there's a bit of a gap between all of them and Chen Jun. Oops, no. What was I thinking? Chen Jun laughed. I hate it too. So go ahead and fix the problem. Lin Shuya? Can't go back. This Chen Jun is too juvenile and willful. Edge thought about opening his mouth. Come with me. With your talent it will only take a mere few hundred years for you to become something. Originally, she was prepared to directly knock Chen Jun out and take him away. But now that the iron-eater beast was there, she certainly didn't dare to do so. Chen Jun thought to himself, is this human language? A few hundred years? I've lived 20 years up to now. And you, in this district, have lived 5 of me. I have my own way. Chen Jun was full of confidence, and the moment he got the 6 words of Buddhism already had an idea in his head. Clicking on the plus sign while thinking about it. Energy consumed 10. Proficiency plus 1. Energy consumed 10. Proficiency plus 1. Energy consumed 10. Proficiency plus 1. Ding dong. The first character of the 6 character truth is a minor success. Chen Jun continued to add points. After clicking for a long time, the beeping sound of the first character of the 6 characters of truth being greatly accomplished resounded in his head. All sorts of enlightenment surged out in his mind, and the words he drank out of his own mouth after his great accomplishment could already be transformed into kung fu, and at the same time had another wonderful use. And seeing this confident look of Jun Chen, for a while Lin Shuang didn't know what to say. What can you do against the Duan royal family? Not at all. The current Chen family dares to mess with the Duan royal family? On the other hand, Chen Jun climbed onto the furry back of the iron-eater beast. His recluse speed was too slow, and I was afraid that it would be several days after he returned to the family. Duan Yuanhao definitely won't leave without seeing himself. And Chen Jun also guessed that his parents must be facing this dude for him right now. What would a dude with a human king on his side do? No need to think about it. You want your parents to be humiliated because of you? The eldest elder suffer because of himself? Jun Chen absolutely could not stand by and watch. At this moment, his gaze turned cold and patted the head of the iron-eater beast. Put me not far away from the Chen clan, and find yourself a place to hide during this recent period. The iron-eating beast coming out was something that the Allied forces had all seen. The news was so explosive that it would definitely spread throughout the entire dynasty during this period of time, and at that time, there would inevitably be people who would come to the emperor to find out about the iron-eating beast. The Iron Eater let out a squeaky cry in response, and then it picked Lin Shuang up in its bare paws and flung him onto its furry back. Ouch! It hurts! Hit me! Feeling the soft tightness of his back pressing against him, Chen Jun gently patted the round head of the Iron Eater beast and quietly transmitted, "Wait for me to give you a snack. This panda, really good at his job." The Iron Eater's flight became bumpy. Chen Jun felt. While the Iron Eater was rushing along, Chen Jun continued to rummage through the monk's things on his back. Seeing the stifled look of the monk who was so angry that he killed himself before, there was definitely something more in there than just the armor and the 6 words of truth. After quickly rummaging through the pile for a while, there were only 2 small black cloth bags that looked unusual, and even Lin Shuang didn't recognize them. Holding one of them, Jun Chen sized it up. It seemed to be a storage bag, yet I hadn't heard of a storage bag being hidden in a storage ring. The storage bag was made in a cumbersome way, and the different storage spaces were bound to clash. So there was no such thing as a storage spirit device that could still be put in a storage spirit device, as long as they were put together. One was bound to fall apart. Otherwise the infinite nesting goes on. Storage bags are put in storage bags, and everyone can carry an infinite amount of storage space on them. Surveying at this moment, Jun Chen silently probed. Only one of them opens. The other is closed for some reason. While thinking about the divine sense probed out, this black small cloth bag is different from the general storage bag. Surprisingly, it also does not need to be refined. Just as the divine thought probed it, it made a slight sound, and with a tearing sound, it actually cracked on its own. Then with a slight thud, the entire small black cloth bag completely dispersed into a cloud of ashes and dissipated into the air, revealing a note hidden inside. Chen Jun instantly felt like the bones in his hand were going to crack. It was obviously just a note, but it seemed to weigh 1,000,000 pounds. He hurriedly placed the note carefully on the back of the Iron Eater, otherwise his hand might be ruined. This is paper that can carry the text of the rules. 72. What uninvited guests? Listening to Lin Shuang's heartfelt voice, Chen Jun was shocked in his heart. The rules text is difficult to understand, let alone write down. When Jun Chen's Xuanwu technique was practiced to perfection, there was a rule symbol, and it was only a symbol. It was coalesced from the manifestation of the rule's meaning, crooked and unintelligible, with only the corresponding rhyme, and above the symbols are the words. The rule text, which is the true description of the rule, is not as simple as a mere symbol. Many spiritual arts claim to have rule runes upon consummation, but in reality they were only runes, not texts. Any one of the rule words was horrifying, and many great powers were able to apply a single word, yet to fully understand it was 1,000 miles away, let alone write it down. What kind of information actually required such a record? It was really beyond his imagination. Looking at the paper at this moment, Chen Jun's heart shook tremendously. He strained to unfold it and was momentarily stunned to see the information on the paper. Then a wave of joy welled up on his face. Emperor Diffractor, the presumed lost land, the Indus dynasty, Meng burial. Chen Jun had reacted in a flash. The so-called Hall of the Dead was to seek the chances of the dead, and the records of information related to these extremely high-level dead powerhouses could only be recorded on such paper. No wonder I can seldom see information related to dead Jedi powers. It turns out to be that the unusual canonical books are simply unable to record them, unable to withstand the power of those names. Chen Jun now finally understood why he couldn't find certain things after searching through the canonical books. The names and titles of powerful people have uncommon power, and ordinary paper cannot record the records. This was also one of the reasons why many clans would fall, why countless legacies on the continent were cut off, and many things could not be retained without the appropriate level of bearers. Eastsea County is really a small place, so I think that the traces of those great powers could only exist with the 7 clans of the Imperial Dynasty. I must leave this place for the East Continent Grand Competition, said Chen Jun secretly. Then Chen Jun asked Lin Shuang for advice, and finally figured out something in her so-called ignorance. Where can I get this level of information? In fact, because the absolute great powers all greatly draw on the power of heaven and earth. When they die, power feeds back to rejoin heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are erasing the traces of their existence, and it is simply not possible to write them down without using the rule words. Don't joke. I'm just a small genius. Where would I be clear? Lin Shuang always felt that Chen Jun seemed to mean what he said, as if he had been seen through. This erasure is the most essential level of erasure, and gradually everyone forgets. When the body saint's field disperses, tens of thousands of years from now, the name of the body saint won't be remembered. On the other side, in the land of famous villains at the borders of the 3 imperial dynasties, The figure deep inside the palace gently ejaculated twice. The monk is dead? The demonic girl outside was stunned. How could anyone kill a monk in the eastern continent of the great summer in the district? But he did die. I will seek him. There's no need. You're about the same strength as the monk. Since the monk could die, you could die as well. The silhouette shook his head. When I do business, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm not sure. Then, monks died in vain? The silhouette spoke indifferently. In another month or so, I will be able to deduce the 2 pages of the Dharma I obtained to a deeper level. And by then, everything will have nothing to hide. There's no way that who killed it or how it was done can hide it from me. And if it was done by that teenager, I'll go get him myself. He got a little interested. And at his level, it was already an incredible thing to be interested in something. At this moment, Chen-jun on the back of the Iron Eater beast was already distantly approaching the family territory. An extremely long distance could be felt as a strong force diffused, without the slightest hint of convergence. It was just so big and bold that it directly suppressed the entire Chen family. Implications were diffused, and it was clear that the visitor was not good and harbored great malice. Jun Chen patted the Iron Eater's head. Iron-eating beasts will understand. Will 2 people put down? And then the fat body, unusually flexible, a few flashes disappeared without a trace. Chen Jun moved forward, towards the family, and saw someone looking around from a distance. The man looked around and quickly saw Jun Chen, then called out in a loud voice. Young master, I was looking for you. The Grand Elder said that you shouldn't return to the clan first, and that there are urgent matters for you to deal with. He was far away as if in high spirits, pulling Chen Jun's hand. Let's go, young master. I'll give you all the way to say let's go all the way to the west first. Chen Jun couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart at those words. The Great Elder was afraid that he would come back right into Duan Yuanhao, and purposely sent someone so far away to block him, finding excuses to keep him away. Although the Great Elder's strength was extraordinary and knowledgeable, but facing the real human king alone must also be extremely stressful, and at this moment, he actually thought of himself first. Sighed thought Chen Jun as he waved his hand. I know what happened. There's no need to lie to me. As he spoke and walked forward, the man hurriedly pulled Chen Jun back. Why do you need to do that? My lord. He was anxious in his heart. Now the whole family was proud of the eldest young master and knew that this was the future head of the family. No one wanted to see that kind of picture. How embarrassing it would be to be forced by Duan Yuanhao to ask to break off the engagement in public. And, moreover, it would inevitably be humiliated. This could very well be the greatest shame of a lifetime. What man could put up with something like that? Bullies bully their way into the house and ride over your head. If it really happened, I'm afraid that in the future, Jun Chen would never be able to raise his head. Maybe the entire humane heart was destroyed. Why bother competing with a fop like that for a moment's whim? Young master, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As if Chen Jun did not hear him, he marched in the direction of the family with firm footsteps. Young master, really don't go. The man begged bitterly. Your father was seriously injured by that human king's blow just because of a word he said. And now his life and death are uncertain. He could imagine what would happen to Jun Chen. With such a natural talent, the eldest young master would probably have his foundation wasted by that human king. And hearing these words, an anger rose up in Chen Jun's heart. As a son of man, how can such a thing be tolerated? This human king who struck out must die. At this moment, inside the Chen clan's council hall, Duan Yuanhao was just sitting in the main seat with such a big strut. And behind him, that human king powerhouse stood with his hands folded. He looked playfully at the group of people present. This Jun Chen hasn't returned yet? I've been waiting for a full 3 days, and you should know that my patience is very limited. The Grand Elder compensated with a smile. He might have some things to take care of. So why should Mr. Duan keep waiting? Duan Yuanhao snorted coldly. Speaking of which, you're also bold. If it wasn't for you, why would there be a so-called marriage certificate? He didn't want to say it was a marriage contract. He only felt that the Chen family had merely placed a letter of engagement. I'll give your Chen family one more day, without an explanation. At this moment, the human king behind him suddenly moved his body. Then a distant voice sounded from outside. Rumbling and drinking out came. I heard that an unexpected visitor came to see me? 73, it's very strong. The voice pressed out horizontally, rumbling and vibrating as the sound waves took shape. This is the first word of the 6-character truth. OM dense, which Chen Jun added to the level of Dishang. And the sound of the Dao goes straight into the human ear. At this moment, Duan Yuanhao only felt that the qi and blood in his body was induced to surge and tumble, and the voice seemed to penetrate everything, making him suddenly feel the fear of facing a huge monster, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood directly. The human king powerhouse behind him let out a cold snort, instantly dispersing the sound, which saved his face. His face was green and red as he gazed grimly at the teenager who had strutted in, 20 years old and looking incredibly bland. About the same age as himself? How could he have such terrifying strength? You should know that you have countless precious medicines since you were a child, and your father has poured all of his heart and soul into you, and every step of the way, you have a top powerhouse to teach you. He himself was a renowned genius even in the central state. How could he be defeated in this tiny eastern continent's Donghai County? Jun Chen sneered twice. It seems that this uninvited guest is very strong, actually not spitting blood under my words. The tone was mocking to the extreme, and when it was said to be a compliment, anyone could hear that it was a humiliation. Chen Jun snickered in his heart. Without that human king behind you, a single word from me would be enough to scare you out of your wits. This is the 6 characters of truth coming to fruition? What kind of realization is this? A future Buddha? Lin Shuang's entire body froze a little. Being a reborn person felt incredible. The 6-character truth was a spiritual art that one's master had to sigh a word of terror. Even if it was only one of the words now, how could it be possible to achieve great success in just a few hours? And when Jun Chen said this, the crowd fell silent. At this time, outside of the council chamber, there were still many people from the Chun family quietly observing, and their moods were all a bit agitated. They say that the people of the central state are strong, but I think it's nothing more than that. The voice was small, fearful of being heard by that human king. The eldest young master nearly drank this man to the point of spitting blood from his mouth with a single word. And this has the face to come? Humph. It's not just having a good father. These people, being from the Chen family, had never been superior in the eastern continent, and were suddenly suppressed by the people from the central state, suffocating them, so naturally they had long been upset. And as soon as Jun Chen said this, the human king behind Duan Yuanhao had a flash of murderous aura in his eyes. Taking a step forward, a terrifying force pushed across the room to teach Jun Chen some lessons. Oh, the young one is so powerful, but the old one is even stronger. It can actually make me feel a fresh breeze blowing. Chen Jun was still sneering in his heart, his mouth mocking endlessly. Just now on the way here had already let the Iron Eater give itself an intrinsic pressure that could diffuse for half an hour, and it would naturally not be a problem to use it to fight against the oppression of a tiny human king. At this moment, facing this man's one step forward, he didn't even need to take a step back, just strutting around. He continued to walk forward, that burst of terrifying pressure seeming as if it was just a gust of wind blowing by. At this moment, the whole room was a bit dumbfounded. Even the Grand Elder was somewhat baffled. What kind of aura was this? How could he face a human king without needing to retreat? The Duan family's human king was similarly stunned, not having thought about it at all. In his imagination, this person should have been directly and seriously injured by the pressure of his one step. It was bound to be difficult to stand, if not dying. However, this tiny degenerate realm cultivator in front of him actually had inexplicable means to restrain. Edge thought with a cold grunt and prepared to take another step. However, at this moment, Duan Yuanhao got up and held out his hand to stop him. Duan Yuanhao's face was incredibly gloomy. How could he not expect to face Chen Jun and suffer such a big loss at the first sight? At this point, if Uncle Min took another step forward, it would be too humiliating. Lin Shuang was right next to her. How could she be so humiliated? Having lost face in front of Lin Shuang's eyes, he himself personally had to get it back. At this moment the aura around his body thumped out, and the aura of the perfection of the shedding realm instantly flourished. With my father's help I molded the tire of the great Dao Dao rule, even though it's only a first grade. But how can you, a small Qin family member, compete with me? It's unbelievable for you to be able to mold the tire of a minor Dao Dao rule, and you're not ashamed of yourself in front of my talent? Chen Jun, who saw the scene, was somewhat helpless. That's it? A kid? Is this an attempt to make a splash in front of Lin Showing? Not bad for a dude with no brain. If you had let that human king make a direct move to exterminate me, I would have been able to think highly of you for a few moments. But with you being a tiny peak of the degenerate realm, isn't this a joke? The aura of his body flowed, and the terrifying pressure belonging to the birth and death fetus swept forward as Jun Chen took a step forward. The two eyed each other, practically engaging in a bout. The stars flowed around Chen Jun, and he could tell that Duan Yuanhao wanted to show his talent in front of Lin Shuang. Well, that destroys you. At such a close distance, no one of the same rank in this entire imperial dynasty could possibly be my opponent. Although he was only at the 4th level of the degenerate realm, a full 50% short of perfection in terms of the quality of his spiritual energy and his aura of might, he was too strong in other aspects. The 9th grade of the fetus of the great Dao Dao rule alone completely compensated for the gap in realm, not to mention the rest. The arts of the body saint flowed, and Jun Chen did not strike the punch. It was as if Duan Yuanhao had also just run a sword art, and his entire body seemed like an overwhelming sword. Sharp sword intent shot straight up into the sky. The whole man stood there as if he wanted to pierce the sky. The people of the Chen family who were quietly observing were all somewhat stupefied. Anyone could see that this was an extremely high-grade spiritual art, and that it had been practiced to at least the level of perfection. The people of the central state are really this strong? It seems to have a meaning. It's one of the 5 elements. There were those with high eyesight who naturally discovered the end and were shocked in their hearts. In the entire Chen clan, there were not many people who had cultivated such a high level of meaning. Each face was dumbfounded, but they realized that it seemed like the eldest young master was even more terrifying. What's with the illusion of facing the whole world? There's also a life and death aura entwined and augmented. It's horrible. The world of life and death? The surging power pressed horizontally, and one step across drove an infinite might. It rumbled forward and rumbled and shook. Every step taken was a heaven-charging aura. Facing the district's sword shadow and sword intent so recklessly, strutting about to crush it. At this moment, the human king behind Duan Yuanhao's face changed. Of course he could see that the young lord was going to be directly destroyed by the Tao might under such oppression. Edge thought that he was going to make a move, but Duan Yuanhao still had the same look, without the slightest intention of letting himself go. Did the young lord think that his sword intent would be able to break through the rumbling world that pressed in? He can't help but be a little anxious and helpless. This is not looking for death. The next moment Duan Yuanhao wowed as a mouthful of blood sprayed out, where he could hold on for a fraction of a second under the collision of the might of the Tao tire. The entire person's aura instantly shriveled. His face was gloomy, and he only felt that his Tao heart was about to be destroyed. How could I be so bad? I actually lost such a big man in front of Lin Shuang's eyes. There was a surge of qi and blood in his body, and he simply hated to find a crack in the ground. This was too humiliating, to actually be destroyed head-on. Seeing Lin Shuang's eyes with the slightest hint of disdain only felt the monstrous hatred surging in. I actually lost such a big person. It's all your fault. This man needs to die. 74, a mere human king. How dare you act recklessly? He looked behind him to the human king. His heart was greatly determined. The strongest of the Chen family was just a half-step human king, and I heard that his strength was out of the ordinary, but he could at most resist the incipient human king for just a moment. So how could he fight with Uncle Min, who possessed the rift axe? And, don't you dare. If you dare to make a move, I'll let my father directly destroy your Chen family. Back then, when your Chen family broke down from a first-class family in the imperial dynasty to the extent that it is now, you should no longer have the balls to do anything about it. At this moment, his eyes were incomparably sinister. Good. Is this the Chen family's way of treating guests? Now that it's come to this, don't blame me for tearing my hair out. If you let the water out just now and admit that you're undefeated, so that I can build up my image in front of Lin Shujing, I'll still be able to spare your life. Now you even refute my face, then you'll just have to die. With a gentle wave of his hand, the human king behind him took a half step forward. Jun Chen laughed, crowned with greatness. You're worthy to speak of great righteousness? He rumbled his Tao voice and drank out, wanting to completely destroy this person's Tao heart. How dare you talk about hospitality when you come to my house and force me to break up my marriage? IQNMD. To fight me head-on is not even a one-on-one match for me. You're nothing. The words were aggressive, and the pressure of this human king was simply ignored. Have the balls to beat me to my face. Destroy me. But by being well-born, what else do you have? The sound was horrifying, causing the crowd of onlookers from the Chen clan to clap their hands. This Yuanhao is so bad that he has the face to stay in the face of such a waste like the eldest young master. And at this moment, the human king behind Duan Yuanhao let out a cold snort, instantly dissipating Jun Chen's rumbling Tao sound. And although the 6-character truth was at an extremely high level, the difference in realms between the two sides was too much. A palm came out horizontally in Duan Min's hand, and the power of heaven and earth pressed out. The young master was so humiliated, and I'm afraid that I will inevitably be punished when I return to the family. Although he himself was a human king, he did not have a high status in the Duan Wanfu for the simple reason that he did not have the slightest possibility of moving an inch forward by relying on his power infusion to forcefully break through the human king. Thus his status was actually inferior to certain peak great sages in the Duan Wanfu. With indignation in his heart, he looked at Jun Chen with a cold and indifferent face. Can't a little ant like you see reality? Give up your Taoist couple obediently, and you'll still have the friendship of the young lord. As a result, they actually dared to do so, really looking for death. With this strike, he was going to seriously injure Jun Chen directly, so that he would only be at the mercy of the young lord from now on. The palm shadow struck out, clearly looking slow and incomparably slow, but it seemed to envelop the entire heaven and earth, and a feeling of absolute inescapability of escape instantly surged in Chen Jun's mind. But he didn't panic. The thoughts in his mind had just moved, but he suddenly realized that the Grand Elder had already grabbed in front of him. A long blade struck out, and it was none other than one of the Chen clan's underpinnings, Heaven Breaker. The first time Duan Yuanhao came, the Grand Elder had already prepared to fight for his life. If she was really humiliated and really forced to break the marriage contract in public, Chen Jun was afraid that her life would be ruined. This was a genius that could bring the Chen family back to the first-class family of the imperial dynasty. This was the hope for the future of the family. Even if he died, he could not let Chen Jun be wasted just like that. At this moment, the Grand Elder was truly fighting for his life. A slash directly shattered the palm shadow. He crossed his sword and stood in front of Jun Chen, transmitting, "Go! Hide and wait until you become an adult emperor and take revenge for me." As he said this, his long blade directly chopped out, and the terrifying intent of the heaven breaking was added, allowing him to briefly possess the power to resist the human king. This blade was so harsh that it tore through space, and the heavenly dome trembled as it was chopped out. "How dare you!" Duan Yuanhao's entire body was completely frozen. How could he not have imagined that this Grand Elder of the Chen family would actually dare to make a move? "Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? Your Chen family no longer has any heritage. The only reason it still exists is because the central state Yun family is protecting you. Otherwise it would have long been overthrown by its once great enemy." The Grand Elder sighed softly. "Why is your excellency so aggressive? Lin Shujing natural talent again. Posture again win. You even if you admire again. Is it forced to the other side of the family must be in public to break the contract?" Moreover, Jun Shen's father had only spoken a single word before he was struck with a blow that seriously injured him and left him dying. A family that has no shame. In the face of this knife chopping, Duan Min's face changed slightly. A huge axe appeared in his hand. Swung violently, the axe body was shocked to disperse the pressure of heaven and earth, was driven by this huge axe to strike horizontally, cutting through space. The shadow of the blade and the shadow of the axe collided with a bang. In the surge of power, the entire council chamber was instantly destroyed. It was guarded by a large formation, yet the aftermath wave all but annihilated the formation directly. The Grand Elder let out a muffled grunt, his body's spiritual energy fluttering about as he retreated several steps in a row, feeling that his sternum had snapped and was injured in a single blow. A tiny half-step human king, relying on this supreme treasure to have the power of a human king is just that. Duan Yuanhao's heart was greatly settled, and with a sardonic smile, he retreated behind Duan Min. "I gave your Chen family a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it." Duan Min sniffed as the giant axe in his hand chopped out once again, the axe body buzzing and flashing out points of star power as he gently pushed forward. Drawing a graceful arc, the giant axe broke the space by inches. This was his strongest spirit art, the Rift Axe. He had already burned part of his blood body in order to have a quick battle. Moreover, this giant axe was rewarded by King Duan, who had made a great achievement on his own, and the grade of power was almost no weaker than that of the Heaven Breaker. The Grand Elder only felt as if this strike was unstoppable. It clearly looked like there was only a little bit of spiritual energy being urged, but the gesture of the axe body breaking through space was so terrifying. Moreover, every inch of space that was broken was surprisingly strengthened by a faint force. He raised a strong breath and bellowed the broken sky in his hand to meet the attack. Spiritual energy surged throughout the person's meridians were cracked. The Grand Elder felt like he had never flowed spiritual energy to such a point in his life. Broken sky bloomed with a flourishing light, spatial intent flowing as the long blade slashed down. The next moment a figure was thrown flying. Even the Grand Elder, who had used all his strength, was still powerless in the face of a true human king's base card. Duan Yuanhao laughed out loud, looking at the figure of the Grand Elder with a burst of pleasure. Then he looked at Jun Chen. "Because of you, all of your Chen family will have to die this time." He saw that Chen Jun seemed to have been dumbfounded and remained frozen in place. These words exited Duan Min instantly had comprehended the intent and opened his mouth to say, "The Chen family's Grand Elder attacked and killed young Master Duan, committing a crime against his superiors from below. I want your Chen family to be exterminated today." Even at this point, they don't forget to make up a grand excuse. The giant axe in his hand was thrown towards the sky, instantly enlarging hundreds of times, and the entire body of the axe was about to cover the Chen clan at this point. He concentrated, his body rumbling and shaking as the spiritual energy in his body rushed wildly. With a furious roar, as if he had used up all his strength, the axe body slammed down heavily, not chopping down, but smashing down horizontally with a terrifying force of intent to destroy the Chen clan. He smiled coldly as a thrill of bullying the weak surged in his heart. "Why don't you just offer up Lin Shuing? Looking for death?" However, as this axe pressed down, the smile suddenly stiffened. At this moment, an extremely dangerous implication was violently felt, and the entire person instantly sweated. An old and incomparable voice suddenly rang out from the Chen family, carrying a cold undertone. "A mere human king. How dare you act recklessly?" 75. Being an invalid. The voice was flat and cold, with a condescending undertone. The moment everyone was too late to react, a terrifying force exploded from the ground. The contained power surged, each strand weighing 10,000 pounds. It shot out as if it was going to open up the sky and split the earth, just striking horizontally, and heaven and earth shook. Such an intimidating pressure for a moment even made Duan Minsheng not feel like resisting. What kind of terrifying power is this? It was only seen on King Duan. But how could a small Chen family have such a person? He roared and instantly erupted with unprecedented strength. And the huge axe in his hand trembled crazily. Raging power surged into. And he had never fought for his life to such a point. The giant axe above the emergence of light text. This moment under the crisis of life and death he even instantly completed a trace of enlightenment breakthrough. However, it was too late for ecstasy. The joy of spirit art advancement was instantly replaced by fear. The next moment the Yunli crushed in, and he slashed down with an explosive cry. Space fractured by inches, and the shallow text drew on the power surprisingly deepening. However, it only lasted for no more than half an instant. The axe shadow was directly shattered, and the Yunli force was as powerful as if it were nothing. As it crashed into his body with a loud bang, the sound of armor shattering rang out, and Duanmin could only feel his life force draining drastically under one blow. What kind of power is this? It must be the human emperor. At this moment, the vitality in his body was almost completely destroyed, and the entire interior of his body was shattered by the impact under one blow. Now it's just a human form. The inside is ruined, and the Dao Yun into the body. In the erosion, even if there is a treasure medicine in the cannot be saved. At this moment, paralyzed on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief and inability to accept. How could he have never imagined that he would die in a small first-class family in the eastern continent? Tiny human king. The old voice resounded once again with disdain, the meaning flowing, rumbling and vibrating, and sound waves dispersed throughout the space. At this moment, the entire Qin family couldn't help but kneel down. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has struck again. Everyone naturally recalled the fluctuations that had emanated from the ground when the clan was facing a great enemy to be exterminated a few months ago. It must be the old ancestor who has such strength. It is the old ancestor who has struck again. The last time it was actually just a wisp of power passing out. No voice was heard at all. And then the entire family made 100 more attempts, all of which failed to get any more information. Therefore, before only thought it might be the old ancestors left behind hidden means of stress excitation, and great probability is a one-time. This time, Duan Yuanhao came to the door to force the withdrawal of the marriage of the great elders and tried to communicate with the existence of the underground, and found that it does not work at all. So it has been determined that it is only a kind of one-time means in the face of the disaster of extinction of the family. At this time, no one could have imagined that the old ancestor was actually still alive. The Chen family crowd was so excited at this time that they were trembling all over. One by one, how could they not have imagined that things would actually take such a turn for the worse? No one noticed Jun Chen's body buzzing around him, constantly resonating with the ground's immanent power and invoking it. Previously, he could only strike a maximum of 3 strikes when he first functioned, but now the realm was 2 levels higher than it was back then, and he had the body Saint Dharma sect to build his body flawlessly. Now that his body was able to withstand the resonance of Yunli, he could truly rival human emperors within the Chen clan. This big formation, Chen Xiu said at that time, the force of the enemy emperor are no obstacle. Kill a small human king naturally easy. And that old voice was just a simulation of Jun Chen taking shape with the 6-character truth. Most of the sound whistling type spirit arts had the effect of imitation, but the meaning in the words of high-level cultivators was not something that ordinary spirit arts could imitate, and could only be done after a great completion of such a level as the 6-character truth. Not to mention that Chen Xiu was a human emperor back then, and an ordinary imitation with so many loopholes would be laughed out of the room. Only Qin Jun dared to do so after he had ordered the 6-character truth, the 1-character mimicry, to great completion. When he had heard Lin Shuyao's heartfelt words earlier, Qin Jun had already been pondering how he could completely resolve this matter. Relying on the Iron Eater to kill the duo definitely wouldn't work. Relying on the State King might not be willing to protect himself. Not to mention that the State King was only a half-step human emperor, which was nothing more than that to the Duan Wangfu prince. Searching his mind to no avail, Qin Jun naturally thought of his old ancestor, Shan Xiu. This was a great power that had a great reputation throughout the entire imperial dynasty in the first place, and as many things about the old ancestor were mysterious, and there were not even clear records about how he died and whether or not he really died. Disguising himself as the old ancestor was an excellent choice. At this moment, with a successful strike and a majestic voice in disguise, Chen Jun turned to look at Duan Yuanhao. This person is very bad. Watching Duanmin death fear to the point of directly scared to pee his pants. At that moment his lower body was leaking and a foul odor came over him, and he was terrified. If he had known that there was a human emperor in the Chen family, he wouldn't have dared to come even if he had been given 10,000 guts. Not even thinking about it, he flopped down and directly knelt on the ground. his entire body shivering with fear. "Senior, spare your life. Elders, spare your life." He thumped his head and began to kowtow in that direction, soon coughing his head off. The whole thing was trembling uncontrollably from fear, shitting and pissing, and even going a little crazy. How would he end up if he let his father know that he had angered a human emperor? "Please forgive me, Elder. I beg Elder to spare my life. I was wrong. I was wrong." The thumping sound was deafening. He kept begging bitterly with his mouth and even turned to Jun Chen. "I was wrong. Let me off. Let me go." To him, this old ancestor of the Chen clan seemed to be striking out for Jun Chen, begging Jun Chen as if he had a chance of survival. However, the next moment before he could say anything else, the underground voice rang out. "Tiny ants have no business begging me." An old voice came out from the ground, a sentence interspersed with rumbling pressure, and rule words were spat out, shooting away from the ground. At this moment, Duan Yuanhao completely despaired. Just one sentence of light spitting he could not resist at all. "No, no, I can't die here." At this time, under despair, he even gave up resisting. However, while the text was suppressed, the jade pendant he was carrying on his body suddenly shattered, and a curtain of light enveloped and wrapped him. The text crashed into the light curtain, and under the horrible impact, Duan Yuanhao spat out a large mouth of blood, only to feel that all of his internal organs were broken. But he still saved his life. Chen Jun remained calm. It was within his expectation that this person had a means of preserving his life. Duan Yuanhao is the most favored child of Duan Wang. It is impossible to have only a beginner human king to follow, and indeed there are still means. This jade pendant should obviously be stimulated. Edge thought with a thought and blasted out another strand of Yunli. He was going to use a strong impact to nullify the man's roots. It was fine to cut off the grass without removing the roots, and it would have been within Chen Jun's calculations as he needed someone to deliver the news that the Chen clan's oldest ancestor was still alive. No one would believe just the Chen family's boasting, and the person who delivered this message, Duan Yuanhao, couldn't be more suitable, but he had to deliver the message as an invalid. The Yunli flowed and was only used for impact, to shatter Duan Yuanhao's foundation layer by layer, and the Tao rhythm was tortured, and there was no possibility of ever repairing it. Chen Jun believed that for such a dude, this would be worse than killing him. Be an invalid. Jun Chen's face was cold and flat. "It's a new cover. How do you all feel?" 76. Dissemination of information. The Yunli crashed into the light curtain with a terrifying force that almost shattered the light curtain. Under the strong impact, the silk of the Tao rhythm broke through and seeped in, and Duan Yuanhao let out a shocking and miserable howl, only feeling that the Tao fetus that he had managed to shape with great difficulty was directly destroyed. At this point, a large realm had been dropped in a raw manner, while the Tao rhythm still hadn't stopped. Destroying and destroying, the terrifying power flowed around him, destroying his realm directly and raw. Round the body, change the blood, forge the bones, cut down the marrow, and refine the body. Flesh 5. All destroyed in an instant. In acute pain he could no longer make a sound, his body's natural reaction instinctively arching into the general shape of a scalded shrimp. Fainting quickly under the amazing howl of agony. The flow of Tao rhythms completely destroyed his foundation, and there was no longer a single possibility of recovery, not even with the creation pill. And at this time, the shattered jade pendant also finally finished gathering its power, and the golden light shone, instantly breaking through the infinite distance and teleporting Duan Yuanhao, who had already fainted, directly back to the Duan Wanfu in Zhengzhou. It was a staggering distance that spanned 2 continents, so even the jade pendant that King Duan had painstakingly asked someone to refine needed to constantly draw on the surrounding spatial power for half a day to complete. Generally speaking, this didn't affect anything. The light screen had outstanding defenses, and this amount of time didn't really matter. But in the face of 10,000 years of this amount of time to catalyze the teleportation was already enough to completely destroy Duan Yuanhao. At this time, the Chen family crowd looked in front of them, and each of them froze and couldn't speak. Is my family trying to recreate the glory of my ancestors? At first, I heard that the entire Chen family had a great reputation in the imperial dynasty, and that the eastern continent was almost entirely brought up by the Chen family back then. Greetings to the old ancestor as he emerges. Greetings to the old ancestor as he emerges. The crowd worshipped in unison, and Jun Chen did not pretend to speak anymore, pretending not to know. Mighty should look like mighty, at least from the novels that Chen Jun had read. The great powers generally spoke very little. However, Lin Shujing is clearly an exception, and it's truly rare to see a great powerhouse who is stupid and naive. It seems that her talent is outstanding, only it's still hidden. Jun Chen had always felt that it was too incredible that Lin Shuang had actually managed to cultivate into a human emperor in her previous life. While thinking about it just so quietly for a long time, the Grand Elder let out a long sigh. It seems that the old ancestor has something going on, or can't appear in the outside world. Of course, he wasn't disappointed. At least, the Chen family would never be at the mercy of others in the future. In the past, I always felt lower when facing the big clan families. Now I can lighten up a bit. He looked at Jun Chen and felt that even if the old ancestor did not come forth, giving this grandson enough time would be able to revive the glory of the family. At this moment, only Lin Shuang was in deep shock. Is this Chen Jun's tactic? It can't be. With the way Chen Jun was certain before, it was either Chen Jun's means or Chen Jun and the Chen clan ancestor had already made contact in the first place. But on what grounds? Chen Xiu was a peak human emperor. It was only right that a tiny genius like Jun Chen didn't deserve it. At this moment, the central state Duan Wang mansion. Looking at Duan Yuanhao, whose roots were destroyed and whose bones around his body were broken and his entire body was in a state of disrepair, King Duan's heart surged with a shocking fury that had never existed before. Whoever did this, I'll slaughter his whole family. How could he not see that this most precious son of his had become an invalid? Even if he was saved, he would definitely not be able to cultivate in the future, and it would be a toss-up whether he would even be able to live like a mortal. In this world, what's the difference between not being able to cultivate and being an invalid? Famous physicians from the imperial dynasty were brought in and used a very quick time to heal Duan Yuanhao completely on the surface. Mr. Duan, your son's Dao injuries are irreversible. Please express your condolences. Duan Chongjing's face was so gloomy that he could see it without the physician saying it. At this time, Duan Yuanhao woke up leisurely, and the moment he opened his eyes, his body couldn't help but tremble, and the whole person seemed to remain in fear. Then he looked at the precious medicines in the various human nodes around his body, and with a slight induction he already understood what had happened. His eyes were full of despair and grief, but with a hint of fear. Who injured you like this? Duan Chongjing hated to break this person into pieces, and Duan Yuanhao hesitated at this time, and only after a long time did he seem to make up his mind. I have my eyes on a woman from a small family in the eastern continent. Duan Chongjing frowned. So, she has a marriage contract with the Chen family of the eastern continent, so I'm going to go and get the Chen family to break the marriage themselves. Duan Chongjing wasn't surprised in the slightest and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with such behavior. It's just a small matter. The Duan royal family, don't need to show mercy to small families. A young master of a small family may be humiliated and have his Dao heart destroyed only. How can it be compared to my son's great deeds? However, when he heard about the Chen family, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, the entire central state knew that the Yun clan had been protecting the Chen clan from the crushing of the explicitly great powers. Moreover, what ability does the Chen family have to do this? That fallen Chen family? The highest realm is nothing more than a mere half-step human king. Duanmin has a supreme treasure bestowed by me and can easily crush it. That's right. But, Duan Yuanhao's face showed panic. Their old ancestor is still alive. Uncle Min died in one blow. What? King Duan was shocked at his words. Chen Xiu is still alive? You messed with Chen Xiu? The thought of trying to avenge his son's death was gone at this moment. Upon hearing Chen Xiu's name and hearing such horrifying news, his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. The news instantly spread throughout the countless great clans in the entire central state like a windstorm. Really? If Chen Xiu is still alive, he's 13,000 years old. Far beyond the limit of life expectancy of a superhuman emperor. It's true. The news coming from Duan Wangfu. There's no way it could be false. What does this Chen Xiu rely on to survive until now? One was puzzled and amazed, in utter disbelief at the news. After all, it looked too fake. And if it hadn't come from the Duan Wangfu, it would definitely be talked about as a joke. And while getting this news, there were already many clans moving to the central state. If Chen Xiu was truly still alive, even if he was in a strange state or had some sort of matter that prevented him from appearing in the outside world, it was worth treating solemnly. The Yun family in central China. Inside the brilliant palace surrounded by smoke and clouds, a little lowly with a googly egg face tied in a double ponytail and a delicate face stared wide-eyed at the news that came before her. Wow! Brother Chen Jun's family's old ancestor is actually still alive. That's great. Yun Shangshang hurriedly ran to the old ancestor's residence as if she was scattering. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Thumping on the door, two ponytails bouncing. After a long time, a wrinkled old crone with a kind face opened the door and looked at this heavy granddaughter of his. What's wrong, my good heavy granddaughter? Old ancestor, you've been protecting the Chen family before, helping them with the scourge of extermination twice, haven't you? Chen Xiu had left behind too many secrets and disappeared several supreme treasures. So many people pried. It's just a matter of a few words. But do you know that Chen Xiu is actually still alive? Yun Shangshang flashed her big eyes, and the old crone's body instantly lurched. 77, Diffractive Emperor. At this moment, as if recalling something, the crone's dried face showed the slightest hint of a smile, and soon looked relieved again. It's all in the past. Yun Wenshan's eyes widened. The old ancestor had mentioned Chen Xiu's name to himself so many times, and as a result, the old ancestor hadn't reacted much now that Chen Xiu seemed to be alive? But, old ancestor, you've helped their Chen family so many times, it should be reasonable to ask them to help me. If Chen Xiu wasn't there, Yun Xiangshan naturally wouldn't be like this, but if Chen Xiu was there, the Chen family possessed a certain amount of capital. Peak human emperors, even if they were in an odd state now, were by no means something that ordinary people would dare to mess with. A helpless smile appeared on the old crone's face, naturally knowing what her great-granddaughter meant by saying, the third prince is a person of great talent, and he is the first sequence of contenders for the next throne, so why don't you want to marry him? I don't like it anyway. Yun Xiangshan beamed and stepped forward to take the old crone's arm. Let's go, old ancestor. It's not too late. The old woman pondered for a moment. Alright, then let's go see Chen Xiu. At this moment, the Chen family quickly returned to tranquility after experiencing the initial exhilaration. The old ancestor clearly had no intention of coming out of the gate. Many clans had come in the past few days, but the old ancestor hadn't uttered a word again. Many clans offered their greatest treasures, and the previous hostiles were all terrified in their hearts one by one. Some offered a small inch of longevity pill. Some took out the reverse life pill. All of them were things of immense value. Chen Jun looked greedy, yet he didn't dare to disguise himself to take them. Big brother can't look at these things. Chen Jun silently admonished himself to be more outgoing. Most of those who came were just human kings, and they were also all the great clans of the several neighboring counties. Therefore, the Chen clan's ancestors didn't say anything, and they didn't feel like they had to be snubbed. Putting down his things, he didn't linger much, and it was true that he and the others weren't worth speaking to a human emperor who had been hidden for 10,000 years. All of the Chen family members were all high and mighty at this time, thinking that the old ancestor's appearance in the world was indeed extraordinary. Only the human emperor coming is worth the old ancestor's opening. Only at this time, the Grand Elder had some apprehension in his heart. What if the human emperor came and the old ancestor still didn't show up? Not to the point of a major incident, but it inevitably creates animosity. Every strike of the old ancestors was too weird. And why did he strike twice at this time in 10,000 years? It's fishy, and it always seems to have something to do with this grandson of his. Chen Jun thought more. If the human emperor found out the end and the news was exposed, he was afraid that he would be blocked by King Duan and the Chen family for hundreds of years and would not be able to get out. Therefore, he left early and prepared to seek the remnants of Emperor Diffusion, to make the entire dynasty believe that the old ancestor was still alive. With his current means it certainly wasn't enough. Not to mention other things, just the item of heavenly chances would be difficult to cover up. Therefore, Jun Chen needed to go and master the diffractive emperor's dharma, which he used to cover up the heavenly chances. Moreover, he was always uneasy about the Hall of the Dead, since the monk had the possible whereabouts of the diffractive emperor's inheritance in his hands. Then I'm afraid that the person he spoke of as being called Nightwing was also very likely to have even obtained a portion of the diffractive emperor's dharma. Right now, this person didn't know his identity, and there was naturally no harm in mistaking him for the Chen family's son of doom. If he deduced the exact information, he was afraid that he would definitely die. According to Lin Shuyao's heart's reaction to that name, this person was at least a human emperor, and by no means an ordinary human emperor. While thinking about it, the blood in his heart burned up a few more points. The experience pushed Chen Jun to get better. The land of the wicked, the Hall of the Dead, all of them suddenly developed a kind of smallness in the face of the gods, as if everything about themselves had been seen through. Nightwing, who was sitting in a pile of corpses, opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the world within. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Diffractive Emperor? No, is a quasi-imperial. The Dharma sect itself had only obtained just 2 pages, and it already had such a terrifying deduction ability. If one obtains the complete Dharma, I'm afraid that nothing in this world will be able to escape, and it will all be in one's calculations. Now, let me see the trail of the Demon Lord's inheritance. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. At his realm there were few things that could excite him anymore. The Dharma flowed in his mind. The inexplicable power between heaven and earth surged. In a special arrangement, he only felt a feeling of rapid loss of life force surging, and then before he could continue to flow suddenly felt the terror descending. Wow, got a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His body shook around him, and he suffered a direct backlash from the slight deduction. No, the Dharma is incomplete. It can't project such a great man. He sighed deeply, but was not discouraged. The diffractive emperor still had a few possible inheritance sites that might have left clues to further complete the Dharma. Right, there's also the Chen family's son of doom. He was more interested in Qi-related, and after resting for a few moments he was ready to start deducing. At this moment, in the Indo-Persian dynasty, on the northeastern border, in a remote village in Meng Burial, A teenager and a young girl seemed to be wandering around aimlessly. The relationship between the Indo-Persian dynasty and the Grand Xiao was delicate, with both sides often having strife, but maintaining a friendship on the surface. So there is no need to cover up. Just cross the borderline and enter in a big way. Along the way, there were quite a few people from the Indo-Parliamentary dynasty who looked unfriendly, and there were even people in remote places who made a move to loot, but they were all directly chopped up by Junchen. The Iron Eater was hiding in the void to follow along, able to strike at will. The map in Chen Jun's mind opened up to search, and everything was clear within the range of 10 kilometers. For the monks group, it was quite difficult and troublesome to find the dead man's chance, but it was too easy for Junchen, as long as he knew the general location. Wandering aimlessly, hurrying along, skimming from place to place, scanning like radar, Lin Shuang was rather puzzled. Of course she had seen the rule text, but what was the use of that? It's bound to have been traversed and nothing can be found here. The diffractive emperor's dharma is again impossible to rely on enlightenment, and even if it is found it is bound to be broken, and it is impossible to understand it without a sufficient realm's sense of the world. Enlightenment is one aspect. Each great realm is a leap in the level of life, and the world is viewed differently. Trying to deduce a class of dharma was no longer something that could be summarized by a zone of enlightenment. She watched as Chen Jun made 7 turns and soon came to a dilapidated village in town, stopping in front of a rotten bungalow. What are you doing here? If it wasn't for the system map display, Chen Jun would have killed himself not believing that a character like Emperor Yen could have a single intersection with this place. Side thought about clicking. The power of the dead souls in heaven and earth began to roll and gather, and this time, the dead souls were obviously different from the ones that had coalesced before, and Chen Jun was able to clearly detect that there was something different in them. An old silhouette emerged, and the first words that came out of his mouth shocked Junchen. I projected that this day would come. 78. This piece of bird poop isn't ordinary. This was the first time that Junchen had communicated with a great power without a hint of shock or shock. Looking towards him, having long anticipated such a scene. Originally I was amazed that after death why my karmic threads hadn't been completely disconnected and still continued out for more than 1,000,000 years. So that's how it was. Chen Jun was shocked in his heart, encountering such a great power for the first time. Greetings to Senior Diffractive Emperor. Emperor? The silhouette pondered, his thoughts moving. So that's how it is. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that there's something wrong with this title? Chen Jun was blinded. You'll understand when you reach a certain realm. Right now you won't understand even if I tell you, the silhouette said. I know you've come for my dharma. I can give it to you. I just need you to do one thing for me. Senior, please speak. Junchen was a bit excited. But before you do, you need to understand one thing. No one in the entire continent can surpass me in my dharma. And there is no one who can even compare to me in the deduction Tao. And it is impossible for the later generations to see an existence even close to mine. And guess what that's because of? Such a big mouth caused Junchen to be stunned. Even back then, the body sage had never said anything like this. He pondered for a moment. Because seniors have outstanding talent? Wrong. The figure smiled, the slightest of wrinkles appearing on his pale face. Because I have been authorized by heaven. Heavenly authorization? Junchen stated that he had never heard of anything like that at all. Divine revelation. Chen Jun slightly realized that the upper heaven in the figure's mouth was feared to be the most essential Tao level power. So what does elder mean? Guess how long I've been alive? 10,000 years? As far as he knew, the lifespan of a human emperor was around 7,000 years, and could be extended to close to 10,000 years if there were immortality pills and the like. Emperor Diffractor looked like he might be a saint, but it shouldn't be too high, and the higher the longevity limit went, the harder it was to break through. Wrong again. I only lived for 3,000 years, the figure laughed. Guess again. From what age did I start to look this pale? Chen Jun thought for a moment. 2,000 years old? Cultivation can slow down the aging process, and there are many people who are still young at hundreds and thousands of years of age in the whole imperial dynasty. Emperor Diffusion shook his head again. Wrong. 20. Chen Jun was confused. 20 years old. And he looked like this? The wrinkles on Emperor Diffractor's face were so densely furrowed that he could even see age spots. Is this what a 20-year-old youth should look like? How is this possible? The deduction path is heavily restricted. You should have heard of the saying that fortune-telling damages longevity. This is naturally true. The higher the level of deduction, the greater the loss of things for their own. Simple sum of the consumption of spiritual energy or blood can be. But the high level of non-lifespan power is difficult to deduce. It's because I've backed out of too many things that I've only lived 3,000 years. What about your pallor? Junchen was a little nervous. He thought to himself that he wasn't much of a looker, but he was at least clean-cut. To become pale and old all at once is a bit too much to take in. For I have been granted by heaven, and I have also been envied by heaven. And I am rapidly growing old under the suppression. It won't be the same if I get your dharma, will it? I can help you carry such a power with my dead body, so you should understand what a great price I paid, Emperor Diffractor said. Therefore this is something you promised to do, so you must do it. It dawned on Chen Jun that he had said so much to make himself understood. Of course. Good. You start at the Great Sage realm and help me with one thing in each realm thereafter. Exactly how and where to go. I've left my backhanders before I die, and at the right time they will reveal themselves. Chen Jun thought this is still early. The heart is naturally beautiful. It is difficult to describe deduction in words, so memorize it well, Emperor Diffractor said as he also stopped babbling, and in his hands, the Dharma gate evolved, and the rule words took shape and flew up and down. This was the supreme treasure art of deducing the Tao, and Jun Chen clearly felt the power of heaven and earth about to press in. This is still the deduction of the dead souls after death, but it is actually detected by heaven and earth, wanting to erase with the rules. This kind of thing is envied by heaven. The rule words instantly wrapped Jun Chen, the surging and raging power possessing infinite mysteries. Even the Xuanwu technique could not be compared to it, and even the Xuanwu original technique. I'm afraid that it's a step behind. The difference in the degree of the divine mysteries is too far. Chen Jun quickly immersed his entire being in it, knowing that it was too difficult to get started with such a dharma. Now that the diffusion emperor was evolving in front of him, if he didn't seize the opportunity properly, I was afraid that it would be difficult to even get started for at least a few years. The difficulty of cultivating the deduction type of dharma trumps all, and has always been recognized as the most difficult to cultivate among the special dharmas. Even if Jun Chen's talent was unrivaled, there was not much certainty that he would be able to get started soon. Silently immersing himself in Emperor Diffractor's dharma evolution, the more he observed the more he could understand the vastness and horror of it. It was no wonder that such a dharma would be envied by heaven. 8 trigrams into a column. The elephant in it, thus heavy. Lines in it, rigid and soft, push each other. Change in it. What can be described in words is the essence of the essence. Deduction of such a vast one can be written down in words is simply incredible. Chen Jun didn't realize that while this dharma sect was re-emerging, many powerful people throughout the continent had vaguely appeared to sense it. The terror dharma sect is out. The heavens and earth are shaking. The Tao is rumbling. I wonder what kind of waves will be created by this scramble. There hasn't been such a great chance in tens of thousands of years. Many people's eyes were shocked. There weren't many dharma disciplines that could make them look at them at their level. And the shocking ones didn't even need to be mentioned. The sound of ritual music is so majestic. Never heard of it before. Not even in the records of ancient books. The emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty pondered, feeling the abnormal power surging in the heavens and earth. Uneven autumn? Innate Tao body. Imperial sword. Primordial seed. Such a dharma. Countless minds surged, pondering, wanting it. Chen Jun quietly sat on his knees, staying in front of this broken house for a full half a month. For half a month, Emperor Diffractor was constantly evolving the dharma. It was fortunate that the power of his dead soul was deep, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. Jun Chen had made rapid progress in half a month, and such talent caused Emperor Diffractor to marvel. His own dharma didn't have to be left in the dust, and it wasn't bad to have such a successor. He silently watched the teenager's figure, and soon his entire body shattered and the power of his dead soul completely dissipated. While Jun Chen remained sitting quietly on his knees, the dharma kept evolving in his mind, and it was only after a few more days that he finally broke free from the mid-depth level of enlightenment. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Jun Chen took less than a month to be initiated into the diffractive emperor's dharma. At that moment the eyes were open and looking at the whole world felt as if it was different. Looking at the broken house in front of him, that bird poop on the roof isn't really common. Looking toward the broken house hundreds of meters away, tomorrow night there will be a pair of lovebirds to have a wild fight. The woman's figure is plump and physically charming. The man's incontinence. Looking toward an old man not far away. This old man's body trembled. The old man. Old man sees you sitting for a long time, and is afraid that something will happen to you. 79. Did an honest man dig up your family's ancestral grave? Jun Chen laughed and did not comment on the remarks. He had mastered the deduction method at this time, and these words were but a slight deduction to know that they were false. Such a small thing. Deduction was just a drain on spiritual energy. The higher the grade of the deduction type of spell, the higher the level of the limit that could be deduced, the less longevity and spiritual energy consumed relative to other inferior spells, and at the same time, the more accurate the results of the deduction. As far as Jun Chen knew, his own family had a deduction technique. The grade is heavenly. The limit degree of deduction of small things will appear at least 5 or more results. You need to distinguish again on your own, and the consumption of spiritual energy and longevity is quite drastic. Right now, Jun Chen developed a feeling that he was looking at inferior dharma disciplines in whatever dharma disciplines he was looking at. This heavenly authorization dharma in Emperor Diffractor's hands was just too esoteric. The old man in front of him was stunned when he heard Qin Jun's words. A bad feeling surged in his heart as he looked at the youngster's smile. Side thought in the hands of the spiritual power bang burst open. This teenager has eccentricities, but just a district of the realm of the cultivator of the offspring. Simply cannot withstand a blow. His face instantly grimaced, and the spiritual energy around his body flowed crazily. A long stick appeared in his hand while his face changed. The image of the old man just now was nothing more than a disguise for Fa Man, who revealed his original appearance as an ordinary-looking young man who could not be distinguished by throwing himself into the crowd. The long stick seemed as if it was going to open up the sky and the earth. Thick earth yellow light flowed as the youth strained to raise the stick and slam it down horizontally. Although Jun Chen was just a teenager, only at the dematerialization realm, the feeling he got was too bizarre. He couldn't hold back a bit. He had to make sure he landed a hit. This strike erupted at its peak, and he thought to himself that he had never faced such a junior so solemnly before. The long stick in his hand appeared to be trembling, and this ninth-grade spiritual artifact even showed a hint of being damaged because it was difficult to withstand such a majestic force. The majestic power pressed down heavily, and this stick drove the earth to be thick and prolonged. Impact after impact was superimposed, and during the slow descent the might of this stick was constantly exploding and climbing. The blow fell with a bang. Just as the aura was about to climb to its peak, the youth suddenly felt a surge of terrifying power. The knuckle-climbing power was instantly crushed, and a surge of chi and blood surged through his body. The backlash surged, he boomed down the body, but bizarrely bang directly flew out backwards, coughing blood in the mouth. The whole body even burst out a burst of blood mist. A shocking sense of pain and weakness surged through his heart, and he hit the ground with a thud, feeling his entire body fall apart. Who do you work for? Jun Chen opened his mouth and asked. The youth froze and looked around to find nothing. But how could this person in front of him have such a terrifying power? Tell me and I'll let you die. Never. Forget it. Die. The sword light in his hand flashed. Just now, the Iron Eater had directly seriously injured this person with a single strike. Even a mortal had the power to kill this person at this time. Chen Jun's hand star by star appeared to naturally harvest this person's life easily. The youth froze, his eyes widening tremendously. This fucking. You don't follow the rules. Huh? Didn't I tell you to let me die quickly? I didn't tell you. How come you killed me so crisply too? Disbelief and resentment flooded his mind. He had never seen anyone like this before. Is there obviously a secret behind his own back that this man doesn't even want to explore? This young man does not know that Qin Jun at this time, just a little deduction already understand who was behind this person. After having the diffractive Emperor Dharma door, what forced confessions in Qin Jun, this completely unnecessary. There's actually someone else outside of that night wing. And this is a member of one of the organizations chasing him. There was a mist in the deduction. With Qin Jun's current realm, he was not yet able to forcefully deduce the existence behind this person. He could only vaguely sense that this was a strong person that I was afraid would make the entire imperial dynasty fearful. After possessing the diffractive emperor's Dharma sect, one's ability to be terrifyingly alert to danger, and one's ability to survive was greatly enhanced. This person's storage ring rummage. He quickly looked for Hit the Night forever related to some information. The native spirit art Eternal Night. The power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It is said to be based on the means of the demon lord deduced from the spirit art. In addition to this, some other members of this organization are recorded, and the monk is mentioned in a few mentions, but not in a high position and with few descriptive words. Silent consolidation. The night quickly darkened. Chen Jun glanced at the bird droppings on the roof. Mutant golden crow diluted bird droppings. Eat it, great tonic. It looked green and thin, with a little bit of vegetable leaves mixed in, and was extremely poorly sold, but I have to say, eye candy. Forget it, take it back to my dad. How can such a good thing go to the outside world? Father is deeply wounded now, and this is just the thing to help. Side thought carefully put away this pile of bird droppings, ready to transform the shape by special means. Otherwise father will certainly not eat it. I really have good intentions. Jun Chen lamented. Time flowed and darkness quickly descended on the second day. As Jun Chen was still cultivating silently, sensing a pair of men and women sneaking into a broken house a few hundred meters away, there was a rustling sound, a woman's gasp and a man's nervousness. Qin Jun could even hear the sound of the man's thumping heart. So annoying. A couple paragraphs were deleted by the reviewing editor, which made the whole thing incomplete, and I couldn't change it himself just to verify if the deduction was wrong. Said the side of the woman made a gesture to go. The body is still half naked. Qin Jun was about to leave when the woman in the house let out an ouch and stepped on a small stone and broke her foot. A small stone, an event that happened a second later, actually transcended my deductions just now. Although he had just started, the level of the diffractive emperor technique was too high, and it was only a few seconds of deduction, just a small bit of deduction, so that what he had overlooked was by no means extraordinary. A flash appeared in the broken house, and with a movement in his hand he took away the small stone. What is Chen Jun doing? Why did you even go in? Peekaboo? Don't I have a better body than that woman? Lin Shuyao's breath lurched. A hint of disturbance appeared, and the two people in the room instantly almost went soft with fear. Chen Jun silently sighed. So messed up, this man is afraid to form psychological impotence. Never mind. I'll help you deduce it. While thinking about the silent flow of Dharma in his mind, a trace of strangeness flashed through Chen Jun's eyes as he carved down two notes in his hands, one for the male and one for the female. The woman was scared out of her wits. Looking at the note that had inexplicably appeared in her hand, she opened it. It reads, "Are you cheap? Did an honest man dump your family's ancestors' graves? 80, jealous?" Among the deductions, this woman is pregnant, but was abandoned by a rich scumbag, so she sought out this honest man to come and have wild intercourse. When the time comes, the pregnancy will be directly blamed on this honest man, and the receiver will be found without any problems. Without himself, I'm afraid that this honest, simple and relatively decent young man would not have escaped the fate of taking over, and would have had to raise children for others for the rest of his life, and maybe be surprised that you're having a baby after only 6 months of marriage. At this time the youth in the room looked at the note in his hand, and his entire body quickly trembled. Shame and staggering hatred surged through him, but instead of hissing, he was silent as a mountain. The woman could clearly feel as if a volcano of power was being birthed. You listen to my explanation." The youth turned away, his breathing so ragged that it seemed as if he could not breathe. Something sprouts in the heart to blaze. Chen Jun did not know that this one incident of his own had created a shocking wave in the continent's female whore world in the future. This youth later swept across the continent in an astonishing manner, and a famous saying resounded in later generations. Did an honest man throw your family's ancestral grave? You answer me. On the other hand, the city of the wicked. A painfully miserable howl came from the depths of the palace at the very center, and the silhouette finally appeared, but the face was no longer young, but incomparably old. The demonic girl froze as she looked at the person in front of her, and if the scent wasn't still that of her boss, she would even have to suspect that whatever was in front of her had replaced her boss. You, terrifying Dharma. The heaven and earth suppression made me instantly age 1,000 years. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and incomparable. How could he not have expected that mastering this Dharma would require him to endure such a great force of heaven and earth? It was just deducing that son of doom of the Qin clan. On what grounds did it cost such a staggering amount of money? Go check out Emperor Yan's place. I want everything there. That piece of shithouse. That whole town. Move it all over. In his state, how could he reign over the entire continent? He had to find the complete Dharma to find another way to grasp this heaven and earth suppression. Otherwise it's too difficult to take on certain forces all the time. If Jun Chen had seen this man's appearance, he would have been able to understand just how astonishingly powerful and costly Emperor Diffractor had endured for himself with his dead body. At this point, Jun Chen had already disturbed all the heavenly chances associated with himself, and in fact, since the beginning of his cultivation of the Diffractive Emperor's Dharma sect, it was already impossible for ordinary great powers to deduce him. When Jun Chen rode the Iron Eater beast and Lin Shuang back to the Qin clan, he saw Yun Xiangshang as well as the old crone from afar. Why is this clip coming back? There was hostility in Lin Shua's heartfelt voice. Chen Jun is also very puzzled. Two people on one side of the edge. This person still have to come up. How to see how strange. The Iron Eater threw him down from afar, then hit him as Chen Jun slowly returned to his house. Inside the family council hall, the Grand Elder respectfully served tea to the old crone, and when he saw that Jun Chen had returned, he hurriedly dragged him here. At this point there was no help in mind. What's with one thing after another? Withdrawing and forcing a marriage. There's just no end to it. Seeing Jun Chen's Yun Xiangshang jumped down from her chair cheerfully, her two ponytails flopping around. Ho ho ho, little brother is back. As he spoke, he tugged over Chen Jun's hand again, and a soft and delicate touch came. It was only at this time that Chen Jun realized that this person had extraordinary means. Just now, so simply pulling his own hand, actually he was unable to avoid it. It seems that the Yun family's top secret of the 10,000 things hand, this Yun Wishang, has at least reached the consummate level. Shameless. Lin Shuang coughed lightly. Isn't Miss Yun being a bit rude? As he spoke, he stepped forward and rather naturally led Chen Jun back by the arm again. At this moment, the hostility towards Yun Xiangshang coupled with the faint favor she felt towards Jun Chen made her not think that much. She certainly couldn't take the initiative under normal circumstances, but seeing Yun Xiangshang like this brought a pang of anger. This was the first time Lin Shuang had taken the initiative to hold Chen Jun, and for a while, Chen Jun was a bit stunned. Is this jealousy? Being held on the arm like that was quite a feeling of being the head of the family. Sister is so fierce. Yun Xiangshang looked aggrieved, her voice exaggerated, then looked at Jun Chen. So scary, your girlfriend. The word girlfriend is given special prominence, meaning it's not like you're married. Yun Wenchong hooted twice. Little brother looks much smoother than the third prince. He. Sure enough, she's got her eye on Chen Jun. Lin Shuyao gasped. But I'm only a fiancé, right? Am I going to be forced to ruin my marriage? Lin Shuyao couldn't help but look at the old crone on the main seat. This was a real human emperor, and he himself didn't have a human emperor to back him up right now. The crone wasn't concerned about the younger generation's nonsense. She had been silently attempting to have a conversation with Chen Xiu since she arrived at the Chun household. Have you refused to come out of the world even when I came? She asked, traveling into the ground with a voice that no one heard or responded to, while thinking about the flow of Dharma in his mind. The sky is hazy, rather like his style, but, how could anyone know him better than me? The old woman sighed in her heart. Is Chen Xiu really dead? After trying for such a long time, she was certain of Chen Xiu's death. She turned her head to look at Chen Jun, having instantly dawned on what was going on, then opened his mouth and waved away the crowd, leaving only Chen Jun in. Lin Shuang, although skittish but naturally, did not dare to say anything more in the face of the old crone. The crone looked terrible and sighed softly. You've made a fool of yourself. This was Chen Xiu's most outstanding junior, and she was not willing to see something happen just like that. However, you killed King Duan's family, Duan Min, and abolished King Duan's favorite youngest son. If there is no real human emperor to protect you, you will surely die. Jun Chen froze. What does senior say? Chen Xiu is dead. There's no need to lie to me. No one knows him better than me. The old woman's face revealed a hint of sadness. Chen Jun fell silent. You have extraordinary means. It seems that you have obtained the legacy of Chen Xiu, and you have covered up the heavenly chances. Everything is done so well that ordinary human emperors are unable to discover it. The old crone looked appreciative. But, you underestimated the human emperor's means. Please teach me. Senior, Jun Chen bowed. What he was thinking at the moment was, if Lin Shujing, the peak human emperor, hadn't been so naive and flabbergasted, how could I have underestimated the human emperor? However, one has plans for this. It is only by initially comprehending the Tao rules of the great Tao that one can cross over into a human emperor. And every human emperor has amazing insights in at least one Tao rule. Each Tao has infinite wonderful uses. I use the Tao of order to flow through life, growth, and death, and arranging them naturally reveals that there is a lack of order. So I can see that the ground is just 10,000 years of immanent power and odd existences, rather than a living human being. The old crone explained in great detail. Although there aren't many that can do it, it's absolutely nonsensical that you really want to hide it from all the emperors. Jun Chen nodded. So what you're saying is that I need a real human emperor backer, right? There was no choice in itself regarding the disguise of a human emperor. Is it hard to give up Lin Shujing? Joke. Chen Jun already had some plans in mind for this. 81, loyal dogs swarming. The old crone was a bit surprised at Jun Chen's chest thumping. Which human emperor can you find to protect you? Every human emperor rarely interfered in worldly affairs, let alone offending another human emperor just for the sake of a regional genius. The 7 clans of the imperial dynasty, each of them has a human emperor sitting at their side. If I become their disciple, is it that I don't need to be afraid? Hearing this, the crone was dumbfounded. She shook her head. Was this what the teenager had turned out to be planning on doing? I know you're a genius, but you're just a genius. Elder, please clarify. With your qualification and talent, you can certainly enter the outer gate of the 7 sects, but it will be difficult to enter the inner gate, not to mention becoming a secret disciple. And as for those several human emperors' personal biographies, it's even more of an impossibility. This youngster actually thought that he could become a disciple of the human emperor with his talent? There were only a few human emperors in the entire dynasty, and the entire dynasty was more than tens of billions of people. The human emperor can live for 7,000 years and has seen more geniuses than this teenager has eaten salt. Why should they waste their precious time by accepting you as their disciple? The latecomer will have a way as long as he enters the 7 sect. Jun Chen still looked confident. The outer disciples of the 7 sects also represent the face of the 7 sects. Is that what you've done? The 7 sects are the top of the imperial dynasty, and the outer disciples are also a status symbol, representing the face of the sect, and if they have to be killed directly by entering the 7 sects, it is equal to hitting the face of the 7 sects. However, the grudge before joining the sect, as long as it is not too much, the sect of the district outer disciple will not care. After all, the opposite side was the human emperor. Chen Jun knew that the old crone had a kind heart and replied, no, but the late generation has a few certainties. These things had long been calculated clearly, or else Chen Jun wouldn't have dared to scrap Duan Yuanhao just like that. Well, the crone said without much persuasion, then looked down to the ground. You're his descendant, so I'll give you another hand. Side by side, Chen Jun only felt the surrounding order of heaven and earth surging in change. The old crone with the power of the rules in the molding of some kind of vitality. Underneath the ground, he felt that the heavenly rules seemed to be triggered. An amazing power instantly broke through the air. It was as if a figure had broken out in a hurry. It's the old ancestor. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with shock as he watched a flash of inexplicable aura rush out directly from the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Outside the Chen family, there were likewise countless pairs of eyes. Is it really Chen Xiu? The breath is surging. Not as much as the peak, I'm afraid. Duan Chongjing's eyes were filled with shock. And at this time, he was hidden not far from the Chen family. His youngest son was wasted. Even if the other party was a human emperor, there should be an explanation. If he directly conceded and didn't dare to come, he would be laughed at by the other princes. Not to mention the fact that it needs to be verified if it is true or not. Only facing Chen Xiu, he didn't dare to make a move, so came early to the neighborhood but kept waiting outside. At this moment, seeing what seemed to be Chen Xiu's silhouette breaking through the air and instantly disappearing far away, his natural face was gloomy. He gazed over at Jun Chen, his eyes malicious. His favorite youngest son had been wasted just like that, and he couldn't wait to break Chen Jun into pieces. He had a large number of heirs, yet there were only 2 males, and of these only the youngest son was able to carry on his line. As soon as her eyes looked down, the old crone similarly looked over, with a hint of warning in her eyes. Duan Chongzheng was indignant in his heart and snorted coldly. Chen Xiu must be in an odd state. When Chen Xiu dies, your Chen family must be exterminated this time. Chen Xiu's intimidating power was still there, but that kind of dharma that had lived for 13,000 years had a great attraction to all the emperors. At this point everyone is waiting for an opportunity. They didn't dare to face Chen Xiu directly, but the fact that Chen Xiu was going to die or die was the time to get that terrifying secret art or spell. And after the old crone disguised Chen Xiu's aura of breaking through the air and going far away, she looked at Jun Chen. I've done you a favor. I've done your Chen family 2 favors. Now you only need to help my great-granddaughter once, and the karma will be erased. Are you willing? Elder, please speak. Chen Jun is not a person who doesn't know what's good for him, and since his own family treats him very well, he can't not do this kind of favor. At this moment, the Central State Imperial City. What? Yun Wishang went to like a country boy from Donghai County? Ridiculous. Where did the news come from? Dream on. There was a young man, handsome, with eyebrows like swords, laughing and disdaining the news. Yun Shangshan can't even look at a handsome man like Brother Fame. How could she go and like someone from a small family in a poor place? Don't be ridiculous. However, there was soon another message. It's true. Tianji Pavilion confirms it. When the Sky Machine Pavilion confirmed the news, it instantly spread throughout the imperial city. Yun Shangshan, what talent and appearance. The 3rd prince fell in love at first sight. The Yin family is also a first-class family in the imperial dynasty, and the old ancestor is a middle-tier human emperor who loves and cares for him. Now, such a person actually went to like a kid from some East Sea County? East Sea County? Never heard of it at all. Won't the 3rd prince go to squash this person's family when he gets the news? That means the 3rd prince is on the front lines now. A person from the tiny East Sea County. How dare he? A first-class family of the imperial dynasty 10,000 years ago? That's no match for the 3rd prince. Is this person looking for death? After the news spread, there were also people who quickly reacted. Wait, this seems to be an opportunity to enter the 3rd prince's command. The 3rd prince was a contender for the first sequence of the crown prince position, and countless people had grabbed their heads for a chance to be under his command. After all, if the 3rd prince became the crown prince, he would be the future of the imperial honorable emperor. And the 3rd prince's feelings for Yun Shangshan were well known throughout the entire central state. I'll go teach him a lesson. Someone directly moved ahead to the eastern continent. There were too few opportunities to perform in front of the 3rd prince, and right now it felt like this was simply great luck hitting the fan. A small eastern continent genius was just that, and wouldn't be a match for himself. It was only because of Chen Xiu's odd presence that they didn't dare to go directly to the door. However, the East Continent Grand Competition was approaching, and this was the stage for the juniors. Here, you get outclassed and crushed in a ring battle, and no one can say anything. This time, I'm going to the Eastern Continent Grand Competition. Ahahaha, let those country bumpkins see what genius means. My clan elder brother is in the hierarchical heavenly sect, and according to him, the sect with the highest elimination rate is the Eastern Continent. Generally speaking, the demons of the Central State were not willing to go to the Eastern Continent Grand Competition. This was because the top sects people who traveled to the Eastern Continent to recruit disciples were of low status and had limited authority. It was said that there were a total of 21 first-class sects in the Imperial Dynasty, and each time the Eastern Continent Grand Competition was held, only one quota was given to the recruiter, which meant that an invitation could only be issued to one of all the geniuses in the Eastern State. The 7 clans are even rumored to have no fixed quota at all, and if they want to send out invitations, they need to report back to the clan. As a result, no Central State geniuses were even willing to come here to participate in the grand competition. What's the point of crushing all the geniuses in the Eastern continent? None of them will be able to enter the 7 sects. It was only that the opportunity to join the third prince's command was too attractive. There were even many great clans mobilizing to have their family's most outstanding disciples go to the Eastern continent grand competition, go to the ring and humiliate him, making him ashamed of himself, or self-destructive, so that Yunishan will return to his heart, is the best chance to befriend the third prince. If the clan can climb up to the third prince will surely be able to go to another level. Any family disciple who meets the conditions of the realm must go this time. One by one, they thought freely of the good, and no one would even put Jun Chen in their minds. 82. Sequence forecasting. Why should I take you, an unknown boy, to heart? In everyone's eyes, Jun Chen was just a springboard, not an opponent. It's the others they need to worry about. It's the ones that can't be preempted. This bunch of wastrels are looking too shallow. Some smart people were disdainful. If we can subdue Jun Chen and have him archly send Yunishan to the third prince's bed, only then will we be able to gain the third prince's admiration. For many, being under the third prince's command wasn't enough. They wanted the friendship of the third prince, and therefore wanted more. I haven't recruited a single follower so far, so if Jun Chen is still okay, he can barely serve as my first subordinate. There was a saint's son of a great family with a brilliant golden light around his body, wearing a Qilin crown on his head and a heroic figure as he took a step across the astonishing distance to the eastern continent. There are many others similar to him. Crowds surged in the central state, and untold numbers of people signed up for the eastern continent grand competition before it was to come. Meanwhile, because of the appearance of the iron-eating beast, there were now quite a few human emperors in the eastern continent. All of these people came from large clans and great sects, and it was said that they would be in charge of the selection for this grand competition, with extremely high authority. This naturally made the enthusiasm for signing up for the Eastern Continent Grand Competition a little higher again. The king of the state is naturally delighted to see such a scene. After all, the more geniuses appear from the state under his control, the more outstanding his performance will be. But Chen Jun is a bit of a shame. The quotas of the big sects are basically fixed. It is impossible to recruit you under the door because a genius appears who misses out and will regret it. In their view, if you are gifted but fail to get started, it is because you are not blessed enough and have bad luck. Yu Shangyin and Li Yi are here. Let's hope that Jun Chen has better luck. To this Chen Jun who had brought him amazing news, the state king still hoped that he would go far. On the other hand, the Chen family. Chen's father was in the hospital bed, once again drinking the dark green juice tonic handed to him by his son. There is still a rancid smell. However, the medicine is strong. Drinking the medicinal soup only felt like there was a blazing fire burning in the body, repairing all the dark wounds while nourishing the body. Chen's father couldn't stop lamenting. Son, father was indeed a bit harsh on you in the past. I won't beat you again. The son had given himself such a precious medicine, and he didn't know how much it had cost him. At least as far as Father Chen knew, there was no treasure medicine like this in his own family's reserves. The medicine couldn't have been more flawed except for the awful taste. My son is so well-intentioned. I can't be without some indication myself. Jun Shen nodded secretly. This piece of filial piety of his own was not in vain. Exiting her father's room, Yun Shangshang and Lin Shujing were tossing words again. The old crone had already left, but Yun Shangshang still remained in the Chen family. In her words, this was helping Chen Jun with a customized cultivation plan. She boasted that she had the ability to recognize people. It's because I can recognize people. That's why I know you're the good homecoming. Little brother. Chen Jun thought to himself, don't bullshit. You stayed just to piss off Lin Shujing, right? These two were fighting, and they were quite cool on their own. Originally, there was no progress at all with Lin Shujing, and now inexplicably, he would be pulled by Lin Shujing to show Yun Xiangshang in front of him. Of course, Lin is so shy that it's limited to the verbal level for now. At this moment, seeing that the two were fighting again, Chen Jun was just about to leave and was called back by Yunishang. Little brother, a lot of geniuses from the central state are coming for you. Fierce, for my little brother must not be afraid. For you? Shame on you. Chen Jun is just to repay the favor. Well, Chen Kuan, I think it's just to repay the favor, right? Well, it must be. Listening to Lin Shuin's heartfelt words, Chen Jun felt amused, and felt a sense of integrating his thoughts on the news that the geniuses from the central state had come. Defeating a mediocre talent did not fully reflect one's ability. Defeating a genius was the only way to let the seven sects know that they were by no means unusual. Also, it's too boring to always crush. Let's hope someone doesn't get crushed, or at least let me throw two punches. Jun Chen was still very curious about the genius demons of the central state. From Lin Shuyao's heartfelt words and the words of the others, It was clear that the central state was extraordinary, and the geniuses and demons were far superior to the rest of the 8 states combined. One could also tell by looking at Yin Xiangsheng's everything hand that Zhengzhou really wasn't bad, and at this time, as the grand competition approached, a genius sorting table also came out very quickly. Every time there was a state and county competition, there would be an intelligence agency that would collect information on the geniuses of the major counties and countries, organize and rate them, and then sell and spread them. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will never be in danger. And as the big game is so important, studying your opponent in advance and making good preparations can greatly improve your chances of winning. This time, each copy of the Eastern Continent sequence list had been speculated to a super high price of $100 spirit dollars, 100 times more than in the past. Even so, demand still exceeds supply. Yu Shangyin, Yu Fu, Central State, was rewarded with a wisp of dragon chi when he molded his Taoist fetus. Impeccable. Prediction sequence number 1. Li Yi complemented his ancestors' imperial art to perfection. Flesh body without peer can collapse the steps to harden the spirit weapon. Predicted serial number 2. One by one, the names came up, and almost every name except 1 or 2 was defied. We're all geniuses, why are you ahead of me? There's no suspense in brother Shang Yan and Li Yi being ranked 1 or 2. Any fool knows how to rank them. Ning to the low ranking, at least it should be top 5. What do you know? Where does Ning Xiang have the face to still be in the top 5? I'm actually not in the top 10? What kind of crap ranking is this? Ha, let everyone know my name this time. Yu Shangyin is my best springboard. Of all the controversies, the least controversial is Jun Chen. Jun Chen, Chen Clan, East Sea County, realm of the third sky of the Shedding Realm, the tire of the great Dao Dao, by no means of the first grade, inferring that it may have reached the 4th grade. Merit mastery situation, body art is unparalleled. The Dharma is stripped from the body saint field domain, from which it can be inferred that the enlightenment is horrible. Once killed the devil son of the heavenly devil gate in a single strike, inferred that the same rank flesh body is basically invincible. Sword art is the Chen family heavenly rank spirit art amazing sword art, has been consummated. The defense spirit art is the green gate, inferred that it touches the realm of meaning. Growth information, standard playboy. Growth process lackluster. No highlights. Sequence prediction, 9. Various things about Jun Chen had been dug up, and if it weren't for Jun Chen's own heavenly chances to cover them up, I'm afraid that many things would have been exposed. And upon seeing this so-called information, the geniuses of the central state scoffed. There is not the slightest dispute that it is pure bullshit. Sequence 9 for laughs. Ridiculous. Just one battle record of killing the so-called heavenly demon sex demon son, and you dare to write something so outrageous? In the eyes of the geniuses of the central state, a mere heavenly demon sect demon son. What trash. They're just as one-hit wonders. How dare you sell $100 spirit dollars a share for such intelligence? Sequence 9? 9th in the big competition? Trying to laugh me to death? There are more than hundreds of geniuses coming from the central state this time, and they actually dare to shoot Jun Chen in the 9th place. Extrapolating the 4th grade of a great Dao Dao rules fetus? This information is a joke. No need to read it. It's 1 o'clock and I'm still writing. I'm impressed with myself. 83. Lin Shuiying's master. The tire of the great Dao Dao rule. The improvement of each grade was comparable to the improvement of each previous grade level. The tire of Dao rules is divided into 9 grades, with 1 grade being the end and 9 grades being honored. But 9 grades is just a legend. The entire dynasty, countless years since this step can be molded 8 products can be counted on one hand. As long as there is no premature death of the past is the might of the world of great powers. Every generation that can mold 3 or more products is capable of overpowering a generation. The 4th rank of the Great Dao meant that Jun Chen would receive 30% more enhancements than them for every minor realm advancement in the future. Cumulatively, by the time he waited for the open Zephyr realm, Jun Chen would have a crushing advantage. I'm only a small Dao Dao rule, and this is still the family elders helping. What gives him the right? Pure bullshit. What's the point of reading such information? Brother Shang Yan is only a 4th grade of the Great Dao even with the Dragon Chi enhancement. Where would a person from a small family get the means to do that? How difficult it is to reward dragon energy. What kind of terrifying talent was needed to carry Dragon Chi and comprehend the meaning? It can't be molded without great perseverance and enlightenment. Chen Jun is just a dude. It's simply impossible. Sequence 9. What a joke. The Grand Prix is not a mere ring contest, and the serial numbers issued by these organizations are just that. Comprehensive ratings. To a certain extent, the serial number represents the order of being picked by the big clans. And sequence 9 meant that they predicted that only 8 people would be issued invitations by the great sects before Jun Chen. Such a serialized data sheet naturally caused an uproar, with all of the central states scoffing, and all of the people in the eastern continent being unconvinced. No one other than Jun Chan actually made it into the top 100? Underestimating my East Continent heroes. Humph. How can an insult be so insulting? Thus, as soon as such a list ranking was released, many small ring matches had already appeared before the big competition. Between the geniuses of the East Continent and the Middle Continent, there was a competition. Qingquan County, Center Square Ring. A teenager seemed like a sharp sword piercing straight through the sky, quietly looking at a loose opponent in front of him. I'll give you a chance, or you won't even be able to make a move. The teenager with diffident and lazy eyes looked at this so-called great disciple of the Ming Sword Sect, one of the 12 sects in the Eastern Continent, and couldn't muster any spirit at all. You seek death. Che Pingyang was instantly furious. Surge of spiritual energy around the body. The power of the Dao Tire is added. Amazing power rushing in the hands of the long sword at this time as if it was transformed into thousands. A sword chopped out. The sky and the earth were filled with residual shadows. The scatterbrained teenager remained the same and spoke softly. Weak. You haven't even reached the realm of intent? How can this be a great disciple? With a casual wave of his hand, his wide-sleeve robe took in all of the sword shadows, and then he flung it forward. An agonizing scream came out, and in the shocked gazes of countless people, the eldest disciple of the Ming Sword Sect was directly knocked out of the ring, with wounds all over his body, and he was lying on the ground in an unknown state of life and death. I stayed my hand. He still has breath left. Hurry up and save it. The scatterbrained teenager shook his head and stepped down from the ring, feeling nothing but a waste of time. Just like that, the great disciple of the Bright Sword Sect didn't even manage to hold on for a single move before he was crushed by the sequenced 91st ranked genius from the Central State. Similar scenes were happening in the rings of many counties in the Central State at the same time. Each time, they were almost always crushed, and occasionally a genius from the Eastern Continent was able to hold on for a while, but they still ended up losing. Dozens of ring matches in a short period of time, and not a single victory for Eastern Continent. Such an embarrassing situation made the king of Dongzhou naturally lose face, but he also knew there was nothing he could do. With the dragon vein in the Central State, the Tao of heaven and earth was easier to comprehend, and the aura was several times that of the other states. Because of the existence of the dragon vein, there has always been an abundance of talent, and there is no way around it. To be born in the Central State is to win at the starting line. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. This Chen Jun too. Won't he come out to save some face for the Eastern Continent? He was feeling a bit embarrassed about his face as the state king. It wasn't just him. At this point, almost half of the people in the Eastern Continent had placed their hopes on Jun Chen. We can only rely on Chen Jun to save a little face off. Hey, only now do I realize that the gap is actually so big. Many geniuses feel that the Tao heart has been frustrated, previously confined to the small world and complacent. Only then did they realize how small they are. Chen Jun's strength should be about the same as the one who defeated me at the 91st rank sequence. It's still not enough. The eldest disciple of the Bright Sword Sect frowned. The punch that Jun Chen had used to kill the demon son had given him no more than a similar feeling to that scatterbrained teenager. Many people were expecting Jun Chen to show up, and there were also many geniuses in the Central State who had been waiting right in front of the Chen family's door. The ones outside clamoring for a deathmatch with Chen Junsheng were countless. Have the guts to come out and fight. Is it fun to pay for institutional rankings? Ridiculous. Scared, huh? If you can't do it, then give up and send your daughter away. These people, no matter how they thought about it, were merely trying to galvanize Jun Chen into appearing, and did not care or intend to study what his battle prowess actually was. Just show up. You're just the jumping off point. Take you in and then gain the friendship of the third prince. In response, Chen Jun didn't even want to care. One's time is precious, and there is no benefit in idly wasting it on these people. He's in asceticism, wanting to reach the ninth sky of the dematerialization realm before the great competition came. Sitting withered in his room, he continuously absorbed the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, forming a small eye of the storm with Chen Jun as the center. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth being continuously gathered and coming through the Tao Tire to be converted into his body. The cultivation talent had already been spiked to 200, yet there was no boost to be had if it was spiked any further. The reason was simple. The aura of heaven and earth was too thin. The speed of his current absorption was extremely terrifying, but the heaven and earth spiritual chi was at such a sparse level. No matter how terrifying, it was just this amount. Constantly cultivating, the realm slowly rose. It only took a few days to smoothly enter the fifth sky of the dematerialization realm. An ordinary person would need at least a few months of hard work to reach each of the heavens of the degenerate realm, but Chen Jun's cultivation talent had already reached more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. In addition to his boring cultivation, Chen Jun was still paying attention to the situation of the Iron Eater beast. There are now a full 9 human emperors. Jun Chen felt a lot of pressure, and the Iron Eater felt even more pressure. Inductively, He kept whimpering, careful to hide his magnificent furry body for fear of being discovered by any human emperor. Continuously hiding, this great power arrived from all over, sweeping toward the center point in a gradually forming emerging trend. This is not going to work. Jun Chen frowned. There were human emperors in all 9 directions, and there were certain large clans of people in other locations as well. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the Iron Eater was discovered in such a situation. Find an orientation to break through, then hide in another state? Or let the Iron Eater go into the Chen clan's underground to try? Chen Jun realized that he had completely underestimated the attraction of the Iron Eater, and that these human emperors were actually so patient. And at the same time, Lin Shuyao's heart suddenly trembled when she read the message sometime. It's the master. In this life, I can't believe I'll see you again so early. She saw the name of some human emperor coming. 84, a word to the wise. Lin Shuyao looked at the name, and a long-lost smile and reassurance appeared in her heart. Koo Harim, one of the 7 clans of the imperial dynasty, the human emperor of the hierarchical heavenly clan, the youngest human emperor of the dynasty. Will Sister Ku still be my master in this life? Lin Shuang was trying to follow the historical trend of his previous life, but now it looked like a lot of things would change, and there was going to be a question mark as to whether or not he could still be a disciple of the ancient sister. Without Sister Gu, how would I have gotten through that calamity? Perhaps. Chen Jun, oops, what was I thinking? There's no way. Lin Shuyao's mind was hesitating to contact the master of his past life in advance, worrying that certain historical changes would be too much for him to fight against. On the other side, Chen Jun was completely not in the mood to listen to Lin Shuang's heartfelt words at this time. He constantly communicated remotely with the Iron Eater, commanding it to dodge. At this rate it really needs to be allowed to hide in the family ground. Let's see if the rules of heaven can mask its scent. It was reasonable to say that he was a humanoid anti-radar device, and his breath was completely dissipated even if the human emperor had no way of detecting it. But this Iron Eater cub was too big, and even if Chen Jun swelled his body by 10 times, he couldn't hide it. Take cover in the southwest direction. You find an opportunity to choose a group of people as a breakthrough to leave. There are no bearing coordinates for the human emperor at this time. 114. 102, 117.9, 113.2. Fortunately, Tianji Pavilion did not belong to any imperial dynasty and did not have to worry about being betrayed, or else Jun Chen would not be able to get the latest news on the latest developments of these human emperors. Also, he didn't come out on his own every time, while covered by the heavenly plane, which dared to reassure him. At this moment, in the East Continent's Zephyr County, a sneaky figure was rushing forward in the void, his eyes scattering and looking everywhere, constantly scanning. To think that I, a human emperor, actually have to be so sneaky. AI, the silhouette sighed, but there was no way around it. He was the human emperor of Northern Han, who had previously lurked with the army in the Great Xia dynasty. This time, when he got the news that the Iron Eater was infested, North Han hesitated for a long time, but decided to let him come and try it out. If I expose it, my big plan for Northern Han will be lost, but if I don't, the difficulty of grabbing this Iron Eater before those human emperors is almost impossible. He can only take his chances, and he is helpless. The Iron Eater made North Han willing to take a little risk, but just a little. After all, after plotting for so long across the billion-man pit, it would be too much of a loss if the news was lost for an Iron Eater. While thinking about it, he continued to rush forward. When he came to a certain golden bamboo, he suddenly had a stance. What kind of breath suffuses? He practiced vigorously, the Dharma flowing in his mind, quickly sketching and deducing based on his breath, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his entire face. How? Even so lucky? He was all a bit disbelieving for a while, and next he didn't dare to have the slightest slackness, the whole person's breath surging around him, and the power of the great Tao was enriched to follow the breath and run rapidly. The Iron Eater that carefully dodged the human emperor's pursuit chewed the golden bamboo in its mouth and swallowed it down contentedly. Then the next moment, the amazing intuition that belonged to his instincts came flooding in. Danger! It's the one who wants to capture himself. Ow! Master! The mind transmitted sound, communicating from extremely far away. Attempting to converse with Jun Chen, the burly body spilled out into a frenzy, so huge but possessing amazing agility. Moreover, every step directly broke the space by inches, and 1 foot was the next space. Behind them, however, the Northern Han Emperor was even faster. At this moment, sensing the Iron Eater beast's not-so-clear call, Chen Jun's heart instantly sank. He had instantly understood that there were human emperors from other dynasties sneaking in to capture the Iron Eater beast. The directions of the 9 human emperors on the bright side were all avoided, and they were far from each other in distance. Yet the Iron Eater was still discovered, and it was obviously a human emperor from another dynasty. Tianji Pavilion had already had news before the two human emperors from other imperial dynasties had sneaked in. And the news was indeed true. No way. I've got to get to the Iron Eater. Tensely breaking free from his bitter cultivation, Chen Jun left the Chen clan's grand formation and did not have the means to resist the human emperor. But he could never stand by and watch the Iron Eater beast be restrained just like this. A furry panda for nothing? Can't be done. In his previous life as a Chinese national, his biggest dream was to ride a giant panda to work every day. Now someone's trying to tear down my dreams. No way. This violet rising startled Yun Wenshang and Lin Shuang. Chen Jun hurried outward, and Lin Shuang reacted quickly, already guessing what was going on. I'm with you. Maybe I can even beg Master to help Chen Jun once. Of course, Lin Shuang was unsure. After all, she and her master had yet to meet in this life. In his last life Master had been kind to him, but now, neither of them knew each other, and it seemed obviously nonsensical to ask a human emperor to help himself, but there was always that small glimmer of hope. Jun Shen pondered for a moment and nodded. Yun Yenshuang skimmed her lips, but she was very knowledgeable and knew that it was definitely not a small matter when she saw Chen Jun's appearance, so she didn't say anything. Jun Shen and Lin Shuang ran parallel to each other and disappeared in a hurry. As soon as they left the family gate, there was a dense crowd of people in front of them. They were all youths, and at a glance, there were more than a few hundred people gathered here. One by one, all of them had come to look for Jun Shen, and many of them had been waiting outside the door for more than 10 days, just to grab in front of everyone else to show their loyalty to the third prince, hoping to become a member of the third prince's command. At this moment, everyone was bored, but when they suddenly saw Jun Shen walk out, they all froze. Then quickly someone else reacted. Ha 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 ha, shrunken head turtle. Finally dares to come out. After waiting so long, finally, cultivated the king's bastard decision. Right, and actually managed to endure until now. Many people coldly grunted, disdain in their hearts. Now I'll give you a chance. Join my banner and none of them will dare to touch you. A human Jia said in a loud voice, his tone domineering, as if following him was a heavenly good deed. Listening to the surrounding clamor, Chen Jun was not in the mood to teach each and every one of them a lesson. And these people were really not worthy. Compared to the Iron Eater, this little fish and shrimps wasn't even worthy of its own hand. He wasn't sure if the human emperor's means could forcefully control the Iron Eater beast. If it was really possible, how could he not accept the disappearance of his current second largest dependency? This is an iron-eating beast that can't be seen for 10,000 years, and an adult is at the level of a human emperor, so how could it be given away? The crowd is still clamoring at this moment, and no bullying, just one-on-one, so you can pick your opponent. Decide quickly. My patience is limited. Come forward and join me or let me beat you until you do. Don't try to escape. There were already people joining hands, spiritual energy surging in their hands, setting up a curtain wall with a combined force technique to prevent Jun Shen from escaping. Facing the crowd, Chen Jun sighed softly. Sometimes these idiots are quite enjoyable and funny to watch, but sometimes how can these idiots be so annoying? Looking at the surrounding, his face was cold and indifferent as spiritual energy surged around him, followed by a rumbling Dao sound chugging out of his mouth. Get out! Rule runes spit across the room. 85, Emperor of the North Huns. Before, he had madly increased his proficiency, and the 6-character truth OM had already been perfected, and now he was drinking out of his mouth were the rule runes. The surrounding air shook, and rumbling sound waves extended and rushed like a mountainous tsunami. This word was spat out as if he were spitting a mountain out of his mouth, as if he were spitting a great river out of his mouth. There is the thick power of oceans and mountains. Rumble vibrated and swept out. Space trembled, the earth rumbled, and everyone's face changed in the face of the horizontal spitting of the rule runes. The word roll seems to be the law of the land. Just so pressure to come. Instantly someone was traumatized. Feeling the internal organs and bowels follow the soundwave shock directly broken. The runes swept out. Someone coughed up blood in his mouth and his entire figure was directly thrown out. Just facing the soundwave was already so unbearable. In the 6 words of truth, OM is only the main control and disturbance. Not killing, but the level of the 6 words of truth is too high. So just spit out a roll word already let the majority of people cannot withstand. Unable to cough up blood, some people even fell unconscious with serious injuries directly under one blow. The body was torn apart by the shock and slammed heavily into the ground. Knowing that this was a non-discriminatory attack, and it was also at a non-intentional level, having this kind of power could be considered terrifying. Chen Jun swept his eyes to look at the crowd. A bunch of trash also dared to block the door here. It was really ridiculous. Only at this point there was no mood to teach the gang a lesson, and time was running out. In the face of their own rules text horizontal spit, this crowd of the best also have to retreat several steps in the body of the blood surging. There is no cohesion of spiritual power, the ability to fight. As for the few people who had just teamed up to block the way out, each of them was even worse. At this time their faces were green for a while and red for a while. Just Arun's horizontal spit had already caused them to be traumatized. Where these few people did not know that for Chenjun they were just a matter of a single blow. A man like that, and one was actually afraid of him running away just now? It would become a joke. This Zhengzhou Manjie who wanted to recruit Chenjun into his command was even more hateful at this time. So much so that he couldn't find a crack in the ground to drill into. The big words had just been said, but actually a word was drunk and coughed up blood in the mouth. It was simply a disgrace to the grandmother's house. It was so humiliating, he just didn't have the face to stand here. Chi and blood in the body surged. A burst of shame and indignation surged. Wow, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out again. This person directly fainted with anger. At this moment, not only him, but all of these people, one by one, were as embarrassed as if they had eaten a dead fly. They were all geniuses, and they were considered minorly famous in a place like the Central State. Historically, the eyes have been high, never taking the other states into account. The previous several times on the ring match they are also crushed. Naturally more in the heart to determine that the East Continent is unbearable. At this time how can not expect actually will be one person a word drink to be injured? What kind of strength is this? But by what right do you, a person from the tiny Eastern Continent Chen family, actually have such a terrifying power? Drinking out with a single word. This is clearly some kind of king art that has reached the level of the realm of intent, or maybe even close to the extreme realm? Otherwise, how could it have such power? To realize that hundreds of people in front of you were just drinking directly into this by an indiscriminate attack. But the extreme realm meant fully comprehending the divinity of the spiritual arts. What did a degenerate realm have to offer? Spiritual art before the consummation of all is in vain. Crossing into the realm of meaning is the Ming spiritual art Xinyun power to surge. And every step after entering the realm of intent was difficult. To reach the extreme realm was simply not something that a degenerate realm could do. Some people sighed deeply, realizing that this meant that Jun Chen's enlightenment was terrifying to the extreme. Most of them might not be able to enter the extreme realm level of a king art for decades or even centuries. Chen Jun was quite satisfied with the effect of this strike. Not bad for wasting hundreds of points of one's energy on the perfection truth. The crowd was silent for a moment, all feeling ashamed to speak. But naturally, there were very few people who were unconvinced, and the teenager's hot blood surged to his heart wanting to make a move. Feeling that that strike must have already exhausted Chen Jun's spiritual energy, and that he definitely couldn't make a second strike. However, just as his body moved, he realized that Jun Chen had disappeared in an instant. Lin Shuang pulled on Jun Chen's arm as her feet surged with spirit techniques, and on closer inspection there were wisps of phoenix shadows twisting and flowing, emitting a raging power. Chen Jun's stance up to now was only a family's heavenly ranked spiritual art, and he was too far behind Lin Shuang in terms of speed. Thus seeing Chen Jun's eagerness, Lin Shuang directly pulled him along. If this was before Yun Shangshan came, Lin Shuang was sure that her heart would be tangled for another half a long time, but now that she was allowed to pull Chen Jun's arm or something, there was absolutely no heart to be tangled. Orientation 113.2, 107.9. The crowd behind them watched as the two figures raced away. How could they possibly catch up with such speed? Is this Lin Shuang also this strong? One couldn't believe it. Why did two such geniuses appear in a small eastern continent? A small eastern sea county? However, there was also a small number of people who began to ponder. Thinking about the grand competition, it seems that Jun Chen's stance is definitely a shortcoming. This is an opportunity. It's time to think of a way to target it. Previously, they had all disdained Jun Chen and would never have thought to be able to target. However, this one was a shocker, and it would be foolish to hold on to the previous idea. Going to the Celestial Pavilion for information. It's going to be studied in detail. In the crowd, there was only one person who had a flat face from start to finish as he looked at Jun Chen's back. Somewhat interesting, qualified to be under my command. He is Yu Shengyin, the first in the sequence in the prediction. In a dense jungle in Z County, the sturdy body of the Iron Eater beast kept running. The human emperor behind him, however, was clearly getting closer and closer, and from afar, he could sense a constant stream of spiritual art light striking behind him. Power vibrations rushed, the sky was filled with light and shadow attacks, and the huge palm of the Iron Eater beast continuously slapped the back, annihilating it with a single strike. This North Hungarian human emperor did not dare to strike with all his strength, or else he would easily be sensed by the other emperors, and when the North Hungarian's grand plan was exposed, he would be the North Hungarian sinner. That was why every strike was deliberately retracted. Otherwise, with his realm, he would have been able to restrain the iron-eating beast very quickly. Iron Eater beast is invincible at the same level, but after all, it is only a human king, and as a cub, the battle experience talent aptitude is too scarce, and the battle power is considered weak in the Iron Eater beast. Therefore, even if the human emperor behind him didn't strike with his full strength, the iron-eating beast's furry giant paw was quickly bruised and battered as it ran. Even if it had thick skin and flesh, it was quickly injured under constant resistance. At this time, blood oozed out of the silk and severe pain struck, and each strike of the spiritual art attack had a Tao rhythm wrapped around it, making it difficult to repair. This human emperor of Northern Han kept calculating, intentionally driving the Iron Eater in a direction away from the other few human emperors. At this moment, his heart was excited. How could he have never imagined that his luck would actually be so good? Iron Eater beast cubs, this is God's blessing on my great Han dynasty. North Han had a great chance for the Iron Eater. Bringing it back might allow him to step into the 10th rank and reach the sub-8 level. Then North Han would be free of worries for hundreds of thousands of years. 86. I'm missing something. Please, please, thank you. While thinking that the power of the spirit art in his hands was a few points more, surging with the enchantment of heaven and earth, a blow came blasting in, and the Iron Eater instantly flew out backwards. The rounded body rolled over, and a pained expression appeared on his fleshy face. Ow! Hissing in pain, the surrounding verdant trees were all turned into powder and dispersed by the sound wave. At this moment, a hideous blood scar had appeared on his back, deep into the bone, looking hideous and horrifying, in which the meaning was diffused, preventing the wound from healing. The Iron Eater's burly body accelerated once more, yet this time it clearly felt a bit out of its depth, constantly resisting the human emperor behind him, but also fleeing. At this rate it won't be long before he is bound to be caught, running wildly in a certain direction, getting more and more remote. The Iron Eater didn't dare to go towards the pile of human emperors, thus it could only be chased and fall into the calculations of this Northern Han emperor. Now there was only one human emperor in pursuit, and a miracle could still happen to have a chance to escape. If the 9 exalted human emperors discovered the trail, there would be absolutely no possibility of escape. Strike after strike bombarded behind him, the light of the spirit art scattered, the heaven and earth shook, the surrounding space broke in inches, the meaning dispersed, and the aftermath swept everything across. The Iron Eater dodged with difficulty, constantly striking out to resist. It also wanted to play a trick, leaving behind on its run the backhand that it had treasured for a long time, such as its thousands of years of accumulated spirit orbs, such as the 8th grade bursting talisman seal that Chen Jun had given it. However, in the face of the human emperor, these things weren't of much use. The bursts of power surged and could only be blocked for a short time, consuming several things but only escaping for a little while longer. It simply couldn't escape from the sensory sphere, barely pulling ahead of it, but catching up quickly. In the midst of such a chase and escape, it could no longer hold out for long. What to do? Chen Jun forced himself to calm down. The sensation coming from the Iron Eater beast was getting more and more anxious and weak. It was obvious that it could not hold on much longer. Lin Shuya was still traveling at a rapid pace as she pulled his arm. She was icy smart and naturally noticed the abnormality. It seems that the Iron Eater has been discovered by whichever human emperor is now in danger. Or else let the Iron Eater go in the direction of the ancient sister? Falling into the hands of the ancient sister. At least there is still a chance. When I become her disciple, then I will beg the Iron Eater back, that is. In reality, Lin Shuya wasn't sure, but now it looked like it was the only chance. However, given the preciousness of the iron-eating beast, one might not be able to beg for it back even if one became a disciple of the ancient sister. Otherwise, let it go in the southeast direction, Lin Shuyi said hesitantly. She didn't say that the southeast direction was the ancient sister, but she hoped that Chen Jun trusted herself. Chen Jun was hesitant. If he really had no choice, then he could only do so, but he was still unwilling. It doesn't feel good to hold your fate in someone else's hands. The faint call of the Iron Eater came back to his mind, the wailing sounding weak to the point of weakness. Facing the human emperor, it was already not easy for it to run and escape until now, constantly calling out to its master. The only hope the Iron Eater had at this point was Jun Chen. Approach! Approach! Chen Jun began to flip through the pages in his mind without stopping. One's biggest card is undoubtedly the system. There were a few thousand energy points now, but it was obviously not enough to convert the realm directly to modify the adult emperor. The increase in various attributes also clearly does not help the situation at hand. The only possible way, among the countless items of the remnants of dead souls, Chen Jun began to flip through the pages continuously from the top down. Heaven-breaking gun technique, useless. Banning charm, useless. Traces of longevity tree, useless. East Sea City Lord Square control technique, useless. From top to bottom, in almost instantaneous effort, Chen Jun skimmed over all of them, but he still didn't find anything useful. He frowned as he thought back in his head, sensing the weakness of the Iron Eater. Images of the first time he saw the Iron Eater suddenly flooded his mind. Heavenly Devil's Gate. The place where the heavenly demon sect had kept the iron-eating beasts in the first place must have been able to ensure that there wasn't the slightest leakage, but it seemed that he himself hadn't discovered the existence of such a place at all. Where did the Iron Eater come from? Inexplicably appeared in the heavenly devil sect. The allied forces later rummaged through the entire heavenly demon sect and found no secret room. Instead, he found the second floor of the dungeon on his own. But there was nothing strange about it. Wait. At this moment, Qin Jun seemed to have suddenly realized something. He tapped on the item bar of the remnants of the heavenly demon superior and scrutinized it from the beginning. Not a single one was spared, and a total of over 200 items were looked at back and forth twice. No! Quickly identifying a speculation in his head. Regarding the Iron Eater, there was only one control spell in the Sky Demon Lord's item bar. Nothing more. I got it. He himself had to take for granted that the heavenly demon superior was the topmost powerhouse of the heavenly demon sect, the most terrifying existence, the strongest person in history. But in hindsight, that doesn't seem to be the case. The heavenly demon superior, who was only the explicitly heavenly demon sect's founding ancestor, might not be the strongest person in history, and more than likely was not the actual founding ancestor. To the heavenly demon sect, Chen Jun stroked Lin Shuang's head and felt that the Iron Eater was saved. Why are you touching my head? Why are you touching my head? Salty hands, humph. Lin Shuang hummed lightly in arrogance, and was surprised in her heart. What's the point of going to the heavenly demon sect? Not only going to the heavenly demon sect, but also luring all 9 human emperors here. Chen Jun wanted a way to get rid of the Iron Eater once and for all, so that everyone would mistakenly think that the Iron Eater had disappeared. Otherwise, the attraction of the Iron Eater beast was here, and it would attract countless other great powers in the future, making it too difficult for himself to cope. It would be so much easier to get it over with this time. Of course, before you do that, check yourself. Running along at breakneck speeds being dragged, Chen Jun was also sighing. One body spirit art short, but unfortunately the highest level I've seen so far is only the king's art, which is a bit insufficient for me. The top powers, unless they have left something behind, the information must rule written down. Therefore, Jun Chen had not gotten any information about a death top powerhouse with a terrifying body technique until now. Sensing Lin Shuang's terrifying speed, it would be absolutely false to say that he wasn't envious. However, Lin Shuyao's dharma was stripped of the phoenix technique and was not suitable for him. All the way to being pulled like this, his mind skimmed over the various places, at this time looking at the map on the remnants of a click. The entire east continent range so large, all the way running in the map appeared a few names all click. None of the remnants of the dead souls could coalesce completely. They all shattered with a snap. There wasn't much that was useful in the remnants of these dead souls, but Chen Jun had decided after the whole Iron Eater thing that he'd rather be wrong than sorry. It was a real handful at the time, too. He lamented and sent a message to the Iron Eater beast in his mind, telling it to travel in the direction of the Sky Demon sect. After running for half an hour, he finally approached the Heavenly Demon sect grotto. Jun Chen looked at the map in his head, taking a long breath. 87, the Heavenly Devil sect. Within the map of the mind at the moment, there were 2 other names. One was called Jihong Dark, who as far as Chen Jun knew was the Heavenly Demon sect's Zhongxing master ancestor. A half-step human emperor from 5,000 years ago. Clicking on this name, the power between heaven and earth swarmed. Then the remnants of the dead souls gathered then shattered. Even the power of the remnants of a half-step human emperor after death could not be supported for a moment. Brain took a look at the man's items. Lackluster. Click on another name. Weekly payments. The power of the heavens and the earth convoluted. The terrifying sound caused Jun Chen to be stunned. Such a vast gathering of fragmentation rules had only been seen on such great figures as the Body Sage and Diffractive Emperor. This one called Zhou Fu was really unusual. The silhouette cohesion. A black robe cover cannot see the face, can only see that the age does not seem to be big. The moment it coalesced, the man directly knelt down. Pope Zhou Fu sees Lord Heavenly Demon. He exclaimed under his breath that he thought he had been resurrected. At this moment, there was a blazing light in his eyes, looking at Jun Chen as if he was looking at a god. And his entire body seemed to have entered a state of extreme madness. This is a resurrection. Even human emperors could only live for 7,000 years, and becoming a saint was only 10,000 years. But he himself was actually able to be resurrected after receiving the heavenly devil's gift. At this moment, he didn't even hesitate to offer all. And hearing this person's words at this point, Chen Jun realized that the heavenly devil sect was not a sect, but a religion. The heavenly demon superior was just a preacher who had established the heavenly demon sect in the eastern continent of the Grand Xia. This person in front of him was the heavenly demon sect pope. With this speculation, we can learn that the heavenly devil sect is afraid that there is more than this one. It was likely that other imperial dynasties had lurked as well, only that they had remained undiscovered as evil demonic sects. Doesn't that mean that in his eyes, I am a heavenly devil? Side thought Shinjun immediately flowed the Dharma body to die. This moment of breath is all but gone. He had to disguise himself, or else if this person could see that he was in a mere degenerate realm, he would surely be able to react quickly. He spoke indifferently. This seat's descent made a mistake and possessed this kid, so now I can only temporarily return your divine sense to its place, and I can't fully resurrect you yet. The words had the meaning of the 6 true words of the Buddha flowing through them, or else with one's realm saying this would definitely be seen through. Even if this was just a shadowy remnant, the insights of his previous life were there, and Shinjun couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. Hearing this, the heavenly demon sect patriarch froze, and then quickly reacted as well. Himself seems to be only a shallow shadow now, not yet resurrected, but he didn't doubt it in the slightest, because even just the means of regrouping one's divine sense was astounding. In his heart, he silently muttered to himself, I've seen quasi-emperors strike, and none of them had this kind of terrifying means. Lord Heavenly Demon is truly supreme. Looking at Lord Sky Demon again, his breath was completely gone, and this kind of tactic was unheard of. There was a faint Buddhist rhythm between the open words, obviously having transformed the Buddha into himself. There wasn't the slightest doubt in his heart. Just these 2 means were enough to prove that it was Lord Sky Demon in front of him. Chen Jun looked at the man's eyes and knew that he most likely didn't have many guards against him anymore. Once again, he spoke faintly. Something has gone wrong with my descent and I need to find out what the problem is. Hand over all your preaching and other things to me. I want to see what the problem is. It could actually be redeemed by the system. But Chen Jun had just taken a look. It takes 500 energy just for general information about sky demons, let alone anything else. It's equal to saving tens of thousands of energy if you can cheat yourself for nothing. Zhou Fu knelt and nodded. Yes. Then the power of his residual thoughts coalesced and evolved everything in his hands. From the beginning of his preaching until his death, and in between what he got from the so-called heavenly demons, etc. It was only at this time that Qin Jun realized that Zhou Fu was actually someone who had died 30,000 years ago, and the heavenly devil supreme person is only in the Zhou Pei to build the Pope's place accidentally found the stray Dharma and used this as the foundation to slowly establish and develop. The altar had actually been rarely used, and the reason it hadn't been destroyed was because it couldn't be. In Zhou Fu's statement, he sprinkled the seeds of faith throughout the various imperial dynasties of the continent. I have established strong heavenly demon roots in many imperial dynasties in the western part of the continent. It seems like you've done a good job of developing the believers. Faint appreciation flowed from Jun Chen's words. To be able to allow me to descend. It's obvious that you've done quite a bit of contributing. This seat won't treat you poorly. Thank you, Lord Sky Demon. Just like that, he drew a big pie for Zhou Fu, and he gave a clear account of everything one by one. Qin Jun pretended to be contemplative, and after a long time, he silently spoke. It seems that it is because of the late development of the congregation that led to changes in the teachings, and thus my descent has been a bit problematic. Anyway, it was just nonsense, and in reality he was studying this altar as he pretended to meditate. According to what Zhou Fu had said, this altar itself had only been built to half in the first place, but this half was enough for Qin Jun to deal with the situation at hand, and the way for the altar to continue to expand and deepen now appeared in his mind. While thinking a thought, the altar emitted a buzzing faint fluctuation. And seeing this scene, Zhou Fu was even more relieved. This is ironically Lord Sky Demon. Otherwise, who would be able to catalyze the altar just like that? Jun Chen spoke faintly. Alright, this seat has some things to do, so disperse first and wait for me to revive you, he said as he waved away the remnants of Zhou Fu's dead soul. Until the last moment, Zhou Fu was still shouting, Lord Heavenly Demon, long live forever. On the other side, Chen Jun had tried several times, and now this altar only had 2 functions. One was sacrifice and the other was teleportation. According to Zhou Fu said, this teleportation was originally supposed to be a horrifying teleportation across endless space and time, but he was instructed by the heavenly demon lord himself, but his strength was really limited, and he could only do half of it until he died. This was exactly what Jun Chen wanted. It would be a big joke if we did the whole thing and teleported the Iron Eater directly into the eyes of the heavenly devil. Side thought about making a little modification to the altar based on the mana in his head and redeeming it directly. On the other hand, Lin Shufeng had been told to find a way to lure the other emperors here. After completing all the preparations after a busy half a day, at this time, the Iron Eater was also close to being deflated and would soon be unable to run. The human emperor of Northern Huns chased after him, coldly grunting in his heart, if you don't say that a beast is a beast, now at such a time as this, you actually think of going back to your own lair for refuge? Ridiculous. What a stupid Iron Eater. What's the use of going back to the Heavenly Devil sect? Even if the Heavenly Devil sect's founding lord is resurrected, I can slap him to death. At this moment, some unknown location. A looming presence opened his eyes and his voice huffed as he opened his mouth. Someone is trying to intercept the power of my faith. Which bald donkey or Taoist priest is it? Seek death. He clearly felt that somewhere in the beliefs he had laid down had been modified. The heart was furious, yet it looked at the perimeter. One by one, there were figures in the divine source, all with their eyes tightly closed, and he himself was likewise in a divine source somewhere that he could not break out of until it was time. 88. He's willing to block the human emperor's blow for me? Chen Jun quickly disappeared far out of the heavenly demon sect's range after trying the altar's control method. He watched silently from a great distance, sensing the weakness of the Iron Eater, constantly running. In the path that the Iron Eater was going to travel through, Chen Jun laid out talismans and disposable formations of almost his entire worth, relying on the layers of obstruction to briefly slow down this human emperor. Jun Shen soon saw the Iron Eater's blood-filled figure around its body from afar. Another slap from the rear arrived. The iron-eating beast's furry body was now scarred. This slap came, the entire body instantly flew sideways, heavily smashing through the heavenly demon sect's underground cave. Slanting and being sent flying like this, his body thumped and thumped from the ground, directly and ruthlessly smashing into the ground. It was as if the road was unstoppable, and it smashed directly into the altar. Ow! The Iron Eater hissed in pain. At the moment the fat black and white face showed a pitiful and unbearable look. It was simply too tired and had reached its limit after fleeing under a human emperor for so long. Lying quietly on the altar under the ground, the Iron Eater suddenly felt a bit of herb appear in his furry palm, a corner of the holy pill. The Iron Eater sniffed vigorously, and excitement flowed out of its large, round, sparkling eyes. This is naturally Chen Jun to give it to hurry up to heal the injury, or else hurt the foundation that is really intestinal remorse. This holy medicine was precious, and it was not heartbreaking to use it at this time. The iron-eating beast took a bite and stuffed it down. The wounds around his body began to heal rapidly, and his furry black and white panda skin even looked a bit more oily. What's the point? The human emperor of North Hungary was surprised. At this moment, he vaguely sensed a human emperor arriving in the distant sky. But what was the use? Only the final blow was missing. I'll just run away. Where will you chase me? Since he dared to appear alone, he naturally had the means to escape, provided of course that he wasn't surrounded. While thinking about it, the giant palm stretched out and directly grabbed the iron-eating beast that was paralyzed on the altar. He wanted to laugh freely that he had rushed ahead of the great summer human emperor. It was visible to the eye at the moment, but the distance was definitely too late for the gang to catch up with themselves. One strike directly escaped, and just like that, right in front of their eyes, the Iron Eater was robbed alive. The Iron Eater beast patted his round belly at this time. The words of his master's voice transmission had already made him completely let go of his heart, and he just laid down on the altar. The moment the giant palm probed out and touched the iron-eating beast's body, the face of this northern Hun emperor's face was instantly solidified with a look of great joy. Under a touch of chi's fluctuation, this palm of his stretched out and actually lay empty. What's going on? With 10,000 puzzles in his heart, he looked at the altar. Where was the shadow of the iron-eating beast at this time? But where is it? It only felt like some sort of weird fluctuation turned, and the Iron Eater simply disappeared on the altar. But in his senses, this altar was clearly broken and unfinished. By what right could it be catalyzed? By what right could it have arcana? The giant palm retracted. Where was the shadow of the Iron Eater still in the palm? There was just a single hair. At this moment, a full 4 human emperors had arrived from afar, all seeing the image of the Iron Eater stepping onto the altar and then being teleported away immediately afterward. Everyone was stunned, and a chagrined and incomparable look instantly surged across their faces. At their age and realm, it was rare for them to show such a look anymore. Seeing that bizarre fluctuation in the void, one's eyes wanted to spit fire. In their eyes, it was obvious that it was those giant palms that led the way, pushing the iron-eating beast into the altar and then opening the altar arcane. Get him! He teleported the Iron Eater somewhere. He must be caught. Which dynasty's human emperor? From afar, it was hard to see the appearance. The mist covered it. Only a hazy blur could see that it was a human emperor. This human emperor of Northern Hun felt like he was going to explode with anger. If this wasn't the territory of the Grand Xia, he would have been able to restrain this iron-eating beast in the first place. And if these few human emperors didn't somehow arrive, he would have been able to do the same if given a few more moments. If it wasn't for this strange altar, the Iron Eater would already be in his own hands. Yet it was so close. The monstrous anger at this moment almost melted the surrounding space. His face was incredibly grim as he looked around. Why are 4 human emperors gathered here? There must be a problem. It could never be a coincidence. Why did the altar suddenly galvanize? Obviously it wasn't due to his own giant palm. There must be someone behind it. Someone was counting on him, and it actually worked. What kind of people? Looking for death. At a glance, Lin Shuang had nothing to hide, because the distance was too close. and she had just run in a hurry. Even the fluctuation of spiritual energy in her body had not yet completely calmed down, so she was unusually conspicuous. Jun Shen had the method to extinguish all his own aura, but the domain he had formed himself was too limited, and it was naturally impossible for him to expand his body to wrap Lin Shuang at this moment just now. The terror of the human emperor's probing was on display, and he quickly locked Lin Shuang down. It was pointless to hide anymore at this point. A hidden force of heaven and earth wandered from the void at an unimaginably fast speed. With a glance, Lin Shuang only felt as if she was going to be directly frozen. With one strike, he turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. If he was blocked by the 4 human emperors, he would definitely have to drink his hatred today, and would also expose the North Hun's grand plan. Therefore this strike he just blasted out and never bothered with it again. This Northern Hun powerhouse wasn't a first-time human emperor. He had heavenly means and naturally wouldn't think that a small open zephyr cultivator would be able to dodge this strike. And while this strike was out, Lin Shuyao instantly had the feeling that she was in danger to the extreme. The inexplicable power wandered around, and she had no way of even realizing where it was coming from, and it was a pure dream to try to dodge it. The phoenix body tire flowed around his body. The cultivation of the Kaizong realm thumped out, and the flow of power that opened up all the 5 organs burst out, making even the Qin Jun on the side feel palpitations as he watched. Very strong. Most likely not much worse than me in the same realm. Without thinking, Qin Jun Xian martial arts implications flowed and crossed his body. Couldn't care less at this moment. The system in his mind frantically added points, and the Xuanwu technique's proficiency continued to increase and keep climbing. Lin Shuang was in such a perilous situation because of herself. To let herself sit back and do nothing. Of course Qin Jun couldn't do it. He was even willing to block the human emperor's blow for me? Lin Shuang was a bit stunned. She couldn't figure out why Qin Jun was being so nice to her. Does he really love me that much? I can. At the moment of life and death, Lin Shuyao's heartbeat was surprisingly not one of anxiety. Qin Jun secretly said in his heart, you don't want to think about it. I'm a person who died in a previous life for a good cause, not to mention lovey-dovey, and I'm still on a high level morally. At this moment, as the breath exploded with a bang, another human emperor gazed over. She looked towards Lin Shuyao's petite body, and points of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. How could this person give himself a sense of familiarity? I must have never seen him before. 89. Unfortunately, an inexplicable feeling welled up in Gu Hailin's mind. At her realm, if she didn't have some sort of bond, it was bound to be impossible for such a situation to occur. At this time, the cherry mouth slightly open. The hands of the sword light flashes. A sword chopped out fast to incredible turn instantly tear through the layers of space. Her eyes were extremely cold as she looked at the human emperor who had left in the distance. At this moment, the other 3 great Xia human emperors all went after that person. No one cared about Lin Shuang's death. She was the only one who was protecting this junior from her own imperial dynasty. With benefits like this, there was no need to consider which was the lesser of the Iron Eater beast or a mere open Zephyr realm cultivator. Anyone would have gone for that choice. But the thoughts in Gu Hailin's mind made her urge out with a drop of her essence blood. Vain karma is bound to have inextricable cause and effect. The sword light entered the electricity. A flash of light immediately followed by piercing through the space. The next moment the sword's shadow collided with the wisp of power. The power of the 2 human emperors collided. Terrifying implications exploded. And the heavens and earth rumbled. It was the impact of 2 heaven and earth Dao powers. The flow of Xuanwu techniques that had already entered the level of intent was frantically added in his mind. And his proficiency soared. Energy consumed 10. Proficiency plus 1. Energy consumed 10. Proficiency plus 1. A feeling of dawning realization of the full inner meaning of the Xuanwu technique surged in. Energy consumed 10. Proficiency plus 1. Ding dong. The Xuanwu technique enters the extreme realm level. At this moment Qin Jun suddenly understood the full implications of the Xuanwu technique. Just one step away, the Xuanwu technique could enter the realm level. The body becomes part of the Genjutsu technique and gains a spike in defense. The green armor uncrossed in front of his body. The rule runes on it were tediously engraved. And at this time, it was flashing with a piercing light. And the shadow of Xuanwu was vaguely nurtured in the tedious rule runes, crossing his body to block in front. The talisman seals in his hand were all thrown out directly. Although Gu Hailin's blow was blocked in front of him, just the aftermath of the human emperor's impact was terrifying. At this point Lin's heartfelt words were drawn out of the moving. The phoenix rhythm flowed, and the red-colored shadow crossed in front of his body. In a silence, a wild surge of power instantly toppled Jun Chen. The green armor condensed by the Xuanwu technique instantly shattered. He coughed up blood and flew out backwards. The Xuanwu shadow only resisted for an instant's effort before it was torn apart. This was after all the power of the human emperor. However, this instant was also enough for Jun Chen to survive. The extreme realm-level Xuanwu technique kept him from dying in the aftermath of the human emperor's impact. Space exploded, and the location where the two arts collided leaked out a blackened gloom that was directly pierced by the power of the heaven and earth Tao. The two figures were thrown flying and hit the ground heavily. Jun Chen smashed on Lin Shuyan's body. He exhaled lightly. He had just fought to save and blocked Lin Shuyao's body. Thus Lin Shuyao was barely injured, so his entire body went limp on top of Lin Shuyao. Why is this Chen Jun taking advantage of me again? No. He must be seriously injured right now. How can I think of him like that? Oops. Just let him. Well, just lie down for a while. Lin Shuang instinctively struggled for a moment, followed by a blush of shame and didn't move again, feeling the softness underneath him. Before Chen Jun had time to think more, Gu Hailin had already flown far away and stood in midair. It was only at this time that Jun Chen was able to see this human emperor's face clearly. The face looks not much older than yourself. Delicate features, a strapless black dress reflecting the skin as snow, white legs long and straight, eyebrows have a faint coldness. The entire person's aura was ethereal and exuded a faint condescension. Sister Gu seems to be a five-stripe human emperor now. Counting the time, she will soon become the first saint of this generation of the dynasty. A saint? Chen Jun wanted to shout at this moment. Looking up, her legs were long and tall. The man was wearing a skirt, but Chen Jun didn't dare to look up. As far as he knew, Lin Shuang was a peak human emperor in his last life, or possibly a sub-saint. Lin Shuang's hard voice about her realm has been ambiguous. Chen Jun only know that her strength out of the group, absolutely what Duan Wang and so on can be compared to, because listening to the heart voice to know that Duan Wang in his previous life are not the opponent of her a finger. But, that's about it. She definitely wasn't a saint yet in her previous life. Now that this is soon to become a saint, wouldn't it be worry-free in the future to hold on to the thigh? At this moment, Gu Hailin looked Chen Jun up and down a few times. She had just clearly sensed the amazing power of the young man in front of her. It shouldn't be something that a degenerate realm could have. And at this moment, she was extraordinarily curious about Jun Chen. High level of imperial art? Extreme realm? She asked as she opened her mouth indifferently. Chen Jun nodded. Each rank of spiritual arts was divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. By the time one reached above the king arts, each level of improvement brought about a sea change. Jun Chen's Xuanwu technique could explode with hundreds of times the power of his own spiritual limit, whereas a low-ranked imperial technique might barely be 100 times that. In addition, while entering the extreme realm just now, he had also touched the implications of the Xuanwu Benjutsu, and only needed to slowly deduce it. This spiritual art would be at least a quasi-emperor art. Gu Hailin nodded. The talent is not bad. She could vaguely feel that the Tao fetus was terrifying as well, because the meaning in this teenager was truly rare. Only, pity. Gu Hailin sighed softly. Her eyes were faintly regretful. Pity? Chen Jun didn't understand. What was there to pity? The last time I heard the word, it was from Lin Shua's heart about his little brother. Listening to this word again, Chen Jun has a creepy feeling. Little brother, if this is still bad. I am TM. Gu Hailin shook her head. Your heaven and earth compatibility seems to be very low. The eye is also a genius, but one vaguely senses that he is flawed in this area. And hearing Gu Hailin's words, Jun Chen stroked his chin. Brain tapped the system panel. Host, Chen Jun. Realm, born-again realm. Taoist fetus, birth and death. Plus. The plus sign at the end is grayed out, meaning that the limit has been reached and there is no way to add more. Achievements, manifestation of sainthood before men. 1 against 10. 1 against 100. Oh my god. Your cheeky skin. Densely packed were the achievements that Jun Chen had already reached. When did I finish the cheeky achievement? I'm such a shameless person. Isn't your system a bloodshed? Jun Chen frowned. How come the energy points weren't given to me? Soon found a note below. Your cheek has been evolving. The system is calculating the bonus factor. Please be patient. Chen Jun didn't dwell on this issue much. Keep going down. Remnants, Chen Xiu, Gue Xuancheng, Yan Ruxue, Fong Dongyu, Heavenly Demon Lord, Han Li. Map, current range 10.1 kilometers square. Plus, energy, 4270. Properties column, talent, 201. Has reached 10 times the time of crossing. Now the natural breathing method are consistent with the speed of running the gong method to absorb the heaven and earth aura. And the flow of high-grade gong method is more directly to form a small eye of the storm. Gnosis, 154. Taoist heart, 5. Charisma, 17. Affinity, 14. Ventriloquism, 2. Golden Spear Technique, 999. It quickly flipped to Heaven and Earth Affinity, 4. Plus. Jun Chen stroked his chin. Pity? I can add some. Unfortunately? 90, but what about Chen Jun? To this day, Jun Chen did not know what this heaven and earth compatibility degree meant. He had very little time to refresh his general knowledge of cultivation since crossing over, so he had never understood it. Think about it at this point and click on the plus sign. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. Chen Jun hissed. This was the first time he had heard 0.1. Previously consuming energy was never plus 1. Only the attribute points would appear to have a nebulous success rate when they were high. Chen Jun's current talent additions would fail, and the higher the value the greater the probability of failure. So the talent point reached 201, and he didn't waste any more energy points to add it. After silently sensing it this time, no abnormality was found after the heaven and earth compatibility was added. Keep clicking. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. Tapping 10 times in a row. The degree of conjunction between heaven and earth came to 5. Still didn't feel any difference. Just vaguely felt as if the whole person was a bit more relaxed, and some kind of inexplicable suppression from before seemed to have become shallow. But what exactly? He wasn't sure. It was Gu Hailin who was stunned. I'm sensing it wrong? What's going on? She frowned. Her cold face flavored this moment. Gu's sister is so beautiful. Lin Shuyu looks like a nymphomaniac. Chen Jun couldn't help but ponder. This can't be a lace, can it? Is it going to be buy one get one free? No way. I'm pure. I'm a decent guy. The achievement panel in his head at this moment, the cheeky factor suddenly finished calculating. At this point the cheeky achievement is labeled remarks. In light of the host's excellent cheek thickness, you will receive a 1.9x bonus for all future cheeky type achievements. Shameless, people with more than 60% thicker cheeks, has been achieved. Chen Jun. At this moment, Gu Hailin's frown quickly stretched. That's just it. Wait until the final round of the grand competition and we'll know. Maybe I'm sensing it wrong. The final round of the grand competition is called Invitation to the Mirror. Please observe the phase realm. When the time comes these things are clear at a glance. In fact, the East Continent Grand Competition was not qualified to invite her to come, but this time, due to the arrival of the iron-eating beast, she was also incidentally acting as a representative of the clan for this grand competition. While thinking about it, she looked over to Lin Shuyao. Have you and I ever met? It feels familiar. I don't know if I've seen it before. Gu Hailin laughed. Then a flash of light in her hand disappeared into Lin Shuang's body. The next moment he was stunned. Phoenix body tire? Phoenix body tire? The 5 collections of the human body. Above the half wall? Wait, above the half wall? What kind of technique can be practiced to be above the 5 hidden half walls? Regardless of any state's grand competition, the realm was restricted to below the open Zephyr realm. And a major reason for this was that merit techniques were extremely important to open Zephyr. The higher the level of the Kung Fu, the more outstanding the effect of opening human treasures. The human body 5 Tibet. To the low order of Gongfu cultivation can only complete at most 1/10,000th of the opening of the human body treasure. The middle order of Gongfu 2/10,000ths of the transcendental magic door can be opened 1,000th. Further up, the Emperor's Law can open 1/10th of the wall, and the Holy Law can open half of the 5 hidden walls. It is hypothesized that the Dhammapada opens the 5 Tibetans to perfection. Realms were numbers. From the first heaven of the open Zephyr realm to the 9th heaven, what was opened was nothing more than quantity. Whereas feats determined the quality, determining the depth of the 5 hidden treasures that were opened. There wasn't a single copy of the Emperor's Law in the entire world, and it was the sacred law that only the 7 sects had, and only the secret disciples had access to it. In fact, other people exposed to enlightenment are also simply not comprehending enough to practice accordingly. The reason the great competition restricted the realms was to not let the supreme demons miss out on the important realm of the open collection. After all, apart from the 7 sects, there was not a single sacred law of the open hidden realm in the outside world, nor was there a single imperial law of the open hidden realm in circulation apart from the first-class clans of the imperial dynasty. At this time, Gu Hailin only felt incredible. She clearly perceived that the young girl in front of her 5 hidden half-wall above. How terrifyingly deep is this? It was as if her 5 hidden treasures truly contained all things. She actually has a quasi-imperial law? Or is it just an amazing understanding? Did she deepen it herself? Phew. It's a good thing I didn't continue practicing, or else I wouldn't know how to explain the words of the 5 Tibetan perfections. Chen Jun, good guy. I underestimated Lin Shujing. I didn't realize it wasn't as naive and dumb as I thought. At this time, Lin Shujing thought for a moment and spoke. The latecomer had obtained an object from which he saw the Dharma. Wan, Lin Shuang nodded. Gu Hailin showed a dawning realization. Yes, reasonable. Aside from Wan, she couldn't think of where the young girl would have gotten the spell from. Then the person that the Ping Wang Palace was looking for some time ago was the young girl in front of them. Just how did I hear that it was a guy who was looking for a guy at the time? Without dwelling on it too much at this point, She looked Lin Shuang up and down, feeling so kind that she inexplicably felt an urge to take on a disciple. With her realm of a 5-stripe human emperor, accepting a disciple would simply become a great event for the entire imperial dynasty. Moreover, being so young, it was unwise to have to waste one's cultivation time for the sake of a disciple. But, inexplicably she felt as if there was just such an impulse in her head. Show me your strongest means. Lin Shuang froze, then the hands of intent flow, the body of the spiritual power bang burst, phoenix body tires surging to add power out, the hands of the light caress, landed in the air, a silence, without the slightest fluctuation, just dissipated. Yet with just this strike, Gu Hailin had already seen many things, flawless roots and excellent enlightenment, a genius. Although there was no way to be completely sure, Gu Hailin had too much authority as a human emperor. Let's go. I'll make the decision to let you enter the hierarchical heavenly sect first. As for whether or not to take on an apprentice, she wanted to look at it again. And just such a light sentence is what all the geniuses of this generation in the entire eastern continent have tried so hard to beg for. Here in Kohalin, she freely gives such qualifications, not to mention letting a genius enter the hierarchical heavenly sect. No one would dare to object to her even letting a pig enter the sect when she was in a good mood. This? Lin Shuya was a bit stunned. In his previous life, he had gone through a lot of hardship to enter the hierarchical heavenly sect, accidentally coming into contact with Sister Gu, and then being accepted as a disciple. But in this life, it was actually so childish? This is, into the 7 clans of the imperial dynasty? If she hadn't returned reborn, she would have found it fantastic. But at this point she hesitated. Lin Shuang looked at Jun Chen. Going to the central state just like that? What about Jun Chen? Gu Hailin spoke indifferently. What honor is it to enter the hierarchical heavenly sect? To give it up for the sake of a mere Taoist? Oops, not yet a couple. Even though they weren't Tao couples yet, Lin Shuyi didn't know why she just didn't want to. Maybe I'm used to having Chen Jun by my side after being together for so long? Just leave Chen Jun? The scene of Chen Jun defiantly pouncing on himself just now crossed his mind, surfacing the image of wrapping himself up there in the billion-man pit, recalling the image of defying the human king for himself. She took a deep breath, and after a very brief struggle in her head, she prepared to open her mouth and refuse. If you don't take Chen Jun, you don't want to go yourself. And at this moment, Chen Jun was a bit blinded by Lin Shuang's heartfelt words. No way? You don't think I won't be able to get into the 7 clans, do you? 91. The beginning of the great competition. What is this Lin Shuang thinking? At this moment, Lin Shuyao slapped her head and also suddenly figured it out. Aha! What are you thinking to yourself? With Jun Chen's talent, entering the 7th sect was a nail in the coffin. While thinking about it, he turned to Gu Hailin with a smile. Disciple pays his respects to Elder Gu. Gu Hailin nodded faintly and looked at Jun Chen. The teenager didn't even realize what his biggest problem was. He is so confident, but reality will soon wake him up. The heart faintly muttered to itself, is it another holy body? Too bad it was born in the wrong era. If it were hundreds of thousands of years ago, this would be your time. But for now, you are doomed with this maiden. She is likely to become my disciple, and will surely reach the human emperor in the future. And I'm afraid you'll be a shovelful of dirt by then. With a flash of light in her hand, she lifted up Lin Shujing and prepared to leave, not even wanting to watch the Eastern Continent Grand Competition anymore. This time the elaborate heaven sect had come with a total of 2 elders. An elder Zhao Shaoshir being alone was enough. Watching any Eastern Continent competition was just too much of a waste of time for himself. A flash of light. Lin Shujing hurriedly opened his mouth. Elder Gu. Gu, the late generation still has things left to deal with. You'll have to watch Chen Jun get picked at the Eastern Continent competition. How can I contact you after I leave like this? Oops, could it be that I like Chen Jun? No way, no way. In her previous life, she had been smothered in bitter cultivation, and the little girl didn't know anything about love at all. Gu Hailin shook her head slightly. Looking at Lin Shuang's girlish shyness, she knew what she was thinking. It's just that, the grand competition is coming up soon, so I'll just waste a few more days. At that moment she turned her head to the altar. She vaguely felt that it wasn't the unknown celebrity emperor who had taken the Iron Eater captive. This altar was not built, but it always felt unassuming and ridiculously high level. However, if she was asked to step onto the altar to find the Iron Eater, she simply wouldn't dare. Without being able to master the altar, there was no way to grasp it, and she couldn't tell if the altar was a sacrifice or something else. At this point, after looking at it deeply twice, he finally gave up taking the risk. There's no need to take risks with a talent like mine. Dark nodded, deeply impressed, sighed, thinking of the light in his hands gently stroked. The sea blue halo a turn. Chen Jun only feel instantly penetrated the layers of space. A wobbling effort and then opened his eyes. Surprisingly has returned to the Chen family. At this time, outside the Chen family's door. The crowd had already dispersed for the most part. Where is the one that was drank by a single word of Chen Jun and spat blood from his mouth still have the face to stay here? Now it's just a matter of those who are not convinced, and those who learn of the news and don't believe it and come to be taught in person. At this time, Gu Hailin's figure appeared and sent Chen Jun and Lin Shujing back. Everyone was instantly silenced, and each one of them didn't dare to say even a single word. Gu Hailin looked around the room and mentally shook her head. They were all mediocre. How strong could they be if they wanted to borrow the third prince's hand? She wouldn't even look at them. At this moment, in the central state imperial city, inside a magnificent palace, a youth was clad in red gold armor, wearing a purple gold crown, and his eyes seemed to shine like the stars in the sky. A silhouette stepped forward. Welcome third prince back to the palace. Have there been any major events in the palace lately? He said as he traveled inward. The armor on his body naturally fell off and changed form. This was a divine weapon that had already produced an artifact spirit. Your holiness still hasn't been to court again. Got it. There's nothing more important. But there's one thing related to Yun Wishong. Say, she went to the eastern continent and openly liked a person called Chen Jun. Many people in the palace felt that your liking her was degrading to the dignity of the royal family. Just that unwilling to marry me? The third prince pondered for a moment. Then a sword appeared in his hand, destroying the palace wall with a single chop. Put out the word that I learned of this and became furious and smashed the palace wall. The silhouette froze for a moment. The third prince was by no means such a person. Moreover, looking at his highness, where is the great anger? With such an even tone, the third prince sneered. Why do you think King Ping is willing to support me? The third prince has outstanding talent and extraordinary bloodline, and has the ability to rule the country. King Ping supports you, that is, he knows people. There's no need for ass kissing. The third prince waved his hand indifferently. He supports me because he feels he can control me, and thinks I'm the worst in the first sequence. And since that's the case, I'm going to act like a dude should. Caressing the sword in his hand, the artifact spirit rejoiced. Also put out the word that my illusory son divine skill has come to great success. The silhouette froze, then bowed. Congratulations, your highness. Jun Chen returned to his residence and silently cultivated, raising the speed of his cultivation with the help of the spirit absorption formation. In just a few days the realm had once again improved by 1 point, and the Dao Tire had become further profound. The augmentation of the power of life and death was increased by 10%, and the quality of the spiritual energy cohesion and compression was similarly soaring. In the midst of such silent cultivation, a few days later, in the eastern continent, a bell shook, the rumbling Dao sound dispersed, and the sound of the bell unexpectedly spanned boundless distances, resounding throughout the entire eastern continent, where everyone could hear it. It was the power of the Dao rhythm that traveled through space. The sound of this bell meant that the Eastern Continent Grand Competition had opened. The Eastern Continent is abuzz. This time, because of the presence of the Iron Eater beast, all 7 clans of the Imperial Dynasty had elders come, and they had the right to directly recruit initiates. First-class sects such as the Lifeless Sect, the Sun and Moon Pavilion, and the Yulong Sect, would have rarely had the eyes of the big sects in the central state cast on them. But now the more famous ones in the entire central state have almost all people coming. Again, because of Jun Chen, countless talented people from the central state had come. This time, the Eastern Continent Grand Competition was bound to be grander than ever. Even if they can't be enrolled by the top sects, those second best ones are good. I hope I can enter the Yulong sect. Someone's eyes were full of light and their heart was full of anticipation. Dreams of everything. Go to sleep. I'll fuck you. A crowd of people were excited beyond measure. And the competition about the participation quota was even entering a white-hot stage in every clan, with everyone fighting tooth and nail to get a quota. What if you can get into the eyes of a big clan, even if it was no longer good? This was the Eastern Continent Grand Competition, and countless people from the entire Eastern Continent state had come to watch. This was a great opportunity to become famous. At the same time, this grand competition was naturally divided into 2 camps, 1 Eastern Continent, 1 Central State. With the results before the grand competition, there was no doubt that East Continent was crushed, and everyone could only pin their hopes on Jun Chen. At this point in time, the body sage fell to the ground. The old beggar who had been sitting and studying for an unknown number of years shook himself up as he looked towards the sky. There are a few little guys from the clan coming over. He smiled playfully, his face full of wrinkles. The East Continent Grand Competition goes to see. In his mouth, those hefty great sect elders were nothing more than little guys. The old beggar playfully took big steps, each step directly moving across an uncountable distance. If a high-level powerhouse was here they would have realized that this old beggar didn't have any spirit arts flowing at all. Just by using the power of his physical body alone he traveled to such a speed. 92. Future cooperation? As the bell chimed, Jun Chen lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. He was now at the sixth sky of the degenerate realm, and his Dao tire was engraved to a depth of 6 points, enabling him to utilize 60% of the power of the life and death chi around him. And the terror of the quality of spiritual energy was so great that ordinary geniuses were far inferior to even the 9 heavens. One must know that this was the spiritual energy of the ultimate Dao fetus wash, which was solid and deep. The bell rang 3 times and then fell silent. The crowd of the Chen family departed, and the family's sacred beasts carried them as they flew rapidly to the capital city of Qingquan County. On the way, the Grand Elder explained the rules of the Eastern Continent Grand Competition to Jun Chen and a few others. The Eastern Continent Grand Competition, in the end, is a selection for the upper-class sex. They want to select geniuses who can enter the sex cultivation. Therefore, the first test is the foundation. Roots reflect to some extent one's talent and Dao heart, and Dao heart is valued quite highly. Little by little, he explained, and Chen Jun listened quietly. The entire process of the county assembly, as a whole, is actually divided into 3 parts, and in the end, the elders of the major clans pick people. On the other hand, where Qingquan County was located, basically all the elders of the major superior sex had arrived, one by one exchanging pleasantries, in which there are certain potentates who look at each other in the eye, coldly grunting and secretly competing. The upper-class clans picking people is also a two-way street. Many super demons were able to receive invitations from several sects, and which sect this demon chose at this time naturally concerned the face of the sect. I wonder which one Yu Shengyin will choose. This was the focus of the vast majority of people's attention. Is there any need to think? He's the most suitable for my lifeless sect. Forget it, Elder Wang is still living 3,000 years ago, right? Someone on the side sneered. Humph. It's better than some clans with just 3,000 years of heritage, right? Someone on the side snorted. Aside from Yu Shengyin and Li Yi, there doesn't seem to be any geniuses. That's not necessarily true. Wasn't Tang Yan a super demon in the last grand competition? And now he has a reputation throughout the entire central state. Someone said rather smugly that Tang Yan had gotten countless invitations to choose his own family to join in the first place. The man next to him grunted twice, unable to look at the man's behavior. At this moment, Lin Shuang followed Gu Hailin and similarly slowly entered. Everyone looked over. Someone who could be valued by Gu Hailin was bound to be extraordinary. The face is unrivaled, but it's already in the Kaizang realm, so this can be accepted? Strange. I heard that there's already a Taoist couple. Someone called Chen Jun, not a Dao couple. And Gu Hailin will inevitably not let her marry down to someone from a small place. As the conversation went on, elders from one clan after another came, all of which were terrifying to the point that the entire imperial dynasty had a prestigious existence. The county king of Qingquan County was trembling with a fawning face at this time. Every elder here could crush him, and it would be a matter of smoke coming from his ancestors' graves if he could gain the friendship of one of them. Extremely flattering, these seniors were put in place. At this time, there were constantly clans coming with their disciples, silently waiting for the conference to convene, and soon hundreds of clans and families arrived in unison. Lin Shuyao, who was standing quietly, looked to the outside world and caught a glimpse of Jun Chen's figure amongst these clans. Must enter the 7 secta, otherwise I don't want to cooperate with others in the battle of Qi. Humph. The ones who represented Daxia in their previous lives were Yu Yan and Lu Boyu. Yu Yan is treacherous. Lu Boyu is frivolous. Oops. And I don't want to see Daxia in danger. I must replace one of them. If it's Jun Chen, it's acceptable to cooperate in the future, but not into the 7 clans, not even qualified. Next to her, Gu Hailin sensed Lin Shuang's reaction and secretly shook her head. It wasn't the first time that Jun Chen had heard the term Qi dispute, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Cooperate later? What do you mean? On the other side of the time lapse, the capital city of Qingquan County was full of hundreds of sects arriving in unison. Looking far into the past, there was a sea of people, and Qingquan County had purposely built a square that covered an immense area to accommodate so many people. The numbers are large but not chaotic, gathered in country-specific groups. East China Sea County is located. More than a dozen clans totaling 100 people. Look at each other. Two eyes Chen Jun almost do not recognize, but this does not prevent almost everyone to recognize him. Brother Chen, Brother Chen, Brother Chen. One's eyes carried a sense of entrustment, as if they were about to commit themselves to an orphan. Chen Jun was creeped out for a moment. What's this for? Like he's going to die. What's this about entrusting himself with something? Shall I say to myself, thy wife I keep, and thou shalt not worry? Eastern Continent. It's up to Brother Chen alone. Many people sighed. In front of the huge gap in strength, they also knew that they were too far from the geniuses of the central state. What can be done about a bad caste? The dragon vein of the central state was a blessing, And no matter whether it was the richness of the aura or the manifestation of the Tao, it was far too much better than the other states. Please, Brother Chen must represent my generation and take the top 10 sequence. That's right, even if it doesn't work, at least top 50. One was very unconfident, and it was obvious that these people's humanity was going to be destroyed in the recent period. Chen Jun nodded. Is that all? What's so hard about that? You can drink those people hurt with one word of your own. He looked to where the Junjuns of the central state were gathered, each with their eyes high in the sky, seemingly placing no one in their eyes. There were a few people who looked at Jun Chen with grave eyes, but most of them remained full of concern. To be drank back with a single word is ridiculous. You're just a bunch of losers. You're a disgrace to the central state. That is, there's hardly any of the Sonic Tsunami class main killers, and just like that you can still be traumatized by a single word. Such a shameful thing you guys can say. With this kind of person, I only need one strike when I meet me in the second round, let alone the second round. It's not certain that the first round will even reach the mark. A group of people didn't believe 100 times about Jun Chen's information. 5 pairs of flesh and a great Dao tire? Bullshit. Someone made a neck-wiping gesture at Chen Jun. Chen Jun shook his head and spat softly under his breath. Idiot. You. Show off your mouth. Who on earth is showing off their mouth? At this moment the Dao voice droned out as Jun Chen prepared to give this person a little life lesson. However, as the voice exited, on the high platform, someone's voice suddenly opened in a magnificent manner, dispersing everything. Instantly the entire square fell silent. For this grand competition, those whose roots don't meet the standard will be directly expelled. There are too many people, and the elders don't have that much time to waste. Hearing this the entire room went silent. The elders of other superior sects and the like naturally had no opinion. They themselves were not willing to waste time here. And with so many people this time, it was indeed a waste of time not to eliminate some of them earlier. Spiritual energy surged in the hands of the person who spoke. A certain indicator appeared, and everyone froze. Such high standards? It's only when the root majesty reaches the 7th level? Are you kidding me? The crowd erupted. However, the middle-aged man on the stage had a tremor around his body, and with a light touch in his hand, a force surged, directly sending the few people who had opened their mouths to speak flying. Question my decision. Out. His voice was indifferent. Then he looked at the county king of Qinquan County. Please shock the body stone and begin. How precious was one's time. This time he had come by order of the sect, but did not intend to waste much time. Thank you for the reward. 93, sound like thunder. At this time, the entire room was silent, and one heart was helpless. There were not many 7th level roots in the past in every big competition, which was equal to asking this item to directly eliminate more than half of the people. They all started practicing when they were teenagers. Who hasn't taken a wrong turn at a playful age? Moral fiber and perseverance are necessarily lacking in most people. The first step of the great competition was to measure the heart of the Tao in perseverance. If one is not steadfast in the Tao, if one is not outstanding in perseverance, one's foundation is bound to be deficient. At this time, these guards of Qinquan County began to arrange the crowd separately, and the king of this county knew that the elders of these great sects did not want to waste time. So all kinds of ceremonies such as polite words were omitted, and the test began directly. The crowd formed 13 lines, divided by country. In order, go up to a couple of shock stones on a high platform to test the roots. The boulder stood silently on a raised platform, and the people in the procession followed the order. The guard acting as a staff member shouted, "First place, Lin entry." A teenager stepped forward, his legs shaking as he walked. Walking onto the high platform, the spiritual energy surging around his body resonated with the body-shaking stone, and the huge stone appeared to thump loudly. The light shone brightly and shot straight up to the sky, but it disappeared after 6 loud bangs, and the light instantly turned inward. Degree of root, 6th grade lower. Failure, expulsion. The teenager had a look of despair on his face and almost instantly collapsed to the ground when he heard this. It was so hard to get the quota, and before all his skills could be utilized, he was actually going to be expelled. The 2 guards instantly racked and threw them straight out, the man still in a daze. Second place, Zhou Guangyue. Still resonating, the boulder once again emitted a loud thud, the light shining brightly and disappearing after 7 sounds. Root degree, grade 7 medium, qualified. Third place, Sui Fu Air. The crowd proceeded in order. Test after test was completed, and the overall pass rate was less than half. One by one, they were eliminated and expelled from the plaza, and the entire plaza quickly became much less crowded. Amidst the constant proceeding, the highest that appeared was only the lower grade 8, which made the elders of the major top clans shake their heads. The eastern continent is really desolate. It's too bad. I'm afraid that no one will appear to be qualified to enter my sect. The discussion continued in the midst of the debate. Next, Mao Ding. A sharp-tongued youth walked up quickly, his spiritual energies surging to resonate with the boulder. This time the boulder let out a low, muffled thud, and the light didn't even shoot out. Root degree level 1 medium. Fail. Rubbish. Using an overdraft potential type of elixir. The crowd instantly snorted coldly, rather displeased. It could also be a quick fix type of magic-like technique. Such a person has the face to come? Listening to the surrounding discussion, this person was filled with embarrassment. And just as he was about to walk off the stage in a hurry, the shadow of a giant hand descended from the sky. With a bang, this youth was slapped straight away, his entire head almost being slapped off. A clear and cold voice came from the high platform. This person of mine hates speculation in his life, using overdrafting classes or feats to seek quick realizations. His heart is not right. He should be punished. This was an elder of the Tianfu sect, a half-step human emperor. At the same time, it is also the rightful wife of King Duan. At this moment, a faint hint of coldness flashed across the edge of his mouth as his eyes skimmed over Jun Chen. You're really looking for death by scrapping my son. That old bastard Duan Chongzheng is afraid of Chen Xiu, but I'm not. Females were usually much more paranoid than males, and this time, the Heavenly Restoration sect was not supposed to be the one to come, but she specifically requested to travel to the Eastern continent. Originally, he was prepared to directly abolish Jun Chen, but he never had the chance. Right now it was straight to the big competition again, and she needed an excuse to strike. In accordance with the news received from the Heavenly Pavilion, this teenager was only an ordinary genius in the early stages, 8 years in the blood transformation realm, but just a few months ago suddenly transformed into a super demon. Just a few months has been off the realm of 6 days. You didn't take an overdraft limit potential class of drugs? The likelihood is too low. Wait a minute, I'll slap out, pretend to miss, and kill you outright. So what if that old bastard Chen Xiu is alive? You're going to make an enemy of my clan for a descendant that spans an unknown number of generations? Duan Chongzheng is really a waste of space. He doesn't even dare to let out a fart when his son is wasted. I'm going to green you sooner or later. The crowd instantly stirred at the exit of these words, and some people simply felt like they were going to pee their pants in fear. He had similarly used speculative means to achieve his current advancement, so naturally he was terrified in his heart. After a brief commotion, since the testing continued, the group in front of Chen Jun, one by one, proceeded. Half of them failed to meet the requirements, and soon another person was slapped away by this elder because of his extremely poor foundation. Soon arriving at Yu Shengyin, all eyes gathered. This elegant-looking young man slowly walked up to the high platform and smiled at the elders of the top sects. At least 11 bangs. The crowd was murmuring. I bet 13 voices. You guys have no idea how strong Brother Shengyin is. The body-shaking stone relies on the body to induce resonance, and the further back you go the more difficult it is to ring out each sound. 13 voices? Never before in the entire history of the Eastern Continent Grand Competition. Countrymen of the Eastern Continent, open your eyes properly. Open your eyes. Yu Xingyin's followers sneered, with fervor in their eyes. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Yu Xingyin's spiritual energy surged around his body. The body-shaking stone thumped out a terrifying might. The sound resounded, and heaven and earth rumbled. Thud. At this moment countless people only felt the sound as if it had induced the beating of their hearts. Thud. The sound seemed to appear as a substantial wave of sound. Dum 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 dum. In the blink of an eye there were already 9, and the sound was horrifying, with a long aftertaste. Thud. With the 10th sound, the geniuses of the central state almost boiled over into a frenzy. It represents their face that my central state is all demonic. Thud. The 11th sound was still so clear and strong. Broken record. The dragon chi cleansed roots are truly terrifying. At this time, Yu Shengyin on the high platform only felt the tremor of the body-shaking stone become more and more amazing, and his body presented a situation that he was going to be unable to control. Thud. Another thud. Yet the cry rose again, and Gautama he let out a muffled grunt. No! The limit. He had already sensed that his foundation was simply not enough to support the body-shaking stone to ring out the 12th sound in its entirety anymore. The crowd went silent, feeling sorry for themselves. Yet then came the boiling. Broken record. 12 voices. It's half a voice. But who cares? See, this is the demon of my central state. The followers on the stage went wild, shouting. On the high stage, Yu Shengyin was likewise quite proud of himself. He looked at Jun Chen, meaning, it's your honor to be my follower. At this moment, Chen Jun had only one feeling in his heart. This middle-aged disease is in its late stages, right? The elders of the various sects were secretly nodding their heads. Very good. The natural talents and gifts are all excellent. There is also such a Taoist heart and perseverance. The foundation is basically flawless. Very good. I've seen him strike. It's very good. This Yu Shengyin our clan is bound to win. After the shock, it quickly calmed down. and the crowd continued in order. With no more geniuses appearing, the crowd remained immersed in the 12 voices of the word, until another name appeared. Next, Chen Jun of the Chen family of Donghai County, slowly walking up to the high platform. Spiritual energy surged around his body. At this moment, all eyes gathered, and the eyes of the Eastern Continent crowd were filled with anticipation. Whether or not you can reach the standard is a question. Someone coldly grunted, before being seriously injured by Chen Jun's one-word drink in his heart indignation. Naturally, the dog's mouth could not spit out ivory. Don't fail to give me the opportunity to crush you in the ring. Someone stood with their hands in the air. Yu Shangyin looked careless. It shouldn't be too much worse than me. Otherwise I wouldn't be willing to take it under my wing even for the sake of befriending the third prince. Amidst the surrounding discussion, Chen Jun Dao tire shook, and the boulder seemed to be stimulated in some way in an instant. As everyone watched, the staff next to the boulder only felt a huge surge of enormous force. He instantly flew backwards with a bang, his body's chi and blood churning as he looked in front of him with eyes full of incredulity. Someone in the crowd hollered, and without seeing what was happening they saw the guard fly straight backwards. "What are you doing?" The man hit the ground with a thud, coughing up a large mouthful of blood as he held out his hand. "No, it's not him." Of course he detected it. It was a terrifying tremor from the body-shaking stone. A terrifying tremor brought about by some extremely deep resonance. The words came out, and there was no need for him to say them at all. At this moment the body-shaking stone rumbled and shook loudly, and the sound was like thunder. The Taoist sound rumbles and molds. This loud sound seemed to come from the beginning of heaven and earth, instantly transmitting a terrifying distance. 94. Shaking Estate. Up until now, there were hundreds of people, and none of them had been able to emit such a magnificent loud sound amongst the resonance with the body-shaking stone. The sound of the Tao? How is this possible? Not to mention the people in this state of the Eastern Continent. Even the elders of those superior sects all froze. This roaring loud sound. Besides the amazing sound, what surprised them even more was that it was actually the sound of Tao rules. The sound of ritual music? The congratulations of heaven and earth? Some people even lost their voices in shock. It was so unbelievable, it was unbelievable. This was not a mere vibration. It was a sound wave fluctuating out of the root's flawlessness, in tune with heaven and earth. Such a sound can be called a celebration of heaven and earth, because it is apt to heaven and earth. The sound of rumbling Tao sound resounded, and dong 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 was a huge tremor. One voice, two voices, three voices. In the blink of an eye 9 sounds rang out, sounding like thunder, and the might of each sound was surprisingly more terrifying than the previous one. The 9th sound still hasn't stopped, or even shown any signs of stopping at all. The body-shaking stone thudded with a loud bang once again, and waves of sound swept and slapped out. Thud. The 10th sound, still unabated. At this moment, the waves of sound were like the sea, and everyone instantly had the feeling of being in the ocean. It was as if a small boat in a huge wave could capsize at any time in such a wave of sound. Dang! Dang! In the 12th voice, the sound of the word rumbled and shook the ears of the people. At this moment, the terrifying waves of sound were stacked layer after layer, and each of these vibrations was too terrifying. Each vibration remained undissipated even now, and amidst the vibrations of the latter layer, the former layer was superimposed on top of the other, emitting a horrifying Tao sound. Waves of sound swept across the entire Eastern Continent in one state almost instantly. This was the sound of the Tao, not by virtue of loudness alone, but because of the endless penetrating power of the Tao. Almost the entire Eastern Continent, countless people in one state heard such a shocking sound. There were already unbearable ones under the stage that were shaken by such an invocation to the point of spitting blood from their mouths, their roots unable to even withstand such a sound wave. One by one, they were dumbfounded, unable to speak as they looked at Jun Chen on the high platform. 12 voices, so magnificent. The vastness and expanse of the breath swept through. Anyone can see that these 12 voices are far superior to the holy word. Too much difference. The light of the fire is compared to the sun and the moon in general. The beautiful woman on top of the high platform was completely dumbfounded and froze in place. The spirit art surged in his hand and froze in his hand with a dumbfounded look on his face. She was full of wonder how this was possible, sitting paralyzed in her chair, completely frozen. She had wanted to slap him on the first stage to make him just waste away. How could she have ever imagined such a scene? At this time, the originally high and mighty talents of the central state were even more stupefied and completely dumbfounded. How is it possible that it crushed Yu Shengyin? One was as embarrassed as if he had eaten a dead fly. It was too much for them to accept. Each one of them cried out, ashamed and angry, feeling a pang of embarrassment at the thought of what they had said before. I'm fucking. Someone slapped themselves, not believing it was real, thinking they were dreaming. Thud. The 13th sound. At this moment, In the distant northern state examination venue, several elders all sensed it at the same time and looked up in the direction of the eastern continent. Hear nothing wrong? What kind of Tao sound fluctuation has been transmitted here? What kind of person could do this? The sound is like thunder. It shakes a state. This is the talent of a saint. Has the eastern continent produced another supreme demon? Unimaginable. Even if there are some problems in other aspects, I'm afraid that there are sects willing to take in this foundation alone. One by one, the chatter was shocked, and at that moment, above the high platform, the voices remained unabated. 14th sound. Thud. At this time, a group of people under the stage already needed the elders of each tribe to protect them in order not to have their chi and blood triggered. One by one, their faces were shocked and they felt that their 3 views had been refreshed. The 15th sound. The rumbling resounded, and the light rushed to the sky. Until this point, Chen Jun vaguely felt somewhat out of control. Such a rhythm and root vibration. If the vibration continues, I'm afraid that it will crack one's root. He was just about to withdraw his power and stop the flow when he suddenly heard a soft thud. The body-shaking stone clicked softly, spreading rapidly from the first crack. Then, before anyone could react, the entire body-shaking stone shattered with a bang. The resonance of the Tao sound didn't finish before the body-shaking stone shattered. Everyone in front of him was dumbfounded, never having heard that there was such a thing. Body-shaking stone. Broken? Never seen it before. At this time the guards slowly got up, looking at the front of some dumbfounded. This how to record? 15 levels up? No, it's more than that. He couldn't help but ponder in his mind. What level was 15? Never seen it. Never heard of it. Never met it myself when I presided over several county conventions. Not to mention 15 levels. 12 or more, this is the first time. Chen Jun was also a bit stunned. Good lord. Originally his own limit was 16 voices. As a result, the shocked body stone shattered. And in their eyes, is not he or she a moot point? Sure enough, if a person wants to act tough, the whole world will make way for you, forcing the emperor to be honest. He rubbed his chin and looked at the high platform. At this time, the crowd of elders were all stagnant. They had never seen such a sight even though they were very knowledgeable. It took a long time before he slowly came back to his senses. His heart shook, all thinking, as long as there is a little bit of talent in spiritual arts, the clan should be able to give him an invitation. With such a root, I don't know how long it would take to cultivate it, for how many times. This teenager's Tao heart was completely recognized by them. Such horrible perseverance. I said how 8 years in the blood transformation realm, but cultivation is so swift behind, so it's a thick and thin. Some elders lamented. After all, Jun Chen's profile looked really abnormal. So it is. Such a firm Tao heart. For a youngster to be like this is truly extraordinary. What kind of teenager can keep suppressing his realm for 8 years, just to keep tamping down his foundation? It's too hard. Too hard. Being a teenager is the age of being naughty and being in the limelight. It is extraordinary to be so suppressed. With this Taoist heart and perseverance, as long as the enlightenment and talent were not too bad, it was worthy of a position in his own clan. Listening to the sentiments of the crowd on the high platform, these elders exclaimed. Chen Jun was a little embarrassed. Moral fiber? Perseverance? I'm sorry, I'm just a hang-up. The inheritance of the body sage, plus 1 billion points of luck, added another 1 billion points of attributes. That's all. The elders of the 7 sects were calmer than most at this point, but were also a bit surprised. If he can take the top 8 in the ring, he should be given a spot instead. The elder of the life and death sect pondered. The only question is how much work he put into this doxology. Look again. It's a good seedling, but whether the seedling will grow or whether it will end up being only a seedling will have to be seen again. At this moment, the only one who seemed to have vaguely remembered something was Zhao Xiaoshi of the elaborate heaven sect, whose face was cloudy and uncertain. These surrounding elders only knew that this teenager was a good seedling with flawless roots, but they hadn't thought about a deeper level. The third prince is in a state of shock. To offend the third prince? The 7 sect was naturally not afraid of the royal family, much less the third prince, but he hesitated. At this moment, Gu Hailin, who was also an elder of the hierarchical heavenly sect, was pondering. I see. It looks like a hegemony body or extreme Tao body. Pity. 95, grouping. Gu Hailin looked at Lin Shuang, sighing in his heart. He was born in the wrong era, or else he would be destined to be extraordinary in the future. But how he can't catch up with you in this life. However, Lin Shuya's cultivation time was still short and she was still young. With a few decades of seclusion, I'm sure it would have faded into oblivion for this person. At this moment, the Tianfu sect elder beauty's face was gloomy to the extreme as she pondered in her mind. With such a terrifying foundation, the terrifying quality of spiritual energy alone is enough to outshine others. The next round is the ring, which looks at talent and perception. We are all of a similar age, strong talent realm is high. Extraordinary enlightenment natural spiritual art cultivation is better than others. At the same time the ring tournament can also reveal many aspects of a person, such as combat talent, mental quality, calculation ability, and so on. Now it seemed that with Jun Chen's roots, the quality of his spiritual energy must have crushed the others. Even if his spiritual skills are worse, it's too easy to enter the top 100 in the ring. What's more, the information from the Celestial Chi Pavilion basically couldn't be wrong. And the information on there clearly stated that he had an intentional realm-level king art. King art, even the lower grade of king art, at the level of the realm of intent can explode its own spiritual power nearly 100 times. The most inferior low-rank spirit arts could explode twice their own spirit power, 4 times for the middle rank, and 8 times for the high rank, with each higher rank basically doubling the previous rank. By analogy, Wang Shu could explode roughly 60 times the quality of his spiritual energy. The importance of a spiritual art could be imagined. While the power of a spiritual art's outburst was also determined by the level of mastery of that spiritual art. And when the king's art reached the level of the realm of intent, it could explode nearly 100 times, with 100 times the enchantment. Qin Jun's spiritual quality knew with his toes that it was bound to be horrifying, and such an outburst to get the top 100 in this group was as easy as drinking water. What should we do? Just watch this kid crush his way through the ranks with the quality of his spiritual energy? Unless he's unlucky enough to run into the likes of Yu Xingyin and Li Yi. How can he stop him? And Yu Shangyin and Li Ye's signature cards themselves wouldn't dare to do anything about it. As she thought about it she slowly spoke, I think, is it possible to change the ring slightly this time? The crowd froze in unison, unsure. In theory, the human emperor elders of the 7th sect were present, so she was not qualified to speak. However, she loved her son, and she knew that if she really let Qin Jun enter a first-class sect or even one of the 7 sects, she would no longer have the chance to kill him. Edge thought about speaking up. I think a melee is a better test of one's ability in all aspects. This time the ring matches will first be a mixed battle with a group of 10 people, taking 2 people to advance. After that, we'll have a one-on-one ring match to determine the top 100. What do you all think? Historically, the rule was that the top 100 people in the ring battle at the grand competition were eligible to be selected by the superior sex, and no one else no matter what. What the beautiful woman wanted, naturally, was for Jun Chen to be directly eliminated by the group in the first round of the ring, with no way to enter the top 100. Suggesting the exit she looked around and all the clan elders were fine with it. It's a small point, not worth arguing about in their minds. Seems like it would also save a lot of time and some energy. I agree. Doesn't matter. Many people actually had plans, because this time the top 100 were bound to be more than 90% from the central state. And if it was still the old way it was purely a waste of time. They had no problem with using a melee to quickly eliminate the weak ones. At this time, the county king of Qinquan County saw this scene and secretly pondered. King Duan's rightful wife. But Chen Xiu. He was torn. No one could say what state Chen Xiu was in and whether he was still really alive. If Chen Xiu could stand in front of him, he would kneel down and worship without saying a word. But now, with one nebulous and the other right in front of us, it seemed like a good choice. As he thought about it, he quietly transmitted his voice and ordered, when drawing lots, arrange for the group that Qin Jun belongs to have all the Junjias from the central state. I believe that my own bows this time will definitely be able to play a notable effect, and this elder may be able to help himself break through by casually rewarding him with something. Perhaps, it will also allow the imperial dynasty to leave the eastern continent with a transfer order to become a county king in an affluent land. With the position of King Duan, it should be possible. At the same time, the beautiful woman quietly transmitted her voice to the county king of Qinquan County. I have a nephew called Yu Jikuan, who likes to compete with geniuses the most. The sheriff king froze. Ming, understand, remember, he likes to fight the most talented. County king was overjoyed. Did not expect the beautiful woman actually directly so commanded down, which can be better than their own horses as directly shoot up the effect. It must be properly arranged. The first round ended quickly amidst the chatter of the crowd and their own thoughts. Behind him Li Yi also approached 12 vibrations, yet caused no more stir. After all, Chen Jun had shattered the body-shocking stone before him, so unless he surpassed him, it would be hard to shock the crowd anymore. The object of everyone's discussion became Jun Chen. The crowd in the eastern continent felt uptight, and there were many female cultivators with peach blossom faces. Even though you have a real wife, it's okay to be a concubine. There was a flowery-faced teenage girl with a spring in her step, but Lin Shuang looked so fierce. Will she be bullied by her? Think about whether or not Chen Jun will look at you before you say anything. I'm AG, can't I be a concubine? The young girl said while puffing out her chest. With that, the first round of tests took half a day to finish, and the second round of draws was next. It looks like the draw is completely random and everyone's name can be on a small bamboo plaque. Removing it from it after disrupting it is, in fact, not really random. Of course, one by one, the names popped out of the bamboo tube and the staff shouted. Group 1, Zhou Guang Yue, Wang Chao, Niu Rangsheng, Qian Fong. Group 2, Group 6, Jun Chen. At this moment, Jun Chen had gathered at least 80% of the entire square's gazes on him, and naturally everyone was quiet when they heard Jun Chen's name. Cohort, Yu Yue, Chen Shua, Minjia, Yu Jikuan. One name appeared and everyone was stunned in unison. Why are they all demons from the central state? Although the majority of the remaining people were now Zhongzhou cultivators, the percentage was too high. A group of 10 people, other than Jun Chen, were surprisingly all central state cultivators. Moreover, each and every one of these was a demonic genius with a hefty reputation. Basically all of them were the sons of large families, and none of them had a notable battle record. Qi Sheng has killed devil sect cultivators across 2 realms, and is known as the first of the young generation in the Rongmo County. Ming also swept through the evil Wolf Valley all by himself. It's not bad at all. Chen Shua is also a terrifying genius. The crowd is talking. This draw would be really strange if there were no ghosts. And at the sound of his name, his fellow group members frowned. On what grounds? Someone muttered in a low voice. Why am I in this group when their advancement is so easy? Who didn't know by now that Jun Chen was able to crush a crowd just by the quality of his spiritual energy? In fact, this grouping literally killed the king of the Shire. It was hard to find 9 people who could be offended in a group of people who couldn't be offended. The beautiful woman on the other side of the high platform nodded. This king of the county is good. What reward for him? Side thinking of a thing in his hand appeared. A flash into his nephew's sleeve. 96, go wild. Grouping wasn't enough. She wanted to make sure nothing was wrong. At this moment, his gaze was grim. It doesn't matter if you enter the top 100. This time, I will waste you. She couldn't help but want to strike when she thought of her baby boy's miserable face. The anger in his heart was almost going straight to the clouds. And at this moment, he was giving away a supreme treasure to his nephew, as if he had already seen the scene of Jun Chen being wasted. Yu Jikuan, who was resting with his eyes closed under the high platform, froze. He hadn't cared about the grand competition at all. The Tianfu sect elder was a relative, and he had long since internalized a spot himself. At this moment, after sensing what was in his arms, he froze when he heard the transmission. This thing is so strong, it must be able to affect this man's mind for a short time? In battle, a single instant could determine life and death, not to mention the effect of the voice instructions transmitted by his aunt. And upon hearing the results of the draw, the Chen clan's grand elder was so angry that his body felt like it was shaking. Deceitful. He was indignant in his heart. Yet what could he do when the old ancestor was absent? Not even knowing where he had gone or if he was still alive? He looked at Chen Jun and sighed uncontrollably. AI. It was incomparably suffocating and exceptionally difficult to bear. Obviously his grandson possessed such a strong talent, but he suffered such unfair treatment. He naturally understood that this was purposely arranged. Don't want Chen Jun in the top 100. Don't want Chen Jun to have a chance to be chosen. At this time, other people in the eastern continent and others looked at Chen Jun with a sigh. And someone patted Chen Jun's shoulder. Dude, look on the bright side. Brother Chen has already made a name for my eastern continent. So what if we lose this round? That's right. Brother Chen, don't be afraid. You've earned enough honor for the eastern continent. It's up to us next. Don't worry, Brother Chen. One eye showed emotion. And in fact, there was a hint of joy in his heart. If Jun Chen entered the final selection stage, he was destined to take up a place in a large clan, which was just right now. Chen Jun had no reaction to this, and he even somewhat sympathized with the geniuses he was grouped with. Originally, these people were all qualified to enter the top 100, but it was a pity that they had met themselves in advance. Extreme realm level Xuanwu techniques flow. I'll just stand in the center and let you guys bombard me. What can you do to me? At this moment, an ancient and vast ring was established, and arcane fluctuations scattered in all directions. The ring was so huge that when it was said to be a ring, it would be better to say that it was a direct opening of a small battlefield. Layers of power were arcane, fluctuating and flowing, emanating a long-lasting meaning. The first group of 10 took a deep breath and each chose a bearing to leap up. Everyone basically chose the periphery, worried about being mobbed if they chose the center. At this point, one by one, they stood still. The round was still testing the mental game for them. The probability of advancement naturally increases greatly if you can make an alliance with someone. Yet again, in this case, the alliance has to worry about backlash. While pondering the sound of a bell ringing on the high platform, the ring begins. 10 people instantly attacked different people, etc. And in the midst of the melee, the light of spiritual arts dazzled. Explosive power surged crazily. terrifying implications spread out, and the ring continued to explode in the middle of the ring. The sound is like a wave, a raging slam. Chen Jun closed his eyes after a few glances. A bit of a dish. The strikes were nothing more than heavenly rank or king arts, and there were fewer that were even perfect. Most were only great completion. It's just a little better than I was before I crossed over. He shook his head darkly. What kind of dude was he before crossing over? These guys are only limited in how strong they are. The entire battle lasted only a quarter of an hour before the winner was decided. The last two left to advance could barely stand up. The group of elders on the high platform shook their heads. There are none that are too outstanding. The spirit art talents are all average. That one gray-robed teenager was okay, but it's a pity that he was eliminated, so he has only himself to blame for his bad luck. Well, it was just okay. They didn't lament it in the least. If you can't pass a few rounds of examination, it only means that your blessings are too shallow for my sect. At this time, the staff cleared the ring and did the registration, shouting loudly. The second group, Li Yi, Ni Yi Zhang, Yi Yuan Hai. Everyone came to their senses. A single gaze looked over, and there were several demonic sirens in the second group. Perhaps some had average roots, but their battle power was undoubtedly of the first rank. Even compared to the sixth group that Chen Jun was in, it wasn't too far off. 5 uncommon geniuses. This battle is interesting. I wonder if Li Yi can crush it. What else is there to think about? This battle won't be over in more than 10 minutes, I bet. The crowd murmured. Although Chen Jun's talent was unrivaled, yet in terms of being number one in terms of battle power, everyone felt that it was still up to Li Yi. Even Yu Shangyin is definitely not comparable to Li Yi. His battle power is bound to be inferior. Li Yi is said to have a hint of the order body, and his innate comprehension of spiritual arts is ridiculously strong. Amidst the crowd's murmuring, the second group's ring match began instantly as the bell rang. Several people moved and looked at each other twice, already reaching a consensus in an instant to eliminate Li Yi first. Originally, they would not have the slightest chance of winning when encountered alone, yet such rules of the ring gave them a chance. In an instant, light burst and flowed in his hands, space shook, and rumbling sound waves swept across. Surprisingly, 3 people attacked Li Yi at the same time. The light almost completely covered Li Yi in the flow of the roiling spirit arts. Sword shadows, blade slashes, and palm strikes pressed in from all over the sky, and the ring halo even appeared to tremble for a moment. Terrible. These 3 are all geniuses, and it's shameless enough to strike out like this. The flowing meanings made people feel palpitations even from across the ring, and one by one, they looked at Li Yi's figure and couldn't stop shaking their heads. Pity. However, before this sigh could be uttered, the next moment as seen in the ring caused everyone to freeze a bit. Li Yi's body boomed and his feet stomped heavily. A halo of light flowed. Layers of fluctuations spread out from this foot, and space shook. Not bad combat experience. Above the high platform, an elder exclaimed. The frequency of the vibrations was just perfectly enough to interfere, and he was right every step of the way. Rumor has it that it's the lower level physique of the body of combat, so it seems to be true. Just one action had already given the elders on the high platform a lot of information. The body of combat was the top physique, and its subordinates had not been seen for many years, and at this point, many clan elders had already made an instantaneous decision to recruit this person into the clan. Li Yi's figure moved, then a punch was thrown out of the drifting figure. Each strike was just right. Not a point too many, not a point too few, all at the opponent's weakest point. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 3 people who surrounded him were bombarded with several punches on their bodies, and were directly knocked out of the ring, eliminated outright. Every strike is just right. The special physique is undoubtedly there. This disciple, my clan takes him. Jokes, you think he'll pick you guys? Above the high platform, there was even a murmur. What Li Yi had shown was recognized by most of the top clans. However, in just a few moments, he eliminated all the others and others in the midst of his ethereal form. At this point even the onlookers under the high platform hadn't reacted much. What's going on here? I can't understand it. In the eyes of many people, they simply could not understand how an ordinary punch could be that unbelievable. Eastern continent is indeed shallowly informed. This is extraordinary combat talent brought about. Some Zhangzhou cultivators felt as if they had regained a bit of face on Li Yi. How about a strong foundation? You're too far behind in natural enlightenment. The absolute demon is still to be seen in my central state. Extraordinary talent. Super high enlightenment. It's really bad luck to run into Li Yi. The implication was that although Jun Chen had run into a bunch of geniuses from the central state, he should have burned his fingers if he hadn't run into Li Yi. The East Continent bumpkins still have the face to say that Jun Chen has bad luck? It's only bad luck if you run into Li Yi and Yu Shengyin. Amidst the debate, the ring continued, and there were several groups that went through the next, without any more similar performances. As the crowd was quite bored, it soon came to the 6th group. the staff stage shouted. Group 6, Chen Jun, Yu Jikuan. The crowd fell silent and their eyes looked over. And hearing his name, Chen Jun leapt up and stepped into the ring, standing directly in the very center. Arrogant. The first round of crushing. Don't you think you can just keep crushing? The crowd on the stage murmured. And 5 rounds had been conducted so far, and no one had yet dared to stand right in the center. Isn't this provoking the entire room? Implying making enemies of the other 9. 97. My grandma is better than you guys. Even Li Yi didn't dare to stand in the center. Jun Chen's action naturally stunned the crowd, and the Zhengzhou crowd was even more outraged. The remaining 9 people who had yet to mount the ring were all furious at this moment. This despising? Arrogant. Tang Tang had people leaping into the ring, even trying to strike instantly. In reality, Chen Jun was not a cocky person, and he grabbed the center position for just one reason: his own stance was not good. This ring was like a small battlefield, and with Chen Jun's stance, he did not have enough certainty. At that time, if one's strength was crushed but one's stance was no good, the scene would be ugly when one chased and fled. Even, it would be too humiliating if one couldn't catch up with others. It was also too much to lower the impression in the hearts of the heavy elders. Thus, he had to act arrogantly to lure the other 9 to attack him together, then eliminate them all in the shortest possible time. The ring tournament said that the top 100 advanced, but in actuality, the most important role was to show talent and ability, and impression points were important to Jun Chen. After all, in the end, it was still up to the clans to choose someone. If getting first place would get you into the 7 sects, then Chen Jun must be cautious. However, the great competition is not like that. What good is first place? At this moment, all the gazes of the people under the stage converged, and Li Yi stroked his chin and pondered. Crazier than me? Yu Xingyin's face was gloomy, having been outclassed by Jun Chen just now. When he thought of the time he wanted to take Chen Jun under his command earlier, he had a greenish-red face, and he was afraid that these words would be used as a joke in the future. If Jun Chen still performed so well in this round, where could he put his own face? At this moment, the remaining 9 people all crowded onto the ring, and the orientation and direction in which each person stood was already obvious. Eliminate Jun Chen first. To belittle us like that. Seek death. Later on, I'm afraid that you won't even have the chance to shout to admit defeat. Someone's face was cold. They were already upset at being assigned to this group, and to actually be looked down upon so arrogantly. They were naturally filled with anger. All of you don't make a move first. I alone am enough to chop him up. A big man coldly grunted. Chen Jun, how can this work? I'm not pulling all this hate just to get you all together. You made the first move and I eliminated you. What if they get scared and scatter? Wouldn't that make me look bad? Chen Jun really didn't want to waste energy points on low-level spirit arts. His heavenly ranked body technique was only at a grand completion right now. Jun Chen looked around silently. He realized that although these 9 people's immediate intentions were basically to first strike together to eliminate themselves, they still had scruples against each other. Fearing that someone would turn against them, Edge thought about opening his mouth. When the bell rings later, everyone make sure to strike together. Or you don't have the slightest chance. Kid's arrogant. Chen Jun's face was serious as he looked down at the stage. Scrappers of the Central State. Yu Shengyin and Li Yi were lucky, or else they would have been eliminated by me in this round. The 2 with the highest prestige are of course the ones who put up the target. Moreover, there was a ring match after this round, so in case he ran into these 2, it was kind of like pulling a wave of hate in advance. The room erupted at those words. Yu Shengyin under the stage was grimacing, only feeling humiliated. You are too wild. He couldn't wait to leap up and give Chen Jun some lessons, and the group of people in the Central State were all dumbfounded at this time. Historically, only they have mocked others. When have they been mocked in return by people from a small place? Brother Qi, eliminate him. Damn, this kid is too arrogant. Everyone, destroy him directly. Don't give him a single chance. The crowd on stage screamed. When had they ever been taunted like this? Don't strike and fly out of the ring. He must be made to admit his mistake and beg for forgiveness to admit defeat. Without them having to say anything, the 9 people on the stage had already been ignited with rage. The already upset grouping only felt that they had been greatly humiliated. Are you still a young man if you're not exuberant? It would be genius not to beat this man to his knees and beg for mercy. Alright, all of you. Stop blabbering. If you can last 3 strikes under me, you'll be considered winners. It was as if Chen Jun had turned on his taunting skills. With the quality of your spiritual energy, you're not even as good as my grandmother. One by one, as they watched Chen Jun's arrogant behavior, their faces all turned gloomy to the extreme. The anger seemed to be about to erupt in a volcano. At this moment, a wave of fluctuation surged from the large formation, and everyone's realm was suppressed to the first heaven of the dematerialization realm to ensure justice and the means to perform. Many breathed softly to acclimatize for a few moments. and then a bell rang out. In an instant, all of them stormed up, spirit art light surging in their hands, and they didn't have the slightest reservation nor dared to have the slightest reservation in the first strike. The skyrocketing light shone, and the terrifying power that burst out caused the entire ring to roar and quake. In the surge of surging power, this ring even had the slightest tremor. The ground was cracking from the horrific tremors, and it was only just beginning. A total of 9 people struck out, and apart from Jun Chen, the first attacking choice of all 8 was Jun Chen. Explosive spirit art power surged forth, instantly penetrating space as sword slashes, gun shadows, palm prints, and halberds broke through the air. All sorts of explosive power rumbled, and the terrifying might caused the astral wind to gust and scrape the space. In an instant the crowd exclaimed in unison, "I'm afraid this fucking thing is straight up dead. Crap, there's no holding back at all. Too ruthless. Serves him right, let him be arrogant. Humph. I'd like to see how his grandmother's power crushes him into powder. Smack him in the mouth." The Grand Elder was incredibly nervous and was not sure why Jun Chen had made a mocking remark. Isn't it good to be a man with a silver lining? Maybe there's still a chance. Right now, looking at this surge of spiritual energy, how could Jun Chen resist it? The overwhelming light pressed down, and the direction where Jun Chen was covered in all directions with almost nowhere to escape. At a glance, the spiritual energy tilted like rain, and the vastness bombarded non-stop. Some of them flashed continuously in their hands, slashing out hundreds of blades in a single instant of effort. In their hearts, they all viewed Jun Chen as their greatest formidable enemy in their own right. The quality of spiritual energy represented by that horrifying root was too astonishing, and it had to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Coupled with the taunting together just now, the other few simply had no second thoughts. You're backing out at this point? Is that a fucking human being? And in the face of such a blast, Jun Chen's body shook around him. It had to be said that these 8 people's joint bombardment was indeed very strong, and although there was not the slightest bit of coordination, it still blocked the vast majority of the way out. But Jun Chen was not the least bit afraid. Looking at the spirit arts that were blasting from the sky, he even had the spare light to have the leisure to look towards the person who was still standing quietly in the corner of the ring without making a move. Is this man disdainful with the siege? Think it's a shame and a degradation of self-esteem to have 9 people working together to kill one? Jun Chen looked at the teenager and spoke. Your dignity has given you a chance to advance to the next round. Congratulations! A total of 2 people were able to advance. And before that, Chen Jun was still wondering who exactly to let advance with him. And as his words exited, everyone was stunned, and the 8 people who had rallied in a group above the ring even had a burst of anger rise up. Arrogant! Seek death! That's arrogant! Damn it! This bastard is so rampant. Do you really think that you are invincible just because your roots are matchless? 98. Physical secrets. Which one of us doesn't have a king art in our hands and has practiced it to at least the level of great accomplishment? What kind of thing are you? Even those who are one great realm above us we have all beheaded. And you actually dare to be so arrogant? The sky-covering light instantly pressed down, and almost every style of spirit art instantly became several points stronger in terms of power. A few of them had surging spiritual energy around their bodies, erupting with terrifying light to give this arrogant brat a profound lesson. However, as the light from the sky pressed down and the entire ring roared and shook, Jun Chen's body shook around him, green armor emerged, and the runes were profound on top of the silhouette. This was a Xuanwu technique at the extreme realm level, a hair's breadth away from being a domain. Xuanwu's shadow emerged, his green armor solidified, and the spiritual energy emerged from it, yet it seemed like a physical object. Chen Jun met the various colors of light that bombarded him and directly went up to grab them. This was a spell that was close to the level of a holy art, and with the addition of Jun Chen's terrifying quality of spiritual power, it was straightforward to be fearless. Looking for death? One froze a bit at the moment. Can this be blocked? I'll put this. On the spot? The discussion dissipated in an instant, and Chen Jun blasted out a fist in the midst of hard resistance. The frontal cultivator was hit directly in the face by him, and with a muffled grunt of pain he struck and flew out of the ring, his nose blood splattering everywhere. All of the spirit art powers crashed into each other with a loud bang, but they did not affect Jun Chen in the slightest. The green armor seemed like an absolute defense, and Jun Chen directly ignored all attacks. Spiritual energy poured in like a sea, and the bombardment on the green armor didn't even manage to make the runes shake. The Xuanwu silhouette solidified, emitting a gust of fluctuations easily dissipating all the blasts of spiritual energy. This scene caused the crowd to be completely dumbfounded, and the few people in the ring even appeared frozen for a moment. This was of course a big no-no in battle, but this scene was too hard to understand. On the basis of what? At this moment, sword arts flowed in Jun Chen's hands, and a 6th grade sword appeared in his hands. The surprising sword erupted, the green light rushed straight into the sky, and the huge sword shadow molded to press down with a roar. Above the green-colored sword shadow, a hint of runes could faintly be seen taking shape. During this period of cultivation, Jun Shen had added a little bit of proficiency to the sword art. Shallow runic imprints were inscribed. This was the intent of the stunning sword. The sword art that Ming Xiao Huang had advanced had a terrifying power surging through even the faintest hint of it. Vast sword shadows covered the dome of the sky, and terrifying green-colored sword intent flowed in all directions. The giant sword was tens of meters tall, and Chen Jun, who was holding the long sword, felt incomparably strained as the sixth-grade sword appeared to tremble, trembling madly and almost shattering. The sixth-grade treasure sword was able to fully utilize the full power of a rhythmic body realm cultivator, but at this moment, it also appeared to be churning to crack. Jun Shen didn't dare to use the star by star. In case he was discovered, he would be finished. Thus he could only use such a sixth-grade sword. The giant sword slowly landed with a bang amidst the trembling. This sword looked incomparably slow, yet it was only by truly facing it that one could realize its terror. A feeling that there was nowhere to run in all directions surged through several people's minds. Looking at this sword, how could they not believe it? What kind of spiritual energy quality was this? And what level of sword art was this? The spiritual arts in one's own hands were nothing compared to this. Amidst the vastness of the sword shadows pressing down, countless spiritual art light flashes were all crushed. The green-colored sword shadow pressed down, and the sword slashes and gun shadows all shattered and disintegrated by inches. A shocking oppressive force surged in, as if a mountain had landed with a bang, or as if an overwhelmingly ferocious beast had opened its hideously huge mouth. Under the explosive surge of power, this sword has not really landed. Just the surge of the sword chi let several people directly fly out backwards coughing up blood. With a bang, he slammed down on the ring wall, and the long sword in his hand appeared to have silky cracks as it was directly shattered under the sword. Looking at the giant sword, a few people in the ring majestic landing in the midst of the surrounding spiritual energy flowed crazily, in an instant burst out of the power that had never been seen before. At this moment it felt like all the meridians around his body were damaged because they couldn't withstand such an explosive flow of spiritual energy. Hissing crazily, thumping and erupting with spiritual energy, the seven of them struck out together, their giant shields molding and striking out horizontally to fight against the sword shadows. At this moment, the heartfelt voice of Lin Shuyi appeared in his mind again. That teenager, there's something in his sleeve. Jun Chen looked towards a teenager, and as the sword shadow chopped down, his left hand blasted out with a punch. A terrifying shockwave burst out in all directions in a shocking tremor. The powerful wind swept across everything. The surrounding air resounded with the sound of sonic booms, and several people all flew out backwards. The blood in one's body was surging, wanting to forcefully stop the momentum but actually felt that even a breath could not be raised. Yu Jikun struggled to surge his spiritual energy, but he saw a figure in front of him zoom in rapidly. The figure's fist quickly obscured the entirety of his pupil's eye, and with a miserable howl he only felt a sharp pain hit him. A punch to the nose seems to have been broken. He slammed to the ground with a thud. The punch was nothing more than plain winding spirit power, but it still wasn't something he could resist under that state. A wave of shame and indignation welled up on his face, and he only felt that he had lost his face to his grandmother's house, and he didn't even see how he was eliminated. Then something popped into his head and his hand went to his pocket. Crap! Asterisk. Things were taken. It was taken before he even used it himself. No wonder this person was purposely targeting himself. Just now, he went to block with all his might, and as a result, he neglected to do so. It feels like my heart is bleeding just thinking about it. Yet he dared not say anything. And he dared not say anything when things were taken from him just like that. It was forbidden to bring such a foreign object to the ring, and it was only because my aunt had helped herself to conceal it that she had passed through the ring's halo before. If he shouted out that Chen Jun had taken his things, it would be even more of a disaster. The eyes were practically breathing fire at this point. He struggled to get up, then heard another succession of noises ringing around him. Bang 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 7 times in a row. 7 figures were directly sent flying out of the ring, lying on the ground groaning in pain. At this time the whole field is silent. Such a scene in front of the eyes of all the people feel unable to speak. Looking in front of the eyes completely froze. Only Chen Jun and a teenager were left in the ring. And this, actually advanced? And how could it be so fast? The last fight lasted a quarter of an hour. This one less than a minute. Many of the surrounding crowd of onlookers gulped, only feeling that the scene in front of them was completely beyond imagination. All of them thought it would be very intense, and even if it was not, it would not be a situation like this. A one-man crush? What a freak! The eyes that looked at Jun Chen were all different at this time. Such a freak was too terrifying. They all felt as if this person was bound to enter some great sect. At this moment, even the many elders on top of the high platform felt incredible, looking at this teenager feeling unable to see through him. Imperial art. Extreme realm? It's a shame his opponents were too weak to take a closer look at the level of each aspect. It's not that the opponent is weak, it's that he's really strong, someone said quietly. At this time, the major clans that didn't have the authority to do so were already preparing to get in touch with the clan, wanting to recruit Jun Chen. With this kind of strength, not to mention just being an outer sect in the district, if one develops properly, it is not impossible to be taught and become a secret sect. At this moment in the 7 clans, Gu Hailin frowned slightly. It's the hegemonic body. It's confirmed. The heart then added. Originally it should have been a peerless cauldron, and there would have been countless female cultivators who wanted to double cultivate with him. Even. Lin Shuang inclined his head. Master. Elder Gu. Isn't it good to dominate the body? In his previous life, he hadn't heard of the hegemonic body, but according to his own common sense of cultivation, special body qualities were all great gifts of heaven. Catch-up reading is requested. I'll be on 3 Rivers next week for 5 shifts a day. Don't ask me who the 5th shift is. And don't ask me why I day her. The book started splitting strong last week. It started splitting covers this weekend. And next week it'll be 3 Rivers if I catch up on enough reading. I've been on the banner for Q Reads, but I haven't been on 3 Rivers once for the starting point. Can you all help me fulfill my dream? Don't ask me who Mie is and why I'm banging him. Now close to 20,000 collection. As long as 1/10 of the people chasing reading 3 Rivers will be stable. Can you help me? What does it mean to catch up on your reading? It's when you all click on the book at night before you go to bed to read the latest chapter. It's as simple as that. Would it be okay if you all clicked every night starting tomorrow? Just make it last until next Friday. 5 days only. On the 3 Rivers, a guaranteed 5 shifts a day. 99, system, give me a raise. Gu Hailin was patient enough to explain to Lin Shujing. Regarding special physiques, it's no longer possible to generalize. Can't generalize? Yun Wushang is the heavenly in sacred body. Didn't she rely on it in her previous life? Could it be that the heavenly in sacred body is also bad in any way? Yun Shangshang that clip. The previous life on the basis of the heavenly in sacred body. Ouch. Think of it all angry Jun Chen in the ring listened in amusement. It was also a bit shocking that the clip was so uncomplicated as well. But that being said, the ones Lin Shuyao called by name were all people who would leave a mark on future history. Gu Hailin spoke faintly. Have you heard of the extreme Tao body? No. An ancient book has seen a description that millions of years ago, the great sage of the extreme Tao suppressed the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Millions of years ago, every realm advancement of the extreme Tao body only required the absorption of massive amounts of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and breaking through to the human king probably required the instantaneous draining of an entire county's spiritual energy. A terrifying sound, but that was all. The difficulty wasn't that high. However, in the last several 100,000 years, the aura of heaven and earth has become thin, and in order to break through to the human king, one would have to drain the aura of at least one state. Moreover, the changes in the rules of heaven and earth in the mid-pole Tao body are suppressed by heaven and earth, and it's difficult to want to have heaven and earth confinement added to every step of the breakthrough. Heaven and earth are forbidden? That means it's difficult to break through every step of the bottleneck? 200 years ago, there was an extreme Tao body born in the palace. The dynastic honors personally viewed, found that the rules of heaven and earth rejection and suppression, the pressure body 7 shackles, this life has no hope of breaking through the open Tibetan. The hegemony body is similar to the extreme Tao body, a physique that is now rejected by the rules. Therefore, it will be difficult for him to break through the open collection in this life. His lifespan is only a few hundred years, and you are destined to be from 2 worlds. While thinking, Gu Hailin glanced at Jun Chen. It was too bad that such a physique was suppressed and rejected by heaven and earth. Even as a furnace, it's excellent. As long as the dual cultivation technique wasn't too bad, being a furnace of the human king realm would be able to help the human emperor accelerate his cultivation speed by several times. However, alas, is this really true? Heaven and earth are suppressed and every step to break through is difficult? Chen Jun can only live for a few hundred years? Lin Shuang looked over. Complicated. She now had to admit to having a slight crush on the teenager. Yet if what Master said was true, he and Jun Chen only had a mere 100 years? Even if there is an immortality pill, a Kaiso realm cultivator can't absorb 1,000th of it, and his lifespan can't exceed 1,000 years at most. Gu Hailin sighed. You will be able to know whether what I said is true or false once you look into the mirror tomorrow. 10,000 people in 10,000 phases. The mirror of observation relies on the joint efforts of several great powers in order to catalyze it, and it can observe the human phase. There are many things to look at in the looking glass, and there are 2 main things to look at in the great competition. One is the degree of conjunction between heaven and earth, i.e., the repulsive and oppressive power of heaven and earth on the cultivator. and the other is the view of the human phase, which is actually the view of the corner of the future. Listening to Lin Shuang's heartfelt words, it was at this point that Chen Jun came to a sudden realization. The degree of heaven and earth compatibility in the hoping attributes panel is the strength of the affinity between heaven and earth, which relates to whether heaven and earth suppress and repel. Chen Jun thought back. His own breakthrough to the round body realm was relying on 10,000 years of immanent power, and his breakthrough to the degenerate realm was a sliver of origin power in the pit of billions. In his mind, the original owner cultivated quickly, but every bottleneck breakthrough was slow. Originally, Chen Jun thought that this was the original owner being too much of a dude, but now it sounded like he had misunderstood this person. In itself, this body breaks through every small realm with great difficulty. That's why the original owner seems to have outstanding talent, but his cultivation progress is very slow. Of course, there was still a guess in Chen Jun's mind, or maybe because I'm a traveler. Heaven and earth reject me. As for whether he was a hegemonic body or not, he wasn't sure. In the system panel, the Hotian hegemony can be exchanged in the items of the remnant body saint. He himself had practiced his method with a hint of the hegemonic body intent? It's quite possible, and likely, that the original owner was indeed a dominatrix. Since he had figured out the problem, Chen Jun didn't even think about it. I, Jun Chen, have not been weak in my life. I'm where I am today because of my personal efforts, as well. System, give me a raise. At this point, with over 4,000 energy in the panel, Chen Jun didn't even think about it and frantically clicked on the plus sign behind the heaven and earth compatibility degree. If they waited until the third round, these great sect elders would definitely not accept them once they saw that they were so rejected by heaven and earth. Which great sect would want someone who couldn't break through to open Zephyr in this lifetime? Even if he was a god of the Kaizong realm. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. After consuming 300 energy, the degree of heaven and earth compatibility came to 8, which was double that of the original. Chen Jun clearly felt the suppression around him loosen up a bit. It was as if heaven and earth had previously bound several shackles upon themselves, and after doubling their height, one of those shackles had unraveled. At this moment, Gu Hailin was about to withdraw her gaze, but she suddenly froze. Was I wrong? She vaguely felt as if the suppression on Jun Chen was much lighter. What's going on here? Originally, she would only have a vague sense of it, as Chen Jun was suppressed too much to notice it. Rubbing her eyes, she was a little confused. Open your eyes again. How come it feels like his suppressed power is a bit less again? The degree of harmony with heaven and earth has increased again? Chen Jun's single 30 years of hand speed is not practiced for nothing. Adding points like crazy, he wasn't sure exactly how much was normal. At the moment in his mind, he was also pondering what achievement to go for. Skip from top to bottom one by one and continue to keep adding points. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. Energy consumed 10. Heaven and earth compatibility plus 0.1. Non-stop flip-flopping achievements. Pushing God, pretend to be a mellow one and become the world's after-dinner talk in 100 years. Pushy Emperor, pretend to be an anticlimax, and be immortalized for generations to come. Words can't describe the pretense. The king of rejection, who can beat him in the love world with 10,000 rejections? The degree of heaven and earth compatibility kept rising, and Gu Hailin only felt a little frozen. Every time he rubbed his eyes and went to look at Jun Chen again, he would actually find that the heaven and earth suppression was becoming lighter. Have I been too tired lately? Need to rest? But I'm the human emperor. Gradually, just staring at Chen Jun all the time, she began to doubt herself. Me? Am I wrong? It was clear that this teenager was sitting on the stage, doing nothing. Yet why did heaven and earth's suppression of him keep decreasing? Because he's handsome? Because he's the chosen one? Or has the rules of heaven and earth changed again? In this moment, it suddenly felt like the reason had been found. That's right. It is the rules of heaven and earth that have produced another change. The bully is no longer suppressed. That's the only way it could be. How else can it be explained? But the change is too fast, isn't it? Thoughts flashed through my mind. Whatever. That explanation. It makes sense. This explanation is the only reasonable one. This cauldron, if it is a human king, even I, 100, you can't grasp it. While thinking about this, her 10,000-year-old iceberg cold and absolute face at this moment also surprisingly appeared a trace of momentary panic. It's impossible for anyone to not think about it at all. This was one of the most powerful few supreme cauldrons in the canonical records. The reason why the hegemonic body is a furnace is because the yang energy is too overpowering. There was no body whose yang qi could be more prevalent and wanton than that of the hegemonic body. The potent yang qi flows in a dual cultivation method. which is naturally very beneficial to women. In his heart, he silently pondered. Body saints are said to have cultivated the Hotian hegemony body, and the overflowing yang qi will be able to kung fu, especially for female cultivators, which is extremely lethal. It's just that this method can only be carried by a body sage. And later the founding lord of the Shadow Sun sect purposely modified the method at the intersection of yin and yang to stop the excessive prevalence of yang qi by using his own womb. Or else anyone who practiced to the point of great sage was doomed to have their yang qi propped up and explode into oblivion. The yang qi of the dominant body was by no means something that an ordinary person's body could withstand. An ordinary person with such an abundance of yang energy in his body is doomed to explode and die. Or, before bursting out of the body, they are already overwhelmed by desire and become slaves to it. Other than the innate hegemony body, only body saints could carry it without worrying about bursting. If Jun Chen had heard these words, he would have been shocked at the enlightenment of the Shadow Sun sect's founding ancestor. Modify the Dharma on your own so that it can be adapted to the whole world for cultivation. Moreover, just the self-palace this point of harm. This enlightenment even the current self is absolutely inferior. He couldn't even let the current Jun Chen modify the body sacred Dharma sect. For one thing, enlightenment really isn't enough. And for another, the realm is too low to see the world on a sufficient level. At this point in the ring, the staff in charge reacted half-heartedly and announced the advancement of Jun Chen and the other teenager. A deep sense of powerlessness surged through the minds of the few people who were knocked out of the ring. They looked at the teenager in the ring and had never felt such frustration. Obviously, they were both suppressed to the first level of the dematerialization realm. So why could the difference in strength actually be so great? Why was he himself so vulnerable to this man? Even if they had thought of being undefeated, they hadn't thought that they would actually be crushed like this. It was 8 against 1. At this time the entire room was silent. Such a sight in front of them made everyone feel unable to speak. The talented people of the Central State all turned blue in the face, only feeling that this sword had smacked them in the face. At this point there's not even a hard word to put out. This is the time to put harsh words. This is not to put the face up to find a whip. Yu Xingyin's face was like a pig's liver, and he felt so angry that he wanted to faint when he remembered his previous words. This time when we go back to the Central State, we're sure to be mocked by those people as a joke all the time. The thought of it feels overwhelming. On the spot, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into, and the Earth Escape talisman was even pinched in his hand. The only one who was happy was Li Yi, who as a battle maniac was eager to have a fight with Jun Chen. On top of the high platform, the elders of all the major clans other than the 7 clans were also a bit shocked. Unusual natural talent, not a bad Taoist heart, an excellent seedling. As long as the match between heaven and earth isn't too bad, and as long as it isn't detested by heaven and earth, this time my clan is bound to give an invitation. Some of the elders had aggressive gazes, like Shiman Qing meeting Pan Jinlian. In reality, none of them had ever thought that there could be such a demon in the District East continent. Chen Xiu had displayed the intent of 2 imperial arts, which was too astonishing. Seeing this, there are others who think more. Chen Xiu really did leave behind an uncommon dharma. I've seen that sword art before. I originally thought it was a heavenly rank spiritual art. Chen Xiu really did hide his hand. It's actually an imperial art. What a great style of concealing the sky from the sea. Many people lamented. In reality this is where Chen Xiu hid his hand. In itself, it was nothing more than a heavenly rank spirit art. Only that Emperor Ming had deduced it to the level of an imperial art with his supreme enlightenment. Just this one imperial art. If Chen Xiu wasn't still alive, it would all be a great disaster for the Chen family. How could a family with only a mere half-step human king be qualified to have exclusive access to a royal art? And it wasn't even at a low level. Only now with Chen Xiu's intimidation in place, no one dared to say anything. The current Chen family belonged to a state where there was no need to flatter, but even less need to offend. Who knows what Chen Xiu really looks like? There is simply too much uncertainty. In here, the only one who thought a bit more was Zhao Shaoshi. Is this considered an offense against the third prince? He's old and he's not trying to put up any more so-and-so haters. And yet, seeing the genius rejoicing, he did want to recruit him to the door. That's just it. Let's pretend we don't know about this. I'm at least a human emperor. What am I afraid of? He laughed softly twice. If nothing happens to the observation mirror observation, one is bound to give a place. It's just a bit of a shame that the ring was so short that there was so little to see. The ring match continued next, and soon the bouts in groups of 10 took place. Although Yu Shengyin was also crushing, the scene was much worse than Chen Jun. Moreover, the demonic level in his grouping was almost non-existent, so it was quite a sight to see many elders shaking their heads. There are comparisons to reflect the gaps. If it wasn't for Jun Chen, they would have felt that Yu Shengyin was indeed an extraordinary genius. But once you compare them, it even feels like you have to think about giving an invitation or not. Such a sight naturally made Yu Shengyin even more gloomy to the extreme. At this time, the heart is quite regretful. Had I known that I would have stayed in the central state, come over to show off what can ah. The mood was very complicated, wanting to compete with Jun Chen, but being afraid. And at this time this round of 10 people against each other finished. The big competition today ended, evening each rest, the next day to continue. When it was announced that the day was over, Gu Hailin subconsciously looked at Jun Chen a few more times. The shackles seem to have faded a few more points? It all feels a little numb at this point. There must be another loosening of the rules of heaven and earth. Must be. There was a little bit of appreciation in the eyes that looked at Jun Chen. This teenager's roots were peerless, and his spirit art talent was so outstanding. Now, although there was a shallow heaven and earth suppression, it was only slightly harder than an ordinary person to advance. In the face of his talent, this is not a problem to worry about at all. Not to mention, there was something like the heaven and earth creation pill. With Jun Chen's terrifying talent, it might not be impossible for him to obtain the heaven and earth creation pill at the dynasty competition. By the time he absorbed and refined it, he would be able to make up for all the flaws. It was even likely that the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck was similar to that of even those supreme demons. Being qualified to enter our sect, Elder Zhao Shaoshi should have issued an invitation. Right. The examiner for this grand competition was Zhao Shaoshi. She had come specifically for the Iron Eater. And actually recruiting Lin Shuyao had been an exception. Edge thought, glancing twice at Lin Shuang. In his heart, he shook his head. If this Qin Juanjin is a hegemonic body, his yang qi is too majestic. How can Lin Shujing withstand such yang energy? At this point, it is tempting to advise. Shuang you cannot grasp. The hegemony is the ultimate hearth, but it's more likely to be anticlimactic. It will in turn hurt your roots then. Besides, you're sure you can handle that much yang energy? Hard. Too hard. According to the description of the ancient books, ordinary women can't be forbidden at all. Gu Hailin had already had a few thoughts of taking on an apprentice to Lin Shujing, and at this time, he naturally had to do more thinking for his apprentice. 101, I want to come in person. That night, the Chen family members stayed in the capital city of Qinquan County. At this time, all the great clans had almost all come to climb over and flatter. After all, Chen Jun's entry into the 7 clans looked like it was already a done deal. I said 10 years ago that Xian nephew Chen is by no means an ordinary person. Blue is better than blue. The Chen family is truly promising for their successors. I have a bottle of small creation pill here. Give it to your nephew. The small creation dan can be interpreted as the cottage creation dan. Effective, but limited. It was less than 1,000th of a normal creation dan, but it was precious. Chen Jun took it without being polite, and didn't need to be polite per se. Come all the way. He chewed on it like a candy bean and ate all of the vial of small creation pills in one brain. Instantly a warmth surged through his body. Chen Jun silently flowed the Dharma and absorbed it, opening his eyes after a small amount of time, then looking at the system in his mind. Gnosis has increased by 3, and heaven and earth compatibility has increased by 0.2. This was an entire bottle of small creation pill, saving Chen Jun roughly 100 energy. After all, he already had a decent chance of failing to add points to his enlightenment now. Jun Chen felt silently for a long time. In that case, the true pill of creation has extraordinary medicinal power and can save me a lot of energy. As far as he knew, there was a lower grade creation dan bestowed at the 7 sex initiation ceremony. It was actually an inferior product that had been refined, but with something like the creation pill, a single inferior product was worth an extraordinary amount of money. Then try to save as much energy as possible, and later rely on the creation pill to enhance enlightenment and heaven and earth compatibility. There was a sea of energy, and it was clearly worth more than the creation dan in Chen Jun's eyes. At night, Chen Jun studied the thing he had gotten from Yu Jikuan, a stone. It seems to be the same as the one I accidentally found there at the former residence of Emperor Diffractor. And it's like it's not even close. The shapes all seem to be exactly the same. It's really odd. What is this? 2 small stones were taken out and compared. Chen Jun wanted to see if it was really split. The small stone appeared in his hand, and then before he could react, the 2 stones unexpectedly emitted a blinding light at the same time. After a strange fluctuation, Chen Jun looked again and actually found 2 small stones fused into one. The shape hasn't changed? Chen Jun only felt that the small stone seemed to have gotten a little deeper. And the shape surprisingly did not change in the slightest. But he still didn't get what it was. Just know that it's sturdy and unusual. Sighed thought Chen Jun as he attempted to blast up with a body art punch. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and amidst the roaring outburst, an ordinary fist aimed at the small stone directly struck out. The fist was as hard as iron, and this punch was going to crack space. However, the next moment there was a tragic cry. The hand bone is cracked. Jun Chen covered his hand and hastily swallowed a recovery pill. The power of this ordinary punch of his own was also terrifying. This was a holy art after all. Yet such a punch surprisingly failed to inflict a single wound on this small stone. He picked it up with his other hand and looked it up and down, still not noticing anything else unusual about the small stone. My punch didn't even leave a trace of this stone? He pondered for a moment. The stone must be extraordinary to use as a weapon. However, without the fluctuation of spiritual power to add to it, it was not a spiritual weapon, and it could not explode its spiritual power again. So the power was reasonably small. Spiritual weapons relied on arcane spirit patterns to explode the cultivator's spirit power and increase their battle power. And there was no way to increase this little rock in front of me. Never mind. This must be from that bitch from the Heavenly Restoration sect, which means that there will be relevant records in the big sects. I'm sure I'll find out for myself soon enough exactly how it works and what it is. While thinking about it, Lin Shuang quietly touched the residence where Chen Jun was. Chen Jun froze. What are you doing here? A man and a woman in the same room? This spread out. Oh yes, you are my fiancée. Lin Shuang hesitated. Do you feel like you are special anywhere since you were born? How do I tell him he's a bully? He mustn't get his hopes up for tomorrow, or the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Hey, Chen Jun won't live more than 1,000 years at most. Just thinking about it makes me feel empty inside. Jun Chen spoke. I am the chosen son of heaven. Special everywhere. Lin Shuang couldn't help but laugh twice. Alright. I know you've been making a big splash lately. Amused by Chen Jun's words, she didn't want to ponder much at this point. Forget it. The creation Dan is definitely useful. If one doesn't work, then two. If two doesn't work, then a bottle. With my qualification and talent, plus being born again, I'll be able to feed him. Chen Jun nodded secretly in his heart. Soft rice is the best. I've been so good to you. This thigh hasn't been in vain. At this moment, Gu Hailin was silently hidden in the void, silently watching Jun Chen and Lin Shuang. Yang Qi is indeed more majestic than average. She sensed silently, pondering. The hegemonic body has a hurdle at the rhythmic body realm. I don't know how he's going to last. The rhythmic body realm's body was initially in tune with heaven and earth, while the hegemonic body was special and overbearing, and would greatly amplify its power during the process of heaven and earth being in tune with each other, so that unusual people could not control themselves. Until then, I'm going to see what Lin Shuyi has in mind and help her out for once. At this moment, the Central State Imperial City. Inside the palace, the third prince, dressed in gold armor, summoned the butler. Prepare the teleportation array? I want to attend the Eastern Continent Grand Competition in person. The figure in the shadows froze. Why is this necessary? Your Highness? Your time is precious. It's really not worth wasting it like this. Isn't it just to play the dude? That message I put out a long time ago is now known throughout the Middle Kingdom. And the talk was bad. All of it. Many believe that such a heart shouldn't be the first sequence of heirs. There have even been ministers who have taken the opportunity to submit a report. But His Excellency has not been to the court for many years, and the report is not known to be pressed by the palace 9,000 years in which stage. The third prince shook his head. For one thing, since I'm a dude, I'm going to look like some, and wasting time and expending labor and resources, that's all a dude should do. Second, a trace of gloom flashed across the third prince's countenance. I really like Yun Xiangshang, although there is an element of political union, but as the third prince himself, to pull the Yun family does not have to be through this way. There are plenty of ways to do this. Don't you really like Yun Xiangshang yourself? The thought of his beloved actually being with another man sent a wave of heartache through him. At the very least, he had to go and see for himself just what kind of person had made Yunishang so dead set on her. Am I that bad? He couldn't help but ask the spirit of the sword in his hand. The sword spirit emitted a gust of fluctuation, which could not convey consciousness but was enough to make him feel warm. This sword was a legacy of the ancestor, with a not yet ripe Kencher sword spirit within it. Consciousness was ethereal, but in tune with him. The sword path was obscure and stagnant, and he was unable to fully utilize his full power, only barely able to support it, but it was still terrifying. His own swordsmanship was still much worse, hence the feeling of condensation, and the silhouette hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but open his mouth to remind. But at this juncture, don't worry, just going to check it out. 102, final round. Early the next morning, the sound of a bell rang out, and everyone once again entered the square to gather. The ring goes one-on-one and it only takes 2 rounds to make the top 100. There were tens of thousands of people who signed up for the East Continent Grand Competition, and the first round of roots eliminated more than half of them. The second round of the ring went 10-2, eliminating another 80% of the field. This time the draw was not tampered with anymore. At this point, the county king of Qingquan County also knew that Junshin was irresistible and that it was pointless to move his hands. The entirety of the Heavenly Restoration sect elder beauty was gloomy to the extreme. Other first-class sects might not accept Jun Chen for their own sake and for King Duan's sake. With the deterrent power of the human emperor here, and the deterrent power of the Sky Fuzzy sect here, there was really no need to offend for a genius whose future was still nebulous. Yet the seven trumpets wouldn't even pay attention to themselves. What about King Duan, beginning to enter the human emperor? And it would be difficult to break through even a single point in this lifetime. The seven sects wouldn't actively engage in evil, but they wouldn't be scornful either. In the midst of the draw, one name jumped out of the bamboo tube, some happy and some sad. Damn, what bad luck. The man who drew Jun Chen almost didn't pass out from anger. Not bad, drawing one of the losers. At this time, the smell of gunpowder is getting thicker, and the relationship between the big clans itself is general, so the speech is naturally not polite. The wrongdoers are narrow. You wait for death. I only need one strike. I'll lose if you last. With all the draws completed, the ring match went one-on-one, and Jun Chen was still in a crushing position. This time, however, he was evolving his physical skills in the midst of battle, not advancing, but slight alterations to make him fit his frame. After all, body arts were created by body saints, tailored according to the body saint's body size and such, and he needed to make slight changes. In the battle with this central state demon, in Chen Jun's hand, he advanced a little bit, and this physical art appeared in the square, in constant evolution, once again causing those great powers on the high platforms to tremble tremendously, each in disbelief. The horror of enlightenment. It's actually progressing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Using a ring battle as practice? Kill and kill. Such a scene made them no longer have the slightest doubt, and made the crowd on the stage no longer dare to question it in the slightest. Originally there were a very small number of voices that were unconvinced that something was odd. Yet just to be in the middle of a fight and just progress every second for all to see as a performance. This is just unacceptable. There were geniuses from the central state who felt that their Tao heart was being thwarted at this time. In the face of such a disparity, any confidence in practicing is destroyed. Any questioning of Chen Jun's talent at this point was a joke. In this round, Chen Jun's opponent eventually conceded defeat. It was too suffocating to be pressed into practicing physical arts like that. In reality, Jun Chen did not intend to insult. He just wanted to dispel the doubts of all the elders on the stage, and in the process, create psychological pressure on the next person. After all, one stance is really short, and if you don't build up the momentum in advance, what if the next round is a chicken thief? After this round of competition, lots were drawn again. Everyone was praying in their hearts, don't ever draw Jun Chen. Never. In the middle of the draw, there was another miserable howl. Am I so fucking unlucky? This person was crying and mourning, and at this point, he was flipping through Chen Jun's information, not wanting to let go of a single word. In the midst of the incessant rummaging, he did vaguely notice that it seemed that Chen Jun's stance was not working, so when this round of the ring came together, he shifted on his feet and instantly disappeared to the corner of the ring. The virtual shadow under the feet surged. The spiritual power flowed with hidden lightning flashes. This was the implication of the thunder walk reaching the level of the realm of intent. The feet were augmented by the power of lightning, the divine rhythm of the thunder walk. As long as I last for a while, I'll be proud enough too. His mind was made up, and his feet kept blinking. However, as soon as he looked up, he realized that Chen Jun in the ring was actually sitting up in a cross-legged position, eyes closed, not putting himself in the least bit. A wave of humiliated indignation surged through her. He couldn't help but want to make a move, even though in his heart he felt that he had guessed Jun Chen's weakness. But to sit in such a grand manner was too much of a look down on people. An elder on the high platform frowned. Jun Chen should not be humiliated. He just suddenly had an epiphany in the last round. That's right, more or less. It can only be extraordinary talent. And unconventional, strong confidence, actually daring to fall into an epiphany in this ring. The crowd sighed. Jun Chen was indeed so extraordinary. Then, as everyone expected, this teenager in the ring grabbed an attack before being sent flying out of the ring boundaries by a punch from the epiphanic state of Jun Chen. Too strong. Just a few moments. And it's amazing that there's a new development. Listening to the chatter, Chen Jun was embarrassed. I'm just taking a trick and pretending. Why do you think I'm so strong? However, this round over, it's already in the top 100. Chen Jun wasn't going to compete in the remaining rounds of the ring, even if there was very little that he could get from being first in this ring. In case the flaws were exposed and the impression points dropped in the eyes of these elders, the loss would be more than worth it. Moreover, if he now announced that he would not compete in the following rounds, everyone would think that he had chosen so because he found it boring and felt that no one was a match. It sets off his own power even more. With that settled in his mind, Chen Jun quietly waited for the final round of the phase viewing mirror and then chose someone. After that, half a day's time flashed by, and the top 100 places were finally decided in the limelight. At this moment, the other 99 were eclipsed because Junchen was simply too dazzling. There has never been such a big penny, and everyone else has become a sidekick. The Chenjun at the center was dazzling beyond belief. At this point, many people were looking forward to it, wondering how the third round would go. With such a talent, the match between heaven and earth must be very high. What's there to see in the degree of heaven and earth compatibility? Low or high? There's not much difference at all. That is, unless heaven and earth are disgusted, or heaven and earth are in favor. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is still the phase. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants, the so-called ruminants, i.e., the ruminants are made into dogs and used for sacrifices. It means that heaven and earth appear to be grass and all things are grass, and that they do not use their emotions and treat all things the same. Therefore, all of them are similar. Historically, this has not been of much use, but only to sift out the ones that are extremely disliked by heaven and earth. The difference between the heaven and earth compatibility of all people is too small to be of concern. That's right, it's still the phase that matters the most. I also wonder how many grades of phase Junchen is. The crowd murmured. Quite curious. Some people scratch their heads and can't wait. Phase this kind of thing. Indistinct. And also only the observation mirror rely on the great powers to reasonably catalyze to be able to look at. There are 10,000 phases, and the phases are divided into 9 grades. There is the phase of the absolute, the phase of the Tao Tai, the phase of all things, the phase of the heaven and earth waves, and the phase of the long river of time and space. The so-called phases are traditionally thought to represent a person's upper limit. 1 rank is the end of the line. 9 ranks are honored. The higher the quality of the phase, it basically means that the higher the ceiling of a person's future will be. I wonder if there will be a 9-pin phase. Just kidding? The current honored one was the thick earth Chen Longxiang in the beginning, but he was only of the 8th grade. Do you know what the concept of 9th grade is? No basic common sense. 103, Observation of Phases. The 9th grade is just those, and every one of them is a gift from heaven. There are almost always heaven and earth anomalies at the birth of each 9th grade phase. It's impossible that we didn't know about it until now. Not to mention the 9th grade. Every time the grand competition even produces a 7th grade phase, it can cause a great shock. Many people's gazes went to Yu Shengyan. Outside of Jun Chen, he had been rewarded by the dragon Qi, so it was reasonable that the phase should not be bad. Maybe it could have the phase of the 12 dragons? But it's Jun Chen who is more anticipated. Amidst the crowd's chatter, the final rounds of the ring began. Chen Jun immediately stated that he had vaguely had an epiphany and would not participate in the later rounds, voluntarily placing in the 100th position. Many people breathed a long sigh of relief at these words. Yu Xingyi's heart thumped. Great. Phew. Otherwise, if it proceeded slowly, sooner or later, he and Chen Jun would have to run into each other. And then where would he put his face when he was crushed by the other party? Although it was now faceless, being defeated head-on and being like this at the moment were obviously two different things. A lot of people feel sorry for this. The group of elders on the stage also became very interested at this time. As the later rounds of the ring went on like this without the recognized strongest person, Chen Jun pretended to close his eyes in contemplation. He happened to open his eyes when the first place duel appeared. A punch was thrown and blasted in mid-air. Under this punch, space crumbled inch by inch, and the fist intent dispersed and exploded out, causing everyone in the vicinity to feel a palpitation. Yu Shengyin in the ring was still congratulating himself for taking first place in the ring. Then he realized that everyone's eyes were looking away. Another improvement. This punch clearly has the rhythm of the extreme realm. Some elders' eyes were filled with shock. This rate of progress was too exaggerated. In reality, all of Chen Jun's previous punches in the ring were just ordinary punches, and this time he pretended to have an epiphany of a serious punch. Sure enough, the effect is not bad. No one in the room cared about the first place in the ring. Instead, they all looked to themselves. The 100th place. Yu Shengyin is lucky. Some cultivators from the eastern continent returned the words that the genius from the central state had mocked earlier. Who doesn't know that Jun Chen is bound to win first place this time? This Yu Shengyin stepped on shit. Of the top 100, only 3 were from the eastern continent. But because of Jun Chen's presence, it didn't stop East Continent from being the victor this time. The final round. Finally, in the midst of all the discussion, after the ranking rewards for the ring match were given down, a long bell rang again. Please observe the realm. The majesty of an elder spoke. A huge ancient mirror 2 people high and 1 person wide was invited out. This was the last round of the 3rd round of the examination, measuring complete talent by the realm of visualization. The catalyzing of the observation realm required the combined efforts of several human kings on the high platform, which consumed a great deal of energy, and measuring 100 was already the limit of what they were willing to withstand. At this moment, each and every one of them looked at Jun Chen with a hint of curiosity. The others weren't interested in finding out about Jun Chen's talent. In order, several human kings stepped down from the high platform. They were the imperial dynasty's annual distribution of salaries, specializing in activating certain formations, ancient mirrors, and the like. On such occasions, spiritual energy surged around his body, and a slight fluctuation appeared on the ancient mirror surface of the observation realm. In several people's joint efforts to catalyze, this ancient and simple giant realm issued a vast and magnificent fluctuations, shining at the heaven and earth. Reflections in the mirror become different. Zhou Guangyue, the young girl whose name was called, stepped onto the high platform, and the slow flow of fluctuations in the realm of observations shone through her body. A slight fluctuation appeared in the mirror, and a dull purple light reflected out. Degree of compatibility between heaven and earth, lower grade 6. No favors. The degree of compatibility between heaven and earth represented the recognition of heaven and earth for this body, and the lower 6th grade was the level of a normal human. Heaven and earth do not favor, but neither do they abhor. Then several elders changed their spiritual power and the ancient mirror turned again. The mirror suddenly seemed to have turned into a deep ocean, and the young girl only felt deeply absorbed into it at a glance, and her gaze seemed to be swallowed up. The mirror fluctuated, revealing hints of light. 3rd grade phase, tattooed spirit purple chi. The image in the mirror was a wisp of purple aura inscribed with spirit patterns, which was very shallow and the runes were tattered and not complete at all. This was the 3rd grade phase pattern spirit violet chi. The highest similarity to this is the 9-pointed phase, purple breath. It was a vast 3,000 li of violet chi, a phase form with each strand inscribed with the supreme principle of the great Tao. And according to the legend, the purple chi for 9 products are underestimated. It should be beyond the limit of the phase. Only the ancient books have recorded a few strokes. In the end, no one knows how. Until now, no one had ever witnessed a terrifying being that could illuminate this phase. And hearing this, the young girl stepped down from the high platform in disappointment. The 3rd grade phase shape also meant that the upper limit might stop at the rhyme body for the rest of her life. This was the terror of the phase viewing realm. Phase forms were usually considered to be as far as a cultivator could reach in their entire life. With such a qualification, there was no doubt that it would be impossible for a great sect to take in a disciple. Next, Wang Ming, the teenager, walked up to the stage, quite nervous. The observation realm flowed with arcane fluctuations, and all of this teenager's items weren't too different from the previous person. So naturally, he couldn't have gotten an invitation. Degree of conjunction of heaven and earth, grade 6 upper. No favors. The 3rd phase, the bullock's shadow. Reflected in the mirror is the shallow silhouette of a bullock, eating grass with its head down. A million directions. No one knows exactly how it works. The realm of visualization was something that had been recorded to have appeared in ancient texts millions of years ago, and had been discovered by a paragon emperor who had discovered a way to use it, the exact principle of which had been lost long ago, and no one knew about it. Some illuminate auras, some illuminate spiritual arts, some illuminate demonic beasts, and some illuminate dead things. It varies, but it is certain that there must be a strong relationship with the future and the individual. Next, Chen Shua, the tiger-backed teenager, stepped onto the stage, and as the realm of observance flowed, a piece of green-colored radiant light shone, shooting out over an extremely long distance. Degree of conjunction of heaven and earth, 9th level lower grade. Heaven and earth are favored. A gasp of surprise instantly came from the crowd. A 9th level lower grade. In the past, it was rarely able to be encountered. This teenager actually had such a talent, and heaven and earth's recognition of this body was actually so high. The ancient mirror turned again, reflecting the body. A scene of roiling sword shadows was mapped out in the mirror, and the sword aura dispersed and chopped into an unknown place. 5th pin phase, blade shadow charged to the heavens. A look of ecstasy welled up on the teenager's face, and naturally, a gasp came from the crowd. The 5th grade phase was already not bad, and the fact that the heaven and earth phase degree had reached the 9th lower grade meant that the bottleneck between each realm before the body harmonization realm was very small for this teenager. He could easily break through. Such a talent rarely appeared in the entire eastern continent, and it had only appeared a handful of times in past conferences. The elders of the clan where the teenager was from naturally looked equally delighted. It was an honor for someone in the clan to be admitted to a superior clan. At this time, the entire audience looked at the teenager with envy. Many people were jealous, and those who had a grudge against them were so sour that their teeth hurt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a shitload of luck. The teenager stepped down from the high platform and waited for all the people to finish observing before each major clan picked someone. He understood that he would definitely have a clan willing to take him in. Next, Mo Flag. One after another came forward, revealing their talents in all areas under the realm of the observations. And after Chen Shua, no one else had reached such heights. Degree of conformity of heaven and earth, 2nd grade lower. Heaven and earth abhorred. Someone froze. On the stage was the famous demon who had entered the top 8 in the ring. It turned out to be such a degree of compatibility between heaven and earth. What a pity. Many people sighed. Heaven and earth are so disgusted that it will be difficult for this young man to break through to open the hide in this life. Even if he was outstanding in other aspects of his talent, no sect would take him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wasn't that almost my destiny? Chenjun waited quietly in the crowd and had to say thanks to the system. 104 discrepancies. Cultivator after cultivator on the high platform was illuminated around by the ancient mirror. And basically no more demons appeared. Basically, they are all 6th grade in heaven and earth compatibility and 4th grade in phase shape. There were those in here who had previously shown notable talent in the rounds of the ring and the body-shaking stone, causing the elders on the high platform to ponder for a while whether or not they should take them in. Occasionally, there were people who were so far off the mark that they appeared with a 6th grade phase or an 8th grade heaven and earth phase degree but with roots that were only barely passing. This teenager's Taoist heart is average. Even if the phase shape is high and the degree of compatibility is high, I'm afraid that he won't have any great achievements, but he'll just be obliterated. The phases illuminated by the realm of observation are only the upper limit, after all, and can probably be seen as nothing more than future limit achievements. Of the countless people in the entire imperial dynasty, not more than 1 in 10,000 could reach their theoretical limit degree. In terms of spiritual arts, it's just a coincidence that they made it into the top 100. So it's reasonable to say that they're not qualified to be selected, but there's no harm in giving it a try. And if they don't qualify, then they'll be expelled from the division is all. Many people were entangled. When the guards on the stage spoke loudly, "Next, Yu Shangyin," everyone was instantly all energized, and the elders of the various great sects were all equally curious. If his strand of dragon chi is absorbed completely, it's likely to be the 8th phase. It should be impossible. Being able to be 7th grade is already not bad. I don't know if I can illuminate the fuzzy dragon shadow. Amidst a crowd of burning eyes, Yu Shangyin ascended the stage and the ancient mirror shone. Faint crimson-colored light shone in the mirror, and under the illumination of the mirror of observation, Yu Shangyin's figure could be seen to be entangled and wrapped by a strand of crimson-colored if any dragon chi. This was the reaction of the body's attunement to heaven and earth, and heaven and earth's recognition of the body. Seeing this scene, an elder on the high stage sighed softly. Too shallow. An elder from one of the 7 clans shook his head. Such absorption made him feel inadequate. You were given a strand of dragon's energy, and as a result, you can only make it this far? Not enough. You can enter the outer sect, and within a few years you can also enter the inner sect, but it's not the absolute demon I thought before. As the rounds came down, Yu Shangyin, who should have gotten the most attention and should have gotten the most attention, even made the many elders feel that he wasn't much of a genius in comparison to Jun Chun. In fact, he was too unlucky, as Chen Jun's existence caused everyone's expectations of him to naturally rise. Otherwise, it's this degree in front of me that I can be completely proud of myself. Heaven and earth are in harmony with each other at the 8th grade upper level. It was enough to make people envious, but it was still a bit short in the eyes of the many elders. This achievement could thrill the average genius, but they felt it still wouldn't work. Then the ancient mirrors flowed again, and the most attention-grabbing phases were illuminated. The ancient mirror rumbled, and in the midst of the raging fluctuations, a certain shallow shadow could be vaguely seen, seemingly roaming, a blurred shadow that could only be seen as being made up of runes, with a huge body that looked like a dragon's shadow but was too shallow to be seen clearly. What phase is this? 7th grade phase, a hint of the dragon shadow of the spirit elemental Archdragon. The elder of the life and death sect, one of the 7 sects, opened his mouth and finally determined that this phase shape was of the 7th grade. It had been unknown how many years since the 7th grade phase eastern continent had appeared, yet the many elders still felt a pang of pity. This trace of dragon chi, it's a bit of a waste. What kind of terrifying genius can a strand of dragon energy create? Everyone looked at Jun Chen at the thought of this. If it was this teenager who was rewarded with that strand of dragon chi, what kind of terrifying phase shape should he have? Of course, the vast majority of people can't even afford it. Being able to refine dragon chi for his own use, Yu Shangyin could already be proud of himself. Only in comparison to Chen Jun, it clearly fell short. Even now, the crowd didn't know exactly how Jun Chen was, yet expectations had been drawn up. At this moment, one gaze looked over, and after Yu Shangyin, it was Jun Chen. In the past, the 7th grade phase that was able to cause a stir did not cause many ripples this time, and even the crowd was not much shocked as they all looked at Jun Chen. In the midst of all the attention, Jun Chen lightly exhaled as he ascended the high platform. With this one gaze looking at him, Chen Jun had no choice but to add more to his heaven and earth compatibility. Can't help but feel heartbroken while adding. Originally, I just thought it would be fine to be the same as the norm or slightly worse. but now it looks like it has to be slightly higher, or else it's a bit of an impression detractor. If he hadn't found another way to brush up on his achievements, he would never have added it. Dog system, wait. Darkly gritting his teeth, he stepped onto the high platform. A few elders jointly pushed, and the ancient giant realm emitted layers and layers of arcane fluctuations. Reflected in the mirror, there was a smudge of black and gray aura reflecting and flowing, not entangled, but transformed into a part of Jun Chen's body. In the mirror's illumination, parts of Jun Chen's body were actually black. The black color in Chen Jun's body melted into one. Ha! Someone let out a soft eep, seemingly finding it odd. The degree of heaven and earth compatibility. 7 intermediate grades? Among everyone's expectations, this would have been a very good result, but it looked a bit poor on Chen Jun's part. After all, the talent he showed earlier was too terrifying. Such a degree of compatibility between heaven and earth is really inconsistent. And seeing this scene, many people finally felt the oppression in their hearts loosen a bit. Before, he had simply been pressured by Chen Jun to the point of being breathless, so perfect in every aspect that it was desperate. Fortunately, the degree of heaven and earth's compatibility is such that you are only slightly above the norm. That's enough to get excited about. An elder on the high platform was slightly disappointed. However, he also relieved himself immediately afterward. It doesn't really matter. With his Taoist heart and enlightenment, as long as it's not disgusting to heaven and earth, there's no harm. That's right. For him to break through the bottleneck won't be any less difficult than the 9th grade, even though it's a 7th grade intermediate. At this point, the original intentional one no longer had the slightest hesitation. This person Don Boy Sect, will definitely give an invitation. Ha ha, do you think he'll pick you guys? My Yulong Sect is the one that fits. They had long since made up their minds that as long as Jun Shen wasn't disgusted by heaven and earth below the 3rd rank, then they would naturally have to give an invitation. There was no reason to miss out on such a genius, whose Dao heart and talent were none the less superior. Don't argue, 2 fallen clans. An old man snorted. As the elders on the high stage were chattering, Zhao Xiaoshu vaguely felt that something seemed different. It doesn't seem right? As he looked closely, the mirror reflected Chen Jun as if half of his body was black. Unlike all the people who were reflected before, what is illuminated here does not seem to be a fit between heaven and earth. Any sight that fits is the degree to which the breath of the manifestation of heaven and earth is affinity with the body, the degree to which it fits the body. But Chen Jun's torso, the manifestation seemed not to be. This doesn't seem to be something recognized by heaven and earth. He frowned tightly, vaguely feeling déjà vu. However, there was no time to think much about it. At that moment the mirror turned again to illuminate the phase form. Several human king powerhouses joined hands to catalyze it, and the ancient realm rumbled and shook, looking horrifyingly loud. At this moment, one of them was suddenly stunned. Wait, 105. Dark Night? Wordless chapter. At the moment he was filled with horror. The mirror of observation clearly vibrated with an unspeakable fluctuation, which was actually going to backfire on his own body. What is it? The chi and blood in his body were inducing rushes, which terrified him, hastily stopping, while looking at the other few. At this moment, these several human kings basically had the same reaction, feeling unsupportable as they flowed to illuminate this teenager. It clearly felt that the spiritual energy was flowing out too quickly, and it was extremely difficult to reflect that phantom form. How is that possible? Can it be that our power is not enough to mirror this phase? A single one of them was in disbelief. They had illuminated the 8-product phase, then vaguely able to feel their own power almost to be drained, desperately urged to complete the reflection. However, that's 8 pints of phase now. Today's honored one was only an 8-point phase back then. Can't it be that this teenager is of the 9th grade? So the power of himself and the others is not enough to mirror it? Unbelievable. And unbelievable. There's something odd about the phase viewing mirror? How can a person not figure out? The ancient records, the 6 human kings are enough to reflect all the phases to be right. Can't his spiritual power fluctuation or addition hold any faint difference? One couldn't figure out how. The whole room was a bit dumbfounded and uncertain at the moment. And the county king looked to the elders of the 7 clans. That means obviously, please give it a try. How honorable is the human emperor? It is pure nonsense to let the human emperor do such a small thing. Don't look at the human king and human emperor as only one step apart. But in reality, there was a world of difference. A human emperor is another realm now. A human emperor who has set foot on the Tao of the great Tao is extraordinary. 1,000 human kings altogether are never a match for a human emperor. At this moment, the elders of the 7 sects were also stunned. An old man opened his mouth and inquired, "You and others can't shine?" Several human kings bowed in unison. I'm not sure why, but it does feel as if there is a lack of spiritual power. They don't want to admit it, but it's true in induction. It stands to reason that none of the 9th grade would be so. 9 pints is the limit, and there's nothing at all above that. so none of them are sure what it's really about. That's just it. Might as well give it a try. Zhao Xiaoshu of the explosive sky sect was the first to speak. Then in Lin Shuang's expectant eyes, Gu Hailan similarly spoke. I can also lend a hand. In fact, she was curious. Could it be the reflecting hegemony Saint Ripple? How many phases is the hegemonic sacred tattoo? Never seen it yet. It would be a great help to see. Also, it would help Lin Shuyi think ahead or prepare her mentally. Just like that, it took the prodding of 6 human emperors to flush out 2 at once. It didn't take much for the rest, and soon there were 4. To them, this is nothing more than a small matter. And since someone else started this first, they don't have to worry about falling off the wagon. Jun Chen stood quietly on the high platform. The 6 human emperors were separated into 6 directions, then looked at each other twice as their spiritual energy surged. The ancient mirror trembled and rumbling Tao sounds resounded. In almost an instant's effort, the pitch black, ink-like light shot straight up into the sky. The ancient mirror erupted with amazing power, and the entire sky even darkened. The teenager stood there, the mirror reflecting as dark as ink. The black light shone on everything, covering all through, and the thick power was majestic. It was a darkness so deep that where it passed, nothing could reveal the slightest bit of aura. The darkness illuminated by the mirror makes the sun lose its color. Blackness spreads and spreads throughout the area, and heaven and earth lose their colors. Some people had spirit arts surging in their hands, wanting to blossom with light. However, in the midst of the pitch blackness like ink, it simply couldn't be done, and not a single ray of light was able to blossom. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers were unsure, but the elders of the major clans and the like froze. 7th grade phase, Black Night? Someone was shocked at how much it seemed to resemble. Thick as ink, the darkness envelopes everything and everything is silent. No, it's not the Dark Night. An elder shook his head, seeing that it wasn't. Even the 7th grade phase Black Night isn't this thickly black. It is as if the darkness of the origin. It's not color, it's origin. Never before had I seen the realm of Koan reflecting such a thick light through a person. The black color almost covered the sky, and even the victorious sun was surprisingly suppressed in front of such light, as if it didn't exist in comparison. Not a single impurity could be found in the black, ink-like color, so dense that it almost dripped. It was not clear exactly how the phallic form was. However, the blackness was bound to be no such flawlessness. Everyone could be sure that it wasn't dark and looked, well, higher than dark. The phase of darkness is already extraordinary, and among the 7 phases it belongs to the upper class. And yet, it looks like there's more. This phase, it has not been seen in ancient texts, nor has it been recorded as similar. 9th grade phase of eternal night? Not eternal night. Someone spoke. Certain. But why he was certain he could not say. Scared of being yelled at for updating in the wee hours of the morning. I'm touched by myself. 106. Am I overplaying my hand? The phase of eternal night is a secret thing, and seeing that this elder was so certain, there was no one to dwell on it. Perhaps the upper phase of the darkness? It's just a likeness, but the difference is obvious. In fact, when the ancient mirror flowed and the light shone, Jun seemed to feel as if he was in tune with heaven and earth, and the blackness that spread out was himself. It was as if he was instantly transformed into the heavens, and he overlooked and overpowered all things. It seems that when one becomes a Taoist, one will ink all things. Is this caused by my life and death chi? Jun couldn't be sure, only feeling that the mirror seemed to be projecting, searching for the highest possible mapping out of the countless images. It shines a light on the myriad possibilities of the person, projecting the exhaustion of the future based on all the information. At this time, the blackness spread, reflecting the extent of a county at an extremely fast speed. The crowd was terrified. All light was suppressed in this thick blackness. This was true darkness descending. The 6 human emperor realm elders hastily stopped. The light of the ancient mirror converged, and the blackness instantly disappeared. At this time, the crowd of onlookers were all dumbfounded, simply unable to understand the situation in front of them. However, this did not affect the fact that they knew what kind of terrifying possibilities Junshen had displayed, and one by one, their faces even stiffened a little. Repeatedly shocked, many people felt numb, open-mouthed, already feel nothing to be surprised. One looked rather bewildered, all understanding that this was completely beyond their level. On the high platform, dozens of elders began to discuss that this teenager deserved such a discussion. What the hell is this? Supreme? At this moment, the elders looked at Jun Chen, and in each of their eyes was a deep shock. The supreme phase is the most special of the 9 phases. It should not be supreme. The elder of the Sacred Moon sect opened her mouth. She was the oldest among these people, and at this time, everyone looked over to listen quietly. If the cap is supreme, what shines is nothing more than a piece of brilliance. According to my clan's ancient records, there was a supreme 300,000 years ago, When the ancient mirror illuminated the realm of the evolution of all things, the image of the opening of the heavens and the earth, the elder of the Yulong sect similarly spoke. So, what's it gonna be? At this time, amazed beyond words. This kind of thing happened for the first time in my memory. 9 phases totaling 12. This phase shape resembles the eternal night, but definitely not. Everyone was thinking about it, and there wasn't much that could interest them. The situation was such that each one of them took some interest and felt that this was a worthwhile endeavor. The crowd lapsed into silence, and at this point no one was in the mood to continue viewing the various talents of the others. All of them were quietly waiting for the elders on the high platform to discuss the results, although they knew that it was impossible for them to know the results. And just as the crowd was silent and thinking hard, a certain sect elder suddenly raised his head and looked at Jun Chen. Eyes cold and cold. The demon lord has had a similar sight. When the divine mirror was first used to shine, the ancient mirror shattered and the person who urged it died. That is endless ink. Sai thought he even wanted to make a move to directly erase this teenager. What kind of person is the demon lord? The whole world is afraid of his words, and the continent trembles when he stomps his feet. That was the absolute devil, causing a bloody storm in the entire continent, and Herculean fame was still intimidating to mention. 80,000 years later. Fellow Daoists, don't move. Gu Hailin's palm crossed the center. Such a status to erase this junior because of a speculation? How is that possible? And such an outburst can represent more than just yourself. It represents the clan behind you, the central state. Killing people for speculation? No way. Besides, this teenager was so extraordinary that he couldn't just die here. This elder also understood in an instant, stopping his urge to strike. It's just a guess. The divine brightness mirror and the realm of observation are similar but different after all. That's right. And do you think that just such a teenager could possibly limit himself to the demon lord level in the future? Don't you use your brain to think about it? The rival sects coldly grunted, thinking that this fool had really lost his head. Demon lord? Are you kidding me? Can a great man who passes through the heavens and the earth still be born here? There are a total of 12 9 phases, each of which can be illuminated and can be determined not to be a 9 phase. It's mostly just that there are certain flaws in this observation realm. Someone eventually spoke up to set the tone. It should be above the Black Night, but not as much as the Eternal Night, and it is likely to be the 8th phase, or the upper tier of the 7th, which has never been seen before. Hearing these elders' arguments, Jun Chen was a bit confused. 8 pints of phase? Or the upper level of the 7th grade? You guys are afraid you're not blind. He was almost certain that his phase form was not below the 9th rank. Certainly haven't heard of anything else on the 9th grade. However, it could never be a mere 8th grade. At this point the mind ponders. Am I overplaying my hand? The eternal night phase was beneath himself, and in the moment just now he had realized that he could actually disguise the eternal night phase, because in this mirror he saw something corresponding to the diffractive emperor's Dharma door. He could try it for a second. If he disguised himself as a 9th Penin, I'm afraid that he could instantly gain the attention of the entire imperial dynasty. However, this wave was loaded with big energy. He didn't hide it, and it was straight out of the realm of these people's understanding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In fact, it was no wonder that the 7 sect elders were like this. Ancient texts haven't missed it in millions of years. 9 phases or 12, and above that there are none. A small accident occurs to you and you will question the errors of the ancient texts? No way. That's written by a quasi-imperialist. It's been right for millions of years, and you're saying it's wrong? Ridiculous. They just think of it as a small oversight, a small accident. At this time, Zhao Xiaoshi opened his mouth and looked at Jun Chen. That's all? You go down first and wait for the clans to choose someone. In reality, it was no longer the clans selecting people, but rather, Jun Chen selecting the clans. This two-way choice was the case for a genius like Jun Chen. Even if the 7th grade's heaven and earth compatibility was slightly lower, no clan would care. What's more, this was most likely an 8th grade phase, at the same level as the dynastic honored one back then. In their eyes, the 8th phase was incredible enough. It was shocking enough. If the black light hadn't looked so terrifying, they wouldn't have even thought that it was an 8th product phase, because every 8th product was considered a heavenly gift. At this point, Chen Jun had no choice but to walk off the stage. The system's teachings make sense. In the future, pretend to be mellow, the heart secretly thought. The next illumination never again surprised the crowd. Everyone was now waiting for the clan to pick them, and there was a lot of talk. Do you guys think that there will be all the sects that will give Chen Jun an invitation? You're saying that like it's bullshit. The bystander snorted. It's no longer a matter of whether or not we'll give an invitation. What's worth discussing now is which one Chen Jun will choose. Isn't this 3 rounds of talent enough? Ridiculous. If you ask me, it's possible to cross the levels and enter the inner gate directly. Just watch. there will be a certain clan that will make this a condition of invitation. Generally speaking, it was already a matter of burning high incense to be invited by the great clan, and for certain special geniuses, many sects would directly give various conditions in order to compete for them. Even, there had been a promise to give the secret disciple qualification within 10 years. 107. Arrival of the third prince. At this point, many people also felt that something similar was bound to happen this time. The only thing worth debating is whether one of the 7 clans will be so. Lin Shujing has joined the elucidating heavenly sect, and with equal conditions, Jun Chen would definitely choose the elucidating heavenly sect as well. So, other clans, but whoever sends out invitations will definitely attach something else. The crowd wondered what would happen. I've never seen the 7 clans robbing anyone before. Someone lamented. There were also people who were pondering, thinking that they might not necessarily choose the hierarchical heavenly sect. Though I heard that Lin Shuang is also quite extraordinary and is valued by Gu Hailin. But then again, can it still surpass Chen Jun? If the hierarchical heavenly sect is chosen, doesn't that mean that there will be no more other variables in the marriage contract with Lin Shujing? I don't believe that for a teenager of this age. Someone hemmed and hawed. In their opinion, with talent and status, what kind of women can't be chosen? Lin Shuang is indeed good enough, but good men aspire to 4 fangs. Wouldn't it be better to find an honest man to marry later? At this moment, the elders of all the great sects on the high stage were also pondering within themselves what kind of conditions to give. With our clan's conditions, I'm afraid he'll only be moved if he's promised the position of great disciple. At this moment, there were elders who spoke very bluntly and were not afraid of being overheard by others. In fact, he and the Sky Fuzzy sect are hostile, and deliberately so that the beautiful woman to hear the shame and anger. Feel free in the heart. The man who dethroned your son is going to get an invitation from so many clans. The sect's imperial art is at his disposal. It should be very attractive to him. My clan's sword chi tower is a sacred place for sword cultivators. My permission can give him unconditional access once a week. I don't know if I can attract it. Under the 7 clans, many clans basically didn't report any hope. Forget it. It seems that such a teenager can't compete, symbolically giving an invitation to take a chance. There were also a number of clans that were not willing to give invitations without hope. It's hopeless anyway, so why offend King Duan and the Sky Fuzzy sect? The important thing is not to offend the third prince. The news from the central state has been coming in faintly for the past few days, and I heard that the third prince was furious. This caused many clans that had no hope of inviting Jun Chen to naturally extinguish their thoughts. Why offend the third prince over a possible King Duan and the Heavenly Restoration sect combined were no match for a third prince. It was a contender for the first sequence of the throne, and if it came out on top, it was the next honored one. The news of the third prince's great anger is mostly false. There is no need to worry about the third prince at all. At this point 100 people stood in silence on the stage. In order, the staff shouted, arranged in the same order as before, one by one. These great clan elders were allowed to make a decision on whether or not they wanted to be included in the clan. This was actually similar to a talent show, and in itself, such a format was meant to stimulate the onlookers and stimulate the cultivators of these inferior sects to rise to the occasion. First place, Zhou Guangyue. The young girl in the crowd stepped out, knowing that she most likely had no chance, but she couldn't stop the nervousness within her. She looked to the high platform, her eyes glancing over one by one with a begging look in them. However, all the sect elders shook their heads collectively, and no one gave an invitation. The young girl was instantly disoriented. Although she had expected it, she still found it difficult to bear such a blow. The staff looked indifferent. Such a situation was seen many times at every big competition. He spoke faintly. Next, Wang Ming, the teenager, stepped out, full of anticipation, but still none of the clans opened their mouths. Next, Chen Shua. The crowd instantly came into a bit of spirit after the tigerback teenager stepped out, all knowing that this was bound to receive an invitation. I wonder how many will give invitations. It doesn't matter how many. What matters is whether or not the 7 clans will give. Many people opened their mouths. Becoming a disciple of the 7 sects was the dream of everyone in the entire imperial dynasty. Chen Shua was equally nervous. He knew he could get an invitation, but he wanted an invitation from the 7 sect giants. Eyes burning towards the high platform. Almost instantly several sects spoke up. I, Qing Yuan sect, am willing to extend an invitation. I, Ming Ding sect, would like to extend an invitation. The Rising Word sect invites little friend to join. I promise you entry into the inner sect within 3 years. One by one, the elders opened their mouths, and everyone in the vicinity felt envious to the bone. This was an upper-class sect of the imperial dynasty, with a supreme status and countless resources in it. Not to mention anything else, it was only in such a sect that one could come into contact with holy arts and holy rank cultivation techniques. Chen Shua felt unable to contain his excitement as his heart thumped. Sect after sect opened their mouths to invite, and every outburst almost caused the crowd to burst into a gasp of envy, practically envious to the bone. Hey, if I had such luck. It's like a lifetime ago. Amidst the crowd's murmuring, there was actually a slight hint of disappointment from Chen Shuo. This was because none of the 7 sects had given invitations, and the ones that had given invitations were all ordinary upper-class sects. Edge shook his head at the thought. Now that had been a bump in the road. After a brief moment of reflection, I am willing to join the Mingding sect. Good. An elder on the high platform laughed out loud. This kind of competition represented the face of the clan, and he was happy. After Chen Shuo, the selection continued and nothing more could be invited. It lasted for a dozen or so bits before Yu Xingyin's appearance brought the crowd to a slight boil. All of the major first-class sects had given invitations, and there was not a single exception. Many of them even promised supreme treasures and divine weapons, imperial medicines and imperial laws, and so on. 4 of the 7 clans gave invitations. In fact, originally it was a nail in the coffin for him to get invitations from all 7 families. Only this time he was suppressed by Qin Jun's light, allowing people to naturally underestimate him. In the end, he gave it a little thought and chose the Morden Knowledge sect amidst a crowd of envious gazes. After Yu Shangyin, all eyes were fixed on Jun Chen. Next, Jun Chen. Whether it was the onlookers or the sect elders on the high platform, all of them came into the spirit. The elders of the great clans pondered what conditions to give, and soon someone spoke up. The Brilliant Sword sect invites young friend, an old man said slowly. The circumference seemed like an overwhelming sword, sitting there almost piercing the heavens. The World Forest sect extends an invitation. Before the man's words could fall, some other sect exited. I can promise to give you a chance to be instructed by myself every 3 years. What is this? And you have the nerve to say it? The old man from the Brilliant Sword sect almost laughed his teeth off. Little friend of the Brilliant Sword sect's Sword Chi Tower must have heard of it before. I'll give you the right to enter and exit an unlimited number of times. This was a tremendous stroke, drawing sideways glances from many of the elders on the high platform. The Sword Chi Tower of the Brilliant Sword sect was so precious that unlimited entries were simply outrageous. As for the beautiful woman of the Heavenly Restoration sect, hearing these 2 people fighting only made her feel ashamed to the bone. This was simply not treating her as a human being. To abolish one's own son and still receive an invitation from these sects could only mean that this teenager's talent was too terrifying. At this time, the eyes want to spit fire, so I can't wait to call the son of a bitch's husband, King Duan, on the spot, and whoever dares to invite will be wiped out. But he also knew it was impossible. This husband of his was used to being a shrunken head turtle, and was never willing to offend in the face of big clans and big forces. Where else would these people dare? You'd have to think twice about at least opening your mouth. Mo Wang clan gives you the status of a core disciple. There are all the corresponding permissions. Another person spoke, causing the crowd to marvel. Your sword skills are outstanding. The Brilliant Sword sect is the best choice for you. If you can reach 50 within the list within 10 years, I promise to let you observe the Brilliant Sword. It looked like the Brilliant Sword sect was determined to win. Before the words fell, a heroic young man clad in golden armor came from an extreme distance. The youth opened his mouth from afar and exclaimed, "The Brilliant Sword sect is so generous. Even I'm a bit envious." With a cold face, he traveled in mid-air, causing a crowd of people to all freeze. 108, please, everyone. It was a long time before anyone reacted. Respectfully, welcome the 3rd prince. The county king of Qingquan County was incredibly respectful. The 3rd prince was clad in golden armor with a unicorn crown on his head, his body shining with light and valor. From the distance, he stepped into the air, followed by an old man. His face was cold and indifferent, and anyone could tell that there was a shocking amount of anger suppressed in it. The eyes that looked at Jun Chen were even more nakedly hateful. The rumors are not false? At this moment, many elders were astonished, previously thinking that the 3rd prince's great anger was a fake news put out by the same first sequence contenders in order to discredit them. But now they saw that it was by no means the case. How can it be? Is the heart really as bad as rumored? To do that for a woman? One was filled with disbelief. You're the first sequence of contenders for the throne, and you're actually like this? They simply can't figure it out and don't see the need for it. In particular, you must know that this teenager named Jun Chen is extraordinary, or else the Brilliant Sword sect wouldn't have offered such a generous offer. What is the point of having to feud over a woman in this situation? What's a woman? Might as well just give it away as all. Recruiting such a ministry looks like it has more benefits. The Yun family has never stayed out of this. Does he think that he can get the support of the Yun family by marrying Yun Shangshan? The way I see it, King Ping wouldn't want that marriage to come to fruition. In the midst of the crowd's whispers, the elder of the Brilliant Sword sect was secretly crying out in his heart at the moment, and the meaning of the 3rd prince's words was clear to him. That barely concealed mockery and anger. clearly thinking he had punched him in the face. Blame it on my stupor. AI. A mental sigh. But Jun Chen had such outstanding talent and was a sword cultivator. How could he not invite him? No one had expected that the third prince would really have such a poor heart. Such a performance is almost naked and unobtrusive. A clan on the side gloated. A fool. The brilliant sword sect will inevitably be targeted in the future. Ha! In the Daxia imperial dynasty, clans and courts coexisted. On the surface the two sides didn't have much entanglement, and the 7 clans were even a bit beyond the world. In reality, however, the clans other than the 7 clans were constrained by the resources and restrictions of the royal family and so on at every turn. Most often, it's a matter of basic order. Amidst the silence of the crowd, the third prince swaggered onto the high platform. The elders of the 7 sects were all human emperors, so he didn't dare to do anything about it. But under human emperors, he was reckless. He looked at the elder of the brilliant sword sect for a few moments before turning to look at Jun Chen. Up and down, circling around Chen Jun for 2 round trips, sizing him up. At this moment, the Chen family's grand elder felt his heart in his throat. Would someone like the third prince directly strike without regard to his face? If that's true, it doesn't seem to help. Many people felt tense afterward, worried that a supreme demon would just die horizontally here. After all, it looked like the third prince was the trashiest kind of dude who might do something. Lin Shujing's eyes flickered. In his previous life, he had barely come into contact with the third prince, and only knew that he was also sent to the Cold Palace after King Ping's plot to revolt. He wasn't involved in the plot to rebel, which is unlucky to say the least. But, who made King Ping your biggest supporter? Hearing such heartfelt words, Chen Jun instantly felt much more relieved. He couldn't even resist the urge to take the initiative and call out a bit. But a few hundred years later, I heard that he cultivated some kind of supreme divine power, and in one fell swoop, he shattered the palace and disappeared from there. Chen Jun, nice guy. Forget it then. Not actively calling the shots. At this time, the third prince's eyes contained grief and anger. He couldn't figure out why Yin Shangshang would want to marry such a person. Just not himself. Good. Speaking through clenched teeth in general, worthy of being Miss Yun's favorite, it's really not bad. He let out a cold snort. Then the golden armor on his body naturally fell off and he swaggered onto the main seat of the high platform. Looking to the group of elders, everyone, choose, just pretend I don't exist. He smiled slightly, wanting to see who would dare to punch himself in the face. And as soon as those words were uttered, everyone looked at Jun Chen with a look of regret. The people of the 7 clans were also feeling emotional. Who would have thought that the third prince would come in person? Many people shook their heads in their hearts. Speaking of which, this third prince has such a poor heart that he can actually be the first sequence. His talent is truly extraordinary. It stands to reason that a mind like that doesn't stand a chance. King Ping supports him, and he is the most likely person to become the crown prince. Without King Ping's support, the 7 clans wouldn't have been able to do so. However, the reason why King Ping is called King Ping, this Ping, means Qi Ping. His Holiness, back then, had said that he would rule this world equally with King Ping. Anyone would know that such words were a test, yet they were already enough to show King Ping's status and terrifying strength. With someone like that backing him up, the third prince is in the lead in the first sequence. Therefore, all are scornful. Even though the 7 clans were not afraid of the royal family, none of them would just whip him in the face in front of the third prince. If the third prince hadn't come in person, they would have definitely given an invitation. And now, it's not so much that they don't dare, but that they don't have to. For a moment the whole room was silent, without the slightest sound. No one spoke up. The third prince's words had come to this. Was it hard to really go up and slap his face? To a certain extent, this is tantamount to slapping the royal family in the face. After a long time, the third prince reclined in his chair and looked askance. What? Don't you all want to pick yet? An elder came out and laughed. This kid has a poor Taoist heart and is only a little smart. How can he join our clan? That's just it. There's just a few side issues. Speaking of which, this person is like a glowing fire and a white moon compared to you. Third prince. That's right. The brilliant sword sect is out of its mind. Why should the third prince care? One by one, they slipped up. The 7 clans certainly didn't care for that. However, many of the first-class sects still only came this time with lower authority. And there were even half-step human kings in here to make up the numbers. And they couldn't wait to have such an opportunity. It's just that mocking a teenager for a few moments can get you mixed up in front of the third prince. So why not? Some people secretly pondered in their hearts. It would be better if we could join King Ping's command. The atmosphere was overwhelming for a while. This Eastern Continent grand competition is too weak after all. It won't work at all. So why should the third prince come and waste his time? Yeah, they're all losers. Not even one with decent talent. Many people are starting to open their eyes. Listening to these slips of the tongue, the third prince felt in a good mood and wrote down the faces of these people one by one. Then something seemed to come to mind. After the first class clans, it's time for the 7 clans to choose someone. Almost forgot. I was just about to ask the staff to call out the next person, and I almost overlooked the 7 clans. He looked at the human emperor of the 7 sect and his attitude was obviously lowered a lot. Half bowing, "Seniors, please, he believes that if I give you all face, you will surely give me face too." In the void at this moment, the old beggar was dressed in rags, and a smile grinned from the corner of his mouth as he watched the scene. "Let me see what Xiao Shi will do." 109, I'm disappointed. The old beggar just stood there in the void, his eyes looking out, undisguised. The crowd of human emperor elders whose spiritual senses were outstanding to the extreme, and who could sense any bit of danger in advance, didn't notice it in the slightest. And after the old beggar's gaze looked at Jun Chen for a few moments, it landed on Zhao Xiaoshi, the elder of the elaborate heaven sect. He didn't appear directly, curious as to what Zhao Xiaoshi would choose. "You must have seen something, so I'll see if you're still the same person you used to be." The moment the third prince bowed, the Mordant Knowledge Sect was the first to shake its head and speak. The Mordant Knowledge Sect does not accept. His tone was incredibly flat, and he didn't find the matter worth pondering at all. The third prince's words have come to this. How else? At that moment, his eyes glanced at the other few clans and saw that most of them had the same meaning. Sure enough, after he opened his mouth, the Sacred Moon Sect, the Prajna Sect, and the others also shook their heads faintly one after another, and had no intention of issuing an invitation. Looking at this crowd of seniors, a smile appeared on the third prince's face. At this moment, only the sect of life and death and the hierarchical heavenly sect did not speak. He looked to the Sangha, knowing that it was only natural for the man to be torn, having molded the birth and death Tao child, so aptly related to the Tao of birth and death, and seemingly of the same Tao and phase. It was simply born exclusively for this sect. He could understand that this elder of the life and death sect was a bit torn. As for the Hierophant sect, he looked at Lin Xuan and also knew that he was afraid that Gu Hailin would want to take this person as her disciple. Want to eat soft rice to enter the Eleusidian sect? That's just it. I'm going to test you again. The light in his eyes flashed. Everyone said he was a dude, but he had many thoughts. Just in this moment of effort, the elder of the life and death sect ended up shaking his head as well. At this point, 6 of the 7 clans had already made it clear that they would not recruit Jun Chen. Only the Hierophant sect remains. Lin Xuan had a grimace on her face, and her delicate face looked at Gu Hailin with a hint of aggression, hoping that she would speak up. With Jun Chen's talent, he can totally enter the 7 sect. Hey, what can we do? Actually, there's no need to be afraid of offending the third prince at all, as he's about to be sent to the cold palace anyway. At this moment, it was tempting to open his mouth and say, if you offend the third prince now, you might even be rewarded later. If I remember correctly, in a few days someone died admonishing him, and then the third prince was sent to the cold palace at the same time he was rewarded by his holiness of the dynasty. There are not many opportunities to be rewarded by his holiness, and right in front of me is one. While thinking about it, he was ready to top off a few sentences. He was about to get up when a figure came traveling rapidly in the distance. From a distance, it looked petite and naive, jumping in anger at the air-hunting beast. Ha! Why is this clip here again? Hasn't he gone back to central China? In the blink of an eye, Yin Wishon came from a great distance and landed directly on the high platform. Her pink little finger pointed at the third prince and she was jumping in anger. Zhang Ha! I will never marry a piece of trash like you in my life. You die of your heart. The voice was whiny and tingly to the ear, and the third prince, who had been pointed at and scolded by her, had a doting look on his face that sent a chill down Chen Jun's spine. Masochism? Enjoying being pointed at and yelled at? This man, he must be a good sufferer. At the same time that this expression appeared, Chen Jun suddenly felt a faint fluctuation coming from star by star. The star by star had a spirit, but it had been immersed for too many years and only fluctuated weekly. At this moment, this was the first time that Jun Chen had felt its fluctuations. Spirit? He glanced at the long sword of the third prince. The sword was an inch wide, and it was carved with intricate floral patterns, so it was obviously a female sword to wear. It was only at this moment that I thought, how the sword looked so girly. With this third prince's temperament, it's quite a match. This sword has a sword spirit? A sword girl? I can feel it once with this sword and it will be good for you? Based on the extremely weak fluctuations, Chen Jun judged such information. He thought to himself, then you take your time and wait. After being knocked into the cold palace, this sword will surely be collected. Let's see if there is a chance then. While pondering, Yunishang pointed at the third prince's nose and cursed again. The old man behind him wanted to make a move. However, he was stopped by the third prince waving his hand. Being scolded like that, he actually looked enjoyable and pampered the whole time. At this point everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't figure out why this was happening. This is the third prince. A woman from the Yun family is just a woman. As for that, lick the dog someone muttered in a low voice. Moreover, it's also the suitor of Lick Shinjun. TSK. At this moment, it would be absolutely false to say that he didn't envy Jun Chen. Just this point, it all felt like it was enough for Chinjun to brag for the rest of his life. If I could have a taste of the third prince's goddess, I would die without regret. Pull back. You don't even look in the mirror. It would be nice to hold hands. Hey, why does this guy feel so cute cursing? I also want to be scolded. The man next to him snickered. You don't even qualify. And after Yun Yenchuan on the high platform had cursed for a long time, she seemed to have gotten a little tired of cursing, and then turned to look at Jun Chen. Little brother, let's go. She beamed, her two ponytails swinging in the air. So what if the 7 clans don't accept it? I'll let my grandma teach you. Humph. As soon as the slim little hand pulled on Jun Chen, the eyes of the third prince who saw the scene changed. I haven't even touched an inch of your skin until now, and you go and take another man's hand? On what grounds? He was 1,000,000% confused. What's wrong with me? Can't you see that my dude is just pretending? I'm merely trying to make the play more real. And Chen Jun, who was pulled by his hand, looked towards Zhao Shaoshi of the elaborate heaven sect on the high platform, which was the last one. Seeing the teenager's gaze looking over, Zhao Shaoshi gently shook his head. He could see a little bit of what was going on, but he didn't want to offend the third prince or even King Ping just because of this matter. It's not necessary. It's so unnecessary. Junchen sighed lightly and bowed. Thank you, seniors. He understands the choices that all people make, and transposing himself in this position must be the same choice. Unimpeachable, Edge thought as he prepared to leave. And at this moment Lin Shuang, who was standing quietly on the high platform, similarly got up. Is Chen Jun trying to cuckold me? She looked towards Yun Shangshang and gave a light hum. No, we can't leave the two of them alone. It's too dangerous. Gohalen froze. What are you doing? You're giving up your chance to enter the Hierophant sect just for the sake of your partner? Are you out of your mind? Everyone froze, ready to watch a big show. There was a sudden fluctuation in the void. There were old men in tattered clothes stepping out. He looked at Zhao Shaoshi of the hierarchical heavenly sect, his voice pale and incomparable. I am very disappointed. Shaoshi, I am very disappointed. The eyes were thick with disbelief and regret. Zhao Shaoshi is his own watched grow up. The old beggar does not understand, but 1,000 years have not seen how to become this way. And the moment he saw the old man, while the other elders of the various sects were still uncertain, Zhao Shaoshi froze in place. Too much elder? Naked. 3 rivers of hopelessness. And of course, thanks for catching up. 3 more a day starting when it hits the shelves, which should be next Friday. 110 invitations. The man in front of him was dressed in rags and had an incredibly thin frame. Wrinkles crawled over his face, and he looked like a rotten ancient wood among the furrows. Speaking softly, such a body yet possesses majestic greatness. That disappointment seemed to be full of vicissitudes. Zhao Shaoshi froze, his face full of stupefaction. Since achieving human king, he had lost count of how long it had been since anyone had called him by that name. After entering the human emperor realm it is even more so that everyone becomes Senior Zhao, Elder Zhao. His own seniority was so high that even the patriarch never called him by his name. I can't count how long it's been since I've heard such a term of endearment. The crowd was similarly stunned and unsure. Most people didn't know that this elder of the elaborate heaven sect's real name was Zhao Shaoshi. With a puzzled face, he looked up high into the sky, all of them simply not knowing who this silhouette actually was and what it was doing here. At this time, Chen Jun had a hidden feeling. At that time, in the place where the body sage fell, the old man didn't look like this, but his breath was correct. I have distributed silver to a total of 304 beggars up to now, and I have really been blinded by one. At this point in the system panel, the ***** luck achievement was just reached, and while everyone froze, Zhao Shaoshi respectfully looked at the old man as he bowed low and performed a large salute. Shaoshi has met the Supreme Elder. The whole room was in an uproar when the words came out, as if it was a huge stone thrown into the water causing a huge uproar. Hearing such a title and seeing such a respectful gesture, the entire room froze, hardly believing their eyes. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder of the hierarchical heavenly sect? Not to mention these onlookers in the eastern continent, even the elders of the major superior sects were stunned. Most of them didn't recognize the old man, although the old man did look non-trivial. With this tattered and torn appearance, who would have thought that it would be an elder of the hierarchical heavenly sect? This is clearly a beggar, or a beggar look who cannot beg for food. Otherwise the clothes are so tattered and the body so withered? Such a person was actually the elucidating heaven sect's supreme elder? There were only a handful of people whose faces were as normal as they were. And they also saw that this was the elucidating heaven sect's supreme elder the first time the old man appeared, having disappeared for 2,000 years. I didn't realize that it was actually in the eastern continent all along. Someone sighed. This supreme elder was thought to have disappeared even by the Expanse heavenly sect, but he did not expect to reappear today. However, the meaning of the old man's words surprised everyone. Disappointed? Disappointed in what? At this moment, on top of the high platform, everyone bowed in unison. The Expanse heavenly sect's supreme elder was everyone's senior, so it was natural to have the most basic respect. Greetings, elder! Shouting in unison, they greeted the old man as he slowly walked down from the sky dome, the entire place where the great competition was located. Everyone bowed down in unison, knowing that this was a terrifying powerhouse that was comparable or even superior to the emperor of the imperial dynasty in terms of hierarchy. Greetings, elder! There was a tidal wave of sound, and the old man waved his hand to instantly silence all the voices. He looked towards this elder of his clan, and at this moment, Zhao Shaoshi was sweating like a pig, confused as to how exactly he had disappointed the supreme elder. He hardened his head. Shaoshi really does not understand. No solution? Zhao Shaoshi frowned. Could it be that the supreme elder is blaming me for being afraid of King Ping? He pondered where the point of disappointment could be. The fact that it appeared at this point in time, seemingly because of that teenager named Jun Chen, was naturally unbelievable. What kind of status did the supreme elder have to actually step in because of a junior like this? He opened his mouth to try to explain one or two. His Highness the Third Prince is right here. Shaoshi is really. He wanted to say there was no need and no way to be offended. The old man nodded, as if remembering something from long ago. Shaoshi, you are the one I watched grow up, when you shocked the body stone a few times? Zhao Shaoshi bowed. He naturally remembered. I hammered my flesh 4 times and polished it repeatedly for each realm. But there were only 6 voices. The whole room was in an uproar when they heard this description. A human emperor powerhouse was even like this back then? What about the degree of compatibility between heaven and earth? In the beginning, 3 lower grades, heaven and earth, were discussed. What about phase shapes? The old man threw out one question after another with intent. 3 pints of phase. What's the future cap? Until the 5th hidden realm. It's impossible to break through the 5th hidden realm without a great chance of easy passage. And what about you now? Has entered the human emperor, broke through the 5 Tibetans 4,000 years ago. The old man nodded his head. How do you think, with such mediocre qualifications, you are able to make it to such a high position nowadays as an elder of the hierarchical heavenly sect? It's the Taishan elders mention. Shaoshi will always keep it in mind. There was gratitude in his eyes, not a slip of the tongue, but he did think so. If I remember correctly, back then, it was at a certain county assembly in the northern border, where you displayed notable talent. But under the illumination of the observational phase realm, all of them were actually inferior. The old man slowly said, back then, did any of the sects in the entire field give you an invitation? No, only you gave it. Everyone thinks you're trash but me. Why do you think that is? This, Les Stone really doesn't know. No, the old man shook his head. You understand very well. You know very well how uncommon you are. Just as you know very well how uncommon this teenager in front of you is. He turned his head to look at Jun Chen. The entire room that heard this froze in utter disbelief at the sight before them and what kind of words they were hearing. From the mouth of the elucidating heaven sect's supreme elder, it was actually possible to appear to say that a certain teenager was not bad? How terrifying would that have to be? Each and every face instantly changed, and the crowd of elders on the high platform all froze at the same time, their eyes full of incredulity. Yes, it's not bad, but it's not to this extent. Jun Chen, isn't it just that his roots are strong and his enlightenment is outstanding? And then what? It's not so bad. The old man ignored the reactions of the others and spoke to himself. Shaoshi, you disappoint me too much. When did you even become so timid? You could see that this teenager was not bad. You were the only one in the whole room who could see that. But you never mentioned half a word about it. Zhao Shaoshi felt like sweating like a pig. He did see it, but only a hint of it. To the point where he was now. Where would he be willing to offend the third prince by offending King Ping? Even if the clan was going to offend the court. He didn't want to be that gun himself. This world's dynasties and sects stood side by side, harmonious on the surface, but in reality there were undercurrents. Without mentioning anything else, just the imbalance in the existence of power and the distribution of resources had already caused some animosity between the Seven-Sect Alliance and the Imperial Dynasty. I watched from the void, silently watching you, the whole time. I wanted to see exactly when you would open your mouth and say your first words, but you never did. From start to finish, not a single word has ever been said. The old man smiled. to the point where it really looks like the posture of a giant should be. Xiao Shi knows he's wrong. Xiao Shi felt like his entire body was going to be crushed at this moment as he looked at the Supreme Elder sweating like a pig. I originally had such high hopes for you. You have the ability to recognize people. The rapid development and growth of the Elucidating Heaven sect has a share of your credit. I even wanted you to be the sect leader in the beginning. But you've let me down now. Xiao Shi laughed bitterly twice as he turned his head to look at Jun Chen. 8 pints of phase? No, of course not. Those people are so ill-informed that he is the only one who sees it. He wasn't going to say it. Just open his mouth. The Elucidating Heaven sect extends its invitation to little friend with the utmost sincerity. At the same time, I offer my own apologies. 111, born with holy pupils. He bowed slightly. And this scene appeared at the same time the whole audience burst into an uproar. Looking at the front of the eyes feel that they are dreaming. An elder from one of the 7 clans to apologize? It's unbelievable. No one in the entire Eastern continent had a higher status than the elder of the hierarchical heavenly sect, and no one was qualified to receive down. Although it was understood that this apology was because of that supreme elder, that beggar-looking existence, but they were still shocked. So shocked that for a while the whole room was silent, and everyone was speechless. Even Jun Chen was a bit baffled. He similarly bowed. Elder Zhao doesn't have to. Xiao Shi smiled, and at that moment, light flowed from his pupils to look at Jun Chen. Unusual people did not know that he was born with holy pupils. It was because of this that the original Supreme Elder took him into his sect so that he could have the opportunity to become a giant of a generation in the central state. He also relied on this holy pupil to have his immediate position. Relying on this holy pupil he had found many supreme treasures that were difficult for ordinary people to get, had observed countless spiritual arts, and had acquired many secrets. Relying on this holy pupil, this was the only way to achieve today's position with that mediocre qualification. Just now, he only knew at a glance that the phase shape was by no means the 8th rank, and this teenager was by no means so simple. But exactly how? He didn't look deeper. At this moment, under the holy pupil's turn, he suddenly stifled a grunt, and blood instantly seeped out of the corners of his eyes. His face changed. He had thought that this teenager was not vulgar, but he had not thought that he was actually so vulgar. This is the silence of all things returning to one phase form that corresponds to the phase of the opening of the heavens and the earth. He didn't get a good look at it. The holy pupil could only peek at the corner. One's own observation of enlightenment with the holy pupil would actually result in such a situation. And while everyone who saw this sight was uncertain, they could all see that Jun Chen was bound to have something terrifyingly uncommon. What's going on here? The crowd on stage voiced out, all eyes full of shock at this point. This conversation they heard clearly. One completely froze. The scene in front of them was really beyond the scope of their imagination. Chen Jun? Can just Chen Jun be that uncommon? Of all the superior sect elders in the room, only this one from the hierarchical heavenly sect was actually able to see that it wasn't bad? However, it was also clear to everyone that when it came to that position of the Elucidating Heaven sect's supreme elder, he would not lie at all. And with his status there was never a possibility of lying. And at the same time that Xiao Shi exited, instantly all the other sects reacted. There was something terrifying about this teenager that was hard to detect by the likes of himself. At this moment, the elder of the life and death sect only felt that his intestines were going to be green with remorse. I hesitated for a moment myself just now, but there was no invitation given by any of the clans just now. If he had opened his mouth just now, this person would have inevitably entered the sect of life and death. At this point the remaining 6 also hated to change their words. The hierarchical heavenly sect's supreme elder has spoken to this point. Who doesn't want to see exactly how this teenager will be in the future? This could create another clan elder, if not more, because listening to the meaning of the old beggar's words, this teenager is even more terrifying. For a moment the whole field froze. The crowd of onlookers were stupefied. What kind of spectacle is this? Nothing like this had happened in the Eastern continent for at least tens of thousands of years. Edge thought, looking towards the 7 clans. The choice at this time naturally did not require the slightest hesitation. Lin Shujing is in the hierarchical heavenly sect, and the old beggar powerhouse is also the hierarchical heavenly sect's supreme elder. So he valued himself so much that he opened his mouth to invite him, and there is no reason not to go. Moreover, Lin Shuyi was his own second outlier, indispensable. Seeing that he was about to open his mouth, this elder from the life and death sect spoke out. Little friend, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Perhaps my clan is more suitable for you. I see that your body is in tune with life and death, and we have supreme spiritual art feats that must be destined for you. He just couldn't help himself and wanted to try and cut it off. Such an open invitation carried an extremely heavy weight, and for a time everyone was shocked. Each and every one of them looked at Jun Chen with envy in their eyes that was about to materialize. The third prince's face was incredibly gloomy at this moment, and his entire body was vaguely trembling. It looks depressing as hell. No, he's faking it. Lin Shuang's heartfelt words, however, caused Chen Jun to freeze. Loaded? This third prince's exasperation was actually feigned? But why? The beautiful woman of the Tianfu sect looked completely dumbfounded in front of her. She had a face of disorientation and pain. Hierophant sect supreme elder. What level was that? One would have to respectfully address a senior. Shame and anger welled up in his heart, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground. How else can I avenge my son? It's hard to believe that you won't have a chance in this life. In the midst of all the attention, Jun Chen opened his mouth. Senior is willing to join the elucidating heaven sect. Whether it was a spiritual art or a technique, he had a way to get it. He only looked at the backing behind which sect he chose, so the sect of life and death did not appeal to him. Of course, if he could, he was still prepared to make a trip to the sect of life and death to order a little bit of the remnants on the map. AI. This elder of the life and death sect sighed, regretting in his heart upon hearing this result. In fact, he was hesitant before. This teenager had shown an unrivaled talent in the Tao of life and death, but just because of that hesitation, it was missed. Originally, Chen Jun had no choice but to choose his own. I wonder what the future really holds for this teenager. This senior never misses out on the people he sees, and after Jun Chen opened his mouth, the old beggar smiled and nodded, recognizing this teenager. He glanced at Zhao Shaoshi. After you return to the sect, think about yourself in seclusion and come back to me once you've thought certain things through. Zhao Shaoshi bowed and nodded in agreement. Jun Chen hurriedly stepped forward. There's no need for that. Senior really didn't think Elder Zhao was at fault. There was really no need to offend the clan elders before they were even initiated. Moreover, according to what the old beggar said, Zhao Shaoshi had the ability to recognize people and must be highly respected. It was not a good thing for him to cause him to go into seclusion. Not because of you, the old beggar said faintly. Zhao Shaoshi gave a similarly spontaneous smile. Shaoshi understands. Then the old beggar turned his head to look at Jun Chen. You follow me first. I want to discuss a little something with you. The word explore appeared and naturally caused another gasp of surprise. However, having suffered a succession of shocking psychological impacts and witnessed this teenager exceeding common sense over and over again, the gasps of surprise were significantly smaller this time. In fact, that's what should be the most surprising. But this was a moment that everyone seemed to take for granted. Looking at the figure on the high platform, the vast majority of people were no longer jealous. How can you be jealous when the gap has reached such a point? It's not even a world away. You don't even have the right to be jealous. At this moment, Jun Chen fell on his face, knowing what this senior wanted to ask. Then without waiting for him to reply, the old beggar waved his big hand. With a twist of his long sleeve, Jun Chen had returned to the body sage's fall when he opened his eyes again. His face was horrified. Did such an amazing distance actually only require a wave of his hand? The old beggar silently gazed at the center. I won't ask you how much you got, and I won't force you to share what you got. I can promise you something in exchange for what I want. 112. Leaning on the mountain. A great power at such a level had a dignity that belonged to them, and they usually didn't forcefully rob things from juniors. Chen Jun didn't rush to speak, deciding to be fake polite first. Without senior's appearance, senior can't even go to the central state, so just ask whatever senior wants to ask. Sincere attitude and sincere words. The old beggar had no doubts. What bad intentions could a young boy who goes around giving silver to beggars have? He smiled and spoke. You could have just said that I know Chen Xiu is dead and you need help. Chen Jun froze, thinking that his disguise really couldn't fool a true top powerhouse. Edge thought about opening his mouth. I've wasted King Duan's son. I hope that senior will protect me. Simple, the old beggar said casually. A district Duan king. He did not place in his eyes. I dug up the grave of an ancestor of the northern Huns, and he's going to go crazy if he finds out, and he'll hunt me down and kill me. At that time in the pit of billions of people he himself had said that the man should remember, and he himself had plowed the grave of the human emperor on his way at that time. It's too easy for Chen Jun to dig up graves and whip corpses, so he plowed 2 graves along the way. North Han? I'll defend you even if you don't tell me. Chen Jun continued. I have offended the third prince. Don't worry, the third prince can't represent the royal family yet. Chen Jun nodded his head in thanks. Well, I robbed what someone was supposed to offer to King Ping. The 10,000 that you got at that time was to be offered to King Ping. It was only that Chen Jun didn't put too much stock in it when he initially thought that it was one of King Ping's branches or even a fake branch. Toward a great house like the Ping Wang mansion, there are countless people pretending to be famous. Not to mention, the Ping Wangfu lineage in the eastern continent. That's even more bullshit. Therefore at that time, he did not put it on his mind at all. But now that he got the news, it seems that what he killed at that time was really someone from the Ping Wang house. King Ping, The power of sublime saints. King Ping was able to be on par with the honored one of the dynasty, so naturally his strength was superb. The old beggar pondered for a moment. As a sub-saint, there should be no harm in him saying a word about something for a junior. At this moment, he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. This kid in front of him was also too capable of causing trouble, right? There's no harm in it. If it does get discovered, I'll talk to King Ping. Chen Jun nodded his head, thinking that it was usually not necessary, and that King Ping would be GG for plotting against him after a while. Then spoke again. Well, and, how much trouble have you gotten into? This is the last one. Jun Chen arched his hand. Say it. I might have messed with a saint realm existence. When these words came out, the old beggar's figure all lurched. The holy realm? Jun Chen wasn't sure, but to be able to make even Lin Shuyao's heartbeat scornful, it should be the sacred realm. At least, in the future, this person must be in the saint realm. Chen Jun thought over and over again, observing the old beggar, feeling that the forehead of this great powerhouse was dripping with cold sweat. A man named Nightwing. I killed his subordinates and took the spirit arts he wanted. Chen Jun vaguely felt as if he had also intercepted his karma. When Emperor Diffractor said that he would use his own dead body to bear the heavenly jealousy for himself, Chen Jun always felt that Emperor Diffractor was not so kind. And since Nightwing had gotten hold of the 2 pages of the Dharma that Emperor Diffractor had intentionally leaked, it was likely that he had been counted. When Emperor Diffusion deduced that the line of karma still extended out for an unknown number of thousands of years after his death naturally left behind the means, with Emperor Diffusion's ability, it wasn't necessarily how it would be. The old beggar spoke indifferently. It is impossible for me to resist the holy realm. He said frankly that there was nothing unrecognizable about the difference between a subsaint and a saint being one step away but worlds apart. Senior is clear. Senior only wants to be able to utilize a few moments of Senior's power when the time comes. With the help of? By no means bad. Only with the help of. The old beggar nodded. There was no need to worry about the holy realm itself. He spoke faintly. Any more? Nope. Okay, then I have a couple guesses I need to verify. Elder, please speak. The body sage's dharma, if I'm not mistaken, is divided into 3 layers. Is it? Junior thinks so too. Jun Chen nodded his head. The body sage's circumstantial star flow down was actually 3 layers of resonance. The first layer is 9 great orifices. The second layer should be 49 orifices. And the third layer? Without pretending to think, Jun Chen spoke directly. 365 stars in the circumference. The old beggar muttered silently to himself, and fell into deep thought when he heard this. So, how does it resonate? The late generation once practiced the Shadow Yang treasure code. Thus I was able to gain some understanding. He couldn't put into words the dharma of the body sacred and wouldn't just give it away. So it is. Then it was discovered that with the old beggar as the center, there was a surprising amount of power rolled in, terrifying implications scattered in all directions, and the entire field of the body saint fallen land seemed to be pulled to be reshaped with him at the center. A great power at such a level would be able to deduce many more things with just a little more information. The old beggar suddenly came back to his senses, slowly calming this amazing fluctuation. At this time, the entire body saint fall place where the people collectively looked over, one saw the old beggar full of incredible eyes. At this time, where they still do not know, before taking the old beggar who looks like he has not been able to break through the realm of the transmigration in his life as a great power, points of light began to flicker up around him, and little by little he made adjustments and attempts. How do the 3 realms correspond? And how do the 5 realms blend? The 2 poles of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams are in harmony, good and bad repel each other, the 4 elephants are in opposition to each other, and the 2 e-axes flow. So, as if the old beggar had seen some sight, surprise crept over his face. Those words were not enough to give him the full thrust, but it could take him a step further, a big step forward. Moreover, he hadn't even thought about recreating the body sage's dharma. By the time he got to this point, they just needed to be touchy-feely. They already had their own Tao. While sighing he looked at Jun Chen. It's unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed in my life that there could still be a demon like you, and that there could still be a talent like yours. Chen Jun was quite embarrassed. Where the hell was this talent? It's just an outlier. Only, in the entire continent, he was the only one who could cheat like this, and no one could discover such cheating. On the other hand, where the East Continent Grand Competition is located, after the old beggar and Chen Jun disappeared in a flash, countless people's marvels slowly calmed down as the conference continued. Of the remaining people, then there were only 2 people who had gotten invitations from the superior sects. This time the entire Eastern State Grand Competition, dozens of counties, hundreds of sects, tens of thousands of teenage geniuses, can get the qualification of the upper class sect to enter the sect is only a few people in total. Many people were unconvinced. Are the geniuses of the Central State really that strong? Do we even have the qualifications to enter? Is it possible for the top 1% of the entire Eastern Continent's Phoenix-like geniuses to be on par with those in the Central State? The crowd was unwilling to believe it, but the elders of the great sects and the like were clear that this was the case. Eastern Continent, not only the lack of resources, but also the barrenness of talents. Places other than the Central State were inherently difficult to birth geniuses and demons, and were themselves locations where the Tao was weakened. With regard to these few people who have gained invitations, I'm afraid that only Jun Chen has the certainty to say that he won't be expelled back. Poor performance in a superior clan would result in expulsion back to the original clan, which was quite a shameful thing to do and would be laughed at. However, the disciples who were expelled back were all displaying terrifying strength, which naturally made people even more aware of the gap between them and the geniuses of the Central State. Even the ones who were expelled back were so strong. The event came to an end with countless emotions. This time in the Eastern Continent, everyone's light was overshadowed by Jun Chen, Yu Shangyin and Li Yi, who were originally supposed to be famous in the grand competition, appeared dull and unimpressive, and were really not worth mentioning in comparison to Jun Chen. After the meeting, countless clans traveled to the Chen family to pay their respects. 113. Lin Shuaing's mind. It was an investment, a generous gift brought by many clans that wanted to gain Jun Chen's friendship. Countless great clans in the Eastern Continent traveled to the Chen family to propose marriage. Even the eldest daughter of a great clan offered to be a concubine. After all, it couldn't be compared to Lin Shuyao in any way. Although this world could have one proper wife and two equal wives, everyone also knew that even the position of the second equal wife herself had absolutely no chance. Therefore, it is simply easier to offer to be a concubine earlier. After all, Jun Chen was allowed to bring his family members along with him into the Expanse Heavenly Sect. The family members were not official disciples, but for them this was an opportunity to leap through the door. As a result, those who went to the Chen family to propose marriage almost broke down the door. Such news spread out, naturally causing the crowd to shake and countless people to envy. This is too much for the Rong family. For a great lady to give someone a concubine, it would have to be possible for a male son of the top power in the imperial city. The Rong family's eldest lady is so sensible and gentle. She hasn't even looked at any of the marriage proposals over the years, and now she's willing to become a concubine? God is so fucking unfair. One lamented. The demons in the Central State who had spoken out in mockery earlier felt even more humiliated to the ground. As for the marriage proposals, Chen Jun refused all of them. Not a wimp, but mostly a person of high character. He wants a concubine? He wants a concubine? He, too. Nah, concubine. Watching the endless stream of people these days, Lin Shuyi's heartbeat kept appearing. I haven't agreed to marry him yet. What if he really takes a concubine first and then marries? Oops, how can this be? I can't believe it wasn't with me the first time. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't think so. No, I can't. In fact, Lin Shuang was torn. Although there was a favorable impression, it was naturally unrealistic for her to marry Chen Jun right now, not to mention nothing else, except for the fact that the two have never been skin to skin in a crisis situation. The point is, why are so many people stealing men from themselves? Yun Wishong. Ha? She pondered in silence. Within the explanation Heavenly Sect, Ji Yuner that green tea will surely make some kind of mess as well. This old woman, the eldest princess, is not a good person, and Jun Chen will definitely have to face the Holy Spirit after a while. And, I can't help but feel a little depressed while thinking about it. What's with all the people? In her eyes Chen Jun was indeed too good, so good that he was definitely the center of attention. So brainstorm on your own. If Ji Yuner or the eldest princess heard this, they were bound to roll their eyes. However, she inexplicably found Chen Jun attractive in her eyes. One main wife and two equal wives. The equal wives can never be Yun Xiangshang. Cannot be. Everyone but Sister Ku. Hey no, what was I thinking? No, the East Chamber still needs him. Oh, yeah, castrate him and no one will take him from me. Aha, Chen Jun, you've been thinking about this heartbeat for so long, and this is all you've come up with? Silently pondering in his heart, he must immediately raise his realm, knowing that Lin Shofun was just thinking about it. Though, what if he's really castrated? Now that he was in the shedding realm, naturally, he absolutely could not resist the Lin Shujing of the open Zephyr realm. After all, Lin Shuang is not a normal genius, and as the great competition came to an end, the Chen family, Father Chen had finally recovered from his injuries. At the same time, the mutated golden crow's diluted feces into his abdomen allowed Father Chen to unexpectedly master the golden crow intent. At this time, every move had the power of the majestic sun. This is the great creation. Junshin couldn't help but be surprised and deduced with Emperor Yan's means before realizing it. So I didn't soak up the fecal power. Chen Jun swore that he didn't do it on purpose. What I really wanted at the time was to dissolve the fecal power away, but it ended up strengthening it by mistake. The original dilution was formulated by me as a thickener. In other words, this golden crow feces, the fishy odor was roughly 10 times more intense than the original normal state. My dad is such a tough guy. This was all drinkable. Chen Jun thought to himself that it was absolutely not. It was too normal for such a ruthless person to awaken to master the golden crow intent through feces. What's the matter, son? You think your dad is too good for me too, don't you? Chen's father was quite proud of himself. Have you drunk all the medicinal broth? Not a bit of dryness left. Oh, that's good. That's good. Chen Jun smiled. It was fine if the evidence was gone. The truth is brutal. Those who are kept in the dark are happy. The elders of the top sects in the central state stayed in the eastern continent for more than a month, constantly searching but with no sign of the iron-eating beast. Originally, if Jun Chen hadn't entered the hierarchical heavenly sect, as someone who made the iron-eater beasts fear him, he would have definitely been questioned by the various sects. If it was discovered that Chen Xiu was actually dead, then I'm afraid that none of him would be able to escape the fate of being soul-searched. And now it is natural to communicate in a good voice. And Chen Jun's trusty ancestral means is certainly convinced. That was Chen Xiu's means. Who would question it? A month passed in a flash, and the clans didn't waste any more time searching. At this time, the Southwest Victory State and Southeast State as well as the end of the Northern State selection had also arrived. The sect elders and a group of geniuses assembled together and jointly rode a giant eagle towards the central state. Several spaces had opened up above the giant eagle, which looked small on the outside, but in fact the space inside was quite extensive as it was opened up by a large hand. When the geniuses of the 4 continents got together, there was naturally a lot of climbing. This did not interest Chen Jun at all as he chose one of the rooms to enter. The gate is not open, and there is constant austerity. With his realm rising by leaps and bounds, Junshin now had to make sure that he was in the same realm as Lin Shuang before he could do so, or you'll wake up one day with no little brother. The giant eagle sped on, and under its terrifying speed it rejoined the central state realm in less than half a month. On the back of the giant eagle, hundreds of people from the 4 continents one by one couldn't help but feel shocked when they looked at the central state scene from afar. Floating buildings? A city in the air? Holy shit! What kind of terrifying grand formation is that? The fluctuations are so arcane that they can be clearly felt even this far apart. Is that the Bright Night sect? The ancestor statue in heaven and earth are communicating to produce fluctuating power? The lofty aura and dense breath caused all of these teenagers from the eastern continent to freeze. How is the aura so rich? Crossing the border of the central state, it was obvious that the richness of aura soared. Just the border alone is at least twice the size of the eastern continent. This meant that the speed of cultivation here was twice the speed of cultivation in the eastern continent. The Zhangzhou teenagers on top of the giant eagle were quite proud. The more you go towards the imperial city, the denser the aura becomes. And the densest place is dozens of times that of your eastern continent. One sucked in a cool breath as he listened. Dozens of times? While knowing that places like this are definitely rare, it definitely looks like 4 or 5 times that is rare. Even Jun Chen was shocked. So, you guys are actually cultivating at such a slow pace in such a place with abundant aura? As he spoke, the Dharma in his mind turned. A shocking surge of aura poured in. The massive amount of aura formed a storm-like situation. The aura took on a liquefied trend at this moment, surging and pouring into Jun Chen's body. This was the first time Chen Jun realized that his talent points were not in vain. In such a place with such an abundance of aura, this horrifying absorption of his own truly had the look it was supposed to have. The storm takes shape. Almost instantaneous effort. Saving days of hard training. The body resounded with a slight clicking sound. A small layer of shackles was broken. And the Dao Tire carved the 8th point. 8th heaven of the dematerialization realm. 114, heavenly tablet of creation. The quality of spiritual energy soared. And signs of solidification appeared amongst the condensation. The birth and death tire was engraved to 8 points deep. And Chen Jun could bring 80% of his own birth and death chi into play at this time. Knowing that his Dao fetus was already at its limit. Such an octet of power was far too much stronger than others. At this moment, he lightly exhaled a cloudy breath and opened his eyes. On the back of the giant eagle, everyone's eyes were looking at themselves at that moment. This is that Chen Jun? Seems like a real twofer. The people from the other 3 continents were whispering as they heard talk about Jun Chen almost as soon as they arrived. We are all geniuses, and we are naturally disobedient to those who are better than ourselves. However, just now the scene of massive aura absorption shook many people to their core. Who's ever seen such terrifying speed? It's almost like pumping into a vacuum. No wonder he was able to enter the hierarchical heavenly sect. Of the hundreds of people on the giant eagle, less than 10% of them were selected by the 7 clans, and the rest were all other first-class clans. These past few days on the back of the giant eagle, there were already many people who were unconvinced and felt that they were not weak. So go to the 7 sect recruiters and challenge them. Except that the challenges rarely come to fruition. At this moment, seeing Jun Chen absorbing spiritual chi this terrifyingly, several more people directly sat down and began to flow the Dharma. They want to compare. The aura surged and the air around them tore. Heaven and earth Xuanzong. The original chi of all things. Suck me 5 hearts toward heaven. Reiki volumes collected. The counts are out of their minds. The aura was sucked in with a loud noise. However, the momentum created by these few people together could not even compare to that of Jun Chen alone. After a long time, a few people were so humiliated that they could only stop. The gong method flowed to its limit degree. Such an absorption was purely to fight for speed, and it was too late to even refine and absorb it. But even so, it was still a far cry from Jun Chen. The sound seems like the sound of a mosquito fly compared to thunder. A total loss. No doubt. One by one, heads hung down. Some were quite frustrated, while others were unconvinced and wanted to compete with Chen Jun for the rest. Brother, stay back. Compete in the ring if you can. Hey, why are you ignoring people? You come back. Are you polite? Chen Jun ignored this and returned to his room to begin consolidating his realm. At the same time he felt a bit puzzled. Why should I care about you guys? A bunch of little kids at heart. TSK. Slowly inhaling the aura, he kept consolidating the 8th realm. He would be able to stand firm at the 9th level after entering the hierarchical heavenly sect, and then attempt to cross over into the open Zephyr realm. The Chen family's highest grade of open collection technique was only of the king's rank. While he had reunited the remnants of many great powers and had found king's rank open collection techniques amongst the items, however, the energy to be consumed for the exchange of the emperor ranked feats was too much, and besides, it was only the emperor rank. The imperial order is but 1/10 of the opening of the 5 Tibetans. Chen Jun thought to himself that if he really was a hegemonic body, it would really be too much of a waste for his fleshly treasure to only be opened up to 1/10 of it. What he truly coveted was the hierarchical heavenly sect saint laws or even quasi-emperor laws. It was impossible for Emperor Dharma to remain. No paper could carry it, and the quasi-emperor Dharma sect was the strongest Dharma sect in the world. Moreover, according to Lin Shuyao's heartfelt speculation, the emperor's law was exclusive to individuals, and nowadays the rules of heaven and earth were not allowed to remain. Just like that, he continued to practice silently on the back of the giant eagle. The more the edge of the central state moved towards the area of the imperial city, the more dense the aura became. It wasn't until they approached the imperial city that the aura here was already 5 times as dense as that of the eastern continent. This meant that Jun Chen had directly increased his cultivation speed by 5 times. In just a few short days the realm was raised by 1 more point, entering the 9th heaven of the degenerate realm, and only needing a slight consolidation to start attempting to cross into the open Zephyr. At this moment, the body was humming, and the Dao tire was vibrating, feeding back on the body under the consummation. Approaching the imperial city from afar, all the teenagers from other states were filled with shock. It was the sky city that was so huge that it was indescribable. It's more like half a county than a city. It is densely populated and has many buildings. The huge palace at the very center was entwined with dense immortal gas, floating high above. And apart from the palace, a stone monument in mid-air that emitted a lingering fluctuation was even more striking. The stone monument is modeled, as if it were ancient of ancient, standing in mid-air, emanating a long Taoist rhythm. Everyone was almost unable to take their eyes off when they looked over, for words were written on the stone tablet, yet no one recognized them, shining with a devastating golden light. At the moment there were several people who were surprisingly infatuated at a glance, and the whole person became dumbfounded. It was on the back of the giant eagle. And finally a great sect elder came out of the room, and with a Dao sound from his mouth, he drank the obsessed people awake. This is the heavenly monument of creation. The man spoke faintly. Lin Shuang's heart sounded, it's just a replica. The true monument of the heavenly tablet of creation is in the immortal hall. Hearing this, the vast majority of people were surprised. What is the heavenly tablet of creation? Please enlighten me. Senior, the heavenly monument of creation, divided into several lists, ranked according to the rules of heaven and earth netting all things, and all those on the list are rewarded. On the list? See the name up there. That's the person who made the list. This elder spoke indifferently, and hearing this elder's words, everyone came to be interested. All of those who were in closed-door meditation and cultivation in each room appeared and looked at the heavenly monument of creation in mid-air. One could only see several lists inscribed on it. The list of outstanding people, the list of spiritual laws, the list of merits, and so on, one by one. The names were on it, and Chen Jun saw Gu Hailin's name in the spiritual laws list at the 23rd position. with a more abbreviated description. At this time, someone in the surrounding area asked that elder, was this heavenly tablet created by His Holiness during the dynasty? It was the founding emperor of the Great Summer who created this monument based on the rules of heaven and earth. And the rankings on this monument are all arranged according to the rules of heaven and earth. And there will never be any discrepancies. Take for example, this human Jia ranking. The first one, Chu Tianli, is my great Xia's most outstanding young talent nowadays. At this time, another clan elder opened his mouth, trying to motivate the teenagers. The human Jia list is dedicated to you young talents, and it will be updated in a few days. And anyone who makes it to the list, even the last one, will have a king's soldier, and a Sudian Dan. If any of you can have the honor of being in the top 3 of the human excellence ranking, you'll be qualified to face the saint. His Holiness the current dynasty will personally instruct you. Of course, the holy laws and sacred arts are naturally not a problem. Even if it's not the top 3, the royal family's special secretaries and the like don't skimp. The crowd gasped when they heard this. In their eyes, a qualification like facing the saint was simply a great opportunity. Any reward from His Holiness would be terrifying. For a while everyone had a high fighting spirit in their eyes. It's just a replica. It can only replicate the ranking of the rules, but it can't replicate the heavenly gift. The real heavenly monument of creation has the heavenly Tao directly granting rewards to those who are on the list, not just for ranking purposes. The true list was renewed hundreds of thousands of years ago due to the great change in heaven and earth, and the divine soldier list has since disappeared, counting up again soon. Because of the changes in heaven and earth, on which the rules run, a change list will be updated again. When the new manhwa list, the ancient sister in the list, got the chance to become a saint, at that time, the direct heavenly gift enlightened. Daxia then realized the mystery of the true tablet, and for the true tablet's list of human masters, no one from the previous era of Daxia has been on the list since the beginning. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Chen Jun was baffled. That outrageous?